Yuwen Tianqi traversed into the world of Dragon Ball, awakening a point allocation system right at the outset. Ding. Constitution 1. His physical endowment is unparalleled, endowed with super healing and an immortal body. He thrashes Frieza, annihilates Cell, and crushes Majin Buu, leaving Sun Wukong and Vegeta utterly convinced of his might. Yuwen Tianqi, you're truly formidable, one exclaims. This prince is impressed. Is this all your power? Yuwen Tianqi smirks disdainfully. With a body sanctified, he pushes through everything. Chapter 1. Traversing into Dragon Ball, the initiation of the point allocation system. A languorous sensation enveloped Yuwen Tianqi as he turned over in a daze. It felt cold and hard, akin to a patch of earth. Instinctively, Yuwen Tianqi opened his eyes, astonishment flooding his gaze. Where am I? At that moment, he found himself lying on a vast expanse of land, surrounded by entirely unfamiliar sights. In the next instant, a tumult of emotions surged within him as he beheld a colossal pterosaur soaring through the sky. Have I returned to the age of dinosaurs? In his astonishment, he turned his head and gasped. An airplane. A gigantic aircraft carved a slender trail through the higher skies. Yuwen Tianqi. What has transpired? Dinosaurs and airplanes coexisting in the same era. Could this be Jurassic Park? He turned to gaze further, only to find towering trees and massive boulders. Wait, no, it's me who has shrunk. How have I become so small? Yuwen Tianqi lifted his arm, slender and diminutive, resembling a primary school child. What on earth is happening? Who can explain this to me? Yuwen Tianqi's mind was a whirl of questions. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck his head, and he instinctively cradled it, groaning softly. Ding, point allocation system bound. Ding, this system is a point allocation system that can enhance the host's physical strength, with the abilities gained fully reflected in the host's body. As Yuwen Tianqi was taken aback, a stream of information flooded into his mind. Moments later, he grasped the situation. It turned out he had traversed into the world of Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball, I have actually arrived in Dragon Ball. Yuwen Tianqi was elated. This was a grand and sweeping world, a realm where martial arts reigned supreme. No wonder dinosaurs and airplanes coexisted in the same era. In Dragon Ball, this was perfectly normal, and countless monsters, alien beings, and spacecraft awaited him. Even time travel. Haha, thankfully I possess the point allocation system, which allows me to infinitely develop my physical potential. Does that mean I can possess talents even stronger than those of the Saiyan bloodline? In Dragon Ball, martial arts are the true essence of strength. All other magic and technology are mere illusions. The most formidable, naturally, is the innate talent of the Saiyans, who can transform into Super Saiyans in later stages. However, Yuwen Tianqi's point allocation system permits him to enhance his physical potential infinitely, even surpassing the ultimate Super Saiyan with no limits. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Frieza, Cell, Majin Buu, who is truly the strongest? Yuwen Tianqi murmured, his eyes igniting with fierce brilliance. I have arrived. This world shall tremble because of me. With the point allocation system, defeating Sun Wukong and crushing Vegeta would be a mere trifle. In fact, when he becomes the champion of the first martial arts tournament, a formidable figure shaking the universe, the vision is so splendid he can hardly fathom it. I am here. Tremble, you weaklings with a power level of 5. Ha 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 ha. Yuwen Tianqi laughed maniacally, only to suddenly freeze as a gigantic wild boar, towering like a 2-story building, charged out of the forest, approaching him with thunderous footsteps. This wild boar was entirely black, its eyes as large as fists, and its bristles sharp as steel needles, glimmering under the sun's rays. Gulp! Yuwen Tianqi swallowed hard and turned to flee. This was no joke. He was merely a 10-year-old child. How could he possibly contend with a wild boar? Roar! The massive boar bellowed, running with indignation, its nostrils flaring as if mocking Yuwen Tianqi's audacity. What Sao? Yuwen Tianqi exclaimed in astonishment, turning to flee. How could he possibly stand against a wild boar, towering 2 stories high? What to do? What to do? Monkey brother, save me. In the next moment, Yuwen Tianqi recalled the point allocation system. System, hasten to allocate points for me. Speak up. Yuwen Tianqi frantically called out in his mind. No response? Could it be that my actions were flawed? The system lacks sentience. It can only allocate points. Yuwen Tianqi silently reiterated in his heart. System. Ding. Physical constitution. 0. As Yuwen Tianqi ran, he absorbed the information transmitted by the system. It turned out that 1 attribute point was automatically awarded each year based on age, exclusively in the physical constitution category. After allocation, it could slightly enhance his strength, but significantly boost his potential for physical training. So that's how it is. I can't rely entirely on free gains. Ultimately, I must cultivate on my own. Yuwen Tianqi quickly grasped this, feeling the wild boar closing in behind him, and hastily focused his mind. Allocate points. Ding. Physical Constitution 1. System panel. Yuwen Tianqi rapidly recited in his mind. Physical Constitution 1. A powerful sensation surged within Yuwen Tianqi's body. His physique continuously strengthened. Though only slightly, it bestowed upon him a remarkable feeling. Truly, this is the point allocation system. This sensation is simply invigorating, immensely comfortable. Such a minor enhancement in strength brings forth this captivating feeling. It's marvelous. Yuwen Tianqi couldn't help but exclaim. Roar! The wild boar's eyes flashed with light as it charged toward Yuwen Tianqi. It's over, it's over. If I get hit, I won't just be injured, I'll be dead. Yuwen Tianqi's face paled in alarm. Although he had acquired 1 point in physical constitution, he was still uncertain if he could contend with the boar. There was no retreat left. Determined, Yuwen Tianqi let out a low growl, leaping onto a massive stone before pivoting and delivering a punch. Aha, take this punch. Bang. It seemed he had struck something, producing a tremendous sound. Yuwen Tianqi gasped as he was sent flying by the recoil, tumbling several times before coming to a halt. Raising his eyes, he was astonished to see the wild boar rolling on the ground, struggling to rise. Phew, it turns out it was just a false alarm. Ha ha, I actually knocked this wild boar down with a single punch. Yuwen Tianqi sighed in relief, his face brimming with excitement. With just 1 point in physical constitution, and without having the chance to train, he managed to fell a wild boar as tall as a 2-story building. How powerful. It still wants to get up. Yuwen Tianqi stood up, momentarily stunned to see the fallen wild boar rolling about, attempting to stand. Hee, I don't care about appearances. Seize the moment while you're down. Yuwen Tianqi shouted fiercely, stamping his feet and charging forward, feeling an inexhaustible force within his body. Yuwen Tianqi raised his fist and struck down ferociously toward the boar's head. Chapter 2. The Insights of Cultivating Qi. For years later. The wild boar seemed to anticipate Yuwen Tianqi's movements, slightly shifting its body to narrowly evade the attack. However, Yuwen Tianqi was relentless. With a powerful push of his legs, he leaped up, raining down punches upon the beast. With each strike, he exclaimed in fervor, "Keep dodging. I shall not cease until you can no longer move." Like a man possessed, Yuwen Tianqi continued to pummel the wild boar with unyielding ferocity. After what felt like an eternity, the boar finally lay still. With a triumphant laugh, Yuwen Tianqi gazed upon the massive carcass of the wild boar, suddenly feeling a pang of hunger. While wild boar is likely similar to domestic pork, after all, it is all edible. Contemplating for a moment, he approached and dragged the boar's body away. Indeed, it is quite heavy, he mused, his face alight with excitement. Let us inspect for any internal organs, he said, hauling the carcass to a secluded spot. He then procured a sturdy stick, puncturing several holes into the boar before slicing open its belly. Tonight's dinner is secured. As the savory aroma of the entrails wafted up, Yuwen Tianqi could not help but salivate. However, he pondered about the quality of the meat, deciding it was best to take a closer look. A true gourmand cares not for the quality of food, and Yuwen Tianqi was no exception. After all, it was all sustenance, and exploring further would pose no harm. With a cheerful demeanor, he continued to pry open the boar's belly with his stick. Yet, what he discovered within left him momentarily speechless. What is this? He wondered, observing the dark, unappealing substance that resembled nasal mucus. Oh well, this is certainly inedible. He then set up a fire, constructing a spit taller than himself. Yet, the boar's size rendered it impossible to roast in its entirety, prompting him to tear off one of its hind legs to commence cooking. Grateful for the enhancements provided by his system, which had significantly increased his strength, he mused. Without this boost, I could hardly manage even this leg. As he placed the severed leg upon the spit and began to turn it, a peculiar aroma filled the air. While roasting, Yuwen Tianqi's nose twitched instinctively. What is this scent? He wondered, furrowing his brow. The meat had an unusual fragrance, distinctly different from that of ordinary pork. With an insatiable appetite, he voraciously devoured the colossal hind leg until nothing remained but a massive bone. Though the flavor may not be exceptional, it sufficiently satisfies my hunger. One must not be overly discerning. He then placed the other hind leg upon the spit and resumed roasting. Why do I feel as though my appetite has expanded? In this 10-year-old body, I can consume an entire wild boar, akin to a small building. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Yuwen Tianqi sat nearby, humming a merry tune as the enticing aroma wafted through the jungle. Inhaling the fragrant aroma wafting through the air, Yuwen Tianqi swallowed hard, rose to his feet, and once again set about preparing the wild boar meat. After satisfying his hunger, he felt a bit overwhelmed and reclined against the towering tree, gently rubbing his belly. It was time to resume his training. Lingering any longer would only invite decay. Casting a glance at the sky, he yawned and made his way toward the edge of the jungle. The periphery of the forest offered greater safety, devoid of the perilous creatures lurking within, allowing Yuwen Tianqi to rest in peace. With his current strength, ordinary beasts posed no lethal threat. Even if he couldn't prevail, he could always flee. Having gained a point in physique, he resolved to train diligently. Filled with aspirations for the future, he was confident that with the system's assistance, he would surely grow formidable. He was determined to become the strongest man in this Dragon Ball world. Fueled by such conviction, he embarked on his path of cultivation. However, first, a brief slumber was in order, as he felt quite stuffed. As dawn broke, a warm ray of sunlight filtered through the leaves, illuminating Yuwen Tianqi's face. Slowly, he opened his eyes, stretched his sore body, and embraced the new day. "Today I must strive harder," he declared, clenching his fist for encouragement. It was imperative to enhance his strength swiftly to survive in this world. With a resounding thud, he began to pound his fists against the towering tree, initiating a day of rigorous training. Clad in a tattered shirt with several holes in his trousers and worn-out straw sandals that had seen better days, he stepped barefoot on the ground, producing a rhythmic patter. This was the essence of cultivation in this world. Through relentless training, one could fortify their body and achieve a state of physical prowess. However, in the Dragon Ball realm, cultivation was achieved through the manipulation of chi to strengthen the physical form. The practice of chi, as the name suggests, involved the continuous exploration of one's potential and the conditioning of the body to become increasingly powerful, ultimately culminating in the ability to merge with chi itself. Generally, only upon reaching a certain level of mastery could one fuse with chi and become a true martial artist. After a period of diligent training, Yuwen Tianqi, now possessing a point in physique, finally perceived the essence of chi. Yuwen Tianqi clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, his back arching slightly. A surge of extraordinary energy erupted from within him. "Chi! Ha!" he shouted, delivering a powerful punch to a nearby boulder, which shattered explosively, sending countless fragments soaring into the air before they gradually descended. "Ha ha! I have sensed the presence of chi," he exclaimed, reveling in his own brilliance. With merely 1 point in physique, he had unlocked the potential for formidable cultivation. What if he were to accumulate several more points, even dozens or hundreds? Would he not become truly invincible? "Keep going, do not stop." Yuwen Tianqi let out an exhilarated shout, then resumed his training. He was still quite weak and knew that he must advance step by step to grow stronger. Ultimately, he aspired to surpass everyone and become the mightiest being in the world of Dragon Ball. A year passed, then 2, 3, and 4. The tall and handsome Yuwen Tianqi was now adorned with leaves from the grass and trees, emanating a refreshing fragrance, as an astonishing aura radiated from him. It was time to emerge from his secluded training. Gazing skyward, he softly uttered a phrase, and in an instant, his form vanished, reappearing in an open field. At that moment, he appeared refined, striking, and captivating. Chapter 3. The First Encounter with Bulma, the Hero's Rescue. He hummed a cheerful tune while riding a scooter along a quiet path, reveling in his newfound freedom. He had donned a remarkably stylish black casual outfit, recognizing that if he intended to seek out Sun Wukong and Bulma, he could no longer wear his previous tattered clothes. As for Sun Wukong, that simpleton was one thing, perpetually sporting a foolish expression. However, Bulma was now a high school girl in West City, and Yuwen Tianqi understood the importance of maintaining a polished image to win her heart. He believed that with his handsome visage, Bulma would be utterly captivated upon their first meeting. With a hearty laugh, he recalled that he had recently confirmed the current date, August 20th, 749. It was only 2 days before Bulma discovered the Dragon Ball in the North Valley, and he was hastily making his way there. The Dragon Balls were indeed tantalizing. Despite possessing a system with boundless potential, who could resist such a treasure that could grant wishes? He contemplated his various desires, all awaiting the Dragon Balls to bring them to fruition. After a moment's thought, Yuwen Tianqi silently invoked System, Ding, Physique, 5. Though he was uncertain of his combat strength, he mused that even boulders as large as miniature mountains could not withstand a single punch from him. Thus, He must be far more formidable than the current Sun Wukong. As he rode his motorcycle, these thoughts occupied his mind. The accumulation of initial power was indeed challenging, and with a physique of only 5, he felt that his rate of strength enhancement was somewhat sluggish. Soon, he anticipated gaining another attribute point, which would lead to a significant surge in his power. The North Valley should be in this direction, he declared to himself. He retrieved a mobile phone to consult the map. The world of Dragon Ball was peculiar. Some areas resembled ancient times from centuries past, while certain nations advanced technologically at an astonishing pace, akin to an interstellar era. Thus, after working for a spell in a nearby city, Yuwen Tianqi easily acquired a smartphone remarkably similar to one from his previous life. Reflecting on the current moment, he realized Bulma was on summer vacation, so undoubtedly, the Dragon Ball from her family's warehouse had already been retrieved. He was en route to the North Valley for the 5-star ball, while he also considered the 4-star ball belonging to Grandpa Wukong and the 3-star ball from Master Roshi, along with the 7-star ball from the Bull Demon King. Yuwen Tianqi pondered deeply and concluded that Bulma was far more significant. Never mind the rest. He decided to seek out Bulma, for finding her would grant him 2 Dragon Balls and a beautiful girl. A smirk of excitement spread across his face as he twisted the throttle, propelling his motorcycle forward with a sudden surge of speed. The motorcycle roared like a furious bull, charging ahead. The Northern Valley, nestled in the north, was a basin adorned with dense woodlands. An elderly man, tending to his vegetable garden with a hoe, was meandering through his plot when Yuwen Tianqi's motorcycle thundered past, belching a thick cloud of smoke that left the old man coughing incessantly. "My apologies," Yuwen Tianqi shouted over his shoulder. There was little he could do. The meager wages from his labor only afforded him a modest motorcycle, a far cry from the opulence of Bulma's wealth. Ah, youth is indeed a blessing. The old man mused, unfazed by the motorcycle's fumes as he watched Yuwen Tianqi zoom past his garden gate. Where exactly is the Northern Valley? Yuwen Tianqi rode slowly, scanning his surroundings. Suddenly, a piercing scream drew his attention. Could it be Bulma? He was momentarily taken aback before hastily applying the brakes to halt his motorcycle. "Help!" The cry echoed, and as Yuwen Tianqi turned towards the source, his eyes widened in astonishment at the sight before him. A petite figure with blue hair styled in pigtails emerged, a high school girl radiating youthful innocence. Her fashionable attire complemented her undeniably charming appearance. "No, please," she cried out again. Yuwen Tianqi's heart raced with joy. This must be Bulma. He swiftly maneuvered his motorcycle closer. In the next moment, a monstrous creature resembling a lizard appeared, its hideous and fierce visage dripping with drool. A Dragon Ball perched atop its head, nestled within a cluster of foliage. A 5-star ball, Yuwen Tianqi exclaimed with delight. Yet, there was no time to dwell on a Dragon Ball. He revved his engine once more, the motorcycle's roar echoing as he surged forward, a plume of black smoke trailing behind him. "Come on, you oversized reptile," he shouted, twisting the throttle with determination. In an explosive burst of speed, his motorcycle shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, aimed directly at the lizard. What? The creature was taken aback, unable to fathom the audacity of this foolish human charging at it on a motorcycle. It was the ruler of the Northern Valley, and now it found itself ridiculed by a mere human. "You wretched creature," the lizard bellowed in fury. However, the motorcycle's velocity was too great. The beast could not evade the impending collision, and it was struck squarely on the head. With a resounding crash, flames erupted, and the impact created a substantial crater in the ground. Coughing and bloodied, the lizard stumbled away from the motorcycle, collapsing to the earth. "You despicable human, I shall take your life while you are weak. Now is the moment for a hero to rescue a damsel in distress." Yuwen Tianqi suddenly leaped up, embodying the demeanor of an extraordinary individual. With a swift turn, he raised his elongated right leg, executing the deadly shadowless kick. Whoosh! With a resonant explosion, the massive body of the lizard traced a graceful arc through the air before shattering into pieces, flesh and blood scattering. The air was filled with anguished cries as the lizard's body and scales separated in an instant, its scarlet blood blooming like a flower, while the chunks of lizard meat measured 3 to 4 meters in length, rendering its original form unrecognizable. "Oof! How dare you bully a fragile young maiden? You vile lizard creature, you truly deserve your fate." Yuwen Tianqi elegantly brushed his hands together, speaking with disdain, then turned to the girl, his heart racing with excitement, yet his face radiating concern. "Are you unharmed?" The girl softly replied with an affirmative, her cheeks slightly flushed, her eyes sparkling like stars. "I am fine, thank you. My name is Bulma. May I ask what yours is, handsome?" Chapter 4. My name is Yuwen Tianqi, and I am on a quest with Bulma to seek the Dragon Balls. I am Yuwen Tianqi. Bending down, he helped Bulma to her feet, only to find her suddenly embracing him tightly. Thank you for saving me, Tianqi, Bulma exclaimed joyfully, her face aglow with excitement. A handsome hero indeed. A powerful and incredibly handsome one at that. My springtime has arrived. Ahem, Bulma, please loosen your grip. I can hardly breathe. Although Yuwen Tianqi relished the sensation. Bulma's arms were constricting around his neck, causing his face to flush. Oh, I'm so sorry, Bulma said apologetically, sticking out her tongue and quickly releasing him. It's all right, but how did you end up here? The Northern Valley is quite perilous, Yuwen Tianqi inquired, feigning ignorance while displaying genuine concern. Then, without waiting for Bulma's response, he approached the lizard's corpse and picked up the 5-star ball. Oh my, it's the 5-star ball, Bulma exclaimed in astonishment. Bulma, are you also collecting the Dragon Balls? Yuwen Tianqi feigned surprise. Yes, I am. It turns out you are as well. Bulma's face lit up with delight. Could it be that her fortune had arrived? The incredibly handsome young man before her was also in pursuit of the Dragon Balls. Just moments ago, Bulma had been pondering how to remain by Yuwen Tianqi's side. Yuwen Tianqi felt a surge of pride within, but maintained a fade of astonishment as he said, Huh, you know about the Dragon Balls? I learned about them unexpectedly from an old man and decided to embark on a quest to find them. However, those who manage to collect them are exceedingly rare. This is, indeed, the first Dragon Ball I have encountered. Yes, I'm also searching for the Dragon Balls, but no one has ever seen them, so I've been wandering aimlessly, hoping for a fortunate discovery, Bulma said, somewhat disheartened. However, I have already obtained one. Look, Bulma's face was adorned with a carefree smile as she confidently produced the 2-star ball. I discovered this in my home as storage, and I even invented a Dragon Ball radar based on it. She took out an object resembling a flashlight and waved it before Yuwen Tianqi. This was the Dragon Ball radar, capable of detecting the location of the Dragon Balls. Yuwen Tianqi, with a furrowed brow, thought to himself how naive Bulma was to reveal such a precious item so easily. Fortunately, it was he who encountered her. However, he chose not to expose Bulma's innocence. Can I take a look? He inquired. Sure, Tianqi, here you go. Observing Bulma's innocent exuberance, Yuwen Tianqi resolved to protect this kind-hearted girl in the future. As for Vegeta, he could remain a lifelong companion to Son Goku. Hey, there are 2 stars inside. This is the 2-star ball. Yuwen Tianqi exclaimed in surprise. That's right. I obtained the 2-star ball, and just now you got the 5-star ball. That means we already have 2 Dragon Balls. Bulma exclaimed joyfully, bouncing with excitement. If we gather all 7 Dragon Balls, we can make a wish. Yuwen Tianqi shared in her delight. Wishing? Bulma paused slightly, recalling her previous desire for a super handsome guy. Yet, gazing at the dashing Yuwen Tianqi before her, she suddenly felt she no longer needed the Dragon Balls. Tianqi, I'll give you this 2-star ball too. We only need 5 more Dragon Balls for you to summon the Eternal Dragon and make a wish, Bulma said. Her face slightly flushed as she spoke to Yuwen Tianqi. Huh? Yuwen Tianqi felt a bit shy, touched by Bulma's gesture of gifting him the 2-star ball. He couldn't help but feel amused by the situation. Thank you, Bulma. It's yours now, but you mustn't leave me behind. I want to accompany you in searching for the Dragon Balls. After all, I am a genius girl. I invented the Dragon Ball radar. Bulma's face turned red as she hurriedly added. All right. Yuwen Tianqi gazed at the innocent and vibrant Bulma, feeling a wave of emotion that left him momentarily speechless. By the way, Tianqi, I'm 16 this year. How old are you? Bulma suddenly asked curiously. Let me think, Yuwen Tianqi pondered. His current body was 14, but in his previous life, he was 30. He certainly could not appear younger than Bulma. I'm 17, he replied calmly, which was perfect as it made him just a year older. Wow, 17. That makes you a year older than me, Bulma exclaimed excitedly, never having imagined she would have someone older by a year. Let us go find the Dragon Balls together, she suggested with enthusiasm, eager to discover what the Eternal Dragon would be like. Yes, let's, Yuwen Tianqi nodded in agreement. Wonderful. Let us set off right now, Bulma declared happily, thrilled at the prospect of exploring with Yuwen Tianqi rather than wandering alone. When shall we depart? Yuwen Tianqi asked, needing to prepare for their upcoming journey. Right now, Bulma exclaimed, dashing out, leaving Yuwen Tianqi alone. That girl is truly naive, Yuwen Tianqi thought to himself, though it did align with her character. In the next moment, he was astonished as he watched Bulma pull a capsule-like object from her bag. Could it be the universal capsule? Yuwen Tianqi felt a surge of excitement as he marveled at this extraordinary, almost incomprehensible high technology, spatial technology. Bulma produced the universal capsule and, with a squeeze of her hand, a remarkable object resembling a vehicle materialized. To his astonishment, it turned out to be a compact, off-road vehicle. Approaching with a smile, Bulma intended to take a seat, only to find Yuwen Tianqi already occupying the driver's position. "Can you drive?" Bulma inquired, her brow furrowing in curiosity. "I am quite the seasoned driver," Yuwen Tianqi replied, handing the 5-star ball to Bulma. "From now on, the Dragon Balls will be entrusted to your care." "Really? That's wonderful," Bulma exclaimed, filled with joy at the trust Yuwen Tianqi placed in her. "Let us set off." They clapped their hands in unison, igniting the engine of the off-road vehicle. "First, let us indulge in some delicious food before we search for the Dragon Balls," Bulma suggested. "Sounds perfect. I'm quite hungry as well." Yuwen Tianqi nodded in agreement. "Dragon Ball radar, commence the search," he commanded. The radar emitted a series of beeps. No Dragon Balls detected, continuing the search. Still, no Dragon Balls were found. The cycle repeated, each time ending in disappointment. Chapter 5, Bowsy Mountain. "Sun Wukong, why is this Dragon Ball radar so slow?" It's coming, Bulma replied, wiping the sweat from her brow. Yuwen Tianqi gazed at the radar in disbelief. It had already been 5 days without any sign of the Dragon Balls, which seemed rather peculiar. Could it be that the initial version of the Dragon Ball radar had a limited range? "Tianqi, it seems our Dragon Ball radar is malfunctioning," Bulma remarked, pulling out another universal capsule from the back seat, a hint of frustration in her voice. Yuwen Tianqi also retrieved a universal capsule, frowning as he said, "That shouldn't be. You, the genius, designed this. It shouldn't be faulty. How about we wait a bit longer?" Yuwen Tianqi suggested, observing the map in his hands, noticing they were nearing Bowsy Mountain, and a smile crept across his face. "All right, I'll give it another try," Bulma said. Her spirits dampened. Just days prior, she had been so cheerful, but the inability to locate the next Dragon Ball had shaken her confidence. "I mustn't let Tianqi down," Bulma thought resolutely as she activated the Dragon Ball radar once more. Beep, beep, beep. The Dragon Ball radar responded, and Bulma excitedly presented it to Yuwen Tianqi. "Fantastic. Bulma, you're amazing." Yuwen Tianqi praised her as he drove. Bulma blushed at the compliment and replied, "Please, don't flatter me, Tianqi. It's just that this initial version of the Dragon Ball radar can only detect within 100 kilometers. We should explore other areas." 100 kilometers shouldn't be too far," Yuwen Tianqi mused, then switched off the Dragon Ball radar before turning it back on. "Just ahead. Let us hurry. There lies Bowsy Mountain. Our target is right there." Yuwen Tianqi accelerated, the off-road vehicle surging forward as Bulma gasped in surprise. "Bowsy Mountain, we've arrived," Yuwen Tianqi declared, his excitement palpable as they raced toward their destination. "Why is it called Bowsy Mountain?" Yuwen Tianqi speculated that it might be named after a type of steamed bun known as Bowsy, yet there were no such treats to be found in the mountain. Having roamed the area for nearly half a day, he and Bulma could hear the buzzing of their off-road vehicle's engine reverberating through the woods. "This must be the place." Observing the coordinates displayed on the radar, Yuwen Tianqi remarked, "The Dragon Ball is right here. Let us proceed." "Indeed," Bulma replied with a cheerful smile. However, just as they were about to move forward, a youthful voice interrupted. "Who are you?" Both Yuwen Tianqi and Bulma were taken aback to find a figure had appeared before them, prompting them to halt. Bulma was astonished to discover that they were not alone in this remote location. Meanwhile, Yuwen Tianqi subtly shifted, deducing the identity of a newcomer. "Who are you?" Bulma, emboldened by Yuwen Tianqi's presence, inquired. A small figure emerged from the shadows, standing at no more than a meter tall, clad in tattered robes. With hair sticking up like a wild child, and carrying what appeared to be a wooden stick, reminiscent of a primary school student. Yuwen Tianqi's eyes lit up in delight upon recognizing Sun Wukong, realizing he was here harvesting radishes. The radish was nearly the size of Bulma's small car, if not slightly larger. The young Wukong, having never seen an off-road vehicle before, shouted, "Are you here to steal my food?" He guarded the large radish behind him, casting a wary glance at Yuwen Tianqi and Bulma. Bulma exclaimed, "Who would steal your radish?" Amused, Yuwen Tianqi observed Sun Wukong, who remained an innocent, isolated villager, utterly unfamiliar with the outside world and oblivious to the nature of automobiles. Yet, starting today, he would be introduced to a broader horizon. You monsters shall not take my radish." Sun Wukong leaped up, clutching the tire of the car, intent on destroying Bulma's vehicle. "Stop!" Yuwen Tianqi bellowed, lifting Sun Wukong effortlessly. "What are you doing? This is my car." Wukong protested vehemently. "Put me down, or I'll fight you." "Hey, little one, this is our vehicle," Bulma responded, exasperated. The child was astonishingly naive. Wukong had no comprehension that this car was meant for exploring new realms, and any damage would be detrimental. Wukong glared defiantly, declaring, "You are all monsters, and I shall fight you." He swung his fist at Yuwen Tianqi, but stood no chance against him. Yuwen Tianqi easily flipped Wukong over, sending him tumbling to the ground, where he yelped in pain. "Listen, little friend, you clearly do not grasp the situation. Hence you cannot defeat me," Yuwen Tianqi taunted. "From this moment on, you shall never be my rival." With a sense of pride, he reflected on how, since his arrival in this world and acquiring the enhancement system, he had never relented, all for the purpose of easily overcoming Sun Wukong. "Ha, Wukong, this is merely the first step. Next, I shall vanquish all the formidable beings across the globe and ascend to the pinnacle of strength. Goku, you shall bear witness. I am the mightiest, unmatched by anyone in this world. What do you intend to do?" Bulma gasped in shock as she saw Goku brandishing a staff, rushing over in a frantic attempt to prevent him. However, Goku's swiftness was beyond her reach. Observing the crimson staff in Goku's grasp, Yuwen Tianqi felt a stirring in his heart. This object could expand and contract, indeed a treasure, albeit one that would serve as merely a clothes rack in later stages. Bulma, taken aback, hastily retrieved a handgun from her bag and fired a shot that struck Goku's arm. She harbored no intent to take his life, yet was astonished to find Goku merely yelping in pain, seemingly unscathed. "A monster, Tianqi. He is just like you, impervious to firearms." Bulma was somewhat astonished. In her estimation, there should be no one more formidable than Yuwen Tianqi, yet this child before her displayed similar resilience. "He is a monster, and does that not make me one too?" Yuwen Tianqi silently lamented, suddenly enlightened. Just as Goku was poised to strike with the golden staff, Tianqi, swifter than him, positioned himself before Goku and seized the staff. With a resounding crack, he spun the staff around, wresting it from Goku's grip and delivering a powerful blow to him. Goku, in pain, dropped the staff, followed by a flash of white light as Tianqi swung again. Chapter 6, Master Roshi arrives. With a thud, Goku found himself seated on the ground, exclaiming, "What sorcery is this?" Goku gazed in astonishment at Yuwen Tianqi, overwhelmed by his formidable prowess. "Examine closely. We are not monsters. We are but humans," Yuwen Tianqi replied with a benevolent smile, casually toying with the staff before returning it to Goku without a second thought. Throughout, Goku remained a kind-hearted soul, unwavering in his essence, a quality that earned Yuwen Tianqi's admiration. Goku accepted the staff, scrutinizing it with disbelief, and inquired, "You are all humans? Who are you?" "I am called Sun Wukong." "Who are you? From whence do you come?" A torrent of questions erupted from Sun Wukong's lips. Just then, Yuwen Tianqi raised his hand, playfully swatting Goku, and presented him with a neatly preserved piece of meat. "I am Yuwen Tianqi. She is my companion. Bulma." He gestured towards Bulma, who had disembarked from the vehicle, continuing with introductions. With a charming smile, Yuwen Tianqi's handsome visage rendered Goku momentarily speechless. "Goku, what are you gazing at?" Noticing Goku's unwavering stare at Bulma, Yuwen Tianqi inquired, "You look different from us. Are you a girl?" Goku finally snapped out of his reverie and asked innocently, "Of course I am." Bulma retorted with a roll of her eyes, somewhat exasperated. "How peculiar you are. Looking at you, you hardly resemble a boy," remarked Wukong, scratching his head in confusion. "Is that so? I believe you are the strange one," Bulma retorted, glancing at the large tail behind Sun Wukong and inching closer to Yuwen Tianqi, finding solace in his presence. "Ah, I see. My grandfather advised me to be gentle and considerate around girls. Why don't you both join me for dinner at my home?" Wukong said with a cheerful grin, rubbing the back of his head. Bulma paused, then looked over at Yuwen Tianqi. Since their encounter, she had gradually begun to rely on him, a change she hadn't even noticed herself. Well, as guest, why not? Yuwen Tianqi mused, stroking his chin before clapping his hands. "All right, Bulma, let's go take a look." He then pulled Bulma aside and whispered, "The Dragon Ball radar indicates that the 4-star ball is nearby. I suspect it is within Sun Wukong's home." Bulma gasped and quickly covered her mouth, nodding excitedly. "Wait for me, I need to pull out this giant carrot first." Wukong struggled to uproot the vegetable, and though it was loosening, it would clearly take some time. "All right, let me handle it," Yuwen Tianqi said, waving his hand dismissively. Wukong was taken aback, slowing his efforts. Yuwen Tianqi seized the enormous carrot and with a swift motion, yanked it free. "What?" Wukong exclaimed, astonished at the sight of the uprooted carrot. "How about that? You still need more training," Yuwen Tianqi chuckled, handing the carrot to Wukong. After taking a brief glance, Wukong slung the vegetable over his shoulder, ready to head home. You're quite impressive. We could discuss it more at home. 10 minutes later, Yuwen Tianqi drove them to Sun Wukong's abode. The Dragon Ball radar indicated the 4-star ball was right there. Tianqi, you really guessed it. That's remarkable, Bulma exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Yuwen Tianqi's and sparkling with delight. Hee, it was merely a guess, he replied modestly. Upon entering the house, Bulma was instantly captivated by the 4-star ball resting on the table, its yellow surface adorned with 4 stars, radiating a comforting aura. Wow! She gasped at the prospect of acquiring another Dragon Ball. What are you looking at? Wukong inquired, noticing the two fixated on the 4-star ball. This is a Dragon Ball. How'd you come by it? Bulma asked, astonished. It belonged to my grandfather, Wukong replied, cradling the ball. Could you possibly get it to us? Bulma asked eagerly. No, this is a keepsake from my grandfather. Wukong resolutely shook his head. Bulma, unwilling to concede, continued to plead, but Wukong remained steadfast in his decision. Yuwen Tianqi had anticipated this outcome. Ultimately, Bulma turned her hopeful gaze to Yuwen Tianqi. Wukong, would you like to join us in searching for the Dragon Balls? Once we are done, I will return the 4-star ball to you. Besides, don't you wish to enhance your strength? You are no match for me. With a smile, Yuwen Tianqi spoke to Sun Wukong and then unleashed his ultimate skill, strength. Saiyans are inherently combative, and although Sun Wukong had just been defeated by Yuwen Tianqi, he felt no despair or anger. Rather, a desire to become stronger stirred within him, a power ingrained in their very genes. Stronger? Sun Wukong paused, recalling his grandfather's tragic demise. Gazing at the 4-star Dragon Ball in his hand, he resolutely declared, Very well, I shall accompany you. But you must promise to return the 4-star ball to me. Of course, I keep my word, Yuwen Tianqi replied with a grin. Then let us depart. Sun Wukong tucked the 4-star ball into his pocket and followed Yuwen Tianqi out of his home. As they sat in the off-road vehicle, Sun Wukong curiously examined the Dragon Ball radar in his hand. Tianqi, how far can this Dragon Ball radar detect? He inquired. Several hundred kilometers. But you need not worry about that. I shall handle it. Yuwen Tianqi responded with a smile. Sun Wukong nodded and tossed the radar to Yuwen Tianqi. All right, Yuwen. Let us set off, Bulma chimed in joyfully. Onward. 3 days later, Yuwen Tianqi encountered a large sea turtle and learned of its desire to reach the ocean. Master Roshi, we have returned, Yuwen Tianqi thought cheerfully as he looked at the sea turtle before him. The sea turtle's eyes flickered, and it shook its head, slowly crawling out. Will you help me find the ocean? It asked, its gaze fixed intently on Yuwen Tianqi. No problem. Even before Yuwen Tianqi could respond, Sun Wukong leapt up, happily agreeing. With a resigned glance at Sun Wukong, Yuwen Tianqi exchanged looks with Bulma, and they ultimately did not refuse. Thus, 3 days later, the sea turtle returned with a bald, old man shortly after setting out. Master Roshi, Yuwen Tianqi exclaimed, observing the old man hastening toward them across the sea. Show me your strength. Wow, this old man is bald. Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. He's just bald, Bulma replied, exasperated. It was only after the sea turtle introduced him that Sun Wukong and Bulma learned that this bald man was none other than the renowned god of martial arts. So it is the illustrious Master Roshi, Yuwen Tianqi remarked, stifling a laugh at the peculiar attire of the turtle hermit. You're the god of martial arts, Master Roshi? Bulma asked in surprise. Indeed, Master Roshi answered nonchalantly. Sun Wukong scrutinized Master Roshi with curious eyes. The god of martial arts? Is he formidable? He suddenly questioned. Most certainly. Yuwen Tianqi chuckled. The god of martial arts can single-handedly defeat hundreds of martial arts masters. That's impressive. Sun Wukong exclaimed in awe. Cough, more or less, Master Roshi said, a proud expression gracing his face as he smiled contentedly. However, it has been quite some time since I last made an appearance. I must thank you for rescuing my sea turtle. I once heard from my family that the god of martial arts secluded himself long ago, rarely engaging in competitions. Bulma remarked. Indeed, it has been quite some time since he last fought. Master Roshi nodded in agreement. Goku, your name is quite intriguing, much like your origins. Master Roshi praised. This name was bestowed upon me by my grandfather, who hoped I would comprehend the supreme martial arts of the world. My grandfather's name was Son Gohan. Goku stated. Son Gohan? Master Roshi inquired, clearing his throat. Indeed, Sun Wukong nodded in affirmation. The next step was the recognition of kinship. Clearly, Sun Wukong intended to depart with Master Roshi. However, I, Yuwen Tianqi, would like to spar with you, Master Roshi suddenly proclaimed. Oh, young man, you dare to challenge me. The god of martial arts? Very well, I find that commendable. Master Roshi maintained a calm demeanor, yet he held a deep respect for Yuwen Tianqi's prowess. From the moment he arrived, Master Roshi sensed something extraordinary within Yuwen Tianqi, a latent power that promised great strength. Power is the foundation of martial arts. The mightier the warrior, the greater their strength. Thus, Master Roshi believed Yuwen Tianqi's power to be formidable. I shall not hold back then. Yuwen Tianqi smiled lightly, saying, Master Roshi, please. Ha! Splendid. Young man, I am eager to see just how strong you are. Master Roshi smiled faintly, then assumed a combat stance. You may strike first. Yuwen Tianqi also took up a fighting position. With a resounding thud, the two engaged in battle. The Turtle School's fluid techniques clashed against Yuwen Tianqi's corporeal might, unleashing an immense force that sent the surrounding seawater flying hundreds of meters away. Remarkable. Your strength is indeed impressive. In that fierce moment, the confrontation between Master Roshi and Yuwen Tianqi felt as if the heavens and earth were overturning, the skies darkening. The entire ocean's surface trembled in response. Wow! I never imagined Brother Tianqi would be so formidable, son Wukong exclaimed, watching the two in awe. My Tianqi is far beyond what a wild child like you can compare to. Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement, while she knew Yuwen Tianqi was powerful. Witnessing him hold his own against the legendary god of martial arts, Master Roshi, left her utterly astonished. My judgment is truly exceptional, she giggled. Meanwhile, under the radiant sunlight, Master Roshi and Yuwen Tianqi stood facing each other in a vast open space, their gazes resolute, their breaths steady. The surrounding air seemed to congeal, thick with tension, as if this duel was fated to transpire. Master Roshi's figure appeared somewhat awkward, yet each movement exuded an elegance forged by the passage of time. His skin bore a healthy sheen, akin to bronze polished by the years. Those tranquil eyes seemed capable of penetrating the human heart, revealing all truths. Behind him, a faint spiritual aura enveloped his shoulders like a cloak. This was his signature technique, the turtle shell defense. Every time Yuwen Tianqi gazed upon the turtle shell of Master Roshi, he felt an inexplicable sense of awkwardness. Carrying such a hefty shell, isn't it exhausting? As the two stood at a close distance, the battle commenced in earnest. The initial clash of their physical forms unleashed an impact akin to that of colliding mountains, causing the ground to tremble as if it could scarcely bear such force. Master Roshi's movements appeared deliberate, yet each strike bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. Imbued with a profound sense of gravitas, with every punch he threw, a powerful surge of vital energy seemed poised to tear through the very air. In stark contrast, Yuwen Tianqi moved like a tempest, swift enough to bewilder the eye. His silhouette shimmered under the sunlight, morphing into countless phantoms, each landing imbued with remarkable force, as though intent on sweeping everything away. The intensity of the battle escalated, their figures intertwining in the air like streaks of lightning. The collision of their bodies sparked fierce waves of energy, threatening to engulf the surrounding sand. Such strength, such power, Sun Wukong exclaimed in exhilaration. Utterly astonished by the might of both Yuwen Tianqi and Master Roshi, realizing he was no match for them. Meanwhile, Bulma watched with wide-eyed fascination as the two warriors clashed. Being an ordinary person, she had never witnessed such combat before, and her heart brimmed with admiration for Yuwen Tianqi. Time seemed to stretch endlessly until, at last, the battle concluded. Phew, it's finally over, Yuwen Tianqi sighed, relieved, for the exertion had left him utterly drained. You are formidable, Master Roshi replied, displaying no signs of fatigue, instead appearing invigorated, as if he too had released a breath of relief. You as well, Yuwen Tianqi remarked, looking at Master Roshi with respect. Truly, you are the strongest person I have ever encountered. He silently added a caveat. Up until now, those he had yet to meet were not counted. Your potential is immense. Your future is limitless, Master Roshi proclaimed with an air of wisdom, hands clasped behind his back, though unbeknownst to others, his fingers quivered slightly. Neither Yuwen Tianqi nor Master Roshi spoke of victory or defeat, and Bulma, perceptively, refrained from inquiring. However, Sun Wukong persistently pursued the idea of training in martial arts. Yet no one had the time to indulge him. After some conversation, Master Roshi did not hesitate to present his Dragon Ball to Yuwen Tianqi. Thank you, Master Roshi. Yuwen Tianqi exclaimed, elated, as he realized he had now collected 4 Dragon Balls. 2-star, 3-star, 4-star, and 5-star. If you are earnest, you may accompany me in martial arts training. I will share my wisdom with you, Master Roshi smiled, clearly impressed by Sun Wukong, perhaps due to the influence of Sun Gohan. Absolutely. I will dedicate myself to mastering martial arts, Sun Wukong replied, glancing at Yuwen Tianqi, who nodded in affirmation, prompting his excitement. Wukong, you must not let me down, Yuwen Tianqi thought to himself. Master, I have a question that piques my curiosity. May I ask you? Son Wukong suddenly inquired. Speak, came the response. Why do you carry such a large turtle shell? The turtle sage quietly departed, exchanging a brief greeting with Yuwen Tianqi and Bulma, seemingly unwilling to address son Wukong's inquiry. Oh, master, wait for me. Wukong chased after Yuwen Tianqi, eager to clarify his questions. However, the turtle sage maintained a resolute and swift gait, compelling son Wukong to relent. Thus, only Yuwen Tianqi and Bulma remained, continuing their quest for the Dragon Balls. Following their conversation with the turtle sage, Yuwen Tianqi gained a deeper appreciation of the sage's formidable strength, which, at this stage, was indeed impressive, especially with the Demon King Piccolo yet to emerge. Let us set forth, Bulma cheerfully suggested to Yuwen Tianqi. All right, let us activate the Dragon Ball radar. Yuwen Tianqi replied, snapping his fingers to produce a capsule that instantly transformed into an all-terrain vehicle with a resounding pop. No matter how many times he witnessed such remarkable technology, Yuwen Tianqi could not help but feel immense envy. He had once aspired to study it himself. But after listening to Bulma for merely 10 minutes, he resolutely abandoned the notion, realizing the chasm that existed between the academically inclined and those less so. 3 days later, Yuwen Tianqi and Bulma found themselves at Grandma Paozi's abode. Through a peaceful dialogue, they acquired the 6-star ball, and Yuwen Tianqi also welcomed a new companion, Oolong. Little Oolong, from today onward, you shall be my subordinate. If I err in any way, please speak up so that this older brother may rectify it for you. Oolong knelt, his face alight with excitement. Thank you, boss. The following day, they encountered Yamcha. Upon seeing this man, Yuwen Tianqi was flooded with memories of Yamcha's iconic moments. However, before Yuwen Tianqi could utter a word, Yamcha's fear of women abruptly surfaced upon noticing Bulma. Yamcha collapsed in distress. Oh dear. Yamcha's pet cat Puar panicked and, with no other choice, turned to Yuwen Tianqi for help. Please, save Yamcha. Then you must become my pet cat. Yuwen Tianqi said with a mischievous grin. As long as you save Yamcha, I will grant you any request, Puar replied, tears streaming down his face. This is rather tedious. I merely intended to frighten you. Yuwen Tianqi scoffed, swiftly procuring a calming agent from Bulma and administering it to Yamcha. Yamcha jumped up in shock, but was instantly cured of his phobia. Thank you, Yuwen Tianqi, he said gratefully, now realizing that this young man before him was entirely different from his preconceived notions. It's nothing, we are friends, after all. By the way, I still do not know your name, Yuwen Tianqi inquired. I am Yamcha, he replied, flashing a bright smile that revealed his white teeth. Yuwen Tianqi, you saved my life. I shall stick with you from now on. No, you should seek out son Wukong and train alongside him, Yuwen Tianqi suggested, relaying the turtle sage's message to the foolish young man. As Yuwen Tianqi watched the departing figure of Yamcha, a faint smile graced his lips. Very well. I shall hasten your steps. Tianqi, where do we head next? Bulma inquired, her Dragon Ball radar showing no response. She gazed quizzically at the device in her hand. Never mind, let us proceed. We shall eventually locate the Dragon Balls, Yuwen Tianqi responded with confidence. All right, Bulma replied with a hint of resignation. Let us continue onward, and if we have yet to find the Dragon Balls, we can pay a visit to Master Roshi. No problem, Yuwen Tianqi smiled. Let us set forth. Our next destination is Frying Pan Mountain. Chi-Chi, I have arrived. Days later, Bulma stared in shock at the distant mountain engulfed in flames, her mouth agape. This is incredible. The mountain is ablaze. Indeed, this is Frying Pan Mountain, and that is the city of the Ox King, Yuwen Tianqi informed Bulma. What? This is the city of the Ox King? How do you know? Bulma asked, astonished. I have been here before and resided in this place for a time. Hence my knowledge, Yuwen Tianqi replied, smiling at Bulma's astonishment. All right, our goal is the city of the Ox King. Let's depart. The houses lay in ruins, thick layers of ash covering them. Bulma gazed at the desolation, astonished. I cannot believe such a great fire has occurred. How could it change so drastically in the blink of an eye? Allow me to take a look, Yuwen Tianqi said, lifting his gaze. Who are you? The Ox King emerged from the rubble, eyeing Yuwen Tianqi warily. Who am I? Hee. I am the one who just helped extinguish the flames. Yuwen Tianqi replied with a smile. I know that. The Ox King's expression shifted, turning somewhat sheepish as a charming young girl emerged behind him. Chi-Chi. Yuwen Tianqi's eyes lit up. She was utterly adorable. Chi-Chi, noticing Yuwen Tianqi's handsome visage, felt a tinge of shyness and lowered her head. An enemy. Bulma's face revealed a hint of hostility. Her woman's intuition warned her that this helmet-clad, adorable girl might one day become her rival. What is that in the ruins? Bulma suddenly remarked with curiosity. The Ox King and Chi-Chi turned their heads in surprise. 7-star ball. Yuwen Tianqi exclaimed in delight, about to stride forward when several peculiar creatures appeared. It was the Pilaf gang. Ha ha, King Pilaf, we have obtained the Dragon Balls. The Pilaf gang danced with excitement. Dare get to take my Dragon Balls? Let me show you what I can do. Yuwen Tianqi slowly advanced, a sinister smile creeping onto his face, as he disdainfully uttered those words. Chapter 9. The dragon emerges, wish fails. The Pilaf gang immediately erupted in fury, charging towards Yuwen Tianqi. Truly seeking death. Yuwen Tianqi scoffed, delivering a swift kick. Bang! The Pilaf gang was sent flying. What? You dare to harm us? Pilaf shouted in rage. Brothers, attack. I shall tear his flesh and drink his blood. The minions behind Pilaf surged forward. Utterly delusional. Yuwen Tianqi held all the Dragon Balls, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he reflected on how he had sent that band of clowns, led by Pilaf, scattering into the void. Wow, Tianqi! We have finally gathered all the Dragon Balls, Bulma exclaimed, her joy evident as she bounced with youthful exuberance. Hee, Bulma, what wish do you intend to make? Yuwen Tianqi replied, equally elated, turning to her. After all, the Dragon Balls would reappear in a year. Collecting them again would pose little challenge, especially in an era where no one could rival Yuwen Tianqi's might. I have no wishes left, Bulma mused, recalling her earlier desire for a handsome prince. But upon gazing at Yuwen Tianqi, she smiled contentedly, realizing she no longer needed the Dragon Balls with him by her side. Nearby, the Ox King and Chi-Chi watched in bewilderment, quietly observing the spectacle. There are still others here. We should take our leave, Yuwen Tianqi said, taking Bulma by the hand as they approached their vehicle. Waving farewell to the Ox King and Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi, I shall return to seek you out. He laughed heartily, departing under Bulma's envious gaze. Brat, don't think you can gloat just because you extinguished the flames, the Ox King fumed. Yet he hesitated, recalling Yuwen Tianqi's formidable power, and begrudgingly halted. Kiki, ignore that brat. You are the daughter of the Ox King. However, to his surprise, Chi-Chi stood entranced, gazing dreamily in the direction Yuwen Tianqi had vanished, her expression adorably dazed. In a desolate meadow, Yuwen Tianqi retrieved the 7 Dragon Balls from Bulma's bag and arranged them meticulously upon the ground. 1-star ball, 2-star ball, 3-star ball, 4-star ball, 5-star ball, 6-star ball, 7-star ball. All right, arise, Shinron. Yuwen Tianqi inhaled deeply, spreading his arms wide, his face alight with anticipation. With a hum, a brilliant light flashed, and a blinding figure surged forth from the Dragon Balls, hovering before Yuwen Tianqi. Shinron gradually ascended from the orbs, its colossal form shimmering with golden scales, exuding an aura of inviolable majesty. Ha ha, Shinron! Yuwen Tianqi laughed heartily. Shinron slowly bowed its head, fixing its gaze upon Yuwen Tianqi before speaking. State your wish, and I shall grant it. Any wish. The dragon emphasized once more. Wow, is this Shinron? It's enormous. Bulma marveled at the magnificent creature above them. Any wish. Yuwen Tianqi's eyes flickered as he pondered for a moment before declaring to Shinron, I wish to return to my homeland. Upon hearing this, Shenron's immense eyes glowed a deep crimson, and it responded in a resonant tone. Your wish shall be fulfilled shortly. Suddenly, Shinron fell silent. Yuwen Tianqi anxiously stared at Shinron, eager to know if he could truly return to his original world. I am powerless to fulfill that wish. Shinron maintained its cool demeanor, though its words carried a hint of helplessness. Cannot return to my original world? Then is there no possibility of going back? Yuwen Tianqi urgently inquired. As long as your strength reaches a certain realm, your desires will manifest, and you may return to your original world. The dragon gently turned its head, speaking coolly. When can I return? Yuwen Tianqi asked eagerly. I do not know. The dragon responded in a low hum. What a disappointment. I thought it could grant any wish, yet it seems it cannot. Bulma expressed her dissatisfaction, recalling how Yuwen Tianqi had once shared stories of his homeland, only to discover that the wish-granting dragon was incapable of fulfilling such promises. Well, perhaps you must wait until you possess formidable strength and become a peak warrior of this world. The dragon turned to Bulma, speaking somewhat awkwardly. Peak warrior? When will I become one? Yuwen Tianqi muttered to himself, his brow furrowed in distress. Is it this Earth, the Milky Way, or the entire universe? Or perhaps beyond the universe, reaching the level of the Omni King or the Grand Minister? When will that be? Speak your wish, the dragon urged again. All right, I'll choose another. I wish for the ability to teleport, Yuwen Tianqi said, a slight smirk on his face. The dragon, once regal, faltered for a moment, awkwardly admitting, I cannot grant that wish either. Oh dear, you are quite lacking, dragon, Bulma teased, sticking out her tongue and making a face at the dragon. What kind of wish-granting dragon are you? Not impressive at all. She wondered how Tianqi could come up with such peculiar wishes. Teleportation is also beyond your capabilities? Yuwen Tianqi displayed no signs of disappointment, recognizing that such abilities were not typically within a deity's grasp. Then, how about granting me and Bulma the bloodline of Saiyan? That should be simple enough, right? After some contemplation, Yuwen Tianqi proposed to the dragon. Son Wukong is on Earth. The Saiyan lineage should be feasible, shouldn't it? Since I have the system to enhance my abilities, and having admired the Super Saiyan since watching Dragon Ball, I must seize this opportunity. The Saiyan bloodline is possible, but it can only be granted to one person. The dragon replied, its two enormous eyes flashing red. Tianqi, you can make your wish first. I do not need the Saiyan bloodline, Bulma said, her eyes brimming with tears of emotion. Cough, cough. All right then, I'll wish for you next time to also have the Saiyan bloodline. Please don't refuse, Bulma. There will be many dangers ahead, and I cannot always be by your side. I hope you can possess great strength to protect yourself and your family. Yuwen Tianqi said solemnly, gently brushing her silky hair, recalling the myriad of terrifying entities that might arise in the future. Yuwen Tianqi resolved to grant Bulma a new physical bloodline, enabling her to cultivate. Chapter 10. Continued wishes for the Saiyan bloodline. Bulma, overwhelmed with emotion, hugged Yuwen Tianqi tightly, tears streaming down her face. Ah, Bulma, do wipe your face, Yuwen Tianqi remarked, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Above them, the divine dragon observed the playful banter between the two with an air of indifference. Your wish has been granted, it stated matter-of-factly, its entire form radiating a dazzling brilliance. In that moment, Yuwen Tianqi felt an unusual shift within himself. An overwhelming force surged through his being, threatening to burst forth. What is this? He mused, astonished by the strength that was beyond his current grasp. However, he quickly suppressed the energy, reminding himself that without reaching his limits, recklessness could lead to perilous consequences. I truly possess the bloodline of Saiyan, he thought, clenching his fist in exhilaration. A thunderous boom echoed through the sky, as if something had shattered. Suddenly, before Yuwen Tianqi could comprehend the situation, the dragon transformed into 7 luminous orbs, ready to scatter. Yuwen Tianqi exclaimed, nearly forgetting that the dragon's wish would culminate in the formation of 7 Dragon Balls. He had previously promised son Wukong to return his grandfather's 4-star ball, as well as Bulma's 2-star ball. With this in mind, he leaped into action, his gaze fixed intently on the radiant orbs. Just then, his attention was drawn to one orb adorned with intricate patterns. You are the one, he declared, seizing it without hesitation. A smile spread across Yuwen Tianqi's face as the orb instantly found its way into his grasp, just as it was about to transform into stone. 4 stars flickered into view. The 4-star ball, he chuckled gleefully. Without pausing, he reached out again, capturing another orb, similarly embellished with elaborate designs. That bore 2 stars atop it, Bulma's 2-star ball. One more, he thought eagerly, lunging toward another star. Yet this time, he grasped at nothing but air as the remaining Dragon Balls vanished, leaving him with a stone sphere. Indeed, the 2-star ball. With a thud, Yuwen Tianqi landed beside Bulma. Tianqi, what is this? She asked, astonished, eyeing the stone sphere in his hand. Here, Bulma, this is the 2-star ball. It belongs to you, he said, tilting his head with a smile as he handed it to her. Thank you, Tianqi, Bulma exclaimed joyfully, leaping into his embrace, cradling the now-stone 2-star ball, feeling utterly blissful. Wait, Tianqi, why do you still have another one? Bulma inquired, noticing the other stone sphere in his hand with surprise. This is the 4-star ball. I promised Wukong I would return his grandfather's Dragon Ball. Unfortunately, I had hoped to acquire more, but that did not come to pass. Yuwen Tianqi let out a regretful sigh, seemingly feeling a touch of greediness. It's all right. We have the Dragon Radar. We can collect them again in a year, Bulma reassured him. Indeed, my strength will see a significant enhancement. Let us first deliver the Dragon Balls to Goku. Yuwen Tianqi nodded in agreement. After delivering the Dragon Balls to Goku, you must return home with me, as you previously promised, Bulma said, pouting slightly. All right, I promise. After meeting Goku, I will return home with you, Yuwen Tianqi affirmed. Yay! Upon hearing his words, Bulma joyfully exclaimed, leaping from Yuwen Tianqi's embrace and heading towards the nearby off-road vehicle. By the way, Bulma, when you summon the eternal dragon in the future, what wish do you intend to make? Yuwen Tianqi inquired while driving. Well, I suppose I will wish to become like you. Then, I too can transform into a Super Saiyan, and we can journey to Namek together, Bulma replied with delight. She had previously listened to many tales of the universe from Yuwen Tianqi, including stories of Planet Vegeta, Super Saiyans, and the Super Dragon Balls of Namek. I believe in you. You can surely achieve it, Yuwen Tianqi nodded, pressing the accelerator to the floor as the off-road vehicle sped into the distance. 2 months later, Yuwen Tianqi and Bulma were driving through the streets of West City. Wow, is this West City? It is truly beautiful, Yuwen Tianqi exclaimed, wide-eyed like a country bumpkin, marveling at the sights. Indeed, West City is the largest city in the Western region and also the home of Capsule Corporation. The buildings you see are all constructed in the style of Capsule Corporation, Bulma explained as she drove. And these vehicles? There are so many modes of transportation. It is quite spectacular, Yuwen Tianqi remarked, astonished by the rapidly moving cars beside him. Of course, we are currently riding in a hover car, which can enter the city. Bulma elaborated. What exactly does Capsule Corporation do? Yuwen Tianqi continued to inquire. Capsule Corporation is a company that manufactures capsules. It is also a commercial organization, akin to a large conglomerate in our world. It is arguably the largest company in existence, Bulma thoughtfully replied. Bulma, it seems that Capsule Corporation is your family-as company, isn't it? Yuwen Tianqi suddenly asked, intrigued. Yes. The chairman of Capsule Corporation, Dr. Brief, is my father, Bulma proudly lifted her chin. How impressive. I'm indeed fortunate. Bulma, I shall rely on you. Your father is the wealthiest man in the world, Yuwen Tianqi exclaimed, feigning surprise, though he had long been aware of this fact, as it was necessary to indulge the girl's pride. As the car glided to a halt, Yuwen Tianqi and Bulma finally arrived at the entrance of a magnificent, elaborately designed residence. Bulma's home was expansive, spacious enough to accommodate an entire zoo, with a grand, hemispherical architecture throughout the city of West. Such architectural designs were indeed quite commonplace. Wow, Dad, Bulma exclaimed in sudden delight, rising from her seat in the vehicle. Chapter 11, West City, Bulma's mansion. At that moment, Yuwen Tianqi gently brought the car to a stop, his gaze drawn to a peculiar figure not far away. The individual indeed appeared somewhat eccentric, disheveled hair, oversized black-rimmed glasses, and a plain white lab coat. It was Dr. Brief. He was considered one of the most brilliant minds in the world, having invented the universal capsule, which significantly propelled the advancement of human civilization. Many of the convenient gadgets and various electronic devices that Bulma used during her adventures were the fruit of his ingenuity. A true genius, indeed. Bulma, you have finally returned, my precious daughter. Before Dr. Brief could utter a word, Mrs. Brief joyfully rushed out, enveloping Bulma in a warm embrace. Mom, Bulma responded with glee, having missed her family dearly. Although she longed for them, she understood that she had matured and needed to be responsible. Naturally, she began to act affectionately, wrapping her arms around her mother's neck and playfully shaking her little head. The family joyfully made their way home, observing their harmonious reunion. Yuwen Tianqi felt a wave of warmth. This was what family truly meant. This was the essence of life. Ahem, Dr. Brief cleared his throat and inquired. And who might this be? Oh, hello. I am Yuwen Tianqi. He introduced himself, extending his hand with a cheerful demeanor. Dr. Brief scrutinized Yuwen Tianqi for a moment, sensing an undeniable charisma about the young man, reminiscent of someone he could not quite place. Greetings, I am Dr. Brief. He replied politely, extending his hand in turn. Yuwen Tianqi quickly clasped his hand, nodding respectfully, thinking to himself that this was, after all, his future father-in-law. Gumin, we've been eagerly awaiting your arrival, Mrs. Brief said with a bright smile. As a woman, she perceived the situation with greater clarity than Dr. Brief, recognizing that her daughter had clearly developed feelings for this handsome young man. Moreover, she was quite pleased with Yuwen Tianqi. All right, Yuwen Tianqi responded. Following Mrs. Brief, he entered their home, which radiated warmth and comfort. Previously, he had thought that adults did not engage and play with children. He had grown accustomed to solitude. Suddenly finding himself in such a nurturing environment felt somewhat unfamiliar to him. They truly were a loving family. Once inside, a small black cat appeared, exuding an air of spirit that captivated Yuwen Tianqi, who watched it intently. With a leap, the little black cat perched itself on Dr. Brief's shoulder. Mrs. Brief chuckled and reassured. This is Dr. Brief's little pet. You need not worry, it won't scratch. As she spoke, she gently stroked the cat's head. Lily was thoroughly enjoying it, mewing happily. Yuwen Tianqi nodded in agreement, his smile momentarily frozen. Suddenly, the little black cat swiped at Mrs. Brive's hand, leaving 2 prominent red marks. "Oh, Brive, take your wretched black cat away," Mrs. Brive exclaimed, visibly irate. Yuwen Tianqi felt a twinge of embarrassment. Indeed, Mrs. Brive epitomized the irrationality often associated with women. Yet, Brive wore a look of indulgence that rendered him speechless. The cat was merely playing, but this astute woman failed to comprehend it. Women, he mused, are truly peculiar beings. It's quite all right. She's just in a bad mood, which is perfectly normal. Yuwen Tianqi said gently, his enigmatic smile lingering. "Please take a seat. I shall fetch you something to drink." Buma smiled at Yuwen Tianqi before gracefully making her way to the dining room. Sitting on the plush sofa, Yuwen Tianqi reflected on the astonishing sights he had just witnessed. The opulence of this mansion was unlike anything he had ever encountered. The golden exterior, marble steps, and grand arched porch all exuded an air of magnificence. He could smell the fresh grass wafting from the front door, evoking the essence of spring. In his past life, such a place had been beyond his wildest dreams. The spacious living room, lofty ceilings, exquisite chandeliers, and soft sofas all radiated an aura of nobility and comfort. He observed Buma and her family relishing their delightful moments together, their laughter and conversation filling the room with warmth and joy. "In this lifetime, let me be the one to protect you all," Yuwen Tianqi silently vowed, acknowledging that he too would relish the luxuries this mansion offered. After pondering for a while, he noticed Buma entering the kitchen and decided to follow her. Upon entering, he was greeted by a vast oven, a high-tech refrigerator, and an array of expensive culinary equipment. He had never encountered such devices before, unsure of how to operate them. He watched in awe as Buma expertly prepared the food, her swift movements leaving him quite impressed. "This is a new technology oven," Buma giggled, introducing it to him. "Wow, that's impressive," Yuwen Tianqi exclaimed, giving a thumbs up, though he had never seen such an oven. Its purpose was clear to him. After pressing a few buttons, a delightful aroma of roasted meat filled the air, indicating the oven's remarkable capabilities. Buma seemed to demonstrate its use before turning to Yuwen Tianqi, saying, "All right, you can take care of the meat, give it a taste. Now, let us head to dinner. Mother must have prepared the rest of the dishes," Buma said, pulling Yuwen Tianqi toward the dining room. "Oh." Mother and the others went to the laboratory. Buma suddenly paused, her expression blank, before informing Yuwen Tianqi, "Let us eat first. There's no need to wait for them." The two exchanged knowing smiles as Buma warmly led him into the dining area. The dining table was adorned with an array of exquisite delicacies, exuding tantalizing aromas that made one's mouth water. The roasted steak, the seafood platter, the exquisite desserts, and a bottle of cherished red wine all seemed to showcase Bulma's wealth and taste to Yuwen Tianqi, the world's richest individual, a true heiress. Observing Bulma's unparalleled beauty and the opulence of her mansion, Yuwen Tianqi fell into a contemplative silence. "What's the matter? Tianqi, please indulge. All this is prepared just for you." "Thank you, Bulma." As they relished the culinary delights amidst cheerful conversation, Bulma recounted amusing anecdotes from her childhood, while Yuwen Tianqi shared tales of his travels. The warmth of the fireplace in the dining room cast a gentle glow on their faces, illuminating the happiness reflected in their smiles. Chapter 12. Gravity Room Training, School. After dinner, they moved to the living room, sinking into the plush sofa. Bulma concocted a cocktail for them, the subtle fusion of fruity and alcoholic aromas creating a romantic ambience. They engaged in heartfelt discussions about life, aspirations, and their future, their eyes sparkling with love and anticipation for what lay ahead. "In the future, our family will live happily here. You will strive alongside me. One to you?" she inquired, taking a sip of her drink and gazing at Yuwen Tianqi. "Of course, I will make every effort," he replied with a smile, internally vowing to become the most formidable man in the world. "What a remarkable man he is. He is truly my idol," Bulma mused to herself. "To ensure our family enjoys a better life, we must work even harder," she asserted, fixing her gaze upon Yuwen Tianqi with unwavering determination. "Together, we shall strive," he responded, smiling back. In the ensuing days, Bulma guided Yuwen Tianqi through the splendors of West City, where they admired its breathtaking scenery and savored fine wines. They meandered through the bustling streets, acquiring a variety of treasures and relishing their joyful moments. Unbeknownst to them, the sun had already set. As night descended and the city lights flickered to life, West City radiated with vibrant energy once more. Bulma enlisted her father's assistance in constructing a gravity room, where Yuwen Tianqi experienced an unprecedented gravitational force. The gravity room, shrouded in dimness, revealed itself as Yuwen Tianqi peered inside, bringing him back to a realm of reality. So, this is gravity, he pondered. The gravity room was unique, crafted from a special metal that possessed a formidable gravitational field, capable of simulating various gravitational environments to aid Yuwen Tianqi in adapting to different conditions. With the gravity room support, he embarked on rigorous training regimens. He commenced with weight training, progressively increasing the load to fortify his muscles. Simultaneously, he engaged in running, jumping, and throwing exercises. After a period of intense training, Yuwen Tianqi had undergone significant physical transformation. His muscles had become more defined, with significant enhancements in both strength and endurance. Simultaneously, his reaction speed and agility had improved remarkably. Indeed, he was my man, the strongest of them all, Bulma mused, watching the steadily strengthening physique of Yuwen Tianqi. A smile of contentment graced her lips. She placed a pillow behind him, nestled beside him, and admired the beautiful scenery. My man, you must grow even stronger, she thought to herself. Subsequently, Bulma returned to her laboratory, intent on further refining the Dragon Ball radar, so that Yuwen Tianqi could more conveniently locate the Dragon Balls in the future. On her lab table lay a dull, fist-sized stone sphere, the two-star ball previously acquired by Yuwen Tianqi. I must also strive harder, she thought, casting a joyful glance at the worn two-star ball before immersing herself in her work. In the gravity chamber, silence enveloped the room, broken only by the low hum of the gravity device and Yuwen Tianqi's steady breaths. He stood on the circular platform, clad in a black bodysuit, his muscular contours sharply defined. His gaze was resolute, as if he could pierce through the heavy metallic walls and gaze into the world beyond. Taking a deep breath, he clenched his fists, preparing to commence his training. A powerful aura began to radiate from his body, as if time within the chamber itself were pausing in reverence. Suddenly, his body quaked violently as every muscle tensed, seemingly striving to unleash all the power within him. With a forceful stamp of his feet upon the platform, an overwhelming surge of strength erupted, causing the surrounding air to resonate with a low hum. The roar of the gravity device intensified as beams of red light surged forth, bathing the entire chamber in a crimson glow. As Yuwen Tianqi's body began to descend slowly, each inch accompanied by a primal roar, he endured the relentless pressure of gravity, his muscles stretching and contracting with sheer force, powerful currents coursing through him, inflicting unprecedented agony. Yet, there was no hint of retreat in Yuwen Tianqi. His eyes reflected unwavering determination and resolve. I will grow stronger. With the system and the blood of a Saiyan, I shall surpass everyone. The likes of Cell and Majin Buu are insignificant. I will transcend the god of destruction and defeat the Grand Priest. The rumble of the gravity device crescendoed, as if accompanying Yuwen Tianqi's training with a symphonic overture. The red beams intensified, enveloping the chamber in an aura of mystery. His energy surged, and as he endured the painful ordeal, his body was continuously refined, becoming increasingly resilient and powerful. It was a breathtaking sight, a valiant warrior, willing to endure suffering in pursuit of greater strength. Yuwen Tianqi's figure loomed larger and more formidable within the crimson beams. Though he was uncertain of his combat prowess, he speculated that it would not be long before he completely surpassed Master Roshi. Perhaps in 6 months, perhaps a year. It would not be long. However, an unexpected occurrence disrupted Yuwen Tianqi's plans. What? The school term has commenced? Yuwen Tianqi gazed at Bulma before him, who was clad in the uniform of West City High School, holding another set in her hands. The uniform, designed in a suit style, predominantly featured a deep blue hue, imparting a sense of composure and formality. The upper garment was a tailored double-breasted jacket, adorned with a petite bow at the collar, adding a touch of sweetness. Beneath it lay a pristine white shirt, starkly contrasting with the jacket, exuding an air of tidiness. The lower attire consisted of a black pleated skirt, falling just above the knees, accentuating the elegance of her legs. As for accessories, the girls typically opted for a black or deep blue necktie, complemented by a matching belt. Additionally, they donned a pair of black or white Mary Jane shoes, enhancing the overall refinement. The entire ensemble radiated an aura of neatness, grace, and sophistication, embodying the vitality and youthfulness of high school girls. Gulp. Yuwen Tianqi instinctively swallowed hard. Bulma, you look absolutely stunning, he praised. This uniform is indeed exquisitely designed. Tianqi, stop flattering me, Bulma replied with a shy smile, her dimples becoming faintly visible. Mine? Chapter 13. Yuwen Tianqi is also heading to school. Am I really going to school? Yuwen Tianqi asked Bulma in astonishment, realizing why she held a set of boys' uniforms. Of course. Just look at your current situation. If you don't attend school, what will you do? Will you remain like this indefinitely? Bulma complained about Yuwen Tianqi's current state. At a loss for words. Yuwen Tianqi recognized the truth in Bulma's remarks. He truly did not know what to do at present. All right, Tianqi, Bulma said as she tossed the uniform into Yuwen Tianqi's hands, urging him, hurry and change. Let us go to West City High together. Okay. Yuwen Tianqi slowly removed his clothes and changed into the boy's uniform that Bulma had provided. Now you look like a proper boy, Bulma exclaimed happily as Yuwen Tianqi admired his reflection in the mirror. Indeed, as expected of our Tianqi, Bulma's infatuated expression lingered. Well then, let us go, Yuwen Tianqi declared, guiding Bulma towards the exit. Today, they were embarking on their journey to school, with Yuwen Tianqi propelling her forward. Bulma's thoughts had already drifted to the life that awaited her at West City High School, imagining the envy of her classmates. As Bulma and Yuwen Tianqi sped along the highway, West City High School became increasingly vivid before them. Yuwen Tianqi, gripping the steering wheel, focused intently on the road ahead, his eyes shimmering with determination. In his previous life, he had never experienced such novelty. A 30-year-old man's soul was about to attend high school. West City High School stood as the premier institution in the area, boasting comprehensive facilities and exceptional teaching quality, with numerous students gaining admission to prestigious universities each year. Nestled in the heart of the Western capital, there exists a vibrant and historically rich secondary school. Its sturdy and solemn walls seem to narrate the countless years and youthful exuberance they have witnessed. Each day, during the bustling hours of arrival and dismissal, students passing through the grand iron gates appear to pulsate with the very lifeblood of this institution. The school boasts a spacious campus, modern teaching buildings, comprehensive sports facilities, and cozy student dormitories. In such an environment, students engage in their studies, continually growing and reaping boundless wisdom and joy. As the school bell rings, students orderly enter their classrooms, donning immaculate uniforms that reflect their serious approach to learning. The teachers are experienced and passionate, delivering clear explanations that enable students to grasp knowledge with ease. A particularly special aspect of this school is its laboratory, equipped with an array of advanced experimental apparatus, where students can conduct various experiments and explore the mysteries of science. Upon completing their experiments, they meticulously record their findings in notebooks for future reference. Overall, the Western Capital High School is indeed a remarkable institution. When Yuwen Tianqi and Bulma arrived at the entrance, a considerable number of students were already departing. They stepped out of the car, standing quietly to the side, awaiting the arrival of their peers. Hey, Tianqi, which class are you in? Bulma asked, gazing at the building across from the school. I'm not sure where our classroom is, she added. Yuwen Tianqi glanced towards the distant building. Although it was quite far away, it was evident that it likely housed the first-year classrooms. Our class is class 4 the first year, he replied. Class 4 the first year? I think it's on the second floor, Bulma remarked, peering at the building in the distance. Let's go take a look, Yuwen Tianqi suggested as he began walking towards the teaching building. Wait for me, Tianqi. Bulma hurriedly followed in his footsteps. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of class 4 of the first year. This must be the place, Yuwen Tianqi said, observing the classroom before him, where a large sign reading class 4 of the first year hung above the door. Yes, this is it, Bulma confirmed, reading the sign. Yuwen Tianqi noticed that several students had already gathered inside the classroom. All right, let us go in and take a look, he said, stepping through the door. Okay, I'll join you, Bulma said, following him inside. Inside the classroom, numerous students were already seated, creating a lively atmosphere. Wow, that boy is so handsome. Who is that girl? She's stunning. Excited whispers filled the air. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed as the teacher arrived. All right, everyone, please settle down, came a command after a brief moment. A voice belonging to a middle-aged woman resonated from above the classroom podium. She was a woman of mature years, her hair flecked with gray and her face adorned with numerous wrinkles. Dressed in professional attire, she maintained a well-kept figure, exuding an air of vitality. Standing at the podium, her gaze swept across the classroom, prompting the students to quiet down immediately. I know you are all curious about our new classmate, Yuwen Tianqi, who will be joining us henceforth in our learning endeavors. I encourage you to treat him kindly and assist one another, the middle-aged teacher stated. First, Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lin Weiniing, and I will be your homeroom teacher, she declared with an earnest expression directed at the students. Now, let us commence our lesson. The class swiftly progressed, and as Yuwen Tianqi engaged in conversation with Bulma, the school bell chimed, signaling the end of the period. All right, that concludes today's lesson. You may all leave, Lin Weiniing announced. Finally, recess, exclaimed Bulma, rising from her seat. Shall we head back? Yuwen Tianqi responded. See you tomorrow. Bulma smiled, waving to her classmates as she and Yuwen Tianqi exited the classroom together. On their way home, the duo encountered several other students. Upon spotting Bulma walking alongside Yuwen Tianqi, they couldn't help but cast lingering glances. After all, Bulma was a well-known figure at their school, and many students had fantasized about conversing with her, some even yearning for her phone number. What a predicament, Yuwen Tianqi thought, feeling a surge of indignation. Chapter 14. Bulma awakens her Saiyan heritage, ascending in power. Indeed, possessing beauty can be a troublesome affair. Nevertheless, Yuwen Tianqi managed to deter the onlookers. Even those who dared to approach were easily subdued by his formidable strength, a mere fingertip sufficient to overpower them. How is this Yuwen Tianqi so powerful? I am a skilled fighter from the northeast region of West City, yet I cannot withstand even his pinky. They mused, their faces bruised and battered, contemplating ways to retaliate against Yuwen Tianqi in secret. Of course, such thoughts remained unspoken. Should he truly retaliate, it might very well dismantle the school itself. At Bulma's residence, Yuwen Tianqi promptly entered the gravity chamber for training, while Bulma continued her work on the dragon radar. Gravity chamber, activate. With a commanding voice, Yuwen Tianqi initiated the increase in gravitational force within the room. Under this immense pressure, the human body would be subjected to extreme strain, resulting in various physical challenges. What kind of gravity is this? I can hardly endure it, despite the fact that the maximum gravitational enhancement was merely 3 times normal. This training method could elevate one's physical strength by at least 3-fold. Truly, the world of Dragon Ball is remarkable. The effectiveness of such training is nothing short of terrifying. As Yuwen Tianqi underwent relentless training, the efficacy of the system within him reached new heights. Coupled with the dual enhancement from his Saiyan bloodline, his combat prowess surged at an alarming rate. If this momentum continues, it is likely that my battle power will soon ascend to a terrifying level. At that juncture, who would dare to challenge me? Yuwen Tianqi laughed heartily, invigorated by his burgeoning strength. Although Bulma had yet to develop a combat power detector, Yuwen Tianqi surmised that his current battle power must have surpassed that of Master Roshi. In another year, he anticipated surpassing Tien Shinhan, who was still among the elite fighters of their time. The gap to the formidable Piccolo was also narrowing. Thus, 6 months elapsed. On May 7th, 750, the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament commenced. However, Yuwen Tianqi had no intention of participating. This time, Master Roshi, under the alias Chunlong, would claim the championship. A group of fighters with a meager power level of 5 held no allure for him. Piccolo was his primary target, and he intended to crush him with overwhelming force. With resolute eyes, Yuwen Tianqi set his sights on the future Piccolo, which elucidated his decision to forego the tournament. With a clear goal in mind, Yuwen Tianqi embarked on a new training regimen, further augmented by Bulma's unwavering support, which propelled his power to yet another tier. This method of accelerated training proved remarkably effective. Brimming with confidence, he pondered the need to involve himself in such trivial matters. After a span of 2.5 years, within the confines of the gravity chamber, Yuwen Tianqi and Bulma engaged in a fierce sparring match, exchanging blows with vigor. Bulma, endowed with nearly 3-fold gravity, experienced a substantial enhancement in both strength and speed, rendering her combat power quite formidable. Last year, Yuwen Tianqi had once again gathered the Dragon Balls and wished for Bulma to acquire the Saiyan bloodline. This enabled her to train alongside him, continuously honing her abilities in the gravity chamber. With the benefits of the Saiyan bloodline and the full assistance of the system, Yuwen Tianqi's power escalated significantly, leading him to feel invincible. In this timeline on Earth, though your strength is formidable, I will not be outdone, Bulma declared, her competitive spirit ignited by Yuwen Tianqi's dominance. Nevertheless, she remained no match for him. The disparity was too great. Ha! Bulma, your strength is indeed advancing rapidly, Yuwen Tianqi remarked, seizing her hand, signaling the outcome of their bout. Alas, I cannot defeat you, Bulma sighed, feigning disappointment. Fear not, for with your Saiyan bloodline, your power will continue to grow, Yuwen Tianqi reassured her, contemplating the next occasion to bring Chi-Chi and launch along. envisioning a future where he could protect these remarkable women. Tianqi, do you plan to go out this time? Bulma inquired as she handed Yuwen Tianqi a glass of juice. Yes, I intend to seek out Sun Wukong and the others, Yuwen Tianqi replied softly. However, he had no immediate intention of doing so. Sun Wukong was merely a pretext. His true destination was the fabled Caring Tower, or rather, the Divine Hall atop it. Very well. Here is the Dragon Ball radar and the Universal Capsule. Unfortunately, my parents have restricted me from going out due to my laboratory tasks. They insist I complete these experiments first, which is quite bothersome, Bulma expressed with exasperation, lamenting the endless peculiar experiments. That's all right, I shouldn't be gone for too long. Yuwen Tianqi mused, stroking his chin. The journey to Caring Tower and the Divine Hall should be swift. I believe my current strength surpasses that of the deity. All right then, I wish you a safe journey. Bulma smiled, her cheerful expression radiating purity and warmth. Yuwen Tianqi cherished her smile, for it was genuine and heartfelt. Thank you, he responded with a smile of his own. Shall I take my leave now? Yes, goodbye. Bulma waved as she watched Yuwen Tianqi depart, her smile lingering as he walked away. Yuwen Tianqi set off, first heading to Master Roshi's dojo to pay a visit. His purpose, of course, was to learn the Kamehameha technique. While driving, he glanced at his system panel. Physical condition, 7 beep. Physical condition, 8. I've reached a physique of 8. My strength has improved, he exclaimed. With 750 years remaining, he thought to himself, when the Saiyans arrive on Earth, I shall surprise them greatly. Gripping the steering wheel, he envisioned himself dominating the battlefield with an unparalleled aura. First, I must seek Master Roshi. Mastering the Kamehameha is essential. This skill is crucial for swift travel. In the future, there will be no strong warriors who cannot fly. Chapter 15. Crushing Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu, Kamehameha. The Kamehameha is Master Roshi's signature technique, enabling him to fly freely in the air. Currently, only Master Roshi, Tien Shinhan, and Kaiatsu, along with 2 from the Divine Hall, are capable of wielding it. Nevertheless, Yuwen Tianqi still intended to confront Master Roshi, aiming to assert his prowess and showcase his identity as an unparalleled master. After all, this world belonged to him. No one could perpetually stand above him. With an unprecedented confidence, Yuwen Tianqi smirked. 10 days later, he arrived at Master Roshi's dojo. Located on a small island in the East Sea, surrounded by numerous houses, an area somewhat remote yet undeniably the sanctuary of Master Roshi. Indeed, it seems both of them prefer to seclude themselves on a small island, Yuwen Tianqi remarked with disdain. In this setting, driving is out of the question. Lacking the ability to fly, he sprinted along the surface of the sea, causing waves to crash around him, rendering him somewhat disheveled. Master Crane, come forth for a battle. Yuwen Tianqi shouted, his eagerness palpable as he yearned to master the art of flight and visit the legendary temple of the celestial deities. Who is this lad? Master Crane's ears perked up at the commotion, his gaze shifting towards the source. Upon spotting Yuwen Tianqi, he displayed a look of surprise. Who might you be? Behind him, a 3-eyed creature and a diminutive child emerged, Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi. Who are you to disrespect my master? They exclaimed, visibly angered. And you think you have the right to question my identity? Yuwen Tianqi retorted with a smirk, beckoning Tianjin Fan with a casual gesture, a clear provocation. This act ignited Tianjin Fan's fury. You're courting death, boy, he bellowed, charging forward. Tianjin Fan stood tall, at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, weighing over 300 pounds, capable of lifting boulders with ease. The audacity of Yuwen Tianqi's challenge was a direct affront not just to him, but to the entire East Sea and even the realms of the ninja world. Prepare to perish, he roared, closing the distance with ferocity. Are we to engage in combat? Yuwen Tianqi's lips curled into a smile, anticipation coursing through him at the prospect of what this so-called disciple of Master Crane could offer. Come on then. The air filled with the sound of numerous punches colliding, fists slicing through the atmosphere with a crackling noise. The ground bore witness to countless footprints, a testament to the fierce battle unfolding, an unrestrained clash of power. Impressive strength. But alas, your opponent is me, Yuwen Tianqi remarked, seizing Tianjin Fan's fist and hurling him with great force. A resounding crash echoed as Tianjin Fan's body was sent crashing into a nearby house, buried beneath the debris, unable to rise immediately. Jiaozi gasped in horror, calling out. Tianjin Fan, Master Crane, equally astonished, wore a grave expression. The combat prowess displayed by Yuwen Tianqi had far surpassed his expectations. How is this possible? To defeat Tianjin Fan so effortlessly is utterly astounding. 2 beads of cold sweat trickled down Master Crane's back. Tianjin Fan's strength was nearly on par with his own, which suggested that he too could be felled with just a few blows. You are excessively arrogant to employ such tactics. Jiaozi yelled at Yuwen Tianqi, anger radiating from him. You have harmed Tianjin Fan. I will defeat you. With that, Jiaozi closed his eyes and summoned his supernatural abilities against Yuwen Tianqi. Oh, superpowers, you say? Yuwen Tianqi replied with disdain. Let me see just how formidable you truly are. In the next moment, a constraining force erupted from Jiaozi, instantly enveloping Yuwen Tianqi. What is this? Yuwen Tianqi sensed an inexplicable force that seemed to dictate his movements. With a clatter, Tianjin Fan gritted his teeth and rose from the rubble, his clothes tattered and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, appearing quite weary. With every ounce of strength, Tianjin Fan unleashed his Kamehameha, directing it towards Yuwen Tianqi. Suddenly, with a whoosh, an intensely powerful laser beam surged forth, embodying all of Tianjin Fan's might. A force not even the Crane Hermit dared to underestimate. Yuwen Tianqi's eyes widened slightly. This was the Kamehameha. Just as it was about to reach him, he clenched his fists, an overwhelming aura erupting from his being, a terrifying presence enveloping the surrounding area for hundreds of meters. The sound of shattering glass echoed as Jiaozi cried out, his powers forcibly dismantled by Yuwen Tianqi. With a swift motion, Yuwen Tianqi raised his hand and slapped the incoming Kamehameha beam. With a resounding bang, the laser collided with his palm, and, to everyone's astonishment, Yuwen Tianqi effortlessly deflected the Kamehameha skyward. Boom! The Kamehameha exploded in the heavens, yet Yuwen Tianqi remained unscathed, calmly blowing on his palm before turning to Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi. Show me whatever you have left. At that moment, Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi stared blankly, utterly terrified by Yuwen Tianqi's prowess. Even the distant Crane Hermit, witnessing the battle, had a trickle of blood escape from the corner of his mouth. Shaken by the display of power, that mere slap had sent the Kamehameha flying. How could such a phenomenon occur? This had never happened before. Among those present, only the Crane Hermit grasped Yuwen Tianqi's formidable strength, leaving him in a state of shock. Who are you? Jiaozi, blood staining his mouth, gazed at Yuwen Tianqi with trepidation. He was pale, having sensed a fragment of Yuwen Tianqi's power through his abilities, which felt like an unfathomable abyss, far surpassing both the Crane Hermit and Tianjin Fan. We cannot win. It is impossible. Remember my name. I am Yuwen Tianqi, he replied, a sly smile gracing his lips. Yuwen Tianqi, Jiaozi muttered. Suddenly his eyes brightened. You are truly strong. We have never encountered a warrior of your caliber. What is your purpose? Having lost the will to fight, Tianjin Fan could only ask dejectedly. He hoped Yuwen Tianqi's intentions were not to eliminate the 3 of them. The Crane Hermit was equally anxious, swallowing hard. Chapter 16. Learning the Art of Flight. Target, Galinta. I wish to learn the art of flight, Yuwen Tianqi declared, retracting his overwhelming aura, transforming back into the seemingly harmless ordinary youth, smiling at the 3. The art of flight? Is that all you seek? Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished that such a formidable being would desire to learn the art of flight. The Crane Hermit, relieved, quickly responded, of course. Of course, I will teach you the art of flight immediately. He merely hoped this harbinger of death would depart swiftly. As he spoke, the Crane Immortal casually struck a pose, the very one he intended to teach Yuwen Tianqi, known as the art of aerial movement. However, merely 10 minutes had elapsed, and beads of cold sweat began to trickle down the Crane Immortal's forehead. This was not due to any external factors. Rather, it was the overwhelming presence of Yuwen Tianqi. Standing there, he emanated an aura akin to that of 1,000 galloping steeds, instilling in the Crane Immortal a profound sense of vulnerability. Despite simply assuming a casual stance, it felt as though a martial arts master stood before him, capable of delivering a lethal blow with a mere hand gesture. Not only the Crane Immortal, but also Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi were drenched in sweat. Though they had not exerted themselves, nor moved a finger, Yuwen Tianqi seemed to possess the prowess of someone who had trained in martial arts for over a decade. Every motion, every breath he took, sparked a sense of awe within them. Undoubtedly, Yuwen Tianqi's strength was not solely derived from his formidable power, but also stemmed from his demeanor and innate talent. While he had the capability to effortlessly dispatch the 3 of them, he chose instead to politely request their guidance in mastering the art of aerial movement. Incredibly, within a mere 10 minutes, Yuwen Tianqi had mastered the technique, even accounting for the time spent in explanation. Thank you all, I have learned it. Until we meet again, Fate willing, he exclaimed, his laughter resonating like the thunder of spring, echoing profoundly. Suddenly, he raised both hands as if to embrace something unseen. An invisible force surged from within him, lifting him effortlessly into the air as if by divine intervention. He danced gracefully amidst the heavens, resembling a free bird soaring through the sky. His form traced a beautiful arc against the backdrop of the sky, sunlight cascading behind him in a golden glow, akin to wings propelling him toward the horizon. Soon, he transformed into a streak of light, vanishing at the edge of the sky. The crane immortal, Tianjin Fan, and Jiaozi gazed skyward, helplessly watching Yuwen Tianqi's departure. What an astonishing anomaly, Tianjin Fan mused, recalling Yuwen Tianqi's terrifying strength and talent, ultimately resorting to that single term. Indeed, we are fortunate he harbored no malice toward us, Jiaozi remarked, a hint of trepidation in his voice. This world is truly teeming with hidden talents. My original target was merely the old pervert, the turtle sage, but now it seems utterly trivial. What is the turtle sage? The god of martial arts, in the presence of Yuwen Tianqi? The crane immortal sighed deeply, his gaze heavy with melancholy. He had believed himself to be at the pinnacle of strength in this world, only to realize now how youthful he still was. Truly, beings like Yuwen Tianqi existed in this realm. Were there others even stronger than him? If so, what set them apart from ordinary individuals? Could they crush him with but a single finger? The crane immortal dared not dwell further on such thoughts, nor did he wish to. In that moment, he could only gaze helplessly at the sky. With a whoosh, Yuwen Tianqi ascended into the heavens. He extended his hand, sensing the subtle distance between himself and the clouds, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he softly remarked, "This is the sensation of soaring. It is truly magnificent." Suddenly, a flicker of excitement crossed his visage as if a thought had struck him. Directly ascending to the heavenly temple? No, he ought to playfully tease that little kitten first. A mysterious smile appeared on Yuwen Tianqi's face. Moreover, the Garlic Tower is a renowned landmark within the Dragon Ball universe. Not visiting it would be quite a loss. With this thought, Yuwen Tianqi concentrated his energy intently. "Hey!" he shouted, and with a rush of wind, he accelerated his speed, transforming into a bolt of lightning that darted through the sky, heading straight for the sacred land of Garlic. Behind him, a powerful gust of wind swirled like a tempest, sweeping up trees and stones, creating a spectacular tale of energy. Ha ha! The exhilaration of flying is simply delightful. Yuwen Tianqi soared like a majestic eagle, joyfully shouting as he glided between the azure sky and fluffy clouds. His form darted rapidly through the air, stirring a whirlwind that rustled the leaves around him. Everyone harbors a dream of flight. Today, Yuwen Tianqi has realized his. The earth receded swiftly beneath him, as the mountains, forests, and rivers transformed into fleeting memories. Yuwen Tianqi navigated through cities, mountains, lakes, and valleys, his destination being the distant sacred land of Garlic, a mysterious and serene realm. The sanctuary in the hearts of all practitioners, crowned by the legendary Garlic Tower. Time became an abstract concept as Yuwen Tianqi squinted slightly, his eyes widening in astonishment. There, on the horizon, a slender black line emerged, gradually expanding, resembling a colossal dragon winding through the sky. The Garlic Tower was drawing nearer, closer still. That black line revealed itself to be a towering pillar, piercing the clouds as if it were propping up half the sky. This was the fabled Garlic Tower, its height utterly breathtaking. Far off in the celestial expanse, a slender black line flickered, akin to a mysterious specter standing beneath the boundless firmament. It was the pillar of the Garlic Tower, soaring into the clouds, enigmatic and imposing. This colossal structure seemed to connect heaven and earth with no end in sight. Yuwen Tianqi gazed intently at that black line, absorbing the ancient and mystical aura emanating from the tower. He understood that his destination lay just ahead, and he needed to hasten his pace to reach it. His heart brimmed with excitement and anticipation, and thus his steps became light and swift. With a hum, Yuwen Tianqi suddenly decelerated, floating effortlessly beside the pillar of the Garlic Tower, hovering at least 100 meters above the ground. He remained still beside the pillar, his feet gently suspended in the air, as if merging with this enigmatic space. His gaze delved deeply into the ancient pillar, seemingly seeking to unravel its secrets accumulated over millennia. On the ground, the sacred land of Garlic awaited. Chapter 17. Garlic Tower, Cat Sage, and the Magic Beans. The Indian chief, Bra, was preoccupied with some tasks when suddenly his son, Yupa, tugged at his hand. "What is it, Yupa?" Chief Bra inquired, puzzled as he turned to his son, who was pointing upwards with his mouth agape in astonishment. "Father, look." Upon hearing this, Chief Bra instinctively raised his gaze and widened his eyes in utter disbelief, exclaiming, "O divine being, what is this?" In the sky, an unfamiliar figure stood, suspended in midair, seemingly lost in thought. Bra, clad in a coarse gray garment with a beast hide tied around his waist and wearing grass sandals, gazed upwards in a daze. "O divine being," he exclaimed, his face a mask of incredulity. Yupa echoed his astonishment, pointing at the figure above and stuttering. "Who is that person, father? How can this be? What am I witnessing? Could it truly be a deity?" Around them, the villagers of the primitive tribe clambered onto rooftops, equally astonished. How can this be possible? Have we truly glimpsed a divine being? Oh, divine entity! Could it genuinely be a god? How marvelous! I have never encountered such a being. Might he be from the heavens? Surely not. Could gods truly exist in this world? This is utterly astonishing. The surrounding villagers were enraptured, utterly taken aback by the spectacle. What divine being? Father, what is happening? Yupa, observing the reactions of the tribal villagers and glancing back at his father Bra, asked in sheer bewilderment. This person, he's a divine being. At that moment, Bra found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to elucidate the phenomenon to his son. The divine being was enigmatic and had only existed in legends throughout history. No one had ever laid eyes upon one. Perhaps in the era of their tribe, such a deity had already come into being, only to have fallen for reasons unknown, with no one ever discovering the location of the divine being's descent. A divine being? Yupa echoed, his expression one of sheer disbelief. Only a deity could soar so freely in the heavens. Look, the divine being is departing. Countless villagers fell to their knees in reverence, and Bra and Yupa joined them, shouting, "Divine being! Divine being!" In the sky, the figure of Yuwen Tianqi had already noticed the Indian villagers below. After a casual glance, he lost interest. With a swift movement, he ascended along the sturdy, ancient pillar, soaring into the sky with the speed of a gale. In a brief moment, he vanished into the clouds. On the ground, the villagers remained kneeling in worship. The surrounding tribal members continued to express their astonishment, murmuring among themselves. "How wondrous! Indeed, it is a divine being. O divine one, bestow upon us your blessings. The divine being has visited our tribe. We have truly witnessed a god." Amidst these astonished discussions, Yuwen Tianqi harnessed the winds and swiftly disappeared into the firmament. On the ground, Yupa and Bra remained, still kneeling in reverence. The surrounding primitive tribespeople gazed in astonishment, their voices a chorus of disbelief. "How marvelous! Indeed, we have witnessed a divine being. It is true, the deity has graced our tribe with their presence." Yupa looked towards the vanishing figure in the sky, his eyes reflecting a sense of envy. At this moment, Yuwen Tianqi had harnessed the winds and soared into the clouds, soon catching sight of the shadow of Galinta. Then, as if sensing something, he smiled in surprise. What a coincidence to find him here indeed. Within Galinta, Sun Wukong had finally seized the super holy water from the cat immortal, drinking it eagerly. The liquid was sweet and refreshing, and upon consuming it, he felt his muscles relax and fatigue dissipate. It was truly remarkable. Yet, he pondered, it felt remarkably similar to ordinary water. Just as Sun Wukong reveled in his delight, he suddenly sensed an unusual presence. He looked up sharply and saw the cat immortal, his fur standing on end, eyes wide with terror as he gazed into the sky. At that moment, Sun Wukong also caught sight of the figure, exclaiming, "Ah, brother Yuwen Tianqi, I did not expect to find you here." Yuwen Tianqi smiled gently, and amidst the astonished expression of the cat immortal, he floated gracefully into Galinta. Who is he? The cat immortal wondered aloud, feeling a wave of trepidation as an invisible pressure emanated from the approaching figure, compelling him to kneel. This sensation was overwhelmingly intense. He gasped, "Who is he? Cat immortal. What troubles you?" Sun Wukong inquired, grinning foolishly. "He is my companion, Yuwen Tianqi." A benign smile graced Yuwen Tianqi's face as he subdued his formidable aura. Cheerfully addressing the cat immortal, "Greetings, little kitty." The cat immortal swallowed hard, recognizing a power he had only sensed in the divine, a strength beyond description, one he had never encountered even among gods. The feeling was akin to that of a deity. His eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Yuwen Tianqi as if he had seen a ghost. What? He is a god? Sun Wukong's mouth fell open, glancing back and forth between Yuwen Tianqi and the cat immortal. "Cat immortal, he He is indeed Brother Tianqi. Is he truly a god? The cat immortal ignored son Wukong's exuberance, his gaze fixed solemnly on Yuwen Tianqi. Might I inquire about your purpose here? The super holy water holds no significance for you. I am quite aware of that, Yuwen Tianqi replied with a cryptic smile, as the cat immortal observed him with growing apprehension, without revealing the truth. The so-called super holy water was merely ordinary water, devoid of any special effects. The true reason lay in the cat immortal's training over the past few days. I seek the divine beings, Yuwen Tianqi said with a smile. Though the beings offered little benefit to him, as his physique had reached a stage of rapid healing, they remained crucial for Bulma and others. Ah, very well. Please wait a moment. The cat immortal sighed in relief, waving his hand to produce a bag of divine beans from behind. Yuwen Tianqi took the message with a satisfied nod, expressing his gratitude. He greeted son Wukong, saying, Wukong, I shall take my leave first. Wukong, filled with joy, waved back. All right, Brother Tianqi. Chapter 18. The Hall of the Celestial Gods. With a flicker, Yuwen Tianqi transformed into a streak of light, swiftly vanishing into the Galinta, soaring upwards once more. What is he planning to do? The immortal Galinta was utterly astonished, holding his forehead, rendered speechless. Meanwhile, within the Hall of the Celestial Gods, the deity glanced up at the moon, and his expression suddenly hardened as he murmured to himself, Who is it? Mr. Bobo, replied a dark-faced man clad in a white robe, bowing his head. Who is it? The deity inquired in a deep voice, sensing a formidable aura, one that posed no weakness to his own. I do not know who it is, but from the sensation, it appears to be a very powerful adversary, Mr. Bobo remarked, furrowing his brow. A formidable adversary? The deity pondered softly, his frown deepening as he contemplated this matter. Suddenly, with a whoosh, a figure appeared in the plaza of the Hall of the Celestial Gods. Under the illumination, it became clear that this individual, donned in a black casual outfit and wielding no weapon, had short hair, rendering his face indistinct. It was indeed Yuwen Tianqi. Who is this person? Mr. Bobo exclaimed, taken aback by the overwhelming aura. The Hall of the Celestial Gods, a sanctuary for deities, truly resembled a spinning top, Yuwen Tianqi remarked with exasperation, questioning why the architectural styles within the Dragon Ball universe were so peculiar. Who might you be? What brings you here? The deity inquired, fixing his gaze upon Yuwen Tianqi. Who would have thought that the celestial being of Earth is actually a Namekian? Yuwen Tianqi observed with a playful expression, taking in the deity's appearance. The deity's eyes narrowed in shock. You know my origins? Of course. Had I not been acquainted with you, I would not have uncovered your secrets. Yuwen Tianqi replied with a grin. You. The deity fell silent, sensing that this individual was aware of many of his secrets, particularly regarding the Namekians. Although the deity had discovered over the years that he did not quite resemble an Earthling, his true origins remained shrouded in mystery. With a swift motion, Yuwen Tianqi appeared before the deity, startling both him and Mr. Bobo, who immediately assumed a defensive stance. Mr. Bobo, there is no need for alarm. If this esteemed individual truly intended to harm us, you would not be able to intervene. The deity spoke softly, as if he had gleaned much from the situation. Actually, I have come here to... Yuwen Tianqi smiled, whispering something to the deity as he observed his astonished expression. 10 days later, a streak of light shot forth from the Hall of the Celestial Gods, racing towards the direction of Bull Demon King Mountain. Inside the hall, the deity's face subtly revealed signs of excitement. At Bull Demon King Mountain, the Bull Demon King gazed at Chi-Chi in disbelief, sighing as he asked, Chi-Chi, will that Yuwen Tianqi truly return? Father, rest assured, Brother Yuwen Tianqi has been informed. He assured me that he would heal your wounds, and I believe he will keep his word, Chi-Chi said with a smile. However, I have been waiting here for several days. Do you have any idea how long it has been? The Bull Demon King replied, somewhat at a loss for words. Due to an unfortunate incident, he had sustained injuries a few days prior, and ultimately, Chi-Chi thought of Yuwen Tianqi and sought his assistance in procuring some medicinal herbs. Chi-Chi has grown considerably taller now, becoming increasingly graceful and elegant, each possessing their own merits compared to Bulma. By the way, Father, Brother Yuwen Tianqi mentioned that once he acquires the medicine, he will treat us together, so you need not wait any longer, Chi-Chi recalled, her face lighting up with joy. Sigh, very well, the Bull Demon King nodded helplessly. Hooray, Father, do you see how beautiful I am? Chi-Chi twirled around, the tassels on her skirt swaying gently with her movements, a vision of beauty and charm. Indeed, you are very lovely. The Bull Demon King smiled and nodded at Chi-Chi, yet internally he seethed with resentment, thinking of that scoundrel Yuwen Tianqi, who had stolen his precious daughter's heart. If it weren't for the fact that he could not match him in strength, he would have certainly given him a proper lesson. Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed from outside, startling both the Bull Demon King and Chi-Chi into silence before they realized. Brother Tianqi has arrived, Chi-Chi exclaimed with delight. Hastily rushing to the window, the Bull Demon King followed her, resigned to the situation. With a swoosh, Yuwen Tianqi burst through the window and stood beside Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi, I'm here, he said, ruffling her hair with a grin. Then, amidst her surprised expression, he produced a miraculous potion and handed it directly to the Bull Demon King. Humph! The Bull Demon King snorted disdainfully, feigning anger, yet still accepted the potion. Gulping it down in one go, he marveled at the effectiveness of the remedy. This kid's medicine is remarkably potent. Of course, it was developed by Bulma. Yuwen Tianqi thought to himself, having a genius scientist as a girlfriend is indeed quite advantageous. Naturally, he had no intention of letting the current situation slip away. Chi-Chi, how about a trip to the western capital, a grand city? Yuwen Tianqi chuckled, addressing Chi-Chi. It also has a gravity chamber suitable for training, and the cuisine there is delectable. You will surely enjoy it. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, Yes, yes. Em absolutely famished. Very well, let us depart at once. Ignoring the Bull Demon King's stunned expression, Yuwen Tianqi wrapped an arm around Chi-Chi's waist, lifted her effortlessly, and waved goodbye to the Bull Demon King as they soared away. That scoundrel, the Bull Demon King sighed, watching Yuwen Tianqi's departing figure, shaking his head in resignation as he thought of his daughter. At Master Roshi's humble abode, Yuwen Tianqi swiftly knocked out Lan Qi, who was wildly shooting, and with one arm around each of the girls, ascended into the sky. Master Roshi, no need to thank me. Leave Lan Qi to me, ha ha ha. Master Roshi gazed enviously at Yuwen Tianqi, murmuring to himself, Youth is truly splendid. Krillin, redirecting his attention, inquired, Master Roshi, was that Yuwen Tianqi just now? Who among you is more formidable? He can even fly. Coughing slightly, Master Roshi asserted proudly, Of course, I am the mightiest. I am the god of martial arts. Meanwhile, the old sea turtle beside him yawned, showing no regard for Master Roshi's boast. Old turtle, why don't you cooperate with me and give the old sea turtle a good slap? Chapter 19. The Saiyan Bloodline of All Participants Cultivation. 3 years later, on May 1st, 753, within the luxurious residence funded by Bulma, Yuwen Tianqi reclined comfortably on the sofa, savoring a glass of juice. System notification, ding. Physical condition, 11. Yuwen Tianqi was unaware of the extent of his strength, for on this earth, no one posed a challenge to him. Over the past 3 years, he had gathered the Dragon Balls twice, granting both Chi-Chi and Lan Qi the Saiyan bloodline. They all entered the gravity training chamber devised by Bulma to cultivate their skills. Under Yuwen Tianqi's close guidance, both Chi-Chi and Lan Qi experienced remarkable enhancements in their abilities. Particularly, Chi-Chi, having received the Saiyan bloodline first, progressed rapidly under Yuwen Tianqi's full instruction, her strength nearing that of the divine beings in the Celestial Palace. Lan Qi, lacking prior training, advanced at a slightly slower pace. However, Bulma's newly developed medicine alleviated most of Lan Qi's symptoms, allowing her to control her dual personalities and switch at will. Yuwen Tianqi thoroughly enjoyed the contrasting experiences of fire and ice. Inside the gravity chamber, Bulma, Lan Qi, and Chi-Chi engaged in a fierce melee, the sound of their blows resonating with powerful thuds that caused the entire room to tremble slightly. After more than half an hour, they finally ceased their combat. Over the past 3 years, Bulma had also honed her physique under Yuwen Tianqi's training, achieving a level of strength beyond ordinary comprehension, making her the second most formidable individual on Earth, just behind Yuwen Tianqi. With a creak, the door to the room swung open. Lan Qi, are you done training? Lan Qi emerged, dressed casually in shorts and a pink tank top, standing before Yuwen Tianqi with her delicate arm resting lightly on his shoulder. Can I come to see you if there is nothing else? Yuwen Tianqi replied with a smile. Of course. Lan Qi chuckled. My rapid improvement is all thanks to you. All right. You two should refrain from flirting. It's quite nauseating, Bulma said, shaking her head in exasperation as she and Chi-Chi stepped out. Come on, I'll take you around the building. Sounds great. Lan Qi responded cheerfully. We need to gather some supplies. It's time for us to set off. You must perform splendidly at the upcoming World Martial Arts Tournament. Yuwen Tianqi added with a grin. Tianqi, are you not participating? Chi-Chi asked, her expression puzzled as if she sensed something. Me? Yuwen Tianqi waved his hand dismissively. You are well aware of my strength. I have long surpassed the mightiest on earth and find such trivial competitions beneath my interest. I see, Chi-Chi replied, a hint of disappointment evident in her tone. Indeed, with my current prowess, even if you all join forces, it would be a trivial endeavor for me to effortlessly sweep the entire arena. Such a tedious competition is hardly worth my participation, Yuwen Tianqi remarked with a chuckle. Is that so? Then we shall put it to the test, responded the trio of enchanting maidens, Bulma, Lanqi, and Chi-Chi, exchanging glances before suddenly launching themselves forward, ready for battle. 3 days later, in the rear garden of the luxurious mansion, Bulma produced a versatile capsule. Tianqi, even though you are not competing, you must closely observe our match, she insisted. Of course, I shall accompany you. Yuwen Tianqi nodded in agreement. With a chime, the versatile capsule activated, and a large pit, over a meter in diameter, materialized on the hall's floor, revealing a fantastical flying craft at its center. Come on, Tianqi, let's ascend together, Bulma urged, leaping into the pilot seat. Lanqi, Chi-Chi, hurry up and join us. Yuwen Tianqi called to Lanqi, who promptly boarded the craft alongside Chi-Chi after sharing a knowing look. Nearby, Dr. Brief and Mrs. Brief watched with delight as Bulma's flying apparatus came to life. Our daughter is truly remarkable, Dr. Brief exclaimed. Indeed, she designed this aircraft herself. With it, we can venture out without the worry of accidents, he continued, pride radiating from his expression as he glanced at the mansion behind him. Yes, our daughter is truly exceptional, Mrs. Brief echoed, her face beaming with pride. Inside the cockpit, the group settled into their seats. Shall we proceed? Tianqi, Lanqi, Chi-Chi, are you all prepared? Bulma inquired, turning to the trio. Ready, they all affirmed. Let us embark. With a whoosh, Bulma piloted the brand-new flying vessel, a dazzling silver streak slicing through the sky towards the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Within the cabin, Chi-Chi and Lanqi immersed themselves in their preparations, fully committed to the imminent contest. Meanwhile, Yuwen Tianqi reclined languidly on a small bed, relishing a moment of leisure, having no intention of participating. The aircraft traced a graceful arc through the air, navigating around mountains and through cloud layers. The landscape below transformed continuously, revealing bustling towns and serene villages. Wisps of smoke rising from rooftops as if greeting the warriors soaring above. Bulma expertly maneuvered the craft, her beautiful visage radiating joy. We shall arrive in an hour, she announced, glancing at the map before turning to the others. Her voice resonated in the air, and both Chi-Chi and Lanqi nodded enthusiastically, their expressions reminiscent of travelers on an adventure. Despite their formidable skills, under the protection of Yuwen Tianqi, their journey felt akin to a leisurely excursion. The aircraft pierced the sky at astonishing speed, producing a thunderous sonic boom. Fortunately, the strength of the 4 practitioners rendered such noise inconsequential. The Earth gradually receded, swiftly shrinking into a blurred silhouette, rendering the objects below indistinguishable. Vast clouds drifted past, creating the illusion of strolling amidst the heavens, tantalizingly close and inciting gasps of wonder from Chi-Chi and Lanqi. Although they too had practiced the art of aerial movement, their proficiency was lacking, and traveling in a vehicle was undeniably more convenient. Leaning against the window, Chi-Chi and Lanqi gazed intently at the unfolding landscape, their hearts brimming with anticipation and curiosity. Hand in hand, their conversations and laughter occasionally punctuated the air. Wow, Chi-Chi, look how beautiful it is over there. Indeed, Lanqi, and that stone is enormous. Despite their usual outings, they had never encountered such extraordinary sights. Yuwen Tianqi, overhearing their remarks, leaned closer, his eyes widening in surprise as he exclaimed, Bulma, we have crossed the sea. Chapter 20. The greatest martial arts tournament time passed gradually. At last, a scene of extraordinary vibrancy filled their vision. The legendary greatest martial arts tournament. The venue was situated atop a colossal island, surrounded by the vast ocean. At the island's edge, rainbow-like arched bridges connected to the opposite shore, creating a dreamlike vista. We have arrived. Bulma joyfully pointed below. Chi-Chi and Lanqi hurriedly turned to look. Wow, what a beautiful island. Let us descend and give them a little surprise. A mysterious smile curved Yuwen Tianqi's lips. The combat prowess of the 3 young women was formidable enough to leave Sun Wukong, Krillin, and Tianjin Han wide-eyed in astonishment. Bulma piloted the craft in a graceful circle above the island before making a steady descent to a corner of the land. With light-hearted steps, They made their way toward the venue. Along the path, a bustling crowd surged. A tapestry of varied skin tones and attire converging to share in the joy of this martial arts celebration. At the entrance, a massive stone wall bore the bold inscription of the tournament's name, the characters exuding strength and vigor. Upon entering, they found themselves surrounded by tents of myriad colors, each sheltering groups of fervent martial artists exchanging insights amid a spirited atmosphere. At the center of the venue stood a towering arena, reaching towards the clouds. As if proclaiming its prominence to all, Bulma stored the vehicle, transforming it into a small universal capsule, and followed Yuwen Tianqi, Chi-Chi, and Lanchi to a blue tent where several martial artists from various locales had already gathered, engaging in animated discussions. Just as the four were preparing to settle in, a middle-aged man clad in a red robe approached, bowing deeply before them. He raised his hand, gesturing toward the lofty arena, a mysterious smile gracing his face. "Beautiful ladies, are you intending to go there?" Bulma regarded him with a curious glance. Seeing no anger from Yuwen Tianqi, she nodded gently, responding with a smile, "Yes. We intend to participate in the greatest martial arts tournament." The red-robed man scrutinized them, seemingly appraising their strength. And a fleeting thought of pretty boy crossed his mind as he glanced at Yuwen Tianqi. A moment later, the man in the red robe smiled and invited. "Three beautiful ladies, why not accompany me? I assure you, I am far more formidable than this pretty boy, and I shall claim the championship of this martial arts tournament." As he spoke, he exhibited a proud demeanor. Where did this fool come from? Get lost. Yuwen Tianqi initially intended to ignore him, but upon hearing the insult directed at him, he became incensed and sent the man in the red robe soaring into the sky with a single kick. I was wrong." The man shrieked as he transformed into a tiny black, hurtling far away before ultimately tracing a graceful arc and landing in the ocean with a splash. Splash! The water erupted beautifully. Splendid! Bulma exclaimed in delight. "Yes, such a fool." Bulma and Chi-Chi chuckled quietly, with Lanchi secretly thinking that Yuwen Tianqi appeared a tad jealous, which she found utterly adorable. Chi-Chi's cheeks suddenly flushed, and she lowered her head, unable to meet Yuwen Tianqi's gaze. Feeling inexplicably perplexed, Yuwen Tianqi touched his own face, unsure of the cause. Just then, an unexpected figure appeared, shouting, "Brother Tianqi!" Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Lanchi turned towards a voice. They spotted a boy not far away, carrying a staff and radiating a cheerful smile. It was Sun Wukong. "Wukong has come." Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Lanchi had all met Sun Wukong before, having occasionally accompanied Yuwen Tianqi to visit the Turtle Hermit's abode in search of him over the years. "Wukong, you're here as well." Yuwen Tianqi grinned as he led Bulma and the others towards Sun Wukong. Wukong, unable to contain his excitement, bounded over. "Brother Tianqi, are you going to participate in a martial arts tournament?" "Of course," Yuwen Tianqi replied casually. "What?" Krillin exclaimed, his face pale, realizing that he now had no chance at all. "Never mind." Yuwen Tianqi abruptly halted, startling Krillin nearly to the ground. "Oh, so Brother Tianqi, you're not participating? That's wonderful." Krillin wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved. "Not participating? Why?" Wukong asked, equally puzzled. "It's nothing, really. I just feel that my strength is still too lacking. It would be embarrassing to compete, so there's no need to attend." Chi-Chi and Bulma gasped in astonishment, while Lanchi rolled her eyes in disbelief. Even Krillin looked utterly shocked. "Your strength is already impressive, you know. If you're weak, then who could possibly be stronger than you?" Wukong could hardly fathom it. "Oh, is that so?" Yuwen Tianqi raised an eyebrow with a slight smile, perhaps. But there are many terrifying entities in the future. He recalled the Saiyan invasion and the formidable Frieza and Cell, feeling a strong anticipation to grow even stronger. "Brother Tianqi, please, don't say any more." Wukong closed his eyes, his heart filled with despair. In the past 2 years, Yuwen Tianqi had consistently bested Sun Wukong in their sparring sessions with mere ease, demonstrating a clear superiority in skill. Now, to assert that he refrained from participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament due to his own weakness was utterly outrageous. "Hey, Wukong, what's the matter? I'm complimenting you." Yuwen Tianqi chuckled, acknowledging Wukong's formidable prowess. With a sigh, Sun Wukong suddenly narrowed his eyes, exclaiming, "Who are those individuals?" The others turned to gaze in the same direction. A tall man with 3 eyes, a diminutive pale-faced boy hovering in the air, and an elderly man clad in martial arts attire approached. That is Master Roshi and his 2 disciples. You know him, right? He and Master Turtle are sworn brothers. Yuwen Tianqi explained, stroking his chin. studying under the same master as Master Turtle. Sun Wukong and Krillin exchanged incredulous glances, unable to fathom how anyone could endure that old lecture. Just then, Master Roshi sauntered over, side by side with Master Turtle, both wearing expressions of disdain, muttering unintelligibly. "Why are you here, you little brat?" Master Turtle sneered. "Why shouldn't I be here? What brings you to this place?" Master Turtle's scorn was palpable. "I came to find you. Your little disciple has gone missing, and I'm here to entertain him," Master Roshi replied nonchalantly, clearly dismissive of Master Turtle's presence. "Oh." Master Turtle was taken aback, his temper flaring. "Just you? Ha! You will undoubtedly be taken aback." Master Roshi suddenly froze, his gaze falling upon Yuwen Tianqi's smile, causing him to tremble slightly. Without uttering another word, he led the equally pale Tianjin fan and Jiaozi away from the scene. What just happened? Sun Wukong and Krillin exchanged bewildered looks as they watched the trio flee in haste. Only Master Turtle seemed to discern something, lingering on Yuwen Tianqi for a moment. On May 7th, 753, the World Martial Arts Tournament commenced. Esteemed guests, I hereby declare the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament officially open. A resonant male voice echoed across the expansive outdoor arena. A man in a suit, sporting sunglasses and holding a microphone, smiled at the vast crowd below. In the center of the arena hung a grand banner, adorned with the words "World's Best." Beneath it lay a lengthy seating area filled with competitors and several distinguished guests. The host introduced the attendees while elaborating on the significance of the tournament. "Let's begin promptly. Yes, enough with the chatter." Many audience members grew impatient with the host's lengthy introduction and interrupted him vocally. The host, feeling slightly embarrassed, acquiesced. "Since everyone is so eager, let the competition commence." A cacophony erupted as the crowd surged, and two figures emerged from the throng, making their way to the arena. These two competitors stand as the dark horses of this martial arts tournament, emerging as the frontrunners for the championship. Who do you think will triumph? The host, brimming with enthusiasm, gazes at the audience, eagerly awaiting their reactions. "Come on, don't keep us in suspense. Just announce it already." The crowd begins to stir restlessly, their impatience palpable. "All right, I shall reveal the answer. This young man clad in a yellow martial arts uniform is likely to win this competition. For his master is the legendary martial arts deity, Master Roshi, and his name is Krillin. What do you all think?" The host's fervor intensifies as he surveys the competitors, anticipating their responses. Just then, a wave of cheers erupts. It's Krillin, the disciple of the martial arts god. He is destined to win. Incredible. He is surely capable of it. On stage, Krillin wears a look of dismay. Had it not been for the presence of Yuwen Tianqi, he might have felt confident, but the frequent admonishments from Yuwen Tianqi have completely extinguished his fighting spirit. Begin. The sound of fists striking echoes. Soon, several matches conclude, leaving everyone astonished. To everyone's surprise, Bulma and Chi-Chi display formidable combat prowess, advancing to the finals, even rendering Goku speechless. "Bulma, how did you become this formidable?" Goku exclaims in disbelief, having fallen to Bulma. All thanks to Tianqi. My strength is impressive, right?" Bulma beams, her eyes sparkling as she glances at Yuwen Tianqi. As for Tien, he too is bested by Chi-Chi, while Den is swiftly eliminated by Lan Chi's swift strikes. And the ultimate champion is... The host declares loudly, "Bulma." With the announcement, Bulma leaps into the air with joy. She has won. She has claimed the championship of the martial arts tournament. "Congratulations, Bulma." Yuwen Tianqi approaches her, extending his arms to embrace her. "No, I must thank you, Tianqi." Bulma exclaims as she rushes into his embrace. "Lan Chi, we must also strive to improve." Kiki declares, clenching her tiny fist. "Absolutely, we cannot let Bulma bask in glory alone," Lan Chi concurs. As the World Martial Arts Tournament concludes, Yuwen Tianqi abruptly calls out to Krillin, who is about to leave. This fellow might find himself in peril alone, and he certainly does not wish to waste a wish from the Dragon Balls. "Krillin, come join us for a meal." Yuwen Tianqi flashes a self-assured smile. Krillin hesitates for a moment, but ultimately agrees. The four of them beam with joy, knowing Krillin would not refuse. Indeed, Krillin readily concedes. The group arrives at a ramen shop and orders a bowl of noodles. After finishing their meal and stepping outside, they are suddenly met with a piercing scream. "What is that?" Bulma gasps, looking in the direction of the commotion. "All right, it's my turn to take the stage. You all head back." Yuwen Tianqi waves his hand as he swiftly flies away. With a resounding thud, a figure is propelled through the air and crashes to the ground. Witnessing this scene, Krillin and the others are left in stunned silence. "Monsters! In an astonishing turn of events, he was obliterated with a single punch. The sheer strength left several onlookers utterly astounded. "Humph, what a pitiful display of weakness," remarked Yuwen Tianqi with a derisive smile as he ascended into the air, propelled by the lingering aura of the demon creature, racing towards the formidable King Piccolo. Before long, a resounding crash echoed as Yuwen Tianqi landed, creating a substantial crater beside King Piccolo. "Your demise is imminent," Yuwen Tianqi scoffed, recalling the divine being's request to eliminate Piccolo, without disclosing the potential consequence of the deity's own demise. Yuwen Tianqi had acquiesced, fully aware that a second generation of Piccolo would soon emerge. Upon witnessing this spectacle, King Piccolo gritted his teeth in frustration, having anticipated a search for the Dragon Balls, only to be confronted by an exceedingly powerful human. "Are you seeking the Dragon Balls? Do not harbor such delusions. They belong to me," Yuwen Tianqi remarked with a nonchalant smile before launching himself forward. With a thunderous impact, Piccolo was sent reeling. He never fathomed that a mere human could possess such formidable strength, especially as he was the Demon King himself. A colossal foot then descended upon King Piccolo's chest, flattening him. "No, please do not kill me. I will give you anything you desire." King Piccolo, having lost all fighting spirit, realized the overwhelming power of his adversary. "Oomph. Spare you? Your existence is far too troublesome. I shall see to your removal," Yuwen Tianqi stated coolly. King Piccolo's complexion turned a ghastly shade as he realized his precarious predicament. Chapter 22. The birth of all Saiyan offspring. King Piccolo wished to voice his thoughts, but ultimately fell silent, for he had no opportunity left. A shadow of a fist loomed above him. Yuwen Tianqi had pierced through Piccolo's chest with a single blow. "Aya!" King Piccolo howled in agony as he was sent soaring through the air by a swift kick. "Child, avenge me!" he cried out, expelling an egg that he intended to launch away. In the next instant, King Piccolo's eyes widened in horror as Yuwen Tianqi ascended into the sky, swiftly approaching him with a net in hand, capturing the egg. "No, please!" King Piccolo despaired, and in that moment, he exploded into fragments. Holding the egg of King Piccolo, Yuwen Tianqi smirked wickedly, yearning for the Dragon Balls? Perhaps in your next life. He then stowed the egg away, considering this second generation of the Demon King as a potential little companion. Yuwen Tianqi reveled in his thoughts, while on the other side, in the heavenly temple, Bobo anxiously inquired, "God, how are you faring?" "Bobo, I fear I am about to vanish. It seems Yuwen Tianqi has fulfilled his promise to me. I have always known that his strength surpasses appearances," the deity responded with a serene smile, unconcerned about his impending demise. "Allow me to conclude my existence." The deity closed his eyes, his form gradually becoming translucent as he awaited the arrival of death. Bobo bowed his head in sorrow. However, after a minute, Mr. Bobo raised his head and inquired with a hint of curiosity, "God, why have you not yet vanished?" The deity responded, "Has Yuwen Tianqi shown restraint?" Bulma and the others gazed at the egg in Yuwen Tianqi's hands, their eyes wide with disgust. "What is this?" Kiki cautiously asked. "Could it be that this is what Tianqi has birthed?" "Ahem, do not let your imagination run wild. This is the egg of the Demon King Piccolo." Yuwen Tianqi coughed lightly and quickly clarified. "The Demon King Piccolo?" Sun Wukong, Krillin, and Tenshinhan exchanged puzzled glances, unfamiliar with the identity of the Demon King Piccolo. Only Master Roshi looked utterly astonished, incredulously pointing and exclaiming, "You have killed the Demon King Piccolo?" One could say that. After all, within this egg lies no longer the original Demon King Piccolo, but rather one might consider it Piccolo's successor, Yuwen Tianqi revealed, flashing a gleaming smile. "What are you planning to do? Why did you not slay him? With your strength, it should have been an effortless task." Master Roshi remained silent for a moment before posing this question to Yuwen Tianqi. I merely have other intentions. Fret not, old turtle. Piccolo could never be my adversary." Yuwen Tianqi waved dismissively, carefully placing the egg down and departing with Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Lan Chi. "Farewell, everyone," Yuwen Tianqi said without looking back as he left. The group exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. "I must return to training. Next time, I will defeat Brother Tianqi," Sun Wukong declared with great determination. Master Roshi remarked, "Wukong, it seems you have no hope in this lifetime." 3 years swiftly passed. During this time, after gathering the Dragon Balls once more, Yuwen Tianqi made another wish and obtained the superpower of telekinesis. Telekinesis. Yuwen Tianqi bestowed upon it a rather impressive name, as it allowed him to forcibly halt the movement of objects or living beings. However, this ability was not without its limitations, He could not control objects that were too heavy or being stronger than himself. Nonetheless, this power was extraordinarily formidable, as it directly affected the objects themselves. It was far more useful than the ability of making dumplings. At the very least, drinking and eating became incredibly convenient. One need not even move, with food coming to mouth and clothing extending to be worn. Yuwen Tianqi's strength experienced explosive growth, and under his guidance, Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Lan Chi's combat abilities had completely surpassed those of the gods of the heavenly realm. This time, Yuwen Tianqi took an interest in the World Martial Arts Tournament, and, solely relying on his telekinesis, he claimed the championship, transforming Piccolo's successor into his loyal subordinate. "Boss, you are truly incredible." The entirely green Piccolo's successor gazed up at Yuwen Tianqi with utter admiration, nearly ready to cling to his leg. "Ha, of course. Just look at who I am." Yuwen Tianqi raised his head with pride. Meanwhile, Bulma and the others rolled their eyes at Yuwen Tianqi's smug demeanor and muttered, "Don't lead the children astray." At the same time, in an unknown location, a Saiyan clad in battle armor was preparing, his eyes filled with a bloodthirsty and cruel glint. "Ha, Kakarot, my dear brother, I shall come to find you soon. How could a feeble planet possibly confine a formidable Saiyan? I will demonstrate to you the might of the Saiyans." 3 years have passed once again. The rate at which Yuwen Tianqi's strength has increased far surpasses his own expectations. With the aid of his system, his current power is beyond imagination, and he senses that within a few years, he could very well transform into a Super Saiyan. Moreover, during these years, utilizing the wishes granted by the Dragon Balls, Yuwen Tianqi has bestowed the bloodline of the Saiyans upon Krillin, Ten, Yamcha, and even Master Roshi, drawing them all into his alliance. Once the Saiyan bloodline within Dumpling was activated, he underwent a remarkable transformation. No longer the same little boy. He now stood over 2 meters tall, his arms thicker than the thighs of an average person, muscles bulging with newfound strength. Yuwen Tianqi himself assumed the role of the leader, commanding a group of Dragon Ball warriors. He even managed to awaken a portion of little Piccolo's potential through a certain potion developed by Bulma, leading the young disciple to idolize him completely. Of course, there was another significant matter. No, 3 significant matters. Yuwen Tianqi got married, to Bulma, to Chi-Chi, and to Launch. No one knows how he persuaded these 3 young women, along with their parents, but Yuwen Tianqi successfully held a grand wedding, simultaneously marrying all 3 beautiful ladies, which left others envious, their hearts aching with jealousy. However, Launch expressed her unwillingness to have children. Consequently, during these 3 years, Yuwen Tianqi and Bulma welcomed a son, Yuwen Qingfeng, and with Chi-Chi, a daughter, Yuwen Lingyin. Chapter 23. Crushing all with a mere combat power of 1500. Remarkably, the children born truly possessed the Saiyan bloodline, igniting a bold thought in Yuwen Tianqi's mind. Yet, this notion proved difficult to realize, given that he already had 3 wives. The prospect of adding more sent a shiver down his spine. He resolved to continue strengthening his physique, for physical prowess is of utmost importance. A man must be strong. Train hard, I must train fiercely. In the gravity chamber, the enhancement was multiplied by hundreds. "Daddy, big brother took my snacks." Yuwen Lingyin rushed over to report to Yuwen Tianqi. With a flick of his fingers, Yuwen Tianqi used telekinesis to swat Yuwen Qingfeng on the backside, compelling the little rascal to obediently surrender the treats. "Truly, they're a handful, Sai." Bulma and Chi-Chi emerged from the laboratory, shaking their heads with a sigh. Ever since having children, Bulma's temperament had changed. She was no longer the clumsy girl she once was. "No worries, Bulma." With Tianqi watching over them, they won't cause much trouble. Kiki smiled gently. The 2 women were increasingly imbued with a sense of maturity. Raising children is rather dull. It is the pursuit of training and battle that brings true excitement. Lan Chi nonchalantly emerged from the gravity chamber. Despite her casual demeanor, she affectionately ruffled the hair of Yuwen Qingfeng and Yuwen Lingyin. "Tianqi, when is the Saiyan arriving?" Sun Wukong's brother sounds utterly incredible. At that moment, a bald man approached the entrance, announcing his presence. It was none other than Krillin, exuding a remarkable aura of vitality. "Well, considering the time, he should be here shortly," Yuwen Tianqi mused while stroking his chin. Beep, beep, beep. Everyone turned their attention. Bulma, brimming with excitement, dashed to the door and exclaimed, "Tianqi, we've received a message from an extraterrestrial spacecraft detector. A small spacecraft is en route to Earth and will land in our village in about 10 minutes. Sun Wukong's brother is coming." Upon hearing this news, even the composed Yuwen Tianqi was taken aback. "Isn't it supposed to be a few days later? How could he arrive so soon?" He turned to Bulma, inquiring, Are you certain there's no mistake? Absolutely. Bulma affirmed with a vigorous nod. All right, everyone prepare to give our guest a little shock, Yuwen Tianqi said, revealing a peculiar smile. A mere 10 minutes later, a thunderous boom resonated, followed by a series of muffled explosions, causing the eastern part of West City to tremble. Is this Earth? A man clad in the distinctive armor of Planet Vegeta, with a combat power measuring device over his left eye and flowing black hair, stepped out from the open hatch. Raditz, Sun Wukong's brother. Raditz remained silent, intrigued as he surveyed his surroundings. A farmer, trembling and armed, stared at him in fear. Beep beep beep. A mere scum with a combat power of 5. Raditz sneered wickedly, raising his hand to take the farmer's life. Hey, are you Sun Wukong's brother? Suddenly, a voice interrupted him. Who? Raditz gasped in shock. How could someone be so close without him sensing it? He quickly turned to see figures standing on a nearby hillside. Who are you? Raditz frowned, suddenly feeling a familiar aura that left him incredulous. It can't be. Are you all Saiyans? How could this be? In the entire universe, apart from himself, there should only be Vegeta and Kakarot. Why had so many Saiyans suddenly appeared? Raditz felt a surge of panic, quickly followed by exhilaration. Ha, my kin. With your presence, our Saiyan race will soon dominate this universe. Raditz laughed heartily, but then froze, his eyes widening. Beep beep beep. Combat power, 1319 Chaozu. Combat power, 1570 Yamcha. Combat power, 1777 Tien Shinhan. Combat power, 1893 Sun Wukong. Combat power, Raditz repeated in a daze. Combat power, 3999 Lan Chi. Combat power, 4060 Chi Chi. Combat power, 5000 Bulma. Gulu. Raditz could not help but swallow hard, his entire body trembling. What was happening? The warrior with a mere battle power of 1500 was drenched in sweat. This was absurd. Haha, you haven't witnessed my battle power yet. A deep voice echoed from behind. Raditz's eyes widened in shock as he slowly turned around, a terrifying aura pressing down upon him. You. Raditz gingerly raised his hand and pressed the button on his scouter. Beep beep beep. The scouter began to register an escalating series of numbers. 8,000, 10,000, 15,000, 19,000, 20,000. Boom! In an explosion of fire, Raditz hastily discarded the scouter to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Impossible. Impossible. Raditz gazed at the man before him in disbelief, unable to fathom that his opponent's battle power could soar to such heights. And it was still climbing. In a state of utter despair, Raditz launched himself into the air, desperate to flee. Yuwen Tianqi scoffed. A mere scum with a battle power of only 1,500. As he spoke, he pointed 2 fingers at Raditz, unleashing a dazzling beam of intertwined light that obliterated Raditz into fragments. Is this person truly my brother? Sun Wukong pondered, looking at the fallen Raditz without a hint of sorrow. You will soon learn, Yuwen Tianqi replied with a smirk, that there are numerous malevolent organizations within the universe, possessing immense power. You must continue your training. In a year, we shall embark on our journey to planet Namek. Yuwen Tianqi resolved to lead his Saiyan team to break free from Earth. Their first destination, to conquer Namek and crush the so-called cosmic overlord, Frieza, into the ground. The depth of Yuwen Tianqi's strength was unfathomable, far beyond mere thousands. Very well, I shall continue my training. So shall I. Me too. They all vowed to intensify their training. Sun Wukong, Krillin, Tien Shinhan, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu all expressed their commitment to continue their cultivation. Their aspirations reached towards the infinite stars and oceans. Their tale was just beginning. Following Yuwen Tianqi, they would explore the vast cosmos. Chapter 24. Racing towards the universe. Is everyone ready? Yuwen Tianqi stood in a secret base, facing his alliance team. Sun Wukong, Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and Kaiatsu. Beside them were Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Launch, along with Yuwen Tianqi's 2 children, Yu Wenqing and Yu Wenlingyan. His younger brother, Piccolo, stood quietly by Yuwen Tianqi's side, exhibiting a demeanor of obedience. Brother, you are incredible. Out of the 7 of us, only the 8 remain, but thankfully, you are unharmed. Sun Wukong was astonished, having not anticipated that his brother would grow so powerful in just a few days. The terrifying aura that barely emerged sent shivers down his spine. He was indeed formidable. Yuwen Tianqi nodded proudly, pleased that his cosmic team was finally beginning their journey. Bulma, please enlighten us about the analysis of the celestial being spacecraft. Yuwen Tianqi said with a smile. Bulma replied, the spacecraft of the celestial beings is remarkably advanced, crafted on planet Namek. The crowd gazed at her in astonishment, their minds brimming with endless imagination. Planet Namek, that legendary advanced world, has its technology surpassed all our understanding? Goku exclaimed, leaping up in surprise. Bulma, could you elaborate on the spacecraft? Speaking to you, a simpleton, would be futile, but I shall provide a brief introduction. Bulma rolled her eyes, nodding. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she described the spacecraft, which possessed a truly unique shape, resembling a colossal wormhole, yet it exuded an aura of greater mystery. It was constructed from a special metal found on Namek, renowned for its resistance to extreme temperatures and its capability to withstand intense cosmic radiation. The interior of the spacecraft was replete with high-tech equipment, each device boasting a distinctive function, some capable of analyzing unknown planets, others capable of producing food and water, and even some designed for prolonged stasis. Her voice was soft yet enigmatic, allowing the audience to almost feel the power she described. Each of her words animated the celestial spacecraft, making it seem as if it were right before them. In truth, the celestial spacecraft was tucked away in the storage room behind them. Imagine Bulma's words wielding a magical allure, guiding everyone's thoughts toward the uncharted cosmos, a colossal high-tech spacecraft, akin to a wandering star. Its speed surpassed all earthly aircraft, and once activated, it could swiftly break free from the solar system. The interior was astonishing, featuring living quarters, laboratories, and weapon systems, all encompassing every necessity. Her vivid depiction left everyone in profound awe, gazing at Bulma as if glimpsing an unprecedented future, a realm of possibilities for humanity. A flicker of concern crossed Bulma's eyes as she mentioned Namek, stating that according to the celestial beings, they were the guardians of our universe and our allies. They wielded technological powers beyond our imagination, yet their existence had drawn the attention of formidable forces. Tianqi interjected. It seems that planet Namek has caught the eye of a nefarious organization known as the Frieza Force. Bulma paused slightly before continuing. However, there is no need for excessive worry. The Frieza Force was founded by a tyrant named King Cold, originally called the Cold Force. King Cold assembled the elite Jinyu force and enlisted the Saiyans, employing them as mercenaries, including Raditz and the remaining Saiyans. Eventually, this force was handed over to Frieza, who renamed it the Frieza Force and rampaged throughout the universe, proclaiming himself the king of the universe. Yuwen Tianqi presented his own findings while explaining to the crowd. Wow, the Cosmic Legion, the king of the universe. How incredibly powerful. Mercenaries, even the Saiyans have bowed before them. The audience murmured among themselves, some expressing their concerns. Fear not, for Tianqi is indeed formidable. He shall confront the most powerful Frieza. The remainder of the task shall rest upon our shoulders. Earth is our homeland, our roots firmly planted here, yet Namek also stands as our ally. We must all strive to grow stronger to shield the people of Earth from oppression. With a wave of her hand, Bulma spoke thus. Indeed, we shall surely vanquish Frieza. Let us all rally together. Chi-Chi encouraged the group. At that moment, Lan Chi emerged from the laboratory, bearing a multitude of documents. This is the translation of the Namekian language. Bulma and I have toiled for over half a month to achieve this. You should take a look, she said, placing a stack of documents before everyone. What is this? It appears to be an exceedingly complex language. Indeed, it is quite difficult to comprehend, they replied. This is the Namekian language. Do not underestimate it. Our everyday conversations and the language of our spacecraft are both translated using it. Lan Chi remarked with a smile. Now please have a look. I am confident that you shall master it swiftly. She then began translating the documents using the Namekian language. I'll read a section first. Yuwen Tianqi said as he glanced through the material. This seems to convey the message to remove that large package, disregarding the rest. And it also appears to suggest opening that black iron box. Oh, this one is even more impressive. It straightforwardly expresses, I love you all. Haha, this is simple. I comprehended it with just a glance. Everyone exchanged bemused glances. Does Namekian also possess such romantic notions? Meanwhile, Krillin and Tien Shinhan began to examine the Namekian language and commence their translations. This one states, quickly hide, do not let others discover us. Krillin deciphered first. This seems to indicate, hurry. The enemy will soon be upon us, Tien Shinhan remarked after a glance at the documents. Oh, this one is even more remarkable. It directly conveys, do not concern yourselves with us. Go on ahead. Very well, let us set forth. Just as the group engaged in conversation, Bulma had already positioned a flying device on the ground and activated it, startling everyone. What is this? It turns out that the Namekians are quite advanced, having invented such high-tech devices. Wow, this contraption is incredible. Indeed, I wish to have one as well. All right, everyone may take a look. We shall depart in 3 days, Bulma announced as she observed the excitement on their faces. Chapter 25, Destination, Namek. Yes, yes. Sun Wukong exclaimed joyfully, eagerly exploring the unfamiliar sci-fi flying device. Yuwen Tianqi chuckled and shook his head, recalling his own astonishment upon first encountering it. Dad, we want to go too, chimed in the two small children, Yuwen Qingfeng and Yuwen Lingyin, as they approached. Yuwen Tianqi paused, about to respond. No, no. Bulma and Chi interjected simultaneously. Since becoming mothers, they had become exceedingly protective of the two children, naturally reluctant to let Yuwen Qingfeng and Yuwen Lingyin embark on any perilous adventures. With a gentle embrace, Yuwen Qingfeng clung to Yuwen Tianqi's arm, while Yuwen Lingyin grasped his leg, their playful antics evoking a certain charm. All right, let the two children go. I shall ensure their safety, Yuwen Tianqi declared, unwilling to keep them from venturing forth, especially with unwavering confidence in his own abilities. After all, Frieza was no match for him, and with the Dragon Balls in his possession, he had no lingering concerns. Very well, Bulma nodded in agreement. Chi sighed, realizing there was no alternative but to acquiesce. 3 days later, the group finally boarded the technologically advanced spaceship destined for Namek, their hearts brimming with excitement. Within this vessel, they were to embark on an unknown journey to explore a mysterious planet. The interior of the spaceship was remarkably sophisticated, leaving them in awe. The soft lighting above cast a captivating atmosphere within the vast expanse of the ship. The design was minimalist, yet brimming with a sense of advanced technology. Unmistakably a product of Namekian craftsmanship, peculiar and intriguing. As they traversed the expansive corridors, their footsteps echoed in the air, creating a sense of solitude. Each step felt like a venture into uncharted territory, infused with novelty and a touch of anxiety. Their hearts raced. This was their first encounter with the formidable technology of Namek. They entered an enormous cockpit adorned with mysterious instruments, each dashboard and button glimmering with an enigmatic light. Every device appeared primed for action, ready to launch into the depths of the cosmos at a mere command. Truly astonishing, Tianjin Fan mused, his voice reverberating within the cockpit. Indeed, it surpasses our Earth's technology by countless years, Yamucha lamented, overwhelmed by the feeling of inferiority that such advancements inspired. Do not lose heart. We possess formidable strength. Our combat prowess rivals that of the Namekians, Yuwen Tianqi encouraged, rallying the group. Yes, our combat abilities are impressive, Sun Wukong exclaimed, bouncing with enthusiasm, prompting Krillin nearby to roll his eyes and retreat slightly. Laughter erupted among them. Before long, they arrived in the control room, ready to initiate their voyage. There, they encountered a mysterious apparatus, shimmering with strange luminescence. The room featured an expansive control panel, with various displays and screens relaying essential data and information about the spaceship. Bulma and Chi were diligently operating the controls, their expressions serious yet composed. How's it looking? All systems go, Yuwen Tianqi inquired, observing the focused duo with fondness. Rest assured, Tianqi, all data is normal, Bulma and Chi replied with a smile. While Yuwen Qingfeng and Yuwen Lingyin darted about, their excitement palpable. Their combat abilities had significantly improved, now rivaling that of the once feared Raditz. Then let us activate the spaceship and set forth for Namek, Yuwen Tianqi declared with a confident snap of his fingers and a beaming smile. Onward. With a resounding shout, Wukong, accompanied by Krillin, entered the cockpit. His figure flickered across the large screen, and soon, the colossal spaceship vanished into the night sky, leaving behind a gradually fading black dot. In no time, the spacecraft initiated its launch, soaring into the heavens and embarking on a new journey through the cosmos. The universe, vast and enigmatic, eludes comprehension, yet evokes a deep yearning within the heart. At this moment, the ship had breached the atmosphere, accelerating rapidly as it exited the solar system. Gazing at the wonders of the universe, Wukong's heart surged with emotion, prompting an exclamation. Is this truly the universe? How magnificent! His awe resonated with everyone aboard, eliciting expressions of astonishment. Indeed, is this the marvels of future technology? How remarkable! The group felt a profound sense of shock. It was their inaugural venture beyond Earth into the cosmos, even for Yuwen Tianqi. This universe may not align with their preconceived notions. Look, a shooting star! At that instant, Bulma shouted, and Wukong, upon hearing her, glanced up to witness a meteor streaking overhead, trailing a long tail. A shooting star, Wukong exclaimed in astonishment, his voice echoing faintly in the vastness of space. However, the meteor was fleeting, vanishing almost as soon as his words were uttered. Wow, how beautiful! A shooting star! Both Bulma and Chi-Chi exclaimed in unison, their faces aglow with excitement. At last, they had witnessed a shooting star. Yet, as swiftly as it appeared, it disappeared in the blink of an eye. That was incredible. Chi-Chi laughed heartily, her joy resonating beautifully amidst the infinite cosmos. A smile graced Yuwen Tianqi's face. He had never seen a shooting star before and was elated to have witnessed one now. Nevertheless, the meteor's disappearance was merely the beginning. Following this, a dazzling array of lights flickered in the mysterious universe, a cascade of meteors soaring overhead, overwhelming these Earth dwellers. Yet to fully appreciate the beauty of this enigmatic cosmos, with awe. However, such splendor was short-lived, as the meteors began to plummet, some hurtling toward the spacecraft. Fortunately, Yuwen Tianqi acted swiftly to avert a potential disaster. Phew! Thank goodness for you, Bulma said, patting her ample chest, still shaken by the near miss. Rest assured, I've got everything under control, Yuwen Tianqi replied with a confident smile. Subsequently, the ship continued its journey in tranquility, free from further mishaps. The crew's spirits were high as they approached their destination. Now, it's time to prepare for hibernation, Krillin remarked, surveying the array of hibernation pods scattered about. Chapter 26, Arrival at Namek. Hearing this, Yuwen Tianqi tilted his head in thought before responding. Let's make the necessary preparations. Time is of the essence. We must enter hibernation immediately. Understood, the others replied without dissent. Months later, Namek, a celestial body unlike Earth, has captured the attention of all. At this moment, Goku and his companions have awakened and are regaining their strength to prepare for the battles ahead. Is this Namek? Kiki exclaimed, her gaze entranced by the breathtaking beauty of the planet. Indeed, this is Namek, our intended destination, Yuwen Tianqi replied, his eyes shimmering as he gazed into the distance. The Dragon Balls here are even more powerful than those on Earth. I have arrived. Moments later. The spaceship continued its journey, swiftly approaching Namek. At last, we have arrived, Yuwen Tianqi said, peering out at the Namekian planet, his heart racing in the stillness. His fingers glided gently over the control panel, as if playing a cosmic symphony. Under his deft command, the vessel descended silently onto this uncharted world, resembling a specter in the night sky. Bulma and Kiki exchanged knowing smiles, aware that Yuwen Tianqi had awaited this day for a long time. Aside from the three of them, no one truly comprehended the extent of Yuwen Tianqi's power. Even they only grasped a fraction of his formidable combat abilities, which would astonish everyone. Tianqi, is this your domain? Kiki inquired, surveying the surroundings. Indeed, this is my arena. Namek, Yuwen Tianqi affirmed, gazing at the resplendent planet. Let us commence our training here. Wonderful. Kiki cheered. I can hardly wait a second. Goku, Krillin, and Bulma shared her enthusiasm. You all wait in a Namekian village while I scout for the Frieza force. Yuwen Tianqi confidently instructed Bulma and the others. We will follow your lead, Tianqi. They chorused, their confidence bolstered by his presence. Yuwen Tianqi nodded, a smile gracing his face. They were his allies, his team, who unconditionally trusted and supported him. With this thought, he turned his gaze back to the planet ahead. The Namekian landscape was both beautiful and enigmatic, its atmospheric hues resembling an unfinished masterpiece. Deep blue, fiery red, and refreshing green intertwined in a dreamlike tapestry. Stars twinkled outside the window, seemingly narrating untold tales. As the spaceship landed, the vibrations resonated through the air. Yuwen Tianqi felt the tangible essence of this planet, his heart brimming with anticipation and curiosity. A rumble echoed as the entire spacecraft shook, yet no one felt fear. With a low thud, Yuwen Tianqi opened the hatch, and a refreshing breeze enveloped him. He inhaled deeply, savoring the novelty and mystery of this unknown world. The scenery of Namek is truly distinctive. It is a planet abundant with greenery, where vast expanses of trees and meadows blanket the entire surface. As Yuwen Tianqi stepped out of the spaceship and onto this unfamiliar terrain, he was in awe of the breathtaking vista before him. The ground beneath his feet seemed to beckon him, exuding a unique essence that was characteristic of this planet. Is this an extraterrestrial world? Namek? Bulma exclaimed in wonder. Indeed, this is Namek, and we shall now seek out the members of Frieza's army, Yuwen Tianqi replied, his gaze sharp as he surveyed the landscape ahead. How marvelous! Tianqi, Let us make haste to Namek. Chi-Chi exclaimed exuberantly. Goku and Krillin shared in their excitement, eager to learn what the legendary Saiyans were truly like. Yuwen Tianqi, slightly exasperated, remarked, "Did I not just instruct you to wait here while I investigate? You will be safe together, aside from Frieza. No one else poses a threat to you." The group sighed in resignation. "Very well, Tianqi, we shall heed your advice. You all should rest while I assess the situation with Frieza's forces. I shall not reveal myself unless a confrontation arises," Yuwen Tianqi stated. "Understood," Goku and the others affirmed. Before departing from the site, "Tianqi, please exercise caution. Remember to stay united and refrain from acting recklessly," Bulma advised. "Fear not. Do you not know me well enough?" Yuwen Tianqi replied, then suddenly leaped into the air, transforming into a dazzling white streak, soaring into the sky. His speed was akin to lightning, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. After flying for a considerable 2 hours, Yuwen Tianqi encountered numerous Namekians, resembling celestial beings with their vibrant green appearances. At that moment, a ship from Frieza's army was slowly descending from the sky, emanating a chilling aura that instilled fear. Yuwen Tianqi's target was these vessels. He intended to confront Frieza's minions directly. As he approached the ships, a red beam of energy suddenly shot forth from one of them, aimed directly at him. He deftly dodged the attack just in time. However, this was merely the beginning. Countless laser beams were unleashed, all of which Yuwen Tianqi expertly deflected. How pitiful, he fumed, raising his hand as an energy ribbon surged upwards, resembling a colossal silver dragon, carrying an overwhelming pressure as it charged toward the vessels below. With a thunderous roar, the energy ribbon rained down upon the ships, obliterating them and scattering debris across the sky. One ship was destroyed, but the onslaught did not cease. The second and third vessels met the same fate. A furious shout erupted from the chaos, and 2 Saiyans clad in battle attire descended from above. Upon seeing them, Yuwen Tianqi paused in surprise, then broke into a smile. These 2 Saiyans were none other than Vegeta and Nappa, their attire reminiscent of Raditz, yet with significantly less hair. Reflecting on Raditz, Yuwen Tianqi felt a twinge of regret for not sparing his life, pondering how it might have been to witness his transformation into a Super Saiyan 3. Chapter 27. Tormenting Vegeta. Particularly, Nappa, completely devoid of hair, led Yuwen Tianqi to speculate on what would become of Nappa's hair should he achieve Super Saiyan status. Vegeta? Yuwen Tianqi immediately recognized the 2 figures before him, muttering under his breath. With his keen eyesight, he effortlessly discerned their identities. "Who are you?" Vegeta inquired, furrowing his brow. Yuwen Tianqi chuckled softly, responding, "As for who I am, let me put it this way. I was the one who killed Raditz. Surely, you're aware of that, are you not? You actually killed Raditz? How did you come to be here?" Vegeta questioned, his voice rough, as if he had just emerged from a fierce battle, while Nappa beside him appeared visibly agitated. Upon hearing this, Yuwen Tianqi's grin widened, declaring, "I have come here to defeat you, of course." "No," Vegeta shook his head dismissively, retorting, "I will not let you succeed. The power of a Saiyan is beyond your comprehension." "Then let us test that," Yuwen Tianqi replied, a mischievous smile gracing his face. "For I am quite formidable." With that, he raised a hand, unleashing a torrent of energy that shot skyward, transforming into a colossal silver dragon that charged toward Vegeta. "Oomph!" Vegeta scoffed, raising his hand to counter with an energy sphere. The battle between the 2 Saiyans was imminent. A tremendous explosion resounded as their energies collided in midair, resulting in a violent detonation that stained the sky crimson. The earth trembled, waves of energy emanating from the epicenter of the explosion. Below, the sea roiled as if boiling, churning and dispersing into the atmosphere. Vegeta and Nappa felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon them, compressing their bodies. "You possess considerable strength," Vegeta remarked with a cruel smile. "Let me confront him," Nappa said, clenching his fists as he approached Yuwen Tianqi. Yuwen Tianqi remained calm, displaying no signs of anxiety, and replied coolly, "Then allow me to witness your true power." Another thunderous crash echoed as the energy collided with Nappa's fist, producing a fierce impact. And waves of energy continued to radiate from the point of collision. The ground quaked, mountains were uprooted, and the ocean surged with towering waves, some crashing toward Nappa and Vegeta. Nappa staggered backward, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, as he looked at Vegeta and said, "Heh, you are strong. However, my true power has yet to be unleashed. Now, I shall reveal my real strength." Nappa sneered, no longer holding back as energy coalesced around him. An energy sphere swirled in front of him, emanating formidable power. Yuwen Tianqi chuckled dismissively, knowing that he had barely tapped into his own strength, merely toying with Nappa for the time being. Another resounding explosion reverberated through the air. As the two figures distanced themselves, that Naba wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and coldly remarked, "Ha, your strength is formidable. But do you truly believe I possess no hidden cards?" With that, the energy surrounding Naba began to coalesce, his aura erupting with the ferocity of a rampaging beast as he charged toward Yuwen Tianqi. Yuwen Tianqi remained composed, exhibiting no sign of anxiety, and calmly replied, "Then let us see." With a resounding crash, energy surged forth as Naba's fist collided once more with the energy stream, unleashing waves of energy that radiated from the epicenter of the explosion. The ground trembled. Mountains were uprooted, and the sea roared with towering waves that surged and crashed relentlessly. Below, the waters churned violently, emitting pulses of energy that spread outward. Naba was shattered, reduced to mere fragments. Yuwen Tianqi observed Vegeta with an expression of serene amusement. How is this possible? A battle power of 30,000? Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Yuwen Tianqi, his face a mask of incredulity. It cannot be. How can you possess such overwhelming strength? Who are you? Vegeta was aghast, his power detector beeping incessantly. Yuwen Tianqi extended his right hand, the ring on his index finger emanating a soft silver glow. As a beam of laser light shot forth, Aya! Vegeta felt the specter of death approaching. A terrifying aura erupting from him as his battle power soared beyond 20,000 to reach 24,000. Yet, he was still too slow to react against Yuwen Tianqi's shockwave and was struck. The force of Yuwen Tianqi's charged attack was like a violent tempest, instantly engulfing Vegeta. Caught off guard, he was propelled into the ground, creating a massive crater. Rocks crumbled, thunderous booms echoed, and dust billowed, obscuring the sky as if the apocalypse had descended. Surrounding spacecraft came to an abrupt halt, all eyes fixated on the crater, unable to believe that the typically invincible Vegeta had been rendered powerless. The earth quaked, dust and debris swirled, and Vegeta's battle armor was shattered in an instant. His body akin to a kite severed from its string, tracing a parabolic arc through the dust before crashing heavily in the distance. As the dust began to settle, Vegeta's figure emerged, struggling to rise, his face smeared with dirt yet still exuding arrogance and coldness, albeit in a state of utter disarray, blood seeping from his lips and an arm broken. However, when he beheld Yuwen Tianqi preparing to unleash energy once more, an unprecedented fear gripped him. In the radiance of the energy, Vegeta appeared diminutive and powerless, his eyes filled with terror, as if he were staring into the abyss of his own demise. He yearned to flee, but his legs were rendered weak by fear. At that moment, Yuwen Tianqi halted. Vegeta was perplexed. "Go forth, train, and return to seek vengeance. You are far too weak at present." Yuwen Tianqi spoke calmly, as if discussing a matter of little significance, which utterly failed to pique my interest. "How dare you look down upon me, Vegeta?" Suddenly, a formidable aura erupted from him, a regal presence emanating gloriously, surrounded by a swirling silver radiance. "I am a proud Saiyan Prince, Vegeta. I shall not be defeated." "Oh!" Vegeta roared to the heavens, his voice resonating with astonishing intensity. Chapter 28. After tormenting Vegeta, seek out Sabo. Vegeta's words were yet unfinished when Yuwen Tianqi waved his finger, unleashing a powerful shockwave that sent him crashing to the ground. Vegeta's body tumbled through the air, engulfed in a cloud of smoke and flames, before he landed heavily on the earth. The surrounding foes were taken aback. This strength surpassed their wildest imaginings, igniting a wave of panic amongst them. They began to assault Yuwen Tianqi as ships descended from all directions, bombarding the ground with relentless firepower. Simultaneously, Yuwen Tianqi waved his finger once more, and a surge of potent energy erupted, striking one of the vessels mid-air. The ship exploded, debris scattering in all directions, as others fell victim to the fallout, sustaining varying degrees of damage. Vegeta struggled to rise once more. The honor of a Saiyan compelled him not to succumb. He aimed to unleash his energy wave, yet his body faltered. "I am the Saiyan Prince Vegeta," he cried out fiercely. Yuwen Tianqi regarded Vegeta's assault with a cold smirk. With a mere flick of his finger, he effortlessly dispersed Vegeta's attack. In an instant, he vanished, reappearing behind Vegeta. He struck with a powerful blow to Vegeta's back, sending him soaring through the air, tracing an arc before crashing to the ground. Unable to rise again, Despair overwhelmed Vegeta, and he began to sob uncontrollably, confronted by an insurmountable force reminiscent of Frieza's, an aura of invincibility. Such a pity. Yuwen Tianqi sighed, a hint of regret flickering across his face. However, your despair only delights me further. I can hardly wait to witness your limits. Are you prepared? His tone turned icy, a glint of coldness igniting in his gaze. In a blink, his figure vanished, only to reappear with Vegeta lying in a pool of blood. Ignoring him, Yuwen Tianqi disappeared again, materializing beside other warriors, a tremendous wave of energy radiating from him. As he passed, the soldiers felt as though they had plunged into an ice cavern, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They gazed at Yuwen Tianqi in terror, instinctively retreating. Advance! Yuwen Tianqi bellowed. And in that instant, all energy fluctuations erupted, sweeping outwards. The air crackled with energy, colliding violently, as ships caught in the onslaught were obliterated. No, please, don't kill me. The valiant warrior, do not. The air was filled with agonizing screams as numerous individuals were caught in the energy waves. Their bodies obliterated into mere fragments, blood and flesh scattering. When the energy waves finally subsided, the ground bore no trace of Yuwen Tianqi, save for a heap of debris. Yuwen Tianqi sensed a malevolent aura. According to the recent intel on Frieza's army, this individual could only be Sabo. He was a formidable lieutenant of Frieza, possessing the ability to enhance his power through transformation. Yuwen Tianqi's speed was astonishing, surpassing all expectations. In no time, he beheld a striking figure with green hair and skin, handsome features, and a well-proportioned physique. This visage was so captivating that it nearly rivaled his own. Yuwen Tianqi's ire ignited upon witnessing Sabo's appearance. No one could surpass his own allure. Sabo's focus remained solely on the injured Namekian, oblivious to the impending danger. By the time he sensed the threat, it was far too late. Whoosh! A violet beam erupted from Yuwen Tianqi's hand, striking Sabo directly. Boom! Sabo's body was sent hurtling away, crashing into a small mountain, which crumbled upon impact. The sound was deafening, akin to a thunderclap. The mountain trembled as if an earthquake had struck. Rocks began to loosen. Cracks spread like a spider's web, soil was torn asunder, and trees were uprooted. A cacophony echoed throughout the valley, resonating in a chaotic symphony. Onlookers were left in stunned disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene before them. No, impossible. Who are you? How can you possess such formidable power? Who exactly are you? Sabo roared, struggling to rise. His visage, struck by the violet beam, left his green robe in tatters, hanging off him like rags. His previously dapper hairstyle had transformed into a wild mess, erasing any semblance of his former gentlemanly appearance, rendering him quite disheveled. Are you Saiyan? Sabo gasped, astonished, pondering if this individual truly was a Saiyan. However, hadn't Vegeta asserted that only a few Saiyans had survived? A Saiyan? Yuwen Tianqi scoffed, widening his eyes. Continue to speculate. Yet, my purpose here today is solely to eradicate you inferior beings. You. Sabo's expression soured. He had not anticipated that Yuwen Tianqi would not recognize him, stirring his ire. You do not know me? Allow me to enlighten you. With a furious roar, Sabo transformed, donning a green combat suit that materialized around him. Instantly, his physique expanded, his handsome visage replaced by that of a rotund brute. Boom! With a dull thud, Sabo transformed into a hulking figure, his size doubling, muscles rippling, and green hair standing on end as if stirred by an unseen wind, exuding an aura of sheer terror. He had indeed transformed. Yuwen Tianqi couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. His opponent's combat power, in its normal state, should be around 23,000, but now transformed. It likely soared to an estimated 32,000. It was almost comparable to a mere finger's worth of his own strength. Meanwhile, an unsightly and grotesque alien soared towards him. Chio-E, come help me. This fellow is incredibly strong. Sabo suddenly shouted upon spotting Chio-E. What? Chio-E gasped in astonishment, realizing that even Sabo regarded this entity as a formidable adversary. The figure in the sky possessed such remarkable strength. It seemed that this opponent might even surpass Sabo himself. Such a competitor truly warranted Sabo's direct confrontation. However, faced with such a daunting foe, Chio-E hesitated, uncertain whether to engage. Damn it, what are you hesitating for? This individual is a Saiyan. Only by uniting our strengths can we hope to vanquish him. Chapter 29. Chio-E and Sabo's dual strike against the 32,000 combat power scum. Sabo noticed Qiu Yi's indecision and couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. At that moment, Yuwen Tianqi suddenly vanished from Qiu Yi's sight. Behind him, there was only the night and silence. Suddenly, Qiu Yi sensed a powerful force approaching from behind. Instinctively, he dodged, but the attack was too swift and too fierce, landing a blow to his waist. A sharp pain coursed through him as his body tumbled through the air, ultimately crashing to the ground. His waist throbbed with agony. Oh! He screamed in anguish. Then, he lifted his head to see Yuwen Tianqi standing before him. A cruel smile etched on his face. The murderous intent in his eyes filled Qiu Yi with dread. Overwhelmed by fear, Qiu Yi's heart raced like a frantic drum, pounding wildly in his chest. He widened his eyes, breathing heavily, each pore brimming with terror. The world before him blurred, as if shrouded in shadow. Just as he felt he might be engulfed by this dread, Yuwen Tianqi suddenly moved. His actions were as swift as lightning, impossible to capture. His body unleashed a terrifying shockwave, akin to a raging flood, unstoppable in its force. The shockwave expanded instantly, as if a colossal invisible blade had cleaved through the air, emitting a piercing shriek. Surrounding trees were uprooted in an instant, stone walls trembled, and even the earth seemed to quake. Qiu Yi was thrown back by this force, his body tracing a parabolic arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. He felt a wave of suffocation in his chest, a sweet taste rising in his throat, swiftly followed by a metallic tang. His mouth filled with the taste of blood. He looked up at Yuwen Tianqi, who stood firmly in place, exuding an aura of overwhelming power. His eyes burned like two fierce flames, radiating an oppressive light. His clothes billowed in the wind, reminiscent of a majestic eagle preparing to take flight. Qiu Yi's heart sank. He comprehended the vast chasm between himself and Yuwen Tianqi. He yearned to rise, yet his body refused to obey. Despair filled his gaze, for he recognized that he had lost any chance of victory. At that moment, Yuwen Tianqi slowly approached Qiu Yi, his stride steady and powerful. His heart overwhelmed with despair. He understood that he could no longer escape the fate of failure. "Have mercy," he cried out as he knelt, tears streaming down his face. The aura emanating from Yuwen Tianqi felt even more formidable than that of the elite troops, extinguishing any flicker of resistance within Qiu Yi, who could only shiver in anticipation of death. Yuwen Tianqi smirked disdainfully, his laughter akin to the biting north wind of winter, imbued with arrogance and contempt. With a sudden, commanding shout, his voice resonated like the collapse of mountains, striking awe into the hearts of those present. Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, he summoned an invisible force within his grasp, a torrent of energy teeming with overwhelming might, akin to a tempestuous storm. Across from him, Qiu Yi's visage darkened. He gazed at Yuwen Tianqi, his eyes flickering with resentment and unease, aware that he could not evade this decisive confrontation. Clenching his fists tightly, he radiated a dark, purple aura, a sinister power that emanated from the abyss, invoking a sense of dread. Yuwen Tianqi regarded Qiu coldly, his gaze piercing like a frigid blade, seemingly capable of penetrating the depths of Qiu Yi's soul. With a subtle wave of his hand, the invisible force surged forth like a raging tide towards Qiu Yi. In a roar, Qiu Yi's dark energy intensified. He pressed his palms together and shouted defiantly, "No!" The dark purple shockwave surged before him, resembling a grotesque specter. With a sudden thrust of his hands, the shockwave erupted like a ferocious dragon, colliding fiercely with Yuwen Tianqi's laser beam. A thunderous roar echoed through the air, reminiscent of the earth itself splitting apart. The shockwave scattered violently, obliterating everything in its vicinity. Dust filled the air, shrouding the world in darkness, as if it were the onset of an apocalypse. When the dust settled, the battlefield lay in ruins. Surrounding structures lay in complete devastation, and the ground bore deep fissures, resembling the claw marks of a colossal beast. People stood frozen, their eyes brimming with terror and anxiety. Qiu Yi's figure had vanished amidst the debris, leaving only echoes reverberating in the air. What remained was a vast pit spanning hundreds of meters, where Sabo stood at the edge, his gaze vacant. He lifted his head to behold a distant silhouette, Yuwen Tianqi. A wave of fear coursed through Sabo. He was uncertain if he could triumph over Yuwen Tianqi, yet he recognized the necessity of making an earnest attempt. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself, preparing for the impending battle. Yuwen Tianqi surveyed Sabo with a chilling gaze, exuding an aura of ruthlessness and cruelty. Gradually, He advanced toward Sabo, each step laden with menace and peril. Sabo's heart raced as he felt his body quiver, yet he understood that retreat was not an option. Clenching his fists, he readied himself for an assault. As the distance between them diminished, their breaths intermingled in the air. Suddenly, Sabo launched his attack, his body darting towards Yuwen Tianqi like a bolt of lightning. Yuwen Tianqi let out a cold laugh, slightly shifting his body to effortlessly evade Sabo's strike. He swiftly retaliated, delivering a powerful punch to Sabo's chest. Sabo's body soared through the air like a kite severed from its string, crashing to the ground. He struggled to rise, but his body could no longer bear his weight. Yuwen Tianqi approached Sabo, looking down at him with a hint of cruel amusement. "You are truly pathetic," he remarked. "With a combat power of merely 32,000, you lack even the strength of 100,000. How utterly disappointing." Yuwen Tianqi relished this moment, finding pleasure in echoing Raditz' famous words. Sabo lifted his head, gazing at Yuwen Tianqi with eyes filled with despair and hatred. "You will surely face dire consequences. The terror of Lord Frieza is beyond your imagination. He is the ruler of the entire universe. His combat power will make you tremble. I shall await you in the underworld." With a snap of his fingers, Yuwen Tianqi unleashed a small wave of energy that struck Sabo, resulting in a deafening explosion that shattered Sabo and the surrounding hillside into fragments, debris soaring into the sky, leaving the remaining survivors, those of Frieza's army, utterly decimated. "Oomph. Just a bit of fun with you, and you took it seriously," he scoffed, standing in the sky with an evil grin. "You know nothing of my true power." Chapter 30. Who is it that seeks death? The Jinyu Force reports. Namek. In the vastness of outer space, a peculiar spaceship suddenly appeared. Its design was bizarre, yet elegantly curved, as if it merged futuristic technology with an ancient, mysterious aura. The craft accelerated towards Namek, streaking through the silent interstellar void like a meteor. At an astonishing speed, it pierced through the atmosphere, surpassing the limits of velocity. As the ship approached, the surface of Namek and its structures grew increasingly prominent, visible to the naked eye. The vessel landed abruptly, stirring up a cloud of dust. Coincidentally, it landed not far from where Yuwen Tianqi had recently come to a halt. Who is it that seeks death now? Yuwen Tianqi mused, taken aback as he gazed at the spaceship. With a slight shift of his form, he glided towards it. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from the Jinyu Force's ship, illuminating the surroundings. Then, figures began to emerge from the vessel, spinning rapidly in the air before swiftly forming a peculiar team. This ensemble appeared quite comical, composed of multiple bodies, some members tumbling in the air while others stood firmly on the ground. Their heights varied, some tall, others short, and some exceptionally broad. Their skin tones and physical features were diverse: blue, red, and green. All donned combat uniforms. Rikuum, Berta, Guldo, Jinyu. The entire Jinyu Force assembles. There stands Guldo, diminutive in stature, his green skin and 4 eyes marking him as unique. Next to him is Rikuum, sporting a pineapple-like hairstyle and possessing a body of vibrant blue, the tallest among the team. Then there is Jeez, with his red complexion and flowing white hair. Leading them is Jinyu, the captain, whose body is a gentle lavender hue adorned with 2 black horns atop his head. Yuwen Tianqi observes the 6 with wide eyes, clapping his hands in delight. Suddenly, he rushes forward to stand before them. "Which circus do you hail from? Your performance was spectacular." He pauses, flashing a bright smile, bestowing the Jinyu Force with high praise. "We are the Jinyu Force. Do you seek death, you fool?" The 6 respond almost in unison. "Ah, the Jinyu Force," Yuwen Tianqi muses, stroking his chin with amusement. "I see, perhaps you're afraid. Arrogant brat. Let me witness your combat prowess," the captain, Jinyu, declares as he activates the scouter. Beep beep beep. 25,000. How intriguing. Jinyu exclaims, slightly taken aback, understanding now the source of such bravado. "Allow me to entertain him." Bart steps forward, a radiant smile adorning his face. "Very well, but do not kill him." Jinyu waves him off dismissively. "How dare you provoke the Jinyu Force? I, Bart, shall show you my speed. I am the fastest in the universe." With a menacing grin, Bart advances slowly, attempting to instill a sense of dread in Yuwen Tianqi. "Fastest in the universe?" Yuwen Tianqi bursts into laughter. "You truly are a frog at the bottom of a well." In an instant, Yuwen Tianqi's form vanishes, reappearing beside Bart before the latter can comprehend. A chill runs down Bart's neck, and then everything fades to black. The other 4 stare in disbelief, their eyes wide with shock. "No, Bart still has breath left. They gasp, struggling to accept the impossible. His body writhes in agony, yet his head rolls away, thudding to the ground. With a splatter of blood, Bart's final breath escapes him, his face etched with terror and desperation, a vivid tableau for all present. In a mere instant, the so-called fastest in the universe lies slain. The remaining 4 members of the Ginyu Force grow solemn, their expressions shifting to one of seriousness. This cannot be. Bart must have been careless, Rikuum exclaims, disbelief etched on his face as he hurriedly checks the scouter. Beep beep beep. The reading remains at 25,000. You concealed your strength, Jeez observes, a sense of unease creeping in as the scouter's unwavering numbers leave them perplexed. Something feels amiss. Ginyu furrowed his brow, perplexed. The combat power detector displayed an exceptionally precise reading. Yet, in an instant, the opponent had slain Bart. Such speed was almost unfathomable, even for him. It appears we have indeed been too complacent. Vengeance for Bart must be exacted. Aside from Ginyu, the remaining 3, GIs, Raikum, and Guldo, nodded in unison, exchanging glances without hesitation, and almost simultaneously charged forward. Foolhardy. Yuwen Tianqi emitted a soft snort, his form vanishing in an instant, only to reappear behind GIs. With a swift motion, he delivered a lethal chop. In the blink of an eye, GIs had no time to react before his head was severed from his body, blood gushing forth and staining the ground crimson. In rapid succession, Raikum and Guldo met the same fate, their heads also detached. No. Jinyu's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed the scene unfold. Beep, beep, beep. The combat power detector suddenly surged dramatically. 50,000, 80,000, 100,000, 200,000, 300,000, 400,000, 500,000, 530,000. How is this possible? Jinyu stood frozen, trembling, his face a mask of incredulity. How could the opponent possess a combat power of 530,000? This exceeded his own capabilities by an entire echelon. Impossible. No one could achieve such formidable power. It must be a malfunction of the detector. Jinyu nearly roared in disbelief, unable to fathom that a mere human could rival the might of Frieza. With a sharp crack, he hurled the combat power detector to the ground, shattering it to pieces. Gasping for breath, Jinyu stared incredulously at Yuwen Tianqi. He understood that the opponent was indeed formidable, yet he could not believe he was insurmountable. Chapter 31. Jinyu terrified. Combat power 530,000. It was inconceivable that he could reach Frieza's level of strength. Frieza is the strongest in the universe. You could never attain his level of power. Jinyu shouted, clenching his fists. The strongest in the universe? Yuwen Tianqi scoffed. Do you understand what an android is? Are you familiar with Cell? Have you heard of Majin Buu? Frieza couldn't even contend with the slightest fraction of their power. Ah, but you seem unaware of all this. Sighing, Yuwen Tianqi noticed Jinyu's bewildered expression and continued. Surely you know of Frieza's brother and father? Their combat powers far surpass Frieza's. Jinyu inquired. How do you know so much about these powerful beings? Why have I never heard of them? You see, you know nothing at all, Yuwen Tianqi replied, stroking his shin thoughtfully before adding with a mysterious smile. Did you know that Frieza can transform? Jinyu responded, I did not know. Enough of the chatter. Yuwen Tianqi erupted with an unparalleled aura, chuckling as he remarked, is this little display of combat prowess sufficient to instill fear in you? If you were to comprehend Frieza's true power, it would surely terrify you to death. Who are you? Jinyu's face turned ashen, beads of sweat cascading down his brow. Me? Yuwen Tianqi chuckled softly. I am destined to be the strongest being in the cosmos. As he spoke, he unleashed a cataclysmic wave of energy, his form surging forth, threatening to rend the very sky asunder. Surrounding structures and trees were consumed by this formidable force, reduced to mere ruins. In the face of such annihilation, all resistance proved futile. Jinyu was instantly propelled by Yuwen Tianqi's shockwave, sent hurtling countless meters away, crashing through several small hills before landing with a thunderous splash into a pond, sending towering waves skyward. Gurgling, Jinyu expelled lake water as he surfaced. Just then, Yuwen Tianqi's voice echoed in his ears. How does it feel? Is it not utterly despairing? These words struck Jinyu like a bolt from the blue, causing his body to tremble violently. Suppressing his agony, he lifted his gaze, only to behold Yuwen Tianqi standing effortlessly above the lake. a visage of disdain and amusement directed at him. Jinyu's lips quivered, unable to articulate a word. With a calm, yet chilling demeanor, Yuwen Tianqi's gaze instilled an unprecedented terror within Jinyu. Despair gripped him as he shouted, his eyes filled with dread, unwilling to succumb to death at this moment. Summoning every ounce of strength, Jinyu attempted a final struggle, akin to a cornered beast desperately seeking an escape from its grim fate. Yet, Yuwen Tianqi offered him no respite. He deftly evaded Jinyu's assaults and swiftly countered. A punch to Jinyu's abdomen elicited a sharp pain, followed by a kick to his chest, sending him crashing to the ground. Feeling his vitality rapidly draining, Jinyu fought to rise, launching a futile attack against Yuwen Tianqi. However, his efforts were effortlessly thwarted. Yuwen Tianqi regarded Jinyu with a chilling smile, his expression growing ever more merciless. A punch struck Jinyu's face, driving his head into the ground. Powerless, Jinyu collapsed, and in that harrowing moment, the earth became stained with his blood. Frieza will avenge me, Jinyu gasped, drenched in blood, before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Observing Jinyu's corpse, Yuwen Tianqi could not help but scoff, deeming him woefully weak. Were he to face Frieza's true might, even a mere finger could extinguish his life. The weak possessed no voice. With a resigned sigh, Yuwen Tianqi turned and departed. He did not venture far, for the commotion here was far too great. It was likely that someone would soon arrive. He eagerly anticipated Frieza's arrival. Yuwen Tianqi retrieved several large Dragon Balls from the pouch at his waist. He, the Dragon of Namek, seems to possess far greater power than that of Earth. He mused to himself with a hint of excitement. Subsequently, Yuwen Tianqi stowed the Dragon Balls away, as he had not yet gathered them all and needed to wait for Bulma and the others. A sudden surge of malevolent energy caught his attention. Yuwen Tianqi furrowed his brow and gazed up at the cosmos, his eyes sharp and profound, as if capable of piercing through the endless corridors of time and space. This aura, he instantly deduced, could it be Frieza? Realizing this, a glimmer flashed in his eyes. He did not expect this villain to arrive so soon. It seemed necessary to confront him. Meanwhile, at a considerable distance, Frieza observed the screen before him, which displayed the fierce battle between Yuwen Tianqi and Jinyu. This insolent fool dares to challenge me. Frieza clenched his fists and smirked coldly, surprised by how early he had returned. It appears I must demonstrate my power. Let us commence according to my plan. Yes, an elite soldier beside him nodded nervously. Everything is prepared, Lord Frieza. Shall we initiate our operation? Indeed, Frieza affirmed, and the others began to spring into action. Shortly thereafter, Frieza piloted his battle spaceship towards the planet Namek. He, Yuwen Tianqi, smiled slightly. Frieza would be his first true opponent, while the others were merely trivial. Simultaneously, in another corner of the vast multiverse, Vegeta anxiously scanned the surroundings of a Namekian village, searching for the Dragon Balls, perspiration streaming down his face. This is impossible, Vegeta muttered, unable to accept the shocking news he had just received. He could not fathom that Yuwen Tianqi had annihilated the Jinyu force. Those formidable warriors now lay defeated at his feet. Yuwen Tianqi is just too powerful, Vegeta lamented, realizing that he was no match for him. Vegeta's heart brimmed with frustration. He had always considered himself one of the top warriors in the universe. Yet now he had to admit the vast chasm that separated him from Yuwen Tianqi. Chapter 32. The Grand Elder of Namek, Frieza, has arrived. The only course of action was to find the Dragon Balls and wish for greater strength. In the next moment, a fiery determination ignited within Vegeta. He could not afford to lose, nor allow his pride to be trampled. He scoured every inch of his surroundings, searching for traces of the Dragon Balls. His heart racing like a swallow suspended above a precipice, each beat thrilling him to the core. Meanwhile, in a distant large village, Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Launch were joyfully playing, completely oblivious to the tension brewing around them. Buick was engaged in conversation with a group of Namekians, their expressions a tapestry of excitement, confusion, and an inexplicable sense of relief. Are you suggesting that my other existence, the deity of the heavenly palace, the primordial Piccolo, once escaped from Namek? Piccolo gazed in astonishment at a towering Namekian elder. Indeed, that was a tale from a time long past. Many years ago, Namek faced an unprecedented and catastrophic climatic disaster that rendered the entire planet desolate, nearly obliterating all forms of life. It was a heart-wrenching moment. By sheer fortune, Piccolo and I found ourselves far from the planet's core when the calamity struck, allowing us to survive. The elder sighed, his eyes reflecting profound sorrow and memories. Namek was our collective home, a vessel of our history and culture. In that disaster, everything vanished, leaving only Piccolo myself. And these ancient ruins. Indeed, one of those individuals is me, the elder recounted, seemingly haunted by recollections of the horrific event. The elder, a kind and wise figure, vividly described the scenes of devastation. The other is your original self, Piccolo. He turned to Piccolo with a gentle smile. Piccolo nodded quietly, clearly moved by the elder's words. They both understood that without each other, their resolve might have faltered. It seemed as though the onlookers were witnessing a vision of the past. The entire planet had been besieged by violent climatic upheavals. Temperatures plummeted, fierce winds howled, and torrential rains poured down. The ground fractured, gaping fissures appearing as if the claws of a demon sought to rend the planet asunder. The sky darkened ominously, as if the apocalypse had arrived. In this calamity, many Namekians were unable to escape their grim fate, their bodies swept away by the merciless storm, transforming into shooting stars in the cosmos. Their homeland lay in ruins, once thriving oases reduced to lifeless deserts. The elder recounted witnessing his kin consumed by the disaster, powerless as he knelt in despair, praying for divine intervention. When Bulma and the others inquired how Piccolo had evaded disaster, the elder's gaze deepened. He revealed that Piccolo was conducting a vital experiment in the planet's depths when the catastrophe struck, catching him unawares. Yet, Piccolo, a remarkably astute and quick-witted Namekian, utilized his technological prowess to successfully evade the disaster's grasp, ultimately boarding a spacecraft and fleeing to Earth. This recollection was a painful one for the elder, his eyes brimming with sorrow and lamentation. The lives lost were an eternal ache in his heart. Gradually, the elder's expression transformed into one of determination. Though our homeland is no more, we must continue to fight for our existence. We cannot allow the civilization of Namek to fade into oblivion. It is time for us to begin anew. Your confidence stems from that man named Yuwen Tianqi, does it not? Inquired the Grand Elder of Namek. Indeed, it is Tianqi who has instilled in us this unwavering faith, Bulma replied resolutely, her conviction in Yuwen Tianqi's strength evident, with her companions echoing her sentiment. Young ones, I admire your courage. Yet you must understand that our adversaries are a dreadful breed of demons, the Grand Elder stated gravely. They were once the scourge of the universe, the Frieza force. Merciless and avaricious, reveling in slaughter. Among them, the leader, Frieza, is an arrogant and formidable demon, proclaimed to be the mightiest in the cosmos. The true extent of his power is unfathomable, and on Namek, none can stand against him. The Grand Elder's voice grew somber as he continued. Your ally, Yuwen Tianqi, faces a seemingly insurmountable challenge against Frieza. It matters not. We have faith in Tianqi. He will surely defeat Frieza, Kiki asserted. I share your belief, Bulma added. I also trust in our leader's strength, Piccolo concurred. The rest of their companions echoed similar sentiments, their trust in Yuwen Tianqi unwavering. I hope to receive good news from you. I wish you all the best, the Grand Elder concluded before turning to depart. Meanwhile, Frieza's ship had just landed. Frieza emerged slowly, his figure appearing both solitary and arrogant against the backdrop of the sky. His blood-red eyes glinted with a ruthless light, a sinister smile gracing his face, causing the very air around him to tremble. He looked down at Yuwen Tianqi, standing below him, and coldly remarked, So, it is you who wishes to challenge me? Yuwen Tianqi stood firm, his gaze calm. He smiled at Frieza, a smile devoid of fear, only embodying defiance. I am indeed the one you seek, Frieza, he replied effortlessly. Frieza's eyes widened in surprise, quickly replaced by laughter that echoed through the void of space, mocking Yuwen Tianqi's audacity. He looked down upon Yuwen Tianqi, his voice dripping with derision. You? With such meager power? His tone was sharp and chilling, like a sword aimed at Yuwen Tianqi. Frieza glanced at the reading on the power level detector. 100,000. Not bad, I suppose. However, if you think this represents my full strength, you are gravely mistaken. Yuwen Tianqi smiled mysteriously. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura erupted from within him, his power soaring to unprecedented heights. His body radiated a dazzling light, resembling an invincible warrior from the cosmos. Now, take a closer look. Chapter 33. Frieza Transforms. Frieza stood astounded before the spectacle, utterly unprepared for the revelation that this insignificant being had achieved a power level of 530,000. You can control Ki to such an extent? Frieza stroked his chin, surprised yet entirely unconcerned about the opponent's newfound strength. One might say, Yuwen Tianqi tilted his head slightly. Yes, it is quite akin to your various transformation stages. You are aware of my metamorphosis. Haha. Frieza gently covered his lips, laughing heartily, truly amusing. In that case, allow me to unveil my second transformation. Frieza's blood-red eyes suddenly sparkled, and then they began to blur, light overlapping. Within mere seconds, a layer of deep crimson armor enveloped his form. The second transformation. A brilliant crimson radiance erupted from within his being. A formidable aura surged forth like a tidal wave, expanding wildly in all directions from his center. An irresistible power emanated from him. The deep red armor seemed to possess a life of its own, swirling with fervor. His eyes transformed into two deep crimson voids, exuding a terrifying aura of slaughter. He grew taller and more robust, resembling a small giant. My combat power now exceeds 1 million, proclaimed Frieza. Yuwen Tianqi nodded. This is the essence of the second transformation. In my eyes, you resemble an ant, my opponent. An ant? Ha ha ha. Preposterous. You ought to consider your own weight. The blood-red radiance intensified, and a colossal figure floated around Frieza. In his second form, Frieza charged directly at Yuwen Tianqi, and their battle commenced in earnest. Frieza was an extraordinarily formidable adversary. Even in his second form, his strength and speed reached astonishing heights. Yet Yuwen Tianqi was not an easy opponent. Facing Frieza with calm and decisiveness, the battle erupted into a fierce melee from the outset. Each blow landed with a resounding impact, reverberating through the air. Frieza's attacks struck like thunder, swift and devastating. Yet Yuwen Tianqi stood firm, employing his own skill and resilience to withstand them. Their figures darted across the battlefield, a dance of offense and defense, each assault infused with ferocious power, and every defense showcasing exquisite technique. Frieza's eyes glinted with zeal and cruelty, his laughter echoing across the battlefield. He relished the sight of Yuwen Tianqi's pained expressions, yet he recognized that this opponent was not easily vanquished. As the battle reached a crescendo, the ferocity of their exchanges intensified. Their bodies collided in midair, producing a dull thud. Their movements left deep imprints upon the ground, reminiscent of a seismic tremor. Surrounding structures and the earth crumbled beneath the weight of their conflict, debris scattering and dust billowing. However, Yuwen Tianqi maintained an impeccable state, deftly neutralizing all of Frieza's assaults. Remarkable, you still retain your strength, Frieza noted, sensing the anomaly. His opponent's skillful evasion was evidently effortless, and he himself bore numerous wounds. Blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. Let me show you my third form. A crimson radiance erupted from Frieza's body, radiating outward with immense force. His physique elongated, each part of him growing increasingly robust. In mere seconds, he transformed into a monstrous figure. Frieza's muscles swelled further, resulting in a grotesque lateral expansion, the most hideous form of all. Yuwen Tianqi silently remarked, "This form of yours is truly unsightly." With a sigh, he continued, "But what of it?" Frieza, brimming with confidence, retorted, "What you see now is merely a fraction of my power, yet to be fully unveiled. The strength of my third form is beyond your imagination." He proclaimed, "Allow me to demonstrate the true might of my third form. My combat power has surged past 2 million. Are you truly intent on fighting me?" Yuwen Tianqi smirked as he observed Frieza charging forth. A slight grin crept across Frieza's lips. Fighting? In his third form, Frieza loomed large in the sky, exuding an overwhelming presence. His eyes glimmered with a cruel light, saliva dripping from the corners of his mouth, resembling a wild beast in its frenzy. He extended his massive arm, lunging toward Yuwen Tianqi with the intent to obliterate him. Yuwen Tianqi remained composed, standing his ground. Suddenly, Frieza shot through the air like a silver meteor, hurtling toward him with ferocity. Their clash resembled two celestial sovereigns vying for dominion, fierce and electrifying. Yet, Yuwen Tianqi floated effortlessly like a leaf in the wind, evading Frieza's assault. His fist carved a golden arc through the air, illuminating the vast expanse of the cosmos. The shockwave from their confrontation rippled around them, causing the very ground to tremble. Nevertheless, they remained as two invincible legends, showcasing their might in this epic duel. Frieza's strength intensified, each attack resembling the wrath of the universe, intent on consuming all. Yet, Yuwen Tianqi exhibited an uncanny agility, deflecting each strike and countering with blows to Frieza's face. "Stop hitting my face!" Frieza bellowed in fury. "Not a chance," Yuwen Tianqi chuckled, dodging while grinning. "For I am invincible." Frieza's visage swelled from the blows, and he roared, "I am undefeated. I am invincible. Can you refrain from merely declaring your invincibility?" Yuwen Tianqi responded, exasperated. "We are in a life and death struggle, and if you cannot best me in your third form, how can you claim to be undefeated? Do not underestimate me." Frieza, consumed by madness, transformed into his final form. His body shrank, compacting itself. "Come fort. You cannot kill me." Frieza, now diminutive yet roaring with power, shook the very heavens. The ground began to fissure, countless rocks rising from beneath, mountains crumbling as if the apocalypse had arrived. After a long wait, my combat power has reached 50% of its peak, boasting a staggering 60 million in strength. Frieza wore a smile that was both exhilarating and cruel. "How does it feel? Are you frightened?" "Haha." Yuwen Tianqi sighed. "Frieza, have you ever heard of the Super Saiyan?" Chapter 34. Yuwen Tianqi transforms into a Super Saiyan. "What?" Frieza was taken aback. Have you heard of the Super Saiyan?" Yuwen Tianqi asked again, devoid of any impatience, as if discussing an ordinary topic. "The Super Saiyan? That legend?" Frieza's eyes widened as he processed Yuwen Tianqi's words. "It seems you have heard of it." Yuwen Tianqi smiled, which made things easier. "Let me show you the might of a Super Saiyan." "Ha!" With a mighty roar, Yuwen Tianqi's aura surged dramatically. He raised his arms and shouted, "Transform into a Super Saiyan." A faint golden glow surrounded his body, as if an invisible force was supporting him. "This is the power of the Saiyans." Frieza felt an overwhelming pressure and widened his eyes in disbelief. Suddenly, his hair began to radiate a dazzling light, and a tremendous energy erupted from within him. His entire form enveloped in a roaring golden flame. His eyes, once deep black, now shimmered with a strange light, as if they could see through everything. His facial muscles twitched slightly, revealing an unusual tenacity. His fingers began to tremble. This is impossible," Frieza exclaimed, his face a mask of shock, realizing that the other's power surpassed his own. "I just had a battle power of 3,000,000. Now, in my Super Saiyan transformation, my battle power has reached 150,000,000. Yuwen Tianqi said with a sinister grin. 150 million? Frieza gasped, incredulously repeating the figure. "No, I refuse to believe it." Frieza roared, his aura erupting. "You'll find out for yourself," Yuwen Tianqi retorted coldly, enveloped in golden flames. Then he moved. His speed was indescribable, leaving only a golden afterimage in his wake. He appeared instantaneously at various positions, as if traversing through different dimensions. His golden flames danced with his movements, resembling a flowing stream of gold, shimmering around him. The surroundings began to morph, imbued with an air of mystique. The once ordinary room now radiated with golden light, transforming into a mysterious domain of golden brilliance. Within this realm, Yuwen Tianqi resembled a golden sovereign, each of his movements infused with a formidable power, capable of altering the very rules of this world. His form emitted an even more intense glow, the golden flames rising like fire around him. His eyes sparkled with blinding brilliance, as if capable of penetrating all truths. His muscles were as unyielding as steel, and his movements were faster than lightning. "Feel the force of my punch." Yuwen Tianqi appeared beside Frieza in an instant, delivering a powerful blow. Frieza's body curled up like a giant shrimp. His long tail bent, his head buried deep in his chest. His abdomen was struck by a punch from Yuwen Tianqi, instantly contorting in shape. The moment the golden aura erupted, the surrounding air seemed to be torn asunder. Frieza's body tumbled through the air, accompanied by his anguished cries, as a mist of blood enveloped the space around him. Yuwen Tianqi did not relent. He pursued relentlessly, delivering blow after blow to Frieza's form. Each impact sent shockwaves reverberating, causing the nearby planets and spacecraft to tremble. Frieza's body continued to roll in the air, his screams growing ever fainter, enveloped in the golden flames as if scorched by an inferno. Unable to evade, he was struck directly by an energy wave, spinning helplessly before crashing violently into a stony mountain. With a resounding thud, Frieza was driven deep into the earth. The entire peak quaked at that moment, stones cascading downwards. Frieza lay buried beneath the rubble, with only a few fingers and one eye exposed, his gaze filled with terror and disbelief. It cannot be. The legend of the Super Saiyan is indeed true. Yuwen Tianqi approached Frieza, coldly regarding him. He understood that this battle was over. "No, I still have one last card to play." Frieza roared, activating his full power, a battle strength of 120 million. "Futile, even at 120 million. You remain no match for me," Yuwen Tianqi replied nonchalantly. Frieza seethed with rage, charging again from the sky. In the distant horizon, Bulma, Chi-Chi, launch, and Son Goku watched in astonishment. Is that the legendary Super Saiyan? He's incredible. Goku exclaimed, I want to become a Super Saiyan too. You will, Tianqi assured Goku. You will soon transform into a Super Saiyan. Bulma, arms crossed, gazed at Yuwen Tianqi's silhouette, her back turned, stating, yes, I will become as strong as he is. Goku clenched his fists, resolute. I will too. Chi-Chi's eyes sparkled with determination. I will surpass Bulma. I believe in you. Launch smiled encouragingly. Everyone present was awestruck by Yuwen Tianqi's prowess. Is he truly a Super Saiyan? His strength is beyond our comprehension. For now, let's focus on our training and not dwell on this, Bulma suggested nonchalantly. Agreed. Meanwhile, Yuwen Qingfeng and Yuwen Lingyin approached Bulma. Mom, can we also become Super Saiyans? They asked, their eyes filled with hope. You will. Bulma exchanged a joyful glance with Chi-Chi, smiling brightly. In another direction, behind a pile of stones, Vegeta stared in disbelief at Yuwen Tianqi. Why? How can he transform into a Super Saiyan? Who is this Yuwen Tianqi? Why does he know the secret that eludes me? Vegeta clenched his fists, roaring in frustration. If Yuwen Tianqi is indeed the legendary Super Saiyan, then he is destined to become the unrivaled champion of the future, leaving Vegeta in a state of despair at the thought of being surpassed. How could Vegeta possibly reconcile with such a fate? No, I cannot concede. I'm the strongest. I am indeed the strongest. Clenching his fists in frustration, Vegeta roared, Why? Why can't I transform into a Super Saiyan? Why? One day, I will surpass this individual. I am a proud prince of the Saiyans. Chapter 35. Mercilessly defeating Frieza, reducing him to nothingness. Vegeta glared in the direction of Yuwen Tianqi, his eyes ablaze with fury. The title of Super Saiyan must belong solely to me. Frieza bellowed in rage, prepare to witness my full strength. His eyes gleamed with a chilling light as his body trembled, evidently gathering immense power. His battle power surged to an astonishing 120 million, more formidable than ever before. His muscles tensed, resembling a bowstring drawn to its limit. Yet, Yuwen Tianqi stood firm, unperturbed, his gaze brimming with resolve and confidence. He recognized that this was the moment he had awaited. Releasing his full power, while in the state of a Super Saiyan, his battle power soared to a staggering 150 million. A mysterious force enveloped his being, and golden energy surged around him, roaring to life. As the battle commenced, Frieza unleashed a torrent of ferocious attacks, his hands striking like lightning towards Yuwen Tianqi. Calmly, Yuwen Tianqi evaded with the grace of a dragon, skillfully dodging Frieza's onslaught. Frieza's assaults intensified, his form darting like a tempest. Energy blasts relentlessly aimed at Yuwen Tianqi, yet all were deftly sidestepped. Yuwen Tianqi refrained from counterattacking, biding his time for the perfect opportunity. At last, a flaw appeared in Frieza's relentless assault. Seizing the moment, Yuwen Tianqi struck with the swiftness of lightning, launching an offensive against Frieza. The battle escalated to a fever pitch, their forms weaving through the air like bolts of lightning. The sounds of their clashes reverberated across the planet, as if even the heavens trembled in response. Ultimately, Yuwen Tianqi exploited Frieza's vulnerability, delivering a crushing blow that sent Frieza crashing to the ground. His body traced an arc through the air before landing heavily, silencing the entire planet, leaving only the sound of Frieza's fall. This confrontation left all spectators in awe. Yuwen Tianqi's prowess had reached unprecedented heights. No, I cannot be defeated. Frieza roared defiantly, his eyes glinting with malice as he raised his foot to deliver a fierce kick towards Yuwen Tianqi. Yet, Yuwen Tianqi blocked the strike with unwavering steadiness before swiftly retaliating with a powerful punch to Frieza's abdomen. Frieza howled in disbelief, utterly astonished by the tenacity of Yuwen Tianqi. He launched another attack, sweeping his leg towards Yuwen Tianqi's lower body. With agility, Yuwen Tianqi leapt into the air, executing a somersault to evade Frieza's strike. Frieza, infuriated, unleashed a more ferocious onslaught. His fist struck like lightning. Yet Yuwen Tianqi skillfully dodged or blocked each blow. Yuwen Tianqi's counterattacks grew increasingly forceful, each punch eliciting pained groans from Frieza. The color drained from Frieza's face, and his body began to tremble. He groaned in agony, grappling with the incredulity of his plight. He realized he was no longer the most formidable entity in the universe. His dreams lay shattered, and his ambitions dissolved into nothingness. He gazed up at Yuwen Tianqi, his eyes brimming with resentment and malice. No, I cannot lose. Frieza muttered to himself in disbelief, suddenly struck by a thought. Wait for me, I shall return. In an instant, Frieza transformed into a streak of light. Soaring into the sky, he sought to flee, to escape Yuwen Tianqi's relentless pursuit. However, Yuwen Tianqi's gaze hardened, and a dazzling radiance erupted from his hand as he pursued Frieza. In the sky, the flash raced across the horizon, akin to a shooting star, fleeting in its brilliance. Frieza's energy form slithered through the air like a serpent, while Yuwen Tianqi followed closely, unleashing powerful energy waves in an attempt to thwart Frieza's escape. Realizing he could not evade capture, Frieza abruptly changed direction and dove towards a mountain peak. Without hesitation, Yuwen Tianqi followed suit. Their speeds were akin to lightning, and they swiftly reached the summit. At that moment, the rocks atop the peak began to crumble under Frieza's might, massive boulders tumbling downwards. Yuwen Tianqi was compelled to pause momentarily to withstand the cascading stones. Seizing this opportunity, Frieza attempted to flee once more. Infuriated, Yuwen Tianqi's hand once again radiated brilliance, this time more intense than before. With a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful energy wave towards Frieza. Upon glancing back, Frieza was horrified to see the wave closing in at an astonishing speed. He endeavored to evade it, but it was too late. He could only watch helplessly as the energy wave struck him, engulfing him in an instant. The entire mountain trembled, the rocks fracturing anew. After a brief interval, calm returned, leaving only debris and an eerie silence. Yuwen Tianqi approached the edge of the mountain, surveying the scene below. Frieza was dead. The once mighty emperor of the universe had met his end in the realm of Namek, leaving no trace of his existence. Yet, Yuwen Tianqi understood that this was merely the beginning. Frieza's lineage still harbored greater powers awaiting a challenge. The future promised adversaries far more formidable than Frieza, alien beings of immense strength. Contemplating this, Yuwen Tianqi's gaze grew resolute as he lifted his head towards the distant horizon. Bulma, Kiki, Lanki, Yuwen Qingfeng, Yuwen Lingyin, Sun Wukong, and Piccolo joyfully rushed over, leaping with excitement, embracing one another in a fervor. Tianqi, you are incredible. You have defeated Frieza, the universe's strongest warrior. Feeling the warmth of their hands, Yuwen Tianqi's eyes sparkled with joy. Frieza hardly qualifies as the strongest in the universe. He has a long way to go. However, for you all, he truly was a formidable adversary, Yuwen Tianqi remarked as he scanned the group. At that moment, his gaze suddenly fixed on a distant figure. Look over there. What is that? Bulma exclaimed, pointing at the horizon in astonishment. The group followed her finger and noticed a silhouette gradually approaching, clad in battle attire. Oh, it's Vegeta. Sun Wukong laughed heartily. Wukong, you know Vegeta? Yuwen Tianqi inquired, astonished. Vegeta helped me before. We are friends, Sun Wukong replied, scratching his head with a smile. The fact that Wukong was friends with Vegeta was quite peculiar. It was a curious twist of fate, Yuwen Tianqi mused. If Wukong and Vegeta were indeed friends, it implied that the others must surely know Vegeta as well. This line of thought led Yuwen Tianqi to recall the narrative of Dragon Ball, inspiring a bold hypothesis that brought a smile to his face. Wukong, come here, he called out. Wukong looked at Yuwen Tianqi in confusion, uncertain as to why he was beckoned. Noticing Wukong's perplexity, Yuwen Tianqi decided to articulate his conjecture. Upon hearing it, Wukong paused momentarily before soaring towards Vegeta. Shortly after, whatever exchange occurred between Sun Wukong and Vegeta resulted in Vegeta becoming quite agitated, leading to a heated argument. However, in no time, Vegeta unexpectedly approached alongside Sun Wukong. Tianqi, Vegeta has agreed to join us. He is impressed by your strength, Wukong exclaimed loudly. Shut up. Vegeta's face turned as red as a liver, as he swiftly covered Wukong's mouth and pushed him to the ground, engaging in playful tussles. Since that's the case, you should come with us, Vegeta, Wukong insisted. All right, Wukong. I will come find you now, Vegeta replied, standing up with a haughty demeanor, turning his face away defiantly. Wukong, I leave Vegeta in your care. Tianqi, is Vegeta truly your friend? Lei Chi asked Yuwen Tianqi as they prepared to depart. Indeed, though he and you are both Saiyans, he hails from the Saiyan royal lineage. Yet, he is the proud Saiyan prince. Unfortunately, Vegeta's planet was completely annihilated by Frieza. All things considered, Vegeta is quite a pitiful fellow, Yuwen Tianqi chuckled, observing the proud Saiyan, realizing how he must have felt to venture out alone. Having concluded his words, Yuwen Tianqi led the group away from that place. heading towards the location of the Grand Elder on Namek. Behind them, Sun Wukong gazed at the profile of Vegeta, feeling a pang of compassion. It dawned on him that Vegeta was also a pitiable soul. However, Sun Wukong quickly regained his composure. No matter how unfortunate, he must continue to strive, determined to inspire Vegeta. With this thought, his heart swelled with fighting spirit. He vowed to become stronger, powerful enough to save Vegeta's life. Meanwhile, Vegeta was contemplating similar thoughts. Was he truly destined to follow Yuwen Tianqi? He felt a deep sense of reluctance. He must grow stronger, to transform into a Super Saiyan. On another front, Tianqi, is what you say truly real? Is there indeed a way to make me stronger? Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Lan Chi inquired, followed by Yuwen Qingfeng and Yuwen Lingyin. Are you referring to the Grand Elder's potential awakening? We've already attempted that. While it did yield significant improvement, it pales in comparison to your prowess as a Super Saiyan, Bulma remarked dismissively, pouting slightly. The Grand Elder is but one aspect. The Dragon Balls of Namek are far more potent than those on Earth. Have you forgotten about Frieza? His innate talent surpasses that of the Saiyans. Do not be deceived by the fact that Frieza could not best me, a Super Saiyan. It is solely because he has never trained since birth, merely relying on growth to achieve a combat power exceeding 1 million. Had he trained for just 3 months? Yuwen Tianqi recalled the audacious Golden Frieza. How terrifying! He wondered if the Dragon Balls of Namek could replicate Frieza's innate talent. Though he suspected the likelihood was slim, he had arrived here to become stronger. Otherwise, in this perilous universe, his life could be extinguished at any moment. The first Super Saiyan form, with a combat power of 150 million, is inconsequential in the grand scheme of the universe. In a few years, even a mere android could easily overpower a Super Saiyan. The second Super Saiyan form, while surpassing the first, was not particularly formidable. Nonetheless, during this period, it remained quite powerful, or so Yuwen Tianqi believed. The third Super Saiyan form, however, unleashed an explosive combat power, rendering its wielder a godlike existence among ordinary strong beings. They could effortlessly obliterate planets and even annihilate entire galaxies. Father, we too want to grow strong. We wish to be as powerful as you. Yuwen Qingfeng and Yuwen Lingyin clung to Yuwen Tianqi's arms, swaying adorably, their cherubic faces uplifted. Haha, very well. You shall become immensely powerful in the future, Yuwen Tianqi said, affectionately ruffling their hair. Bulma and Chi-Chi exchanged a knowing glance, sharing a silent chuckle. It appears we have arrived. Lan Chi suddenly halted, addressing Yuwen Tianqi. He stood before a peculiar structure, the silhouette of the Grand Elder of Namek visible within the seemingly crooked yet enigmatic abode. Why do these extraterrestrials' houses all resemble one another? Yuwen Tianqi mused quietly, noting that the structures in Dragon Ball truly appeared to be cast from the same mold. You all wait for me outside, he said to Bulma and the others, who were playing with the 2 children. Sure, Tianqi, go ahead. We'll be waiting for you outside. Chi-Chi waved her hand at him. With a warm smile, Yuwen Tianqi nodded in acknowledgement before turning away. In the next moment, he gently pushed the door, which creaked open silently. The interior was dimly lit, with only a few flickering lights casting an enchanting glow, creating an air of mystery. He stepped inside, his footsteps echoing in the empty space. He sensed a subtle shift, as if an unseen force was quietly stirring. Suddenly, an ancient and commanding voice resonated through the air. Welcome, Yuwen Tianqi. Yuwen Tianqi looked up to see an elderly man clad in an ancient robe, seated at the center of the room. His imposing figure was somewhat rotund, exuding an air of weariness. Yet his eyes sparkled like stars, and a profound smile of wisdom adorned his face. This was the Grand Elder of Namek, an exceptionally wise figure, contemporaneous with the primordial Piccolo. Chapter 37. The Grand Elder, Unleashing Potential. In the Grand Elder's hands rested a glowing orb, radiating a warm light akin to that of a miniature sun. Within the orb, the scene of Yuwen Tianqi battling Frieza unfolded, appearing as if it were a replay. What is this? Yuwen Tianqi inquired, somewhat astonished. Is it a miniature camera? This is the ability of my memory stone, the Grand Elder explained thunderously. This stone, transformed from a plant native to Namek, harbors the entirety of life's memories and energies. On Namek, every battle scene is recorded within this memory stone, known as the Sealing Stone. The Grand Elder's voice, like thunder, elucidated further. The name Sealing Stone was given by my grandchildren, signifying the recording of all things in the world, both good and bad. However, to shield the inhabitants of Namek from dark forces, It is essential that each individual's heart retains a glimpse of beauty. Therefore, whenever significant events transpire, we first consult the local residents to determine if their accounts align with mine. Only when they do will the information be made public. The Grand Elder's voice boomed like thunder, yet his tone remained exceedingly gentle. Gazing intently at Yuwen Tianqi, his eyes glimmered with profound light as he remarked, I have witnessed your battle with Frieza. Your prowess exceeds my expectations. I never imagined a Super Saiyan could be so formidable. Yuwen Tianqi smiled softly, his deep-set eyes shimmering with wisdom as he replied, This is merely the tip of the iceberg. My true power awaits the opportune moment to be unleashed. The Grand Elder inhaled deeply, as if absorbing the formidable aura of Yuwen Tianqi, his eyes brimming with astonishment and reverence. He was acutely aware that Yuwen Tianqi's prowess far surpassed what he had thus far revealed. Nevertheless, he understood that this young man must endure further battles to truly unleash his full potential. Your potential is boundless, the Grand Elder spoke slowly, and I eagerly anticipate your future endeavors. Yuwen Tianqi offered a slight smile, affirming, I fight to protect those I hold dear, his gaze radiating confidence and determination. Upon hearing his words, the Grand Elder nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing his features, an expression of admiration and acknowledgement towards Yuwen Tianqi. You are a true hero. Yuwen Tianqi, the Grand Elder proclaimed. Your strength, resolve, and courage fill me with pride. You have demonstrated the true power of a Super Saiyan and rekindled my hope. Yuwen Tianqi gently nodded in gratitude, aware that his struggle was not solely for himself, but also to safeguard innocent lives and protect this planet. In that moment, warmth and hope enveloped both their hearts. Their gazes intertwined, silently declaring, This is our mission. This is our responsibility. You know, I too was once a warrior. The Grand Elder's voice turned somber, as if reminiscing. Yuwen Tianqi nodded slightly, recognizing that the Grand Elder was sharing his past and combat experiences. He listened intently, seeking valuable insights. However, I am not a Super Saiyan. I am merely a Namekian. The Grand Elder's tone carried a hint of envy and regret. I lack your strength and talent, yet I possess my own responsibilities and mission. Yuwen Tianqi silently nodded, comprehending the Grand Elder's sentiments. He understood that everyone harbors their own mission and duty, capable of contributing in their own unique way. You are a formidable warrior and a responsible leader. The Grand Elder spoke with deep respect. I believe you will make the right decisions to protect your people and your planet. The Namekian Grand Elder fixed his gaze upon Yuwen Tianqi and slowly stated, I still possess some power that can awaken a fragment of your talent. His voice was deep and resonant, imparting a profound sense of shock to Yuwen Tianqi. Upon hearing this, a glimmer sparked in Yuwen Tianqi's eyes as he approached the Grand Elder, patiently awaiting his next move. In that case, I extend my gratitude to you, Grand Elder. He observed as the Grand Elder slowly raised his hand, pointing towards him. The fingers appeared somewhat pale, yet were imbued with mysterious power. Suddenly, a torrent of potent energy surged from the Grand Elder's fingertip, akin to an invisible tempest rushing towards Yuwen Tianqi. He felt his body enveloped by this force, an unprecedented sensation that was both warming and empowering. His physique began to transform. Muscles tightened, bones hardened, and his skin became as resilient as stone. He felt a formidable force surging within him, an ancient power that had lain dormant, now awakened. A muffled sound emanated from Yuwen Tianqi's body, creating an illusion where his form seemed to explode with a violent burst, flesh and bones scattering in disarray. However, this was merely a figment of his imagination. In reality, Yuwen Tianqi remained unscathed, albeit with a dazed expression upon his face. The Elder, witnessing this spectacle, was taken aback and was about to exert more energy when he suddenly let out a low groan, a fleeting look of pain crossing his features. His body struggled to withstand the overwhelming force. Such terrifying talent, the Elder marveled repeatedly. Yet at that moment, another resounding crash echoed from within Yuwen Tianqi, as if an even greater power was stirring. Within that illusion, he sensed his body beginning to recombine. Flesh and bones swiftly healed, forming a taller, more formidable physique. Then, he regained his clarity, abruptly opening his eyes, a piercing brilliance illuminating the entire room. The Elder, witnessing this transformation, wore a satisfied smile, knowing he had successfully awakened Yuwen Tianqi's latent potential. Gazing upon this newly towering figure, he felt a profound sense of awe and anticipation. Yuwen Tianqi stood, enveloped in the potent energy bestowed by the Elder of Namek. He sensed his strength continuously ascending, a powerful force erupting within him. His body radiated a dazzling light, akin to the sun, illuminating the grand hall. His muscles tightened, brimming with boundless power. Chapter 38. Preparing to summon the dragon of Namek. Yuwen Tianqi felt the changes within him, striving to transcend his limits and elevate his strength. His aura grew increasingly formidable, the very air around him trembling in response. Suddenly, a deafening sound erupted from his being, as if the power within had reached its zenith. His form became enveloped in an overwhelming energy, followed by a remarkable shockwave that shattered everything in its vicinity. Yuwen Tianqi's aura had soared to unprecedented heights, and he felt invincible. He gradually approached the center of the hall, making his way toward the Elder of Namek. As he reached the Elder, the latter had already risen, a hint of a smile gracing his face. "You have done exceptionally well, Yuwen Tianqi," the Elder remarked. "You have awakened the potential within you and successfully transcended your limits. However, your potential is truly immense. With my power alone, you cannot fully unleash it. To achieve that, the capabilities of the Supreme Kai may be required." The Elder of Namek sighed contemplatively. The mention of the Supreme Kai made Yuwen Tianqi raise an eyebrow, recalling the moment from Dragon Ball when Gohan's abilities were awakened, ultimately leading to the emergence of the formidable Mystic Gohan. "I understand. Thank you, Elder. Additionally, I wish to utilize the Dragon Balls of Namek, which I have now successfully gathered." Yuwen Tianqi spoke again to the Elder of Namek. "Very well. There is no issue," the Elder of Namek replied with a smile. "Dandi, please accompany Yuwen Tianqi to summon the Eternal Dragon." "Yes," replied Dandi, a diminutive Namekian who stepped forward. Previously, Dandi had been captured by Frieza's forces and had narrowly escaped death, thanks to the rescue efforts of Bulma, Chi-Chi, and others. Dandi was deeply grateful to Yuwen Tianqi and his companions. "Thank you," Yuwen Tianqi nodded, bidding farewell to the Elder of Namek as he departed the room with Dandi. Once they had exited, the Elder of Namek suddenly coughed several times, his complexion paling slightly. "Fortunately, I halted at a critical moment. Otherwise, I might have lost my life without being able to unlock Yuwen Tianqi's full potential. He truly is formidable." The Elder chuckled to himself. Stepping outside, Yuwen Tianqi gazed at the verdant sky and the three suns. His heart stirred. Dandi seemed to sense something and proactively began to introduce various aspects of their world. For much of the day, Dandi spoke animatedly about Namek, covering many topics that Yuwen Tianqi was somewhat familiar with, though not entirely clear on. Namek is the fourth planet in the 27-star system of the Lyra constellation. Its atmospheric composition and surface gravity akin to that of Earth. Surrounding Namek are 3 stars, creating the illusion of 3 suns, and the sky is perpetually green, devoid of night. A year on Namek consists of merely 130 days, ensuring a life eternally bathed in daylight. The planet is composed of hundreds of islands, with hills and landmasses cloaked in peculiar mabo trees. Though similar to Earth in many respects, Namek is remarkably fertile. The Namekians are characterized by their low birth rate and long lifespan, residing in natural villages of approximately 100 individuals. The Elder of Namek, for instance, has lived for countless years. Upon his arrival, Yuwen Tianqi thoroughly explored their architecture, which was not only low in stature, but also featured round or bubble-like windows, resembling the shape of abalones or snail shells. Villages are governed not by divine authority, but by the wisdom of the elders. There exists no formal government on the planet, setting it apart entirely from Earth. Local issues are typically resolved through discussions among the village elders, echoing some regional practices on Earth, such as those found in certain tribes. Dandi also mentioned that each Namekian born on Namek enjoys the finest quality of life. However, Yuwen Tianqi found this assertion somewhat disagreeable, as the conditions here are quite distant from those of a bustling metropolis. Moreover, the planet of Namek lacks an army. Each village is defended by a single warrior tasked with protecting their home and the Dragon Balls. Several young Namekian warriors possess formidable combat prowess, generally exceeding 3,000, while their elder counterparts, despite physical decline, can still surpass 1,500, often hovering around the 2,000 mark. Such extraordinary power, when compared to the Earth of yore, would undoubtedly render them as overwhelmingly dominant beings. A Namekian warrior could effortlessly vanquish over 10 individuals at the level of Master Roshi. Despite their advanced technological capabilities, the Namekians appear to eschew excessive reliance on such advancements. This notion was not lost on Yuwen Tianqi, who perceived it as a misguided approach. Technology does not detract from combat strength, but rather enhances it, as exemplified by devices such as combat power detectors and gravity chambers. However, the Namekians adhere to their own beliefs, and Yuwen Tianqi found little inclination to further debate the matter. In their daily lives, the Namekians prioritize spiritual wealth over material gain, demonstrating a philosophical elevation beyond that of Earthlings. The Dragon Balls of Namek are crafted by the Grand Elder, numbering 7 in total, each safeguarded by one of the 7 elders. To acquire a Dragon Ball, one must demonstrate wisdom and strength in contests against the elders or simply articulate a wish. Only those warriors who earn the elders' approval may claim a Dragon Ball. Frieza and his ilk, however, are unlikely to gain such recognition, resorting instead to slaughter to forcibly seize the Dragon Balls. After a lengthy discussion, Dandy suddenly remembered he had yet to introduce himself. I am Dandy, Lord Yuwen Tianqi. Did you come from Earth? Piccolo is there as well, right? Dandy inquired, somewhat bashfully. Yuwen Tianqi chuckled. Indeed, it appears you have already met Piccolo. That's correct, Dandy replied, nodding thoughtfully. I'm quite intrigued by the Earth that Piccolo spoke of. That is splendid. You may accompany us back. Come, Dandy, Yuwen Tianqi declared. Let us summon the Eternal Dragon. Very well, Lord Yuwen Tianqi, Dandy exclaimed, brimming with excitement at the prospect of visiting Earth. This way, please. After a brief stroll, Yuwen Tianqi and Dandy reached Bulma and the others. Ah, Dandy, you've arrived too, Sun Wukong exclaimed joyfully, leaping upward. Chapter 39, Arise, Eternal Dragon. Upon seeing Yuwen Tianqi approach, Bulma remarked, what are you all still doing here? Are you planning to spend the night? Namek has no night. Dandy interjected. We are preparing to summon the Eternal Dragon here. Yuwen Tianqi smiled. The Eternal Dragon? The group, including Bulma, displayed expressions of surprise. Is it the same as the one from Earth? Chi-Chi asked, her face alight with anticipation. Apparently, it is somewhat different. I just heard Piccolo mention it, Sun Wukong stated. Approaching, followed closely by the proud Vegeta. Though Vegeta appeared indifferent, his ears perked up at the mention of a dragon. Yet he understood that the dragon was not within his reach. All the Dragon Balls were in the possession of Yuwen Tianqi, and given Yuwen Tianqi's might, no one on Namek stood a chance against him. In fact, Vegeta began to suspect that throughout the cosmos, there may not exist anyone surpassing Yuwen Tianqi. Had Yuwen Tianqi been aware of Vegeta's thoughts, he would surely have taken the time to elucidate them. The Super Saiyan, at this juncture, truly held little significance among the stars. Come fort, dragon. Yuwen Tianqi's face bore no fear, only unwavering resolve and determination. In his grasp, the 7 Dragon Balls pulsated like living entities, radiating brilliant light. He inhaled deeply and then softly recited the familiar incantation directed at the Dragon Balls. Dandy, with utmost seriousness, translated the words, as Yuwen Tianqi was unacquainted with the Namekian tongue. As Dandy's voice faded, the air became charged with formidable energy. The colossal stone door trembled in the brilliance, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Emerging from that radiant light was a magnificent dragon, majestically coiling in the air. This was the legendary dragon, revered for millennia, responding to Yuwen Tianqi's summons. A voice of authority resonated, followed by a vast figure descending from above. What is this? How can a dragon be so immense? Is this truly the dragon? It far exceeds those on Earth, entirely different. The gathered crowd was taken aback by this sudden spectacle. Look, the dragon's head is there. The gargantuan creature was so colossal that it dwarfed the earthly dragon. Krillin swallowed hard. The dragon's eyes shimmered with wisdom and power as it gazed down upon Yuwen Tianqi, seemingly inquiring about his wish. I desire the abilities of Frieza. Yuwen Tianqi articulated to Dandy. Dandy was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a wish. He had expected Yuwen Tianqi to request some formidable power. However, this wish was indeed formidable. The abilities of Frieza were undeniably terrifying. It remained uncertain whether the dragon could fulfill such a request. As for Bulma and the others, they seemed to have anticipated this and did not display excessive surprise. Vegeta, on the other hand, was drenched in cold sweat at Yuwen Tianqi's desire. Should Yuwen Tianqi acquire Frieza's dreadful talents, he would forever be beyond Vegeta's reach. Clenching his fists, Vegeta's heart brimmed with reluctance. He was a proud warrior, yet in that moment, he felt helpless and powerless. He gazed up at Yuwen Tianqi, a rival of immeasurable strength. He realized he must devise a means to conquer him. Otherwise, his honor and dignity would be irretrievably lost. How could the Prince of Scions concede defeat? In the sky, the dragon seemed to plunge into silence. This silence enveloped the world in an eerie stillness. The sounds of the wind and birds, even the rhythm of breaths, became strikingly pronounced. In this tranquil moment, it seemed as though everything had vanished. Several minutes passed before the divine dragon addressed the figure before him, Yuwen Tianqi, stating, "This wish I cannot fulfill." Yuwen Tianqi gazed at the divine dragon and then at the luminous orb that had transformed into a dragon ball, gently closing his eyes. He became acutely aware of his heartbeat, each pulse accompanied by a twinge of pain. However, when he reopened his eyes, the disappointment within them had dissipated, replaced by resolve and courage. I knew it wouldn't be possible. Then, please transport me to a planet where I can learn instant teleportation. Yuwen Tianqi replied with a smile. Initially, he had intended to wish for Frieza's abilities, but that now seemed unattainable. That is no issue, the divine dragon proclaimed with an authoritative tone. Without heeding Yuwen Tianqi's protests, it burst forth in a radiant display, illuminating him. Bulma, you all should return. I will join you on Earth shortly. Yuwen Tianqi waved to Bulma and the others just before his departure. Tianqi, Bulma, Lan, and Chi-Chi softly called out his name. He smiled and waved, transforming into light and vanishing from their midst. May I succeed, Yuwen Tianqi thought as he gazed skyward, his heart brimming with determination. He understood that he must grow stronger to survive the impending battles, and he needed to enhance his combat prowess to protect those he cherished. The future conflict was on the horizon, and time was of the essence. He had to become more formidable swiftly. Obliterates star. In a distant corner of the universe lies a realm known as Obliterates star, a planet steeped in mystery and legend. Here, a unique superpower, instant teleportation, exists, allowing individuals to traverse vast distances in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Yuwen Tianqi harnessed the power of the divine dragon to arrive at this extraordinary place. Remembering the planet's capacity for teleportation, he resolved to seek further adventures. As he surveyed Obliterates star, he marveled at its seemingly desolate expanses, yet he soon discovered pockets of breathtaking beauty. Upon setting foot on the planet, he was captivated by the splendid vistas. He beheld numerous peculiar structures crafted by the inhabitants of Obliterates star, along with an array of verdant flora unique to this world. Chapter 40. Instant Teleportation, the Arrival of the Androids. On this planet, Yuwen Tianqi encountered a variety of landscapes, and the inhabitants guided him through many intriguing locales, imparting knowledge of their culture and history. That day, Yuwen Tianqi arrived at the dwelling of the tribal elder as promised. They found themselves atop a mountain peak, shrouded in mist. Here, they would partake in a specialized training session focused on instant teleportation. The elder, aged yet benevolent, wore a gentle smile as he spoke to Yuwen Tianqi. Instant teleportation is a skill that requires exceptional self-control and concentration. To master the power of space manipulation is to gain the ability to traverse freely to any destination of your choosing. With these words, the elder conjured a radiant gem from his hands. This gem, known as the Stone of Time and Space, was a treasured artifact passed down through generations within their tribe. He entrusted the Stone of Time and Space to Yuwen Tianqi, advising him that this gem would aid him in swiftly acquiring the skill of instantaneous movement. Is the Stone of Time and Space truly necessary for learning instantaneous movement? Yuwen Tianqi inquired, his expression one of confusion, yet he accepted the gem, feeling an inexplicable energy pulsating within it. He gingerly grasped the Stone of Time and Space, sensing a formidable power emanating from the gem. Closing his eyes, he endeavored to attune himself to the force of space. Time seemed to come to a standstill. His heartbeat slowed, and the world around him faded, leaving only himself and the gem. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced through his finger. He opened his eyes, realizing that the gem had cut him. Just as he was about to cry out, he found himself transported to an unfamiliar forest. The sight before him left him astounded. He surveyed his surroundings and discovered he was enveloped in a forest imbued with an air of mystery. Sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, bathing him in warmth, while the gentle sound of a distant stream filled the air. The earthy scent of the soil enveloped him, instilling an indescribable sense of comfort and tranquility. In a moment of clarity, he turned to regard the gem, which was now emitting a faint glow. It dawned upon him that he had indeed mastered the skill of instantaneous movement. Overwhelmed with excitement, he yearned to return to the tribe to share this joyous news with the elder. He closed his eyes once more, focusing intently as he sought to employ the skill again. However, when he opened his eyes, he found himself still standing in the same spot. Furrowing his brow, he wondered if he needed to utilize the Stone of Time and Space once more. At that moment, a warm presence approached from behind. It was the elder. The elder spoke gently. Tianqi, You have successfully acquired the skill of instantaneous movement. Yet, you must now learn to control it. Once you have mastered its control, the stone of time and space will no longer be necessary. Upon hearing the elder's words, Yuwen Tianqi exhaled in relief. Under the elder's guidance, he began to progressively learn how to wield this newfound skill more effectively. Through numerous attempts and relentless effort, he ultimately gained the ability to traverse freely to any location he desired. He had learned to harness the extraordinary power of instantaneous movement, enabling him to reach any place with remarkable swiftness. However, challenges loomed on this planet. The immense power of instantaneous movement had attracted the attention of unscrupulous individuals who exploited it for criminal endeavors. Determined to assist the inhabitants of Yadalat, Yuwen Tianqi resolved to confront this dilemma. Alongside his friends, he engaged in a fierce struggle, ultimately triumphing over the criminals and restoring peace to the planet. Elder, will you not depart? Yuwen Tianqi inquired of a plump elder. We, the inhabitants of Adalat, are forbidden from utilizing teleportation to leave this planet. We are bound to remain here. It is our solemn duty. Tianqi, since you have mastered this skill, you may depart. Your week requires your protection, the elder said with a gentle countenance. Thank you. It has been a long time, and I must return to Earth. Yuwen Tianqi replied as he bowed to the elder before turning to leave. Watching Yuwen Tianqi's retreating figure, the elder murmured, Tianqi, you must become a warrior and take good care of yourself. It is precisely due to the guardianship of warriors that the people of Adalat have been able to survive and thrive in this world. Instead of departing directly, Yuwen Tianqi found himself drawn to a mysterious cave. I wish to learn the art of force separation, he declared to the enigmatic figure within. Very well. I shall teach you, came the raspy voice, eliciting an inexplicable smile from Yuwen Tianqi. On Earth, within Bulma's opulent mansion, frustration brewed. Damn it. Where has that Yuwen Tianqi gone? He still hasn't returned. Is it because of you? Chi-Chi said, her face contorted with anger. Enough, Chi-Chi, do not be angry. He may have urgent matters to attend to. Lanchi interjected soothingly. By the way, Bulma, could you share the method for using teleportation with us? I truly do not know. Moreover, teleportation is an incredibly powerful skill, reputed to be quite challenging to master. We may need to wait a little longer, Bulma replied with a resigned sigh. What? You dare say this skill is difficult to learn? How utterly infuriating! Chi-Chi exclaimed in exasperation. All right, let's not be upset. Perhaps Tianqi has been delayed for some reason. Lanchi comforted. Bulma shook her head, smiling wryly. Regardless, based on Tianqi's previous words, he should return soon. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Upon hearing the noise, the three turned their attention toward the door. Why have you only just arrived? I've been waiting for ages. A boy clad in training attire exclaimed, drenched in sweat. This boy was Yuwen Qingfeng, and beside him stood Yuwen Lingyin. Qingfeng, Lingyin, you two should take a breather, Chi-Chi advised, placing a hand on her forehead. Apologies. We were a bit anxious, so we kept training. We still need to head to the gravity chamber, Qingfeng and Lingyin replied hurriedly, dashing off toward the gravity chamber. These two children are certainly determined, Bulma thought affectionately. Suddenly, the phone rang. Bulma answered, Hello, this is Bulma. Bulma, the androids have appeared. Came a frantic voice from the other end. It was Sun Wukong. I need your help. These androids are too powerful. You must come quickly. Chapter 41. Android 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Sun Wukong can even make phone calls now. In the background, the sounds of a fierce battle echoed, accompanied by Piccolo's voice. All right, I understand. We shall head over immediately. Bulma hung up the phone and exchanged a glance with Chi-Chi and Lanchi, preparing to set off. Lanchi, brimming with combat spirit, declared, I am eager to see what these androids are truly capable of. Do refrain from causing any trouble. Young lady, Chi-Chi replied with a hint of exasperation. The scene shifted to Earth, where a dark void appeared at the edge of space, and a figure emerged from within. It was Yuwen Tianqi, his face smeared with ash. Looking somewhat disheveled. How embarrassing to have gotten lost in so many places, he muttered, relieved that no one else was around. Glancing about, he finally identified his destination. At last, I have arrived on Earth, Yuwen Tianqi exclaimed with excitement. Despite its pollution, the planet still exuded a magnificent aura, adorned with modern architecture that bore the scars of former glory. Ah, the feeling of returning home is truly delightful. He chuckled heartily, hands on his hips, only to suddenly pause. He mused, gazing curiously at a particular spot. The androids have already arrived, yet I have only been gone a short while. Does this mean Trunks is no more? He slapped his forehead as a realization struck him. Never mind that. I must investigate the androids first. With that thought, Yuwen Tianqi vanished from Earth's outer space, his presence undetectable to the naked eye, even as he traversed at the speed of light, a mere blink of an eye. Meanwhile, on Earth, a figure suddenly materialized with a whoosh. A peculiar elderly man clad in an odd outfit and wearing a strange hat, his face twisted in a cruel grin. "You lot perish," he cackled, accompanied by a hefty companion, Android 19. Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Lanchi found themselves in a standoff against Android 20, while Piccolo hovered nearby. Vegeta was engaged in a fierce battle with Android 19. "Beware of his palm. It can absorb energy," Tien Shinhan shouted anxiously, cradling Son Goku as they soared back. Having just witnessed Goku's heart condition flare up after losing a significant amount of energy. Fortunately, Vegeta had arrived just in time to save him. "Heh," Vegeta sneered coldly, grounding himself. Following that, he unleashed a furious roar that echoed like chilling steel through the air. His body trembled, muscles bulging as if under immense strain. His eyes transformed into a golden hue, shimmering with an enigmatic light. Then, a tremendous energy erupted from within him, enveloping his entire form in a blaze of golden flames. His hair and brows turned golden. Even his skin seemed to radiate a golden sheen. Vegeta's aura became intense and perilous, his body dancing within the energy, akin to a performer showcasing his strength and beauty. His movements grew increasingly swift and fierce, as if he were determined to unleash all his latent power. Suddenly, he struck the ground with a tremendous fist, causing the earth to fracture instantly, the echo of the explosion resonating throughout the entire planet. The surrounding buildings and mountains trembled beneath the force of his blow, on the brink of obliteration. Vegeta's body continued to quiver, as though more energy within him awaited its release. His eyes sparkled with an even brighter luminescence, as if poised to illuminate the entire sky. Android 19 was momentarily stunned. In the next instant, he retreated sharply, becoming nothing more than a fleeting shadow. Piccolo exclaimed, astonished at Vegeta's transformation into a Super Saiyan. Gritting his teeth, he remarked, "You refuse to be surpassed by the likes of Goku and me, don't you?" The fact that Vegeta could also transform into a Super Saiyan was utterly unbelievable. Tien Shinhan felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his brow, questioning why the Super Saiyan was imbued with such formidable strength. "Come forth, I, the Prince of Saiyans. Shall engage you," Vegeta declared coldly, vanishing from sight only to reappear before Android 19. With a resounding thud, Android 19 was sent flying as if severed from a string, carving a deep crimson mark into the ground, his body nearly in ruins. Simultaneously, his eyes returned to their normal hue. "Pathetic," Vegeta scoffed, a disdainful sneer gracing his lips. "Scions are truly laughable. Is your strength so feeble?" Android 19 slowly rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and replied impassively, "What did you say?" Vegeta frowned, and Piccolo along with Tien Shinhan tensed up. "Pathetic? Who among you is a match for us androids?" Android 19 declared with arrogance. You. Boom. Android 20 was driven back by Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Launch. You few do possess some skill, but our androids are not limited to just this level of power. 16. 17. 18. Come fort. Android 20 shouted, activating the control for the sleep chamber. What is he doing? Krillin furrowed his brow, perplexed by the enemy's actions. Yet, mere seconds later, three figures, swift and indistinct, darted across the sky and descended to the ground. With a swift motion, they landed before them, revealing three peculiar-looking individuals, two men and a strikingly beautiful woman, all gazing in their direction. Who are these people? Tien Shinhan and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Meanwhile, Bulma appeared contemplative, locking eyes with Chi-Chi and Launch, her gaze falling upon the blonde girl. This must be the girl that Tien spoke of. His judgment remains impeccable. Bulma pouted, a hint of jealousy in her tone. Chi-Chi and Launch shared a knowing smile. Across from them stood a towering figure clad in green armor, a black bodysuit, white socks, and green boots, Android 16. Beside them stood a dark-haired man, Android 17, and a tall blonde girl, Android 18. How embarrassing, Androids 19 and 20. You are utterly pathetic, Android 17 remarked with a light chuckle. Chapter 42. The Defeat of 19 and 20. Come quickly and assist us in vanquishing these foes, shouted Android 20. Ha ha, Android 17 and 18 possess limitless energy. You stand no chance against them. Just wait for your demise. Is that so? Android 17 replied nonchalantly, his form vanishing in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already before Android 19. With a resounding thud, Android 19 was sent flying backward by a single punch, leaving a deep crimson mark upon the ground, motionless for an extended period. A mere blow, Android 17 declared with pride. Android 17 indeed exhibited extraordinary strength. Vegeta, witnessing this scene, felt a twinge of surprise. Androids 17 and 18, I shall lend you my strength. 18, 17, this one is ours to take. Android 20 shouted excitedly as he charged forward. Foolish Android 20, allow me to send you flying. Android 17 laughed heartily. In a flash, Android 20 vanished, reappearing before Androids 16 and 17. The sound of two impacts reverberated almost simultaneously. Both Android 16 and 17 staggered back, while Android 20 was pierced through the chest by a single punch. 20, you are far too weak to fight alongside us, Android 17 said coldly. What? You were all created by me, and you dare to attempt to kill me? No, you cannot do this. Android 20 cried out in despair, but it was futile, as he was obliterated by Android 17's powerful strike. The fallen Android 19 lay silent, already devoid of life. In a brief span of time, Androids 19 and 20 had been single-handedly defeated by Android 17. You are formidable, Vegeta remarked, exhilarated. Such powerful adversaries would allow him to showcase his true prowess, surpassing Son Goku and the likes of Yuwen Tianqi to become the strongest in the universe. Ha ha ha, come forth and reveal your strength. Vegeta roared, his body enveloped in a blazing golden aura, radiant as the sun. His voice resonated throughout the cosmos, instilling a profound sense of awe. He pointed a finger at Android 17, his gaze brimming with boundless fury and determination. Vegeta's form, encased in the fiery aura, grew taller and more muscular. With his physique clearly defined, he charged at Android 17 with incredible speed, reaching him in an instant. The clash of their battle echoed across the universe, shockwaves rippling through the stars. Each of Vegeta's strikes carried immense power, yet Android 17 seemed effortlessly capable of withstanding them. His body flowed like liquid, skillfully evading attacks while countering with precision. Vegeta's face gradually revealed a look of terror as he sensed that his strength was insufficient to defeat Android 17. His body was gravely injured, blood spilling from his lips. I cannot lose, Vegeta gritted his teeth and declared. He closed his eyes, concentrating his spirit, summoning every ounce of energy within him. A golden aura surged around him, continuously intensifying. Suddenly, a powerful energy erupted from Vegeta's body, even more formidable than the previous aura. He became enveloped in this energy, instantly growing taller and more imposing. Vegeta charged once again at Android 17, this time with greater speed and strength. His attacks seemed capable of shaking the universe, as if they could annihilate everything in their path. Yet, Android 17 effortlessly evaded Vegeta's strikes while simultaneously counterattacking. His form distorted, seizing Vegeta's feet and bringing him crashing to the ground. Blood gushed from Vegeta's mouth as he felt his strength waning. He lifted his head to gaze at Android 17, despair evident in his eyes. I cannot lose to you, Vegeta shouted defiantly. Summoning his final reserves of energy, he unleashed a powerful golden aura that enveloped Android 17, rendering him immobile. Vegeta extended his finger, pointing at Android 17's head, his gaze icy, as if seeking to consume the very essence of 17's life. Suddenly, a tremendous force shot forth from Vegeta's fingertip, striking Android 17's head directly. In an instant, Android 17's body stiffened before slowly collapsing. Breathless, Vegeta gradually rose to his feet, staring at his hand in disbelief at his triumph. He lifted his gaze towards the distant planets, letting out a victorious shout. However, when he turned to look at Android 17, a wave of horror washed over him as he realized his victory was not complete. Android 17's form gradually became transparent, ultimately vanishing into thin air. Vegeta stood frozen, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. He turned to the horizon, where a mysterious figure slowly materialized in his sight. Android 17. Vegeta was taken aback. The 17 he had just obliterated was merely a shadow, the real Android 17 unscathed. So weak, utterly boring. Is this what Super Saiyan is? Hardly impressive, Android 17 remarked, tilting his head dismissively. You, Android 17, how can you be unscathed? Vegeta's eyes widened, his mouth trembling uncontrollably. Android 17 approached him, a look of disdain in his eyes. With your level of power, you think you can defeat me? Android 17 halted before Vegeta, scrutinizing him intently. No, this is impossible. I clearly destroyed you. How can you still be alive? Vegeta's mind was engulfed in disbelief, feeling as though he had fallen into an inescapable trap. Android 17 extended his hand, gently pressing it against Vegeta's head. Your current strength is nothing in my eyes. Weakling, weakling, weakling. The figure of Android 17 incessantly repeated these words, his gaze betraying a hint of madness. No, it was inconceivable. Vegeta stared at his fallen self, unable to fathom that in such circumstances his strength could not overcome the artificial being, Android 17. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as his body began to tremble, a tremendous energy surging forth from within him as if it sought to rend the very fabric of space. Yet, he had not anticipated that this power would appear so feeble before 17. The android regarded Vegeta coldly, akin to a mere ant struggling in vain. With a gentle wave of his hand, an invisible force effortlessly brought Vegeta crashing to the ground. His body arced through the air before landing heavily, producing a dull thud. However, in the next moment, Chapter 43, Provocation of Android 18. Dust swirled in the air, and Vegeta's silhouette vanished amidst the haze. At that moment, a gust of wind arose, stirring the dust into a flurry. The onlookers turned their gazes to the other side, where a figure slowly emerged from the cloud of dust. Clad in a blue battle robe, he possessed a handsome visage, his long hair billowing in the breeze. Approaching Vegeta's prostrate form, he cast a glance at the fallen warrior before lifting his eyes toward Android 17. Curiosity gleamed in his gaze as he scrutinized the android, only to suddenly pivot to the side to address the blonde-haired female, Android 18. Greetings, fair maiden. This is our first encounter. I am Yuwen Tianqi. Yuwen Tianqi brushed his hair back, revealing a self-assured smile he deemed charming. Humph, how tiresome, Android 18 retorted, turning away dismissively. Oh dear, I was just about to say something, Yuwen Tianqi began, only to sense a chill creeping up behind him, prompting him to slowly turn around. Bulma, Kiki, Lanki, greetings. Yuwen Tianqi offered an awkward smile, having momentarily forgotten about his three wives. Flirting in their presence was rather inappropriate. Isn't this the universe's strongest, Yuwen Tianqi? To think he is here chatting up a beautiful girl. Remarkable indeed, Bulma remarked, her tone laced with jealousy, which only intensified Yuwen Tianqi's discomfort. Tianqi, do you have some sort of interest in that blonde beauty? Chi-Chi queried, suspicion evident on her face, perceiving him as a lecherous man with a new target. Hee, Tianqi, you remain ever the same. Lan Chi chimed in with a chuckle. Nevertheless, I must caution you. This android is quite formidable. Do not underestimate her, lest you fail to charm and end up losing face instead. Lan Chi giggled behind her hand. Cough, cough, not at all. Just observe from the sidelines. After all, androids are a piece of cake. Yuwen Tianqi replied nonchalantly, shaking his head, only to realize the others were staring at his long hair. Boss, why is your hair so long? Piccolo inquired, an expression of disbelief on his face regarding his leader's personal life. Women are the most troublesome. What need have I for them? Isn't it better to remain single all one's life? Oh, I forgot to get a haircut, hee. Yuwen Tianqi chuckled awkwardly. This excuse seemingly not entirely unfounded. That's good then. Clin let out a sigh of relief, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, his elder brother Tianqi had not been swayed by the allure of a woman. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss on how to deal with this artificial being. Clin, attend to Yukong. I will examine his condition. He needs his medication promptly. Administer the medicine developed by Bulma, Yuwen Tianqi instructed Clin. Years ago, he had conspired with Bulma to create a miraculous remedy for heart disease, all in anticipation of this very day. Understood, boss, Clin replied, exhaling with relief as he swiftly flew to Yukong's side and lifted him away. With Tianqi present, there was no need for concern, in Clin's mind. His elder brother was the strongest being in the universe. He felt as though the world was held up by a mighty pillar as he carried Yukong towards the Turtle Hermit's humble abode. Leave Android 17 to me. I'll take care of him. You three can handle Android 18. What do you say? Yuwen Tianqi mused, stroking his chin as he addressed Bulma and her companions. Although he yearned for a fierce battle with Android 18, he sensed that the moment was not ripe, so he opted for a strategic retreat, allowing Bulma, Chi-Chi, and the others to engage with Android 18 to foster camaraderie, beneficial for their future family. After all, it would not be long before they would all be united as one family. A mischievous smile crept across Yuwen Tianqi's mind. Feel free to divide as you wish. I shall gladly oblige, Android 17 remarked, standing confidently with his arms crossed, showing no intention to strike first. In any case, you cannot hope to match my strength, he declared with utmost confidence. Android 16, are you going to intervene? Android 18 inquired, raising an eyebrow at her companion. She had no qualms about confronting 3 adversaries, but she wanted to gauge 16's perspective. Android 16 remained immovable, a serene smile gracing his face as he calmly replied, I'm afraid I do not intend to engage. Why not? Android 18 asked, perplexed. If you're not here to fight, then what is your purpose? To flaunt your prowess? Or to indulge in a leisurely tour? Because I harbor no desire to inflict harm upon them, Android 16 answered, his tone tranquil, his expression devoid of any emotion. Are you concerned about their feelings? Or they might be displeased? Android 18 questioned, struggling to comprehend. No, they do not mean me harm. I simply do not wish to cause them any injury. Android 16 clarified. Very well, Android 18 conceded, resigned to the fact that she could not fathom his reasoning. Now, let the battle commence. The metallic joints of Android 17 glowed a brilliant red, signaling the activation of his full potential, preparing for a final confrontation, with his opponent being the tardy Yuwen Tianqi. Upon hearing Android 16's words, Yuwen Tianqi could not help but smile warmly at him. Unlike other artificial beings, Android 16 was a remarkably kind entity, one that would never harm humans or animals, surpassing nearly all of humanity in benevolence. He was an advanced and intriguing creation. However, recalling the words of Android 16, Yuwen Tianqi could not help but smile with a hint of mischief. While your kindness is commendable, your assertion of not wanting to harm me borders on bravado. Prepare to be astounded. A wicked smile curled at the corners of his mouth. What does it mean to be the strongest in the universe? Just watch. Meanwhile, Android 16 stood still, his mechanical legs moving as he crossed his arms over his chest, a faint smile gracing his features. Choosing not to participate in the battle was a conscious decision, as he wished to avoid harming anyone present. No matter, 16. If you remain uninvolved, that's fine. Android 18, you deal with those 3 women. I shall handle this fellow, Yuwen Tianqi, declared Android 17. A confident smile adorning his face. Humph, then we shall strike first, Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Launch proclaimed in unison, standing in a line, their beauty striking. Very well. I am quite curious about your abilities, Yuwen Tianqi replied, his eyes widening as he observed the 3 enchanting women. In the next moment, an overwhelming aura emanated from the trio. Androids 17, 18, and 16 turned their gazes towards them in astonishment. Krillin and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. Chapter 44, Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Launch transform into Super Saiyans. With a melodious cry, Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Launch unleashed their golden energy, their flowing hair transforming into radiant gold as they erupted forth. Their hair danced in the wind, shimmering like the golden rays of the sun. Their eyes sparkled with resolute determination, embodying the gaze of Super Saiyans, brimming with unyielding confidence and strength. The golden aura swirled around the 3 women, akin to rolling waves of gold. Their hair flickered brilliantly within the golden flames, resembling a mesmerizing dance of fire. Their forms appeared even more exquisite amidst the golden blaze. A manifestation of Super Saiyan power, a power that sent chills down the spine. With a thunderous eruption, a tremendous energy surged from within them, momentarily stunning everyone in the vicinity. Their bodies, enveloped in this formidable energy, became blurred, leaving only 3 golden silhouettes in their wake. This transformation left the entire scene in utter awe. You too could transform? Android 17 inquired, astonished. Android 18, equally taken aback, lowered her arms, her expression one of disbelief. The combined might of the 3 was formidable. Even she might find it a challenge to contend with. Though Android 16 was somewhat surprised, he remained the calmest of them all. His strength surpassed that of androids 17 and 18, and he faced the transformation of Bulma and her companions with relative composure. Piccolo, Tien, and the others stood frozen in fear, unable to comprehend the spectacle before their eyes. Surrounding Bulma and her companions, the golden aura blazed as brilliantly as the sun, their hair shimmering even more radiantly in its glow. The power emanating from their bodies made the very space tremble. In that instant, Piccolo and Tien, along with the others, sensed an overwhelming threat. Before them stood 3 Super Saiyans, akin to deities descended from the heavens, exuding an aura of inviolability. Their hearts raced, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Piccolo exchanged a glance with Tien and Kairatsu, their expressions vacant. Is being a Super Saiyan now so trivial? How could it change so easily? Frieza would weep profusely at this sight. Has transforming into a Super Saiyan become so simple that 3 individuals can achieve it simultaneously? One must understand that not everyone can attain the Super Saiyan form. It requires immense trials. Some dedicate their entire lives without success. Piccolo gazed in astonishment at Bulma, Kiki, and Launch, rendered speechless by shock. The leader is extraordinary, akin to a divine being. No, even more than a deity. Kairatsu and the others looked at Bulma with admiration. It was their first time witnessing her showcase Super Saiyan prowess. Previously, they had believed Bulma incapable of transformation due to her focus on scientific pursuits and her lack of evident combat skills. Yet just moments ago, she had revealed her formidable strength. Now they were convinced. Leader, from now on, we shall follow you. Tien, Kairatsu, and Yamcha exclaimed excitedly. What should I say now that you all have shouted? Piccolo hurriedly chimed in. Leader, I am your loyal subordinate. Piccolo, he waved his hand, calling out to Yuwen Tianqi. You've already called me leader. If I don't accept you, wouldn't that be quite embarrassing for me? Yuwen Tianqi remarked, a pained smile on his face as he looked at the lively group, shaking his head. You lot are truly hopeless. All right, enough of the antics. Piccolo, you and the others head back for now, Yuwen Tianqi said with a smile to the lively troop. Yuwen Qingfeng and Yuwen Lingyin pouted, Daddy, we want to watch your battle here. Very well. I'm intimidated by you. Yuwen Tianqi chuckled resignedly. No need to worry. It will be over soon. Android 17 scoffed and stretched his body. You should exert your full strength. If it's merely that so-called Super Saiyan, they are not my match at all. Though those 3 women can engage in a fierce battle with 18, my power surpasses that of 18. Are you aware of this? Android 17 smirked as he ran his fingers through his hair. Yuwen Tianqi glanced at Android 17. You're not the strongest. 16 is superior to you, and your demeanor is somewhat. Demeanor? What do you mean? Android 17 asked, taken aback. It means that 16 is far calmer than you, and he is quite handsome. Yuwen Tianqi nodded inwardly. Android 17's expression darkened as realization dawned upon him. You dare claim that 16 is stronger than me? His combat power exceeds mine? Android 17 could hardly believe it. His eyes widened, lips pressed tightly, filled with shock and uncertainty. He once believed himself to be the epitome of combat prowess, the mightiest of artificial beings. Is this truly the case? Number 16? Android 17 disregarded Yuwen Tianqi, turning to inquire of Android 16 instead. The expression of Android 16 remained serene as he replied calmly. This is merely the will of the doctor. I have not deceived you. I have never claimed to possess overwhelming strength. A silence enveloped Android 17, as it dawned upon him that 16 had seemingly never engaged in battle nor displayed his capabilities, leading 17 to doubt the doctor's creation, which he had presumed to be the strongest, yet now found himself questioning. I shall eliminate you first, and then proceed to vanquish 16. I will make you understand that I am the true embodiment of strength, Android 17 proclaimed, a hint of madness creeping into his demeanor. His eyes gleamed with a frenzied light, and a formidable energy surged within him, propelling him towards Yuwen Tianqi. His muscles hardened like steel, and his velocity intensified, as he suddenly appeared before Yuwen Tianqi. Yuwen Tianqi regarded 17 with unwavering calm, his heart devoid of fear, instead brimming with the spirit of battle. His muscles tightened, and a powerful energy field enveloped him, causing the surrounding air to hum with intensity. Golden flames erupted, his hair transforming into a radiant gold. Unlike others in their Super Saiyan states, Yuwen Tianqi's presence exuded an ethereal aura, his unleashed energy strikingly formidable. Chapter 45, Overwhelming Number 17. This was no ordinary Super Saiyan, prompting the attention of onlookers. Yet, Android 17 remained unfazed. Without hesitation, he launched a punch at Yuwen Tianqi, the sound of his fist resonating as if it could pierce the very air. Yuwen Tianqi did not falter, meeting the attack with a punch of his own, the collision of their immense energies creating a thunderous uproar. Yuwen Tianqi felt a violent jolt, akin to being struck by a speeding train. Yet he quickly regained his composure and retaliated with an even fiercer blow, one that seemed capable of obliterating everything in its path. Android 17 was forced to retreat, his body tumbling through the air before stabilizing. He was astounded, having not anticipated Yuwen Tianqi's strength to be so immense. However, he refused to concede. Charging at Yuwen Tianqi once more, this time with increased speed and power. The intensity of their confrontation escalated, their bodies twisting and turning in midair as their fists fell like torrential rain upon one another. Each clash echoed with deafening sounds, each strike inflicting severe damage upon the other. This battle was fierce yet fleeting. Ultimately, Yuwen Tianqi landed a decisive punch to 17's abdomen, hurling him away. 17 spun through the air several times before crashing violently against the wall. With a thunderous crash, Android 17 was hurled into the thick wall by an overwhelming force, his form deeply embedded within the steadfast bricks. The tremendous impact sent debris flying, shrouding the entire scene in a cloud of dust. Yuwen Tianqi, radiating with a golden glow and exuding an air of arrogance, did not launch an immediate attack. Instead, he waited leisurely, his demeanor relaxed and self-satisfied. A glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes, as if anticipating the unfolding drama. Embedded in the wall, 17's body was tightly pressed against it, his voice muffled. His eyes widened in fury and disbelief, nearly obscured by the depths of his entrapment. Suddenly, a wave of energy emanated from 17, his body trembling slightly as fragments of the wall scattered. He struggled to free himself, a fierce desire for defiance igniting in his gaze. The fury in Android 17's eyes seemed capable of incinerating the world itself. Impossible. I am invincible, he roared, his voice low yet filled with strength. His body began to thrash violently, causing the wall to quiver. In a sudden burst of effort, 17 broke free with a resounding crash, emerging unscathed, though his eyes glowed a menacing crimson. He lifted his gaze to Yuwen Tianqi, who stood with arms crossed, and his expression was rife with resentment and rage. You scoundrel! I will kill you, he bellowed, his voice hoarse and primal as the hue of his eyes darkened to a blood red. Oh, is that so? Yuwen Tianqi replied with a calm smile, his countenance as serene as a tranquil lake. Didn't you claim that I could not defeat you? He arched an eyebrow. His interest piqued. I will kill you. Oh, this infuriates me. 17 shouted, his voice reverberating like thunder. Do you truly not know how to write the character for death? No sooner had he spoken than Yuwen Tianqi vanished, leaving behind only an afterimage that materialized before 17. Anger surged within 17. His eyes blazed with intensity as he raised his fist high, a massive surge of energy radiating from it. This energy coalesced into a colossal sphere, advancing toward him, causing the surrounding space to tremble. With a resounding impact, the energy collided with 17's chest, propelling him backward and shattering the wall into fragments. He plummeted into the depths of the building, creating a vast crater in the floor. The entire structure trembled, rocks splintered, and dust billowed. Standing a short distance away, Yuwen Tianqi wore a faint smile as he gazed at 17. Do you truly believe you can kill me? He remarked softly. You are utterly naive. Your strength is indeed formidable, but I have never taken you seriously. You have merely engaged in a futile resistance. Before me, you are but an ant. All your struggles are mere futile endeavors. Allow me to elucidate the chasm that lies between us. Yuwen Tianqi's gaze brimmed with arrogance as he raised his right hand, speaking with an air of indifference. This is an insurmountable gulf. Standing there, he lifted his hand gently, akin to a deity wielding dominion over life and death. In his grasp, a terrifying energy orb gradually took form, colossal and magnificent, as if it harbored boundless power within. That overwhelming aura compelled even Android 17 to tremble slightly, as though confronting an inescapable fate. The energy orb spun in Yuwen Tianqi's hand, each rotation reminiscent of a planet's orbit, both weighty and natural. Its colors shifted unpredictably, resembling a vibrant gemstone pulsating with captivating brilliance. Yet, the power contained within this gem was capable of obliterating the world. At that moment, 17 furrowed his brow, his eyes flickering with a tumult of emotions. Was it fear of the unknown, anxiety over potential failure, or astonishment at Yuwen Tianqi's might? He leaned back slightly, as if attempting to evade the invisible pressure. Nevertheless, Yuwen Tianqi's gaze remained unwavering, devoid of any disturbance. His fingers tightened as if constricting the very ropes of energy. In that instant, the entire world seemed to hold its breath, awaiting the eruption of the energy orb. In the midst of this tense moment, 17 suddenly let out a piercing scream, his body seemingly propelled by an unseen force, hurtling backward. Concurrently, the energy orb erupted with ferocity, its power instantly annihilating everything in its vicinity, plunging the entire space into chaos and disorder. Yet before this terrifying might, Yuwen Tianqi stood resolute, like an imposing mountain, unmoving, his gaze still profound and serene. He resembled a mere spectator, observing the force he had conjured and its impact on the world. Your combat prowess is far too feeble, Yuwen Tianqi remarked with a faint smirk. Chapter 46. The Reluctant 17. The three women perceive Tianqi's intentions. Upon hearing Yuwen Tianqi's words, 17 suddenly spat blood, his eyes turning hollow, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. He had failed. Standing before Yuwen Tianqi, like an insurmountable mountain, an obstacle he could never overcome. He rose dejectedly, his gaze filled with bitterness. Yet he could not muster the strength to stand tall. He resembled a deflated balloon, his body shaking incessantly, his breath growing feebler. Have I truly been defeated? 17 lifted his head, staring at Yuwen Tianqi, his face etched with resentment. As the most powerful of the androids, was he truly unable to conquer Yuwen Tianqi? Ultimately, Android 17 succumbed to Yuwen Tianqi's might. Gazing at the bloodied and battered 17, Yuwen Tianqi wore a subtle smile, softly proclaiming, "Now you comprehend my combat strength. This outcome is the consequence of your arrogance and ignorance. It is not too late for you to realize this." The battle led by Yuwen Tianqi left 18, Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Lan Chi in a state of shock, causing them to halt and gaze in disbelief. In contrast, Bulma and Chi-Chi were elated, for Yuwen Tianqi's strength was unexpectedly formidable. However, 18's heart sank to the depths of despair. If even number 17 fell short against Yuwen Tianqi, how could she possibly prevail? The thought that number 17 had been defeated weighed heavily on her. If he could not match Yuwen Tianqi, she was certainly no match either. The artificial human 18, after ceasing her attack, stood alone in the clearing, her expression tinged with melancholy. All along, she believed herself and number 17 to be the most powerful fighters in the world. Yet now she realized her strength paled in comparison to Yuwen Tianqi. They were simply not as equals. A sense of bitter resentment filled her. Why, despite being the strongest of all artificial beings, could they not easily claim victory, repeatedly falling to Yuwen Tianqi's might? Number 17, you cannot give up. You are one of us, an artificial human, and failure is not an option, she called out to him. Number 16? Number 17 pondered upon hearing 18's words. Indeed, there was still number 16, the strongest combatant among the artificial beings, who could surely defeat Yuwen Tianqi. With that thought, number 17 turned his gaze towards the distant figure of number 16, who stood quietly, his expression calm and devoid of emotion. Unlike the others, number 16 possessed a remarkably robust physique, towering like a small mountain. Number 16, rise. For the dignity of artificial beings, for our future, you must triumph over Yuwen Tianqi. Number 17 urged, shouting at the stoic figure. Dignity, future? A faint smile graced number 16's face upon hearing number 17's plea. He lifted his gaze towards Yuwen Tianqi in the distance and spoke softly. Even for those reasons, my combat capabilities are insufficient to defeat him. I am an artificial human. My existence is meant for humanity, not for battle. With that, number 16 closed his eyes, unwilling to fight at this moment. Acknowledging that he was not Yuwen Tianqi's match. Do not despair. Number 17, he lay on the ground, his face blank, struggling to accept the prospect of defeat. I refuse to believe you are that strong. Number 17 suddenly erupted in fury, sprinting away in a desperate escape. Yuwen Tianqi stood still, watching the direction in which number 17 vanished, a disdainful smile creeping onto his face. He gently flicked his finger, as if leaving a faint trace in the air. Immediately, a powerful surge of energy burst forth from his fingertip, akin to a searing torrent, rushing forth into the distance. The air erupted explosively, generating a colossal shockwave that seemed poised to consume everything in its path. The onlookers, paralyzed with terror, instinctively covered their ears, desperate to escape the overwhelming force. At the epicenter of the explosion, the figure of Android 17 was instantaneously consumed. A chilling scream echoed momentarily in the air, before silence enveloped the scene once more. Yuwen Tianqi inhaled gently, withdrawing his fingers from his lips as if to beckon the crowd into stillness. His gaze shifted towards the heart of the explosion, a hint of murderous intent glimmering in his eyes. There stood a shadow, swaying unsteadily, its garments tattered and its visage marred by soot and blood. It was none other than 17. Yuwen Tianqi, my kind, the androids, shall never bow to you inferior humans, declared 17, though stripped of his combat prowess. The indomitable spirit still radiated from his eyes. Perhaps androids would never yield to lesser beings. If that were the case, then let the battle commence. In that moment, a surge of formidable power erupted from 17, propelling him like a sharp arrow towards Yuwen Tianqi. Yet in the next instant, 17 faltered, collapsing to the ground. With such feeble strength, you are nothing in my eyes, Yuwen Tianqi remarked coolly, observing 17 with a dismissive gaze. In response to Tianqi's derision, 17 bellowed in fury and charged once more at him. You overestimate yourself, Tianqi scoffed, effortlessly sending 17 flying with a single kick. As the impact reverberated through his body, 17 coughed up blood, yet struggled to rise again. 17, cease your futile resistance. It is in vain. We are no match for him, urged Android 18, who had suddenly appeared by his side. Meanwhile, Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Lanchi, having reverted from their Super Saiyan forms, huddled together, observing the confrontation from a distance. Bulma, I sense that Tianqi is about to make a move on 18, Chi-Chi whispered. Indeed, I feel it too, Bulma nodded in agreement. That fellow Tianqi has long had his eye on the golden-haired beauty that is 18. His gaze just now betrayed his intentions, Lanchi expressed indignantly. Certainly, we know Tianqi's character. This time, 18 is inescapably doomed, Chi-Chi, Lanchi, and Bulma lamented as they watched from afar. Isn't 18 an android? While she is undeniably beautiful, can Tianqi truly act upon a robot? Is that not rather peculiar? Bulma pondered, a hint of incredulity in her tone. Chapter 47. Inviting 18 home for surgery. Kiki gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth delicately. Could it be? Does Tianqi possess some peculiar inclination? As this thought crossed her mind, her imagination spiraled. ISN T18 an android? Chi-Chi, Lanchi, and Bulma exclaimed in unison. Are not all androids robots? Bulma questioned, her brow furrowed in confusion. It is possible, it is possible. Chi-Chi and Lanchi nodded in disbelief. Yuwen Tianqi's expression darkened as he cleared his throat twice, saying, I possess no peculiar inclinations. This is merely a product of my imagination. Observing the skepticism on everyone's faces, he pressed his forehead in exasperation and continued to explain, artificial beings are not exclusively robots. For instance, number 16 is indeed a pure robot, yet number 17 and 18 retain their humanity. They are human-based modifications. The most significant distinction lies in their possession of a perpetual energy core, granting them boundless energy and stamina, while also considerably slowing cellular aging, thereby enabling them to maintain an extended period of youthful vitality. Fear not, Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Launch. Your bodies have transformed into those of Super Saiyans, rendering you exceptionally resilient against aging, and you shall continue to possess such exquisite beauty without concern. Noticing the apprehensive expressions of Bulma and the others, Yuwen Tianqi hastened to reassure them. At least you are aware of this, Bulma huffed, turning her head away. Kiki stifled a laugh, exchanging the knowing glance with Yuwen Tianqi. Ahem, I shall proceed. Although they have been modified, both still require hydration and can enhance their strength through training, much like any other human. Yuwen Tianqi revealed a startling piece of news. What? We can grow stronger through training? Number 17 exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, through diligent practice, they can become even more powerful and age very little. Most importantly, their combat abilities will also strengthen considerably. Although untested, they should not be weak, Yuwen Tianqi stated. Does this mean we can also grow stronger? Number 18 asked, her eyes wide with surprise. Yes, this is the very reason I sought you out today. Number 18. Number 17, I believe you now have your answer. Are you not eager to join us? Yuwen Tianqi gazed at them, his eyes filled with anticipation. We wish to, and we have already begun training. We will undoubtedly become stronger, and when the time comes, I shall defeat you once more, Number 17 declared fiercely. Ahem. Very well. And what of you, Number 18? Come, let's train together. You have just awakened and have committed no misdeeds. Join us in my spacious home, where you can reside comfortably. Yuwen Tianqi finally revealed his intentions. I think I will pass. I have no desire to stay at your house, Number 18 replied, her cheeks flushing as she fidgeted. Oh, do not be so stingy. You have come this far. Stay with us. Are you not already training? Only through continuous practice can one grow stronger and better protect oneself. Do you wish to remain a weakling for eternity? Yuwen Tianqi coaxed gently. Well, all right. Number 18 pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Originally, Number 18 was not particularly fond of combat. She yearned for tranquility. In her idle moments, She dreamed of cultivating vegetables, tending to animals, or indulging in a soothing hot spring to unwind. Number 18 believed that such a life, though simple, was the essence of true happiness. Indeed, what destruction of the world or elimination of Son Goku? With me here, your endeavors shall never succeed. Yuwen Tianqi exclaimed with a hearty laugh, hands on his hips. However, he soon sensed a chilling presence behind him. Bulma, please don't act recklessly. Allow me to explain. He stammered, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Oh, is that so? I've heard every word. You lecher, Bulma retorted, her eyes sparkling with a mischievous glint. At that moment, Yuwen Tianqi realized he had been outwitted. This clever girl had unveiled his secrets, and he vowed to set things right when they returned home. Yet, Bulma was not genuinely angry. She merely sought to tease him. On another note, their recent battle against number 18 had fostered a newfound understanding and respect between them. Hey, can I join you for training? Number 17 timidly inquired. No way. I only take a number 18, Yuwen Tianqi replied, casting a disapproving glance at number 17. What about you, number 16? Would you like to come? Bulma can deactivate the bomb inside you. What? Number 16 has a bomb inside? Number 17 and 18 exchanged astonished glances. Number 16 showed a flicker of surprise but quickly regained composure, stating, in that case, I shall own Mr. You in a debt of gratitude. With that, number 16 bowed respectfully to Yuwen Tianqi. Don't worry, number 17 and 18, there is no need for shock. You both harbor terrifying bombs within you, capable of obliterating you in an instant, Yuwen Tianqi revealed, unleashing another startling truth. What? We have bombs inside us too? Number 17 and 18 gasped in disbelief, sharing another astonished glance. Indeed, you are fortunate, for not only am I immensely powerful, but I also possess advanced technology. If you choose to follow me, I can help you disarm those bombs. What do you say? Yuwen Tianqi enticed them. Really? We would gladly accompany you. Number 17 and 18 exclaimed with excitement. Of course, I have no objections. Once I deactivate your bomb, number 17, you may go wherever you please. Yuwen Tianqi said dismissively. TCH, how dull. So you only desire the stunning number 18. Huh? I wonder if Bulma would take offense at this, number 16 remarked, exasperated. Kill me? Impossible. I adore beautiful women and would never harm them. Ha ha ha. Ah, my enchanting heiress, Yuwen Tianqi confessed, his interest in the stunning number 18 now fully ignited. Having admired her illustrations after watching Dragon Ball, he found himself captivated beyond measure. Enough, everyone stop fussing. Bulma, let's hurry back. I will deactivate the bombs within androids 16, 17, and 18. You may accompany me now. Yes, we shall return for the procedure. Chapter 48. It's just surgery, no need to fear. Bulma swiftly intervened to halt the commotion. Otherwise, her jealousy would escalate. Thank you, Bulma, the androids responded, finally recovering from their earlier astonishment. Bulma was far more dependable than that lecherous character. Thus, when Goku healed his heart condition and sought a worthy opponent among the androids, he was taken aback to find them reformed, leaving him in a state of dismay. If that is the case, have I endured all those beatings for nothing? I must challenge Android 17. Goku shouted into the ruins, launching himself into the sky in search of a rematch. At Yuwen Tianqi's residence, Dr. Brief was engaged in the delicate task of dismantling the bomb within Android 17. Having previously deactivated Android 16's bomb, he now gazed in astonishment at the two small devices before him. This type of bomb is unprecedented. Its destructive power could potentially obliterate the entire planet. Before he could finish his thought, he felt the bomb tremble in his hand, sending a jolt of fear through him. Goodness, I must not accidentally trigger it. I must destroy it immediately. With that, Dr. Brief proceeded with utmost caution, handling the trembling bomb with the utmost care, fearful of any misstep. Oh, Dr. Brief, there is no need to be anxious. I'm familiar with this bomb type. As I mentioned earlier, its power is indeed terrifying, but you needn't worry. I will manage it. Yuwen Tianqi casually remarked. How do you possess knowledge of such advanced technology? Dr. Brief inquired, perplexed, recalling that Yuwen had previously shown little interest in such matters. Well, it's because I've recently developed a keen interest in technology and intend to personally assist in the bomb deactivation procedure for Android 18, Yuwen Tianqi replied nonchalantly, maintaining an air of propriety. Oh, I see, Dr. Brief responded, a knowing expression crossing his face as he nodded, continuing with his work. Truly, I'm sincere, Dr. Brief. My actions should demonstrate that I am a good person, an unequivocally good person. You must trust me, Yuwen Tianqi continued to persuade. Well, if you insist, I suppose I shall trust you this once. Just be careful. I'll take my leave now, Dr. Brief stated before making a hasty exit, fearing that remaining any longer might lead to an uncomfortable confrontation. Finally resolved. Now, it's time to proceed with the surgery for Android 18, Yuwen Tianqi exclaimed, rubbing his hands together as he prepared the surgical tools. Indeed, they are all legitimate instruments. After all, that bomb truly needs to be dismantled. In the laboratory, Android 18 stood with her arms crossed, her expression inscrutable as she gazed at Yuwen Tianqi. At that moment, Yuwen Tianqi donned a white lab coat and spectacles, indeed resembling a scientist. I have heard about the surgical procedure you've arranged. They assured me there would be no issues. However, are you certain you wish to perform the operation to remove the bomb? Observing Yuwen Tianqi's demeanor, 18 harbored some doubts. Yes, trust me, 18. I am a good person, Yuwen Tianqi replied with a smile. A good person? She echoed, acknowledging that perhaps this individual's mind was somewhat unhinged. Nevertheless, that matter could wait. At least he hadn't killed any androids. Yet, given his current sly expression, could he truly be a good person? Gazing at Yuwen Tianqi's earnest smile, 18 felt he did not quite appear to be virtuous, as he evidently had ulterior motives. Furthermore, those motives were glaringly apparent. Yuwen Tianqi, may I inquire about the procedure for the bomb removal? 18 asked. It is quite simple. You merely need to lie on that examination table, and I shall personally extract the bomb, Yuwen Tianqi stated with utmost seriousness. Is it truly that straightforward? 18 questioned, a hint of skepticism in her voice, sensing it might be overly simplistic. Indeed, it is, he affirmed. Must I remove my clothing? 18 inquired, her cheeks flushing slightly. Of course, that is standard surgical protocol. Head to the changing room, disrobe, and we shall conduct a physical examination. Yuwen Tianqi gestured towards the adjacent changing area, his expression remaining entirely solemn, devoid of any lasciviousness. 18 felt a bit dazed, even somewhat bashful. Was he really asking her to undress? Imagining herself completely nude while this scientist meticulously dismantled the bomb to save humanity, she experienced a wave of embarrassment. Yuwen Tianqi, you must be doing this on purpose, right? She asked timidly. Naturally, it is a fundamental procedure. I need to assess your physical condition, Yuwen Tianqi explained. Then, you won't do anything inappropriate, will you? 18 questioned, her voice diminishing to a whisper. Cough. No, this is merely standard surgical practice. I will examine your body and proceed with the necessary operation to remove the bomb that could obliterate the entire planet, ensuring your safety and that of the entire Earth as well. That is all, Yuwen Tianqi remarked, stroking his chin, feeling almost convinced by his own words. Oh, phew, that's a relief. I thought. 18 sighed, her cheeks tinged with crimson. Of course, I am a scientist. This is my profession. Rest assured, I shall not harm you. Yuwen Tianqi reassured her once more before turning to operate the experimental machinery. Quickly prepare. We shall begin shortly. Very well. 18 pondered for a moment, her face still flushed before heading to the changing room. A few minutes later, 18 emerged clad in a loose white lab coat, drawing Yuwen Tianqi's undivided attention. The surgery commenced. As the 18th entered the operating room, Yuwen Tianqi murmured a few words before flipping the switch to commence preparations. The 18th felt a bit dazed, for at that moment, the operating room was occupied solely by him and Yuwen Tianqi. With Yuwen Tianqi's utterance to begin, the 18th noticed her vision becoming somewhat blurred, and before she could fully comprehend the situation, her body involuntarily reclined onto the operating table. What is happening here? Chapter 49. The operation was remarkably successful. You are all my wings. The 18th, in a state of mild panic, attempted to sit up, yet her body remained immobile, leaving her to watch helplessly as Yuwen Tianqi began to disarm the bomb. The ensuing scene turned the 18th's cheeks a deep crimson. What are you doing? She exclaimed, a tinge of alarm in her voice, trying to halt Yuwen Tianqi. Gently removing her delicate hand, Yuwen Tianqi replied softly, I am here to perform the surgery for you. The 18th gazed at Yuwen Tianqi's handsome visage, seemingly resigned to her fate. You're such a rogue. The real operation is only just beginning. The lights in the operating room suddenly dimmed. The following day, Yuwen Tianqi opened the door to the operating room, emerging hand in hand with the 18th. It was now nighttime, and the two engaged in conversation as they walked. The 18th's petite face bore a slight blush, perhaps feeling a touch shy. Her emotions were a tumult of tension and timidity. They then made their way to the dining hall for a sumptuous meal. Thank you for your hospitality this morning. I truly enjoyed it, the 18th said to Yuwen Tianqi after finishing her meal. As long as you liked it, that's what matters. You even remembered to thank me for the meal. What a good girl you are, Yuwen Tianqi chuckled, unable to resist admiring the beauty of the 18th. I'm not a good girl at all, she retorted, her cheeks flushing deeper, revealing her shyness. You're my girlfriend. Of course. Have you forgotten? Yuwen Tianqi remarked with a hearty laugh, observing her bashful demeanor. Tell me, what did you say? The 18th was taken aback by Yuwen Tianqi's declaration, her face turning an even deeper shade of red as she trembled slightly in her response. I said, you are my girlfriend, a statement I've repeated numerous times. Have you truly forgotten? Yuwen Tianqi continued to smile at her flustered expression. Why you? The 18th stared at Yuwen Tianqi in disbelief. You already have 3 wives? She exclaimed incredulously. They, like you, are my wings. I am a man of great affection. Yuwen Tianqi proclaimed with a self-satisfied grin. The 18th pushed Yuwen Tianqi away, her face now an even brighter hue, and hurriedly departed. As Yuwen Tianqi watched her retreating figure, he chuckled softly and clenched his fists tightly. 18th, you cannot escape my grasp. Bulma, Kiki, and Launch sat together on the sofa in the living room, waiting for Yuwen Tianqi. When Yuwen Tianqi emerged, he appeared momentarily taken aback. Tianqi, why are you only coming out now? Kiki inquired epidly. I had a little chat with Android 18, which delayed me, Yuwen Tianqi replied, casting a sly grin at Bulma. Have you grown tired of us? With Android 18 around, have you forgotten about us? Kiki pouted, displaying displeasure. How could that be? You're all my favorites. I could never forget you, Yuwen Tianqi assured her, looking earnestly at Bulma. Don't speak so insincerely. You must be enjoying Android 18's company, hence forgetting us. Bulma retorted, her lips pursed in dissatisfaction. You caught me. I must be rather foolish, he admitted. You big fool, both Chi-Chi and Bulma chimed in unison. All right, let us cease the bickering. Tonight, I shall prepare a delightful meal for you, and I've also bought a set of enchanting comics for us to enjoy together. Yuwen Tianqi said, smiling at the 2 girls. Sounds good, they replied. As night fell in the bedroom, Bulma turned to Yuwen Tianqi. Let us read those enchanting comics together. Yuwen Tianqi nodded, then added, so what do you think? Are they fascinating? Well, this comic is a tad inappropriate, Chi-Chi said, her small face scrunching up. Oh really? Allow me to point out the parts that are improper, Yuwen Tianqi replied with a mischievous smile, collapsing onto the bed. The night passed without further conversation. As dawn broke, the sun gradually rose, casting its golden rays into the room, illuminating Yuwen Tianqi and Bulma's faces. Tianqi, it's time to wake up. The sun is out, Bulma exclaimed, rubbing her eyes and clutching her blanket. So comfortable, Yuwen Tianqi stretched lazily before getting out of bed. You 3 truly disturb my peaceful dreams, he remarked, glancing at the girls. Tianqi, we want to sleep too, but our alarm clock seems to be malfunctioning, Bulma lamented, clutching her blanket. All right, enough of the antics. Hurry and get up, Chi-Chi urged Bulma and Launch. The 2 girls replied in unison. The sun shone brightly. A gentle breeze wafted through, and the aroma of breakfast filled the air. Yuwen Tianqi felt a twinge of awkwardness as he noticed Bulma, Chi-Chi, Launch, and Android 18. 4 stunning beauties sitting silently on the sofa. Why is everyone so quiet? He scratched his head and asked softly. I warned you last night not to be so reckless, or else you'd face the consequences, Chi-Chi said, crossing her arms with a hint of annoyance. What do you mean? I wasn't reckless last night, Yuwen Tianqi replied, perplexed, raising his hands in confusion. Don't you have any idea of your own actions? Chi-Chi shot him a disapproving glance. Fine, then tell me, what exactly did I do? Yuwen Tianqi blinked, then spoke. Silence enveloped the scene, a stillness akin to death. I truly haven't done anything. Why do you all stare at me like that? Yuwen Tianqi felt a sensation of heat rising from the crown of his head, a thought best kept to himself. Don't think that just because we're not acting, you can escape unscathed, Chi-Chi remarked, crossing her arms with a cold snort. Seriously? You 3 can't even handle me, and yet wish to challenge me? Yuwen Tianqi felt his worldview significantly shaken. Don't assume our inaction means you can evade a calamity, Chi-Chi retorted icily. Yuwen Tianqi fell silent. It appeared the 3 women remained in a state of high tension. Filled with jealousy, it would be wise to refrain from interjecting. From now on, we are all family, so let us cease the infighting. Peaceful coexistence is our shared aspiration, Bulma stated, still with her arms crossed. Indeed, both Chi-Chi and Lanchi echoed in unison. Chapter 50. 4 beauties gather in the living room, traversing the future. Number 18 hesitated but eventually nodded. She sensed that these 3 women did not seem overly fierce. Were they indeed going to spare her? Esteemed ladies, are you truly going to let me go? Yuwen Tianqi inquired cautiously. Yes, Bulma, Lanqi and Chi-Chi replied simultaneously. In that case, I can breathe easy. Yuwen Tianqi felt as though spring had finally arrived in his life. Moving forward, let us avoid being so ostentatious. We can certainly be good friends, Bulma suggested, still with her arms crossed. Understood, Chi-Chi and Lanqi replied in unison. Number 18 remained silent throughout, but understood that she had been accepted here. Yuwen Tianqi reflected on his past, realizing he had spent his life in battle, never having conversed earnestly with a girl or experienced love. Now, surrounded by 4 stunning women, it felt delightfully exhausting, a bittersweet experience. Originally, Yuwen Tianqi was planning to seek out Sheru, but within days, Bulma had astonishingly created a time machine. Tianqi, I don't know why I feel a sense of unrest. Suddenly, the idea of constructing a time machine appeared in my mind, and I cannot articulate why, Bulma explained. Her expression troubled. Oh, a time machine? You conceived it suddenly? Yuwen Tianqi was astonished. Could this be a form of mental connection from future Bulma? Yes. I'm unsure, but the feeling was overwhelming, Bulma said shyly. Well, don't dwell on it. It's not you who built it in the present, Yuwen Tianqi replied, examining the uniquely designed time machine and stroking his chin. After all, this contraption is exceedingly advanced. Indeed, it resembles something I crafted in my dreams. That interpretation holds merit. Bulma clapped her hands in realization. Suddenly, Yuwen Tianqi felt an impulse to embark on an adventure to the future. As he pondered, a slight smile curled at the corners of his mouth, preparing for grand endeavors ahead, albeit discreetly. Tianqi, I sense you have something on your mind, Bulma remarked, grasping Yuwen Tianqi's hand. Yuwen Tianqi regained his senses, stroking his chin, and remarked, I feel an urge to venture into the future world. Huh? The 3 women paused momentarily, then simultaneously turned their gaze towards Yuwen Tianqi, seemingly awaiting his explanation. The future world, I wish to see it. Yuwen Tianqi pondered for a moment before speaking again. I sense that your idea is quite intriguing. Tianqi, I too share the sentiment. Huh? Do you all feel the same? Yuwen Tianqi inquired, astonished. Indeed, I do. How splendid. Then I shall embark on my journey to the future world. Yuwen Tianqi exclaimed joyfully, leaping into the air. Tianqi, are you truly sincere in what you say? The 3 women asked in unison. Yes, it is all true. Therefore, I must take my leave, Yuwen Tianqi smiled as he said. Farewell. Goodbye. Without further ado, the time machine activated, and Yuwen Tianqi was whisked away to the future world. Here, chaos reigned, ravaged by the artificial beings number 17 and number 18, leaving only Trunks to hold the fort while Bulma busied herself in a laboratory. At last, the time machine has been constructed, Bulma exclaimed with delight. Suddenly, as Bulma tinkered with the laboratory equipment, the entire space began to tremble violently. What is happening? Bulma stood up and rushed to the control panel, her eyes widening in astonishment. What is this? She gasped, witnessing the time machine soaring towards the future Bulma. How could this be? Future Bulma was equally alarmed. Could it be an issue with the time machine? Bulma hastily approached, preparing to operate the laboratory apparatus when, with a thunderous crash, the time machine barreled into the room. How is this possible? Bulma gazed at the time machine in bewilderment. What is going on? Trunks also appeared flustered. I am not certain. It seems a strange reaction has occurred, Bulma remarked, picking up a device for inspection. Boom! At that moment, the time machine collided with the laboratory wall, exploding instantaneously. Smoke enveloped the room, leaving both individuals disoriented. What is happening? Trunks gasped, taking several deep breaths. I do not know. It just happened suddenly, Bulma replied, equally confused. The entire laboratory continued to tremble violently. Emerging from the time machine, Yuwen Tianqi inquired, what has transpired? Both individuals replied in unison, we do not know. Who are you? Trunks asked, staring at Yuwen Tianqi, bewildered. I am Yuwen Tianqi, hailing from another universe. He replied with a smile. Another universe, Yuwen Tianqi? Trunks was taken aback. Is it so strange that you plan to build a time machine while I come from another universe? Yuwen Tianqi observed Trunks curiously. Well, I suppose I can accept that. Trunks responded, somewhat speechless. Are you two also travelers of the universe? Yuwen Tianqi inquired, glancing at the pair beside the time machine. Indeed, we intend to journey to the past. Trunks hesitated for a moment, feeling an inexplicable trust in this stranger, and thus spoke honestly. Trunks, do not trust strangers. The elder Bulma remarked as she emerged from the side, her brow furrowed. In this world, Bulma had aged considerably compared to her counterpart from the previous realm, yet she still retained her charm, indicating that the timeline here had not been disrupted. Indeed, Ms. Bulma, Yuwen Tianqi said, gazing at the alluring Bulma, His heart stirred as he couldn't help but steal a few more glances. Humph. The elder Bulma huffed, clearly displeased. Well, you should be on your way. With that, she attempted to usher Yuwen Tianqi away, preparing to leave. Wait, Yuwen Tianqi called out to the two. What is it? Trunks inquired, somewhat perplexed. Do you not wish to defeat the androids? Yuwen Tianqi chuckled. Defeat the androids? Trunks and Bulma exchanged astonished glances, both thinking Yuwen Tianqi had lost his mind. For the androids were practically invincible. Indeed, I have come here specifically to vanquish the androids, Yuwen Tianqi replied with a smile, a mysterious expression gracing his face. Chapter 51. Future Bulma and Android 18. Defeating the androids is quite a challenging endeavor, Trunks instinctively remarked. Why do you say that? Yuwen Tianqi replied with a grin. You previously claimed that no one in this world could defeat the androids. Why then? Have you come here? Trunks asked reflexively. Because this world possesses something I require. Yuwen Tianqi answered with a sly smile. How do you know that? Trunks suddenly queried. I hail from a distant place where a power known as time travel exists. Yuwen Tianqi explained. Time travel? Bulma and Trunks exchanged knowing looks, sensing that the matter was more complex than it appeared. Observing their reaction, Yuwen Tianqi meticulously elaborated, leaving Bulma and Trunks utterly astonished. No wonder you said that defeating the androids is a difficult task. It seems you are not jesting, Trunks sighed. As long as I can vanquish the malevolent consciousness of the androids, this task will be a mere trifle for me, Yuwen Tianqi stated confidently. Trunks, this fellow is your responsibility. Bulma directed her gaze toward Trunks. Me? Trunks was taken aback. Indeed, combat is your forte. I shall not interfere, Bulma smiled. Why? Trunks asked, bewildered. As for that, I cannot say. Perhaps it is the design of fate, Yuwen Tianqi replied. Did Dr. Gero create androids 17 and 18 in your world as well? Trunks asked curiously. Certainly, I defeated both androids 17 and 18, and in fact, android 18 became my wife, Yuwen Tianqi declared with confidence. What? Android 18 became your wife? At that moment, upon hearing Yuwen Tianqi's words and observing his blissful smile, both Trunks and Bulma were left in utter astonishment. It must be acknowledged that Android 18 is an exceedingly dangerous entity, second only to Android 17 in terms of peril. Yet astonishingly, Android 18 has become the wife of Yuwen Tianqi, who appears to hold a deep affection for her. Who, then, is this Yuwen Tianqi? Well, it is time for you to set forth. I shall take on the task of dealing with Android 18. Yuwen Tianqi cast a glance at the figure of Android 18, stroking his chin thoughtfully. However, how can we trust you? Trunks inquired, filled with skepticism. Trust me? It is quite simple. As I have already mentioned, I hail from a distant realm where a power known as time travel exists, Yuwen Tianqi replied with a smile. Time travel? You mean you have traversed dimensions? Trunks asked, perplexed. Indeed, I have journeyed across realms. Prior to my crossing, I was like you, merely a denizen of Earth. However, due to certain extraordinary circumstances, I have diverged from your path and found myself wandering through various challenges until I ultimately arrived in this world, Yuwen Tianqi elucidated. I see, Trunks said, suddenly enlightened. Now, quickly depart. I shall handle Android 18. After concluding his explanation, Yuwen Tianqi addressed the two. But how do you intend to confront Android 18? Trunks queried, still puzzled. Although Android 18 is indeed an artificial being, to me, she seems no more than an ordinary girl. I am more than capable of dealing with her, Yuwen Tianqi asserted confidently. Well, I cannot be of assistance in this regard. I lack your prowess, Trunks lamented. Enough chatter. We must hasten our departure. I will take care of Android 18, he reiterated. At that moment, Bulma turned to Yuwen Tianqi and said, Since you do not trust me, allow me to demonstrate my abilities. You must exercise caution. Android 18 is formidable, Trunks advised earnestly. Fear not. Android 18 is my wife, and I shall teach her well, Yuwen Tianqi replied with unwavering confidence. This fellow certainly has a penchant for boasting, Bulma remarked, exasperated. Let us set off. We must find Android 18 without delay. Thus, the trio embarked once more towards the heart of the city. The deafening sound of explosions reverberated around them, prompting a shared glance among Yuwen Tianqi, Bulma, and Trunks. Anxiety and concern were etched across Bulma and Trunks' faces, as this was a scene all too familiar to them. Yet this time, they seemed less apprehensive in the face of imminent danger, for the savior Yuwen Tianqi had emerged. It is androids 17 and 18, Trunks suddenly exclaimed, his voice laced with trepidation. Bulma's complexion turned pale at the mention of those two numbers, which signified powerful adversaries. In this confrontation, They were not to be underestimated. "Prepare for battle," Bulma declared, gripping her weapon tightly, her voice resolute and strong. Trunks has readied his sword, his gaze sharp and resolute, clearly prepared for battle. Taking a deep breath, he clenches his fists tightly, poised to unleash his formidable power. He understands that in this fight, they must exert their utmost effort. "Relax. The two of them are no match for me," casually remarked Yuwen Tianqi. At that moment, two figures emerged from the billowing smoke of the explosion. Their visages were strikingly beautiful, yet the energy emanating from them suggested they were formidable adversaries. "This time, you won't be as fortunate as before," Number 17 sneered, his voice laced with malice. Number 18 nodded, a hint of a smile gracing her exquisite features. They advanced step by step towards Yuwen Tianqi, Bulma, and Trunks, ready to engage in a life-or-death struggle. In that instant, the entire world seemed to freeze. Everyone held their breath, awaiting the commencement of this fierce battle. "For the sake of Earth, we must give it our all," Bulma shouted, her voice brimming with fighting spirit. Trunks, the future warrior, was embroiled in an intense confrontation with the android Number 17. His movements were as swift as lightning, appearing at times behind Number 17, only to instantaneously return to his original position. Enveloped in a golden blaze, his presence was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Each of his strikes was imbued with immense power and speed, rendering them elusive. Meanwhile, Yuwen Tianqi found himself engaged in an even more arduous battle against the Number 18 from the future. He exerted pressure, refraining from completely overwhelming her, mindful that a grueling struggle still awaited him. Thus, the strength he displayed was merely a fraction above that of Number 18. Chapter 52. Are you also a Super Saiyan? He widened his eyes, fixated on every movement of Number 18. This Number 18 was utterly distinct from the previous incarnation. Her physique appeared more voluptuous, radiating an enigmatic glow, as if she could dissolve into the very air and vanish at any moment. Yuwen Tianqi was acutely aware that this was a battle where any misstep could prove catastrophic. He had to summon every ounce of mental acuity to triumph over this formidable foe, for he intended to unleash his ultimate technique. Suddenly, Number 18 swung her arm, sending a wave of energy hurtling toward Yuwen Tianqi. He swiftly dodged, the energy wave crashing into the rocks behind him, shattering them to smithereens. Yuwen Tianqi was taken aback. This Number 18 possessed strength far surpassing that of her predecessor. The conflict between Trunks and Number 17 intensified as well. Trunks suddenly leapt into the air, akin to a bird, and instantaneously found himself before Number 17. His fist struck forcefully against Number 17's chest, causing the android to stagger back. A fleeting smile of victory crossed Trunks' face, but it was swiftly replaced by a serious demeanor. He knew this battle was far from over. Number 17 scoffed, "Trunks, is this all the strength you possess? You're truly disappointing." Trunks remained silent, his gaze sharpening with intensity. Energy coalesced around his arms, seemingly brewing a formidable attack. At that moment, Yuwen Tianqi sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from directly in front of him. He understood that the time had come. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy erupted from Yuwen Tianqi, surpassing even that of Trunks. Enveloped in golden flames, he radiated an awe-inspiring presence. His fierce glare fixed ahead as if anticipating something monumental. Inhaling deeply, his body began to transform. The golden flames intensified, his physique expanded, and his muscles grew increasingly robust. His eyes morphed into a brilliant gold, an immense energy bursting forth from within him, commanding the atmosphere with an overwhelming force. Transformed, Yuwen Tianqi resembled a colossal golden deity, unleashing a thunderous roar as the golden flames instantaneously transformed into a streak of golden lightning, erupting with explosive vigor. "What kind of aura is this?" exclaimed Number 18 in astonishment. At that moment, Yuwen Tianqi's form began to swell, rapidly transforming into a being of pure golden light. What? Could he possibly be a Super Saiyan? Trunks too sensed the transformation within Yuwen Tianqi, his expression shifting to one of sheer disbelief. Nearly dropping his jaw in shock. "How can you also be a Super Saiyan?" he stammered. It was no wonder that Trunks felt this way. The previous iteration of Yuwen Tianqi had already instilled a sense of dread within him, and now, as a Super Saiyan, he was far more formidable. Overwhelmed by the immense power radiating from Yuwen Tianqi, even the typically composed Trunks felt a pang of panic. He recognized that he was no match for this newly transformed Super Saiyan version of Yuwen Tianqi. The power of Yuwen Tianqi as a Super Saiyan was on an entirely different level, far beyond what Trunks could contend with. Indeed, your strength remains as formidable as ever. It's truly infuriating, remarked number 17, momentarily stunned by Yuwen Tianqi's transformation. His expression shifted from surprise to one of disdainful amusement. Confident in his own abilities and doubtful that Yuwen Tianqi's transformation would pose a threat to him. However, just as a smirk crept onto his face, it froze in place, for he beheld the golden flames dancing around Yuwen Tianqi, swirling like golden dragons in a magnificent display. This is bad. His power exceeds what he has demonstrated, he thought, realizing that Yuwen Tianqi's Super Saiyan form far surpassed that of Trunks. Witnessing this, even the usually unflappable number 18 felt a surge of alarm. She understood that if Yuwen Tianqi was indeed as powerful as they feared, victory would be unattainable. In a state of dread, she contemplated fleeing, yet found herself paralyzed by the palpable aura of death that surrounded her. In that critical moment, Yuwen Tianqi unleashed his full power, striking with blinding speed as he delivered a crushing blow to number 17's chest. On the 17th, he was directly struck and sent flying, his body tracing a graceful arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. The 18th, filled with terror, watched helplessly, paralyzed by an overwhelming aura of death that enveloped her, rendering her immobile. In an instant, Yuwen Tianqi appeared before her, delivering a powerful punch to the chest of the 17th. With a resounding thud, he spat blood uncontrollably, his body mangled, flesh torn apart. After a few convulsions, he lay still, devoid of life. Pathetic, Yuwen Tianqi disdainfully remarked, gazing at the fallen 17th, and then at Yuwen Tianqi. The 18th felt an icy chill coursing through her veins. This man was utterly terrifying. She sensed the approach of death. "No, please don't kill me," the 18th stammered, her exquisite face drained of color from fear. "Kneel," Yuwen Tianqi commanded coldly. With a thud, the 18th knelt without hesitation, trembling uncontrollably, devoid of any thoughts of resistance. Yuwen Tianqi's power was overwhelming, extinguishing any desire she had to fight back. The 17th had succumbed in a single exchange, utterly defeated. Trunks, seething with fury, gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, the sharp blade poised to strike at the 18th. His anger reached a boiling point, akin to a bomb ready to explode. "Trunks, you cannot do this," Yuwen Tianqi interposed, standing between him and the 18th. His voice, though calm, resonated with undeniable authority. A flicker of confusion and rage crossed Trunks' eyes as he shouted, "Yuwen Tianqi, why are you stopping me? This fiend nearly killed me. He must pay the price." Yuwen Tianqi stood firm, locking eyes with Trunks, and spoke solemnly. "I understand what the 18th has done to you, and I recognize your anger. However, this is not the way to resolve the issue. You must take Bulma back. I will handle the 18th properly. Indeed, the 18th will atone for her past mistakes. I will not spare her." Such thoughts echoed in Yuwen Tianqi's mind. Trunks' fury began to subside slightly as he regarded Yuwen Tianqi, complex emotions flickering in his gaze. Finally, he nodded slowly, sheathing his sword. Chapter 53. The Ripe Apple, the Future 18th. Yuwen Tianqi exhaled softly, relieved, knowing that this young warrior had made the right choice. He turned to the fallen 18th, his expression hardening. With a subtle gesture, an invisible force emanated from his fingertips, enveloping the 18th, and in an instant, she soared into the sky, vanishing without a trace. Trunks watched this spectacle with a mix of surprise and confusion. He turned towards Yuwen Tianqi, his lips parted, uncertain of what words to utter. At this moment, Bulma approached and gently patted Trunks on the shoulder, saying, "This is the best solution. I feel we can trust him. Moreover, his strength is undeniable, leaving no room for doubt." Trunks fell silent for a moment, then slowly nodded, turning to lead Bulma toward the spacecraft. His anger had dissipated, leaving behind only profound weariness and sorrow. Yet he understood that all of this was for the sake of a brighter future. Meanwhile, with a resounding crash, Yuwen Tianqi appeared alongside the golden-haired android No. 18 within the confines of a dilapidated inn. The inn's decay and desolation loomed like a silent specter, seemingly bearing witness to countless secrets of the past. They traversed the corridor, where the tattered furniture, faded wallpaper, and layers of dust all bore testament to the neglect and ruin that enveloped the place. They stumbled upon a relatively clean room. Its broken window allowed the cold wind to howl within, yet compared to the endless darkness outside, it felt akin to a temporary refuge. Number 18 shivered, her golden hair fluttering in the breeze like the last flicker of light consumed by the encroaching darkness. She gazed at Yuwen Tianqi, her eyes shimmering with fear and reverence. "What are you going to do?" Number 18's tremulous voice echoed in the air, while Yuwen Tianqi merely regarded her with a detached expression. His gaze bore no sympathy or pity, only resoluteness and determination. Haha, I'm here to educate you. To ensure you cease your misdeeds, Yuwen Tianqi chuckled, his voice resonating with strength and resolve. He extended his hand, his firm fingers gripping her arm, and in that instant, Number 18 felt a surge of warmth emanating from him, a testament to Yuwen Tianqi's formidable power. Why? Number 18's voice quavered even more, a flicker of fear crossing her eyes. Yuwen Tianqi offered no response. He simply continued to observe her, as if awaiting something. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air. No! 18's body stiffened, her eyes widening in shock, for Yuwen Tianqi's large hand had landed upon her backside. Yuwen Tianqi smiled slightly, declaring, "Because you are now mine. Now, kneel before me." Slowly, Number 18 sank to her knees beside Yuwen Tianqi, her face still etched with fear and unease. Yet as she began to speak, those emotions gradually faded into the background. "What do you want me to do?" The tremor in her voice was subtle, but Yuwen Tianqi suddenly grinned, looking down at the kneeling Number 18. The night passed in silence. The following day, Yuwen Tianqi stretched languidly, feeling refreshed. Beside him, Number 18's face bore traces of tears, and Yuwen Tianqi, observing her sorrowful expression, felt no inclination to console her gently. He was aware that what he required at that moment was an outlet, a release. As for Number 18's thoughts, she was no longer the same Number 18 from the previous world. Who would care for her feelings? Number 18 appeared somewhat dazed, and in this future world, Yuwen Tianqi would not extend his kindness toward her. Yuwen Tianqi cast a glance at Number 18, his face adorned with unmistakable disdain and contempt. He shook his head and remarked in a tone that was both resigned and mocking, "Is this all you are capable of? The future world's Number 18 is merely this." Provoked by his words, Number 18 was jolted into clarity. She wiped the tears from her face, and a glimmer of determination flickered in her eyes. Taking a deep breath, she spoke with a palpable challenge in her tone. "Do not be so quick to draw conclusions, Yuwen Tianqi. You may not kill me, but one day, I shall bring about your demise." Yuwen Tianqi chuckled dismissively. "Do you have any more tricks up your sleeve?" His mocking smile remained intact. Number 18 fell silent, yet the slight tremor in her body betrayed her fear. "Umph." Utterly feeble, Yuwen Tianqi scoffed, his gaze laced with evident scorn. Number 18 bit her lip, her body trembling involuntarily. However, this very tremor ignited a flicker of excitement in Yuwen Tianqi's eyes. Suddenly, Yuwen Tianqi let out a low roar, and in an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing beside Number 18. He seized her by the neck, lifting her from the bed and forcefully pinning her down. As No. 18 felt the rush of exhilaration beneath her, she defiantly managed a disdainful smile. Yet, Yuwen Tianqi's expression shifted to one of subtle amusement, and his next action rendered her disdain frozen upon her face. With a slight curl of his lips, he placed his left hand on her shoulder while his right grasped her right hand, a pulse of electricity dancing within his palm. The electrical surge coursed from his hand into Number 18, causing her body to quiver slightly, her eyes reflecting a mixture of indignation and humiliation. With a clear smile gracing his face, Yuwen Tianqi taunted, "Did you not claim I lacked the courage to kill you? Behold, idare." As he spoke, the corners of his mouth lifted, and the current silently flowed from his hand into Number 18. A gasp escaped her lips as her body trembled, unsure if it was from pain or exhilaration. Her eyes sparkled with a wild glimmer. Yuwen Tianqi raised an eyebrow in surprise, pondering the situation. Had he inadvertently triggered some hidden attribute within Number 18? Realizing this, Yuwen Tianqi felt a rush of blood through his veins quicken, and his movements grew more brutal. No, 18's complexion flushed deeper, her elegant brows furrowed tightly as pain coursed through her, causing her body to tremble. Nevertheless, Yuwen Tianqi showed no intention of relenting. "Suddenly, no." 18 lifted her head, emitting a pained low growl, her face taking on an even more vibrant hue. In that moment, she resembled a ripe apple, enticing one to take a bite. Observing her expression, Yuwen Tianqi comprehended that Number 18 was fervently struggling to suppress the fire within her. Chapter 54, Número 18 submits. At that moment, the blood within his body surged faster and faster, waves of heat crashing over him like an overwhelming tide. Sensing the intensity of that heat, Yuwen Tianqi's eyes flashed with excitement. Number 18 was taking action, and he could not resist the urge to unleash his full potential at the final moment. At that instant, a determined glimmer appeared in number 18's eyes. She could not allow Yuwen Tianqi to prevail. Absolutely not. With a fierce roar, Yuwen Tianqi unleashed the torrent of heat within him, erupting like a volcano. Number 18's complexion flushed increasingly rosy, her hands weakly dancing before her, her body trembling slightly. Witnessing this scene, Yuwen Tianqi's eyes sparkled with exhilaration. At last, the battle was coming to an end. In Bulma's cottage, Trunks stared wide-eyed at the woman before him. Is it true what you said? Does Yuwen Tianqi possess strength surpassing that of his father? How could I deceive you? He is your father, Bulma replied, her brow furrowing in exasperation. His combat power far exceeds that of Vegeta, and even Son Goku could not match him in his prime. Wait, if even Son Goku is no match for him, does that mean Yuwen Tianqi's power is unrivaled on Earth now? Trunks replied, exasperated. By the way, no. 18 has been with Yuwen Tianqi for several days, Bulma suddenly recalled. It seems to be the third day, Trunks reflected. What could they possibly be doing for 3 days? Bulma frowned. As former androids, number 18 and her companion possessed unparalleled combat abilities. How could it be that after 3 days with Yuwen Tianqi, there had been no signs of activity? What was Yuwen Tianqi's true intention in bringing No? 18 along? I'm not sure, Trunks pondered. Forget it, Bulma waved her hand dismissively. We needn't worry about it. As long as Yuwen Tianqi does not harm our family, there is little else we can do. That seems to be the only course of action, Trunks replied with a smile. I'm rather curious about the warriors from Yuwen Tianqi's world, Trunks mused. Are you not equally intrigued? Indeed, our family and friends reside in that world. We wonder if... Let us not dwell on that. They should return shortly, and then we will have the opportunity to meet them, Bulma said, glancing at Trunks with a faint smile. I am quite looking forward to it, Trunks remarked, grinning at his mother. In a room where Yuwen Tianqi was preparing, No. 18's face was flushed, yet she maintained a facade of unwavering resolve. All right, let's go find Bulma and Trunks. Yuwen Tianqi spoke softly, disregarding the reaction of Android 18, and strode out of the house. Android 18, somewhat displeased, let out a huff. She was well aware of Yuwen Tianqi's intentions regarding Bulma. He was undoubtedly a notorious lecher. However, under the weight of his imposing presence, she dared not voice her objections and hurried to follow him. After more than an hour, Yuwen Tianqi and Android 18 finally arrived at Bulma's quaint abode. Bulma, are you home? Yuwen Tianqi called gently to the closed door. Coming, a voice responded, and Bulma opened the door, stepping outside. Bulma, it's been several days since we last met, Yuwen Tianqi remarked with a grin as he gazed at her. Yes, it has indeed been a while. What brings you and Android 18 here? Bulma replied coolly, her demeanor reflecting her disdain for Android 18, who had tragically slain Vegeta in this world. How can I seek you out, Bulma? Surely you must be aware of my purpose here. I intend to teach you the art of combat. Your innate talent for battle is exceptionally strong, and together we can train and grow stronger, Yuwen Tianqi declared earnestly. Kumba? Training? Bulma responded, confusion evident in her expression. Indeed, as for Android 18, I have resolved to keep her by my side, subjecting her to daily trials to atone for her past transgressions. She must not continue down the path of ruin. Fear not, for I shall impart lessons that she will remember for a lifetime, Yuwen Tianqi asserted, his face grave, embodying a fervent desire for vengeance on behalf of Bulma and Trunks. Upon hearing this, Android 18's cheeks flushed crimson as memories of Yuwen Tianqi's rough demeanor and peculiar antics flooded her mind, prompting her to turn away in embarrassment. I see. Bulma mused after a brief silence. Well then, let's not linger here discussing such matters. Shall we move indoors to continue our conversation? Yuwen Tianqi flashed a mischievous smile and proceeded into the house, leaving Bulma and Trunks at a loss for words. Who, after all, was truly the master of this household? Yet, given the overwhelming circumstances, Yuwen Tianqi's unmatched prowess in this future world left them with little choice but to comply. With Android 18 in tow, Yuwen Tianqi skillfully beguiled Trunks, weaving tales that left the young boy utterly captivated, his naivety shining through. Ultimately, Trunks developed a keen interest in the path of a warrior and set forth on a quest to seek treasures that would enhance his training, departing Bulma's residence without a backward glance. Trunks, do not return, Bulma murmured, watching him leave, a foreboding sense creeping into her heart. She sensed that Yuwen Tianqi was about to reveal his true colors, which would undoubtedly betray the fade of being a righteous individual. On the 18th, she was assigned by Yuwen Tianqi to the nearby gravity chamber for rigorous training. As a genetically modified being based on human anatomy, Number 18 is capable of enhancing her combat abilities through diligent practice. Despite being bullied by Yuwen Tianqi for several days, she did not lose her fighting spirit. Instead, she resolved to train fiercely to elevate her strength and ultimately defeat him, avenging the humiliation she had once endured. Chapter 55, A Long-Awaited Rainfall. Bulma radiates with vitality. In the room, only Bulma and Yuwen Tianqi remained, exchanging glances in bewilderment. After a brief silence, Bulma suddenly spoke up. Yuwen Tianqi, what is your true intention? Her voice carried a tone of skepticism. In response, Yuwen Tianqi chuckled and said, what ulterior motives could I possibly have? My only aim is to uphold justice in the world and eradicate evil. Such words, Bulma thought, would hardly convince Trunks, let alone herself. I am considerably older than you, so spare me your attempts at deception. What if I were to say that I have come to this world for you? Yuwen Tianqi replied earnestly, observing Bulma's unyielding demeanor. I am merely expressing my genuine feelings, Bulma. If you doubt my sincerity, I assure you, I harbor no inappropriate intentions towards you. Yuwen Tianqi spoke with utmost seriousness. Bulma scrutinized him from head to toe, her expression one of disbelief. You, young man, seem to possess quite the imagination. Surely, you must have entertained some improper thoughts. I am significantly older, while you and number 18 seem more suited for one another. I have aged. She shook her head dismissively. I cannot trust your words. If you truly sought a woman, you would prefer someone of number 18's age. You could easily find a young maiden. Why would you choose me? Not only am I older, but I also have a child and have been married before. Or is there another motive behind your interest? Bulma inquired with suspicion. Yuwen Tianqi narrowed his eyes, a mischievous smile playing on his lips as he gazed at Bulma. Because in my world, Bulma, you are my woman. Upon hearing this, Bulma stood up in astonishment. What? Am I not with Vegeta? Or have you killed him and the others? What do you want? She recalled a terrifying possibility. If Yuwen Tianqi was so powerful that even androids 17 and 18 were no match for him. It was not beyond the realm of possibility for him to have slain Vegeta, Goku, and the rest. Not much, just wondering if your old bones can withstand my advances. Yuwen Tianqi said with a sly grin. You are shameless. Bulma exclaimed, rising in anger. How am I shameless? I speak only the truth. Before you, I have had many women. You are neither the first nor the last, Yuwen Tianqi asserted. You. Bulma's fury was palpable, her face contorted with rage. Suddenly, Bulma produced a remote control, gripping it tightly in her hand, and with indignation declared, Yuwen Tianqi within my body. I have implanted a super bomb capable of obliterating a significant portion of the Earth. Trunks' departure was indeed part of my plan. Should you attempt to force my hand, I will activate the bomb without hesitation. Do not think you can seize this remote from me, for with but a single thought, I can detonate the device without the need for the remote at all. With that, Bulma tossed the remote directly to Yuwen Tianqi. Yuwen Tianqi caught the remote, a smirk curling upon his lips as he laughed heartily. You are indeed correct. There's a bomb within you. However, I harbor no fear, for I possess the final programming code for this bomb. Let's see if it can be activated. As he spoke, he pressed the activation button on the remote. Don't! Bulma cried out in horror, but Yuwen Tianqi merely chuckled ominously and did not immediately press the control for the bomb. Instead, in a swift motion, he moved beside Bulma, wrapping his arms around her waist. Unlike Android 18, Bulma's waist at her age was decidedly more voluptuous. Bulma stiffened, her expression blank with shock. Leaning closer to her ear, Yuwen Tianqi whispered softly, Bulma, you wouldn't want anything to happen to Trunks, would you? He's your only son. At this, a look of dread washed over Bulma's face as she realized the gravity of the situation. Trunks truly was her Achilles heel. Overwhelmed, Bulma could no longer suppress the urge to push Yuwen Tianqi away, and she murmured, please, don't do anything reckless, Trunks. With a sly grin, Yuwen Tianqi replied, Bulma, think of your son. The more you ponder this, the clearer it becomes how justified my actions are. Submit to me willingly. Bulma's complexion paled once more, her body trembling uncontrollably. She attempted to shake off Yuwen Tianqi's hold, but found her body unresponsive. What is happening? How can this be? Bulma gazed at Yuwen Tianqi with a mixture of fear and confusion in her eyes. Yuwen Tianqi continued, Bulma, please don't be so astonished. Your face has turned pale. In fact, the more startled you are, the more it excites me. I revel in the expressions you wear. Just imagine if I were to introduce something unexpected here. Wouldn't that be thrilling? As he spoke, he pressed a finger against her body, causing her to relax completely, drained of strength. All right, as long as you promise not to harm Trunks, I will do anything you ask. Bulma's face turned white, seemingly resigned to her fate, utterly incapable of resisting any longer. Yuwen Tianqi smirked and continued, Bulma, you still harbor some concern for me, don't you? In that case, allow me to ease your mind entirely. I shall make you fall deeply and irrevocably in love with me. How does that sound? Bulma's complexion paled yet again, her eyes filled with bewilderment and terror. Amidst Bulma's exclamations, Yuwen Tianqi effortlessly lifted her into his arms and made his way towards the grandest of luxurious bedrooms. With a resounding thud, the doors shut behind them, and enchanting melodies began to fill the air. 3 days passed. Yuwen Tianqi emerged from the room, invigorated, followed closely by Bulma, whose complexion radiated health. Upon seeing Yuwen Tianqi outside, the waiting android 18 suppressed her inner thoughts, but quickly remarked, Master, you have returned. Yuwen Tianqi nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, Bulma, her cheeks flushed, trailed behind him, embodying a delicate femininity that starkly contrasted her earlier fury. Having experienced a much-needed rejuvenation, Bulma's spirit soared. After years of solitude, the recent days had transformed her, rendering her vibrant and radiant, a complete metamorphosis. Chapter 56, The Future World S. Cell. Yuwen Tianqi reclined on the sofa, his gaze piercing, holding Bulma close. One hand caressed her silken hair, while the other clasped Android 18's hand. The two exquisite beauties beside him exuded a unique fragrance. A fleeting glance at Android 18 revealed her clear, gentle eyes shimmering with a soft glow. Clad in a form-fitting black leather outfit, her figure was striking. When their eyes met, an indescribable sensation washed over him, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Turning his attention to Bulma, he admired her in a splendid red gown, elegantly seated on the sofa. Her long, ebony hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, contrasting beautifully with her porcelain skin. Her beauty resembled a blooming crimson rose, both striking and regal. He inhaled deeply, drawing her closer into his embrace. Bulma's smile was as warm as a spring breeze, and her poetic gaze captivated him entirely. Android 18 chuckled softly at him, seemingly appreciating this exquisite tableau. In that moment, the world around them seemed to fade away, leaving only the three of them enveloped in a singular atmosphere. Their heartbeats resonated like the most exquisite melody, echoing in the tranquil space. Indeed, both women had been utterly enchanted by Yuwen Tianqi's masculine aura. Android 18 and Bulma gazed at him with admiration, their faces adorned with surprise and reverence. They had grown accustomed to Yuwen Tianqi's strength and enigma, yet this time, his resolve had evidently ushered them into uncharted territory. Yuwen Tianqi regarded them calmly, stating, I must seek out Cell. His voice was imbued with determination and strength, devoid of any hesitation or retreat. Android 18 and Bulma remained silent, their expressions betraying neither doubt nor fear. They understood that searching for Cell would entail departing from this place and venturing into broader realms. Yuwen Tianqi paid no heed to their reactions as he continued, I know you do not wish to leave my side, but I have my reasons. Cell is indeed a formidable adversary, possessing immense potential. If I can harness it, I will gain even greater power. Yuwen Tianqi prepared to take Shalu as his subordinate. His voice carried a hint of confidence and disdain that compelled others to believe in his resolve. You shall remain here, awaiting my good news, he declared earnestly, casting a glance at them. Android 18 exchanged a knowing look with Bulma before finally speaking. Of course, we shall wait for you. We will only be your women. Bulma nodded in agreement, a fond expression gracing her features. A faint smile touched Yuwen Tianqi's lips, for he was aware that both Android 18 and Bulma would acquiesce. Indeed, moments after his declaration, both women nodded, their faces reflecting a tender affection. Yuwen Tianqi gently stroked their heads, his expression radiating contentment. He surveyed them once more, his smile broadening, and concluded, You shall wait here for me. I shall return swiftly. Rising to his feet, he beamed with a brilliant smile, embracing Bulma and Android 18 before turning to enter the opulent master bedroom. The trio formed a bond. Android 18 and Bulma exchanged smiles, fully aware that this night was imbued with magic and fervor. After ensuring the two women were settled, Yuwen Tianqi resolved to venture forth in search of Shalu. Since Android 18 and Bulma were willing to wait for him, he felt no need to disappoint their goodwill, although the night would inevitably lead to his absence. He held no regrets regarding this decision. Once Yuwen Tianqi's figure vanished from the room, the two women caressed one another's forms, their eyes glistening with affection. With Yuwen Tianqi gone, he ascended into the sky, swiftly disappearing into the night. His speed was remarkable, his silhouette akin to a shooting star, slicing through the firmament, seemingly poised to vanish from sight at any moment. His objective was clear. He sought Shalu. Along his path, he left behind fleeting shadows, as if perpetually in search of something elusive. In the depths of a dense forest, a figure moved with remarkable agility, employing the trees as cover to conceal his presence. His goal lay just ahead, a cave not far away. The cave's location was easily discernible, situated in the heart of the thicket. Yet, such a concealed cave remained largely unknown, highlighting its secrecy. It was a bizarre humanoid creature, adorned with various black spots and a prominent tail, which resembled a trumpet with an inexplicable hole. Shalu, the first form of Shalu. What manner of being is this, so formidable that even androids 17 and 18 have not emerged for an extended period? Have they been vanquished? How then shall I transform into my complete form? Panic surged within Shalu, prompting a frantic escape, yet the pressure from behind clung tenaciously, refusing to relent. Just as Shalu darted past a towering tree, Yuwen Tianqi descended with a thunderous crash, sending plumes of dust into the air. Shalu was startled, turning to behold Yuwen Tianqi hovering midair. Who are you? Shalu uttered in terror. He never anticipated that someone could approach him silently in such a place. It was indeed terrifying. The opponent's strength was simply formidable. Haha, remember my name, Yuwen Tianqi? You shall follow me from now on, Yuwen Tianqi said with a wicked grin. Sheru's expression shifted slightly as he regarded the powerful Yuwen Tianqi before him. A strong sense of crisis surged within him. He was acutely aware that his own strength paled in comparison to that of his adversary, and his only path to survival lay in seeking an opportunity to escape. A hint of a cold smile appeared on Sheru's face as he retorted, Yuwen Tianqi, don't you think your words are excessive? Do you believe this will intimidate me? Let me assure you, I, Sheru, fear you not. Yuwen Tianqi fixed a cold gaze upon Sheru, remaining silent. His eyes radiated a formidable confidence and authority, as if he had already discerned Sheru's intentions. Alarm bells rang in Sheru's mind. He sensed his body was no longer under his control, as if ensnared by the intensity of Yuwen Tianqi's gaze. He struggled desperately, attempting to break free from the invisible shackles. However, Yuwen Tianqi afforded him no opportunity. In a sudden burst, he lunged forward, closing the distance between them in an instant. Amidst Sheru's horrified gaze, Yuwen Tianqi delivered a powerful punch to Sheru's chest. Chapter 57. The Emergence of Complete Sheru, 2 Sherus. Sheru let out a blood-curdling scream. Feeling as though he had been struck by a truck, his body soaring through the air in a parabolic arc before crashing heavily to the ground. The sensation was not merely one of pain, but rather a profound fear and despair. Yuwen Tianqi slowly approached Sheru, gazing down at this once dreaded adversary, devoid of any compassion, filled instead with a murderous intent. In Sheru's terrified eyes, Yuwen Tianqi raised his fist high. His eyes glimmered with a cruel light, reminiscent of a beast poised to devour its prey. Sheru understood that escape was no longer an option. He struggled to rise, but the agony and weakness overwhelmed him, leaving him helplessly prone as he watched Yuwen Tianqi approach. Yuwen Tianqi's fist traced an arc in the air before crashing down upon Sheru's face. Sheru let out a scream as his body convulsed, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yuwen Tianqi regarded Sheru coldly and said, Sheru, I shall grant you one more opportunity. If you are willing to submit to me, I will spare you. Submit to you? A look of disdain crossed Sheru's face. I will never submit to scum like you. A glint of coldness flashed in Yuwen Tianqi's eyes as he sneered, since you refuse, I shall have to conquer you with my fists. With that, Yuwen Tianqi charged once more, aiming a devastating blow at Sheru's head. Sheru's eyes brimmed with defiance, and he shouted, I am willing to obey. I am willing to obey. In that moment, an extraordinary surge of energy erupted from Sheru's body, gradually forming a blue luminescent barrier before Yuwen Tianqi. Upon witnessing the radiant curtain of light, Yuwen Tianqi's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, What is this? A subtle tremor coursed through Cell's form, which then gradually dissipated into the air, leaving only a myriad of craters behind. Yuwen Tianqi raised an eyebrow, directing his gaze towards the spot where Cell had vanished. To his surprise, another presence emerged at that very moment. A voice echoed near Yuwen Tianqi's ear, demanding, Who are you? How dare you injure my contract partner? I shall end your life. The voice bore an uncanny resemblance to Cell's. At the sound of it, a grave expression settled in Yuwen Tianqi's eyes. He refrained from replying, swiftly turning to face the source of the voice. Simultaneously, an unexpected figure appeared beside Cell. The two individuals materialized almost concurrently, leaving Yuwen Tianqi momentarily stunned. Could it be? Yuwen Tianqi gasped. What on earth? The complete Cell has emerged. The speaker was indeed the complete Cell, exuding an aura as profound as the abyss, utterly formidable. The ordinary Cell that had just been present now stood alongside the complete version. Upon seeing the two, Yuwen Tianqi began to comprehend the situation. No wonder Cell had spoken thus. These two beings were indeed intertwined. Yuwen Tianqi's realization dawned upon him, yet he pondered how they could possibly be together. This world shouldn't harbor a complete Cell. A flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. The complete Cell looked at Yuwen Tianqi with surprise, stating, "You actually know of my complete form?" With arms crossed, the complete Cell chuckled lightly at Yuwen Tianqi, exuding an air of nonchalance. "Ah, I see. You must have come from the future," Yuwen Tianqi surmised, pointing at the complete Cell. The expression on the complete Cell's face shifted abruptly, as if a thought had struck him. However, he was not entirely certain, so he merely nodded slightly. "You are quite well informed. I arrived not long ago and discovered that the world S number 17 had already been vanquished by you. I was on my way to find you when I encountered another Cell, and you followed suit, huh?" With the identity of the complete Cell now revealed, Yuwen Tianqi felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as this entity did not originate from the future, he posed no threat. Considering this, Yuwen Tianqi remarked, "It seems you two have quite the synergy appearing here together. In that case, I shall subdue both of you." With a thunderous roar, Yuwen Tianqi unleashed a golden blaze of energy. The complete Cell's expression shifted, and with a shout, he charged forward. The ensuing clash between Yuwen Tianqi and the complete Cell resembled a tempest raging between heaven and earth. Their figures intertwined like lightning cleaving through the darkened sky, a sight both breathtaking and awe-inspiring. Their fists collided with the ferocity of a torrential downpour, each strike seemingly tearing the very fabric of space asunder. The resounding thuds echoed like colossal drums, causing the entire world to tremble. Yuwen Tianqi, clad in a cerulean robe, moved with the grace of a dragon. Each punch he unleashed resonated with the majestic roar of a dragon, imbued with formidable power. In stark contrast, the fully evolved Cell loomed like a mountain, moving at a slow pace, yet exuding boundless strength. His skin appeared eroded by time, resembling weathered stone, seemingly impervious to damage. In close combat, Yuwen Tianqi displayed no fear. His eyes sparkled with a radiant light, embodying an infinite reservoir of strength. His movements were both swift and ferocious, each strike akin to a thunderous blow. The fully evolved Cell, however, remained undeterred. His cold eyes resembled two tranquil moons, calm yet brimming with power. His hands swung like iron hammers, emitting an aura of impending doom. Shockwaves radiated outward, akin to a ferocious flood, distorting and tearing apart the surrounding landscape. Ordinary Cell quivered in the wake of such overwhelming force, too intimidated to approach. The battlefield transformed into a tempestuous ocean, tumultuous waves crashing with unrestrained fury. This clash was not merely a contest of strength, but also a battle of wills. The confrontation between Yuwen Tianqi and the fully evolved Cell pierced through the fabric of time and space, leaving ordinary Cell in profound awe. From a distance, ordinary Cell gazed at the fierce battle, envy igniting within him as he observed their formidable prowess. His heart burned with jealousy, a fervent flame igniting his desire to ascend to a fully evolved state, to become stronger. Trembling with fierce determination, every cell in his body brimmed with wild longing. In his eyes flickered an indescribable light, a yearning for power, a pursuit of victory, and an unwavering resolve for self-transcendence. Chapter 58. Yuwen Tianqi transforms into Super Saiyan 2. Cell looked upon himself, a body not yet fully evolved, every cell clamoring for greater strength. Lifting his gaze to the duel unfolding before him, the clashes between the fully evolved Cell and Yuwen Tianqi struck his heart like heavy hammers. Why, he seethed inwardly, does my future self become fully evolved, while the present me wonders if I still possess a chance? Suddenly, his eyes widened as he peered into the fray. In that fleeting moment, the world seemed to freeze. The air was thick with tension, nearly suffocating. Yuwen Tianqi resembled a mighty beast poised to strike, emanating an unexplainable sense of oppression. Beneath his skin, a mysterious power surged, radiating a golden luminescence, a blazing and resplendent light, akin to the midday sun glistening upon gold, rendering it nearly blinding. This power surged within Yuwen Tianqi, tumultuous and relentless, crashing against his being like turbulent ocean waves. Amidst the golden aura, lightning danced and flickered, intertwining to create a magnificent tapestry, accompanied by a chilling crackle that whispered of unspeakable fears yet to be unveiled. The sound reverberated through the air, akin to a symphony heralding the arrival of death, each note imbued with violence and bloodshed. In that moment, Yuwen Tianqi's aura underwent a profound transformation. Once an ordinary individual, he now stood as a deity, exuding an air of supremacy. His gaze became profound and indifferent, as though it contained boundless darkness and power. Opposite him, Perfect Cell was rendered momentarily speechless by this unexpected change. What manner of power is this? Perfect Cell observed Yuwen Tianqi's metamorphosis with astonishment. This is a Super Saiyan? In the second stage, Yuwen Tianqi clenched his fists, a dazzling flash illuminating the scene, a sinister smile gracing his lips. A Super Saiyan 2? Perfect Cell was utterly astounded. The transformation of Yuwen Tianqi was undeniably astonishing. It is worth noting that while Perfect Cell comprehended the concept of the Super Saiyan, the prospect of further evolution beyond that was entirely beyond his understanding. How infuriating! Who exactly are you? Perfect Cell bellowed, stepping back, his gaze fixed intently on Yuwen Tianqi. His eyes were sharp and profound, his internal energy swirling restlessly. This aura was beyond his capacity to contend with. A foolish child, truly unaware of his own limitations. With that, Perfect Cell charged at Yuwen Tianqi once more, the gravity of the situation weighing heavily upon him. What is this Super Saiyan 2? None of them are his match. He had transformed into his perfect form to retain a hidden card, and now that card was in hand, ready for battle. Prepare to perish, you insignificant insect. Perfect Cell shouted, his internal energy surging violently, coloring his skin crimson, his eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty light. Boom! An energy sphere rapidly coalesced in his hand. Thick with power, with a focused gaze, Cell unleashed the energy within him. No one can rival me. Perfect Cell roared, the energy sphere spinning at high velocity, emitting a piercing sound as it hurtled towards Yuwen Tianqi. Yet, in the face of this energy sphere, Yuwen Tianqi remained unperturbed. He exhaled gently, a thin layer of gas forming a protective shield before him. Bang! The energy sphere collided fiercely with the shield, producing a thunderous sound, yet the shield merely shuddered, showing no sign of damage. This is impossible. Perfect Cell's eyes widened in disbelief. His attack could not breach the opponent's defenses. It must be noted that he had evolved into his perfect form, yet the other remained unscathed, completely shattering his comprehension. With a gentle exhalation, a more sinister glint appeared in Yuwen Tianqi's eyes as he clenched his fists and calmly stated, "My power and stamina have reached the level of Super Saiyan 2. It is time to end this." How infuriating! Who are you? Perfect Cell roared in anger, once again brandishing the energy sphere, preparing for another assault. Bang! However, a bolt of purple lightning descended from the heavens, bearing an inexhaustible force of destruction, and struck the energy sphere with tremendous impact. The energy sphere was instantly obliterated, and the fully realized Cell was also affected, sent sprawling backwards. Spitting blood, the fully realized Cell stared in disbelief at Yuwen Tianqi. I actually lost. It is impossible. The ordinary Cell was already paralyzed with fear. If the fully realized Cell could not contend with Yuwen Tianqi, how could he, an unevolved form, dare to approach him? Ants are but ants, yet they dare to dream of becoming strong. Yuwen Tianqi sneered as he advanced towards the fully realized Cell. You cannot kill me. I have returned from the future. If you slay me, you will alter the future world, the fully realized Cell pleaded, his eyes fixed on Yuwen Tianqi. The future world? Huh. I revel in altering worlds. Yuwen Tianqi laughed heartily, for the timeline of this Dragon Ball universe had long since descended into chaos. He cared little for any changes to the future. Understood. I shall send you on your way. A bolt of purple lightning erupted from the fully realized Cell, hurtling towards Yuwen Tianqi's chest. Interesting. You have set an energy trap, Yuwen Tianqi observed, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. Unbeknownst to him, the energy sphere in his hand had vanished, replaced by a spear. With a swift motion, the spear was launched, piercing through the air at an acute angle, aimed with deadly precision at the fully realized Cell. No! The fully realized Cell screamed in terror, as if he could already glimpse the horrors of his impending fate. With a resounding crash, Cell was sent flying, crashing to the ground, barely clinging to life. Ants are but ants, yet they dare to dream of strength. In your next life, be content to be an ant. Yuwen Tianqi remarked disdainfully, fully aware of the future's events. Altering the future was child's play for him. You cannot kill me. I have participated in tournaments. I possess Saiyan blood. A voice filled with dread escaped from Cell's lips, as he realized his imminent demise was unavoidable. Saiyan blood? What a joke. You are merely a worker. Your Saiyan blood is only awakened because of your combat energy. Who do you think you are? Yuwen Tianqi scoffed, utterly dismissing Cell's claims. You. Chapter 59. The Complete Domination of Cell, The Return. Upon hearing Yuwen Tianqi's words, Cell succumbed to utter despair, never expecting to be mocked by Yuwen Tianqi in his final moments. Saiyan blood. I am curious to know just how powerful your bloodline is. Yuwen Tianqi coldly huffed as he seized Cell by the collar, unleashing a frenzy of merciless torment. No, please don't kill me. I shall never dare again. Spare me. The air was filled with cries of anguish, as figures were mercilessly slaughtered. In terms of combat prowess, these ordinary cells were utterly insignificant in Yuwen Tianqi's eyes. Please don't kill me. I swear I won't do it again. The cacophony of their cries resonated, their voices akin to the buzzing of mosquitoes. No, please don't kill me. I was wrong. The anguished cries echoed for an indeterminate time before suddenly ceasing. In that moment, the square was dominated by a solitary figure, perfectly realized Cell. Covered in blood, his skin had taken on a shade of deep purple, a clear sign of his impending demise. Stop pretending to be dead. You are fully formed now. Unless your core is destroyed, you should be able to recover swiftly. Get up. Yuwen Tianqi scoffed dismissively. Upon hearing this, the fully realized Cell ceased his charade, restoring his form and rising to his feet, casting a wary glance at Yuwen Tianqi. The brutality he had just witnessed made him acutely aware that Yuwen Tianqi was stronger than he, which instilled a sense of caution within him. Aren't you supposed to be a paragon of excellence? Why the reluctance to fight? You were quite formidable just a moment ago. What's with the cowardice? Yuwen Tianqi mocked. That is because I have my own unavoidable hardships. The fully realized Cell confessed without hesitation, revealing his own burdens. In truth, he was trapped because his body had reached its limits and could no longer sustain itself. Otherwise, he would have long since defeated Yuwen Tianqi. Yuwen Tianqi, upon hearing this explanation, felt a wave of exasperation. He was no child and understood the implications all too well. Enough boasting. From now on, you shall be my subordinate. Following me wherever I go, he declared with bravado, hands on hips. Big brother, I shall follow you from now on. You must protect me, the fully realized Cell said, casting a deep look at Yuwen Tianqi. He understood that Yuwen Tianqi would not refuse him. His arrogance left him indifferent to the consequences of his life or death. With a resounding slap, Yuwen Tianqi struck the head of the fully realized Cell. Ouch. That hurts. Tears glimmered in Cell's eyes as he crouched on the ground. You still no pain? Let me tell you, that slap carried 70% of my strength. Consider this, with your massive frame, I could easily crush you with just one blow. Now tell me, how utterly pathetic are you? Yuwen Tianqi sneered at Cell. Feeling aggrieved, the fully realized Cell pleaded, Big brother, you are my elder brother. I was wrong. Please, no more. I will not dare to offend again. The ordinary Cell, watching from the sidelines, was rendered speechless. What was happening? The fully realized version of himself had no capacity to resist Yuwen Tianqi. What hope was there for the future? Would he forever remain in the shadow of Yuwen Tianqi? No, he must grow stronger. He must become powerful. Otherwise, he would be bullied by prodigies like Yuwen Tianqi, which was not the fate he envisioned. Thinking of it next time? It seems you wish for your own demise. Be obedient. With that, Yuwen Tianqi raised his foot and kicked towards the fully realized Cell's backside. Big brother, I truly repent. Both Cells knelt on the ground, trembling as they implored, Please spare us. We will never dare again. Yuwen Tianqi cast a glance at them, feeling no semblance of pity for these two who once sought his life. However, he indeed wished to make use of them, for they were undeniably formidable entities. Rise. From this day forth, you shall accompany me as my subordinates, Yuwen Tianqi stated with a calm demeanor. The two sheriffs could hardly believe their ears. Yet they sensed that Yuwen Tianqi was not jesting. They hastily stood up, gazing at him with utmost respect, aware that they were now to follow this human. They understood the necessity of proceeding cautiously, for their very lives could be at stake. Yuwen Tianqi strode towards Bulma's cottage, with the two sheriffs trailing closely behind. Their minds were awash with questions about this human's true nature and the source of his remarkable prowess. However, they dared not inquire and silently followed in his wake. Upon returning to Bulma's abode, Yuwen Tianqi observed Bulma and Android 18 busily engaged in some preparations. As soon as Bulma spotted Yuwen Tianqi, she rushed to greet him. "Are you unharmed?" she asked with genuine concern, her heart already tethered to his well-being. Android 18 stood nearby, hesitating to speak. Yuwen Tianqi offered a faint smile and shook his head. "I am fine. I have returned." Seeing him safe brought great joy to Bulma. She was well aware that, given Yuwen Tianqi's strength, he would likely escape any ordinary peril unscathed. "This is Android 18, she introduced, noticing the two sheriffs following behind Yuwen Tianqi with a look of puzzlement. "These two are both named Sheru. They shall follow me as my subordinates," Yuwen Tianqi explained with indifference. Yes, the two sheriffs hurriedly nodded in agreement. Bulma and Android 18 exchanged glances, finding the situation somewhat peculiar, but choosing not to press further. Thus, after a month of tender moments with the two lovely women, Yuwen Tianqi finally resolved to return to his original world, for there were several other women awaiting him there. As for Bulma, an Android 18 of this world, he could visit at any time, having unlocked a special ability with the aid of his system. Special skill, cross-dimensional travel. Henceforth, whenever Yuwen Tianqi desired to return to this world, he no longer required a time machine. A mere instant teleportation would suffice. With that, Yuwen Tianqi prepared to return, guiding the two sheriffs along. With a swift motion, he transported them back to his original world. "What is this place?" the two sheriffs queried, bewildered by the utterly different surroundings. Yuwen Tianqi shrugged, responding, "This is my world. You are not from here, so you cannot comprehend it." "Brother, is this truly the place?" Sheru exclaimed with astonishment. "Indeed, this is my world." Chapter 60, A Parting Stronger Than a Wedding. "Let us return," Yuwen Tianqi declared straightforwardly. "Wait, the environment here seems somewhat different from our world," Sheru remarked, visibly perplexed. "Yes, the surroundings here are far superior to those of your world. Do you not perceive this?" Yuwen Tianqi thought the Sheru was somewhat dim-witted and felt compelled to offer a gentle reminder. Upon hearing this, the two sheriffs carefully sensed their surroundings and indeed discovered that this environment differed somewhat from their own realm. Yuwen Tianqi disregarded their presence and soared directly to his opulent mansion. There, Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Lanchi were engaged in training. "It's Tianqi. Tianqi has returned." Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Lanchi exclaimed with uncontainable joy, rushing forward to greet him. "Ah, my beloved wives, I have missed you dearly," Yuwen Tianqi declared, enveloping the three beautiful women in a warm embrace, followed by a gentle kiss for each. "Oh dear, there are outsiders present. Are these two your friends?" Bulma inquired, glancing curiously at the two figures beside him. "They appear rather unlike humans," was the unspoken thought shared by Chi-Chi and Lanchi. "Ahem, why don't you introduce yourselves?" Yuwen Tianqi coughed lightly, gesturing for the sheriffs to step forward. The two sheriffs exchanged a glance, performed a grand salute, and proclaimed loudly, "Greetings, esteemed sister-in-law. We are the younger brothers of the elder brother. Should you require assistance with cleaning or moving, please do not hesitate to command us." The two sheriffs spoke with utmost reverence. "Younger brothers?" Bulma regarded them with surprise, then turned to Yuwen Tianqi and asked, "Have you taken on two more junior companions? Surely, there are not new women involved?" Yuwen Tianqi stiffened, pondering how perceptive Bulma was. Although one of the women was a version of her from the future, it was best left unspoken. No, how could that be?" "Absolutely not," he asserted, shaking his head with conviction. The two sheriffs exchanged another glance and quietly lowered their heads. "Oh, is that so?" Chi-Chi scrutinized Yuwen Tianqi's attire with some skepticism. "Your clothing has changed. It is not the same as what you wore prior to your departure." Chi-Chi inquired suspiciously. "Quite normal, really. I encountered a battle, and my clothing was torn to shreds. Hence I changed into a new outfit," Yuwen Tianqi casually explained. Bulma shot him a look of disbelief before asking, "Where did you find these two sheriffs?" "In the New World. While passing through a small town, I asked them to assist in tidying up my house, and I stumbled upon those two fools idly wandering about." Yuwen Tianqi recounted, fabricating the tale. "Well, we shall pretend to believe your tall tale," Chi-Chi remarked with a hint of resignation. Hey, could not look at me like that. I am a man, you know. Being gazed upon by such beautiful women makes me feel rather bashful," Yuwen Tianqi said, feeling a flutter of excitement in his heart as he beheld Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Lanchi. It had been quite a while since their last encounter, and the separation felt akin to a long absence. Stepping forward, Bulma stated, "Tianqi, now that you have returned, Before Bulma could finish her sentence, Yuwen Tianqi lunged towards her. With a swift motion, Bulma's clothing was torn away. Hey, what are you doing? Stop. in broad daylight. You mustn't act like a beast. Do not lay your hands on me, Bulma cried, shielding her chest with her arms and struggling fiercely. Oh dear. Bulma let out a soft hum, her complexion flushing slightly. Upon witnessing this scene, Kiki's delicate face flushed with color, unsure whether it was from shyness or exhilaration. At this moment, Lan Shi, in contrast, boldly stepped aside, unable to contain her impatience. Umph, what a ravenous spirit, she declared. Kiki, step aside, I shall handle this first. With a flick of her hair, Lan Shi joined forces with Bulma to confront the challenge ahead. After over 3 hours, Yuwen Tianqi emerged, his expression serene and utterly composed. What is the essence of life? What is the nature of the universe? From whence do I come, and where am I destined to go? These profound thoughts swirled in Yuwen Tianqi's mind as he pondered, transcending the bounds of earthly contemplation. All right, let us hasten to see the children, Bulma remarked, exasperated, as she tidied her attire while making her way outside. Oh, where are those 2 little rascals? Yuwen Tianqi suddenly recalled their absence. They have some matters to attend to. Bulma explained. Ah, I see. Then let us proceed. Yuwen Tianqi nodded in agreement, following Bulma out. Behind the village, beneath a waterfall, 2 children, appearing to be around 10 years old, were each wielding a wooden sword, relentlessly striking at one another. The wooden blades clashed against the stones, producing a rhythmic thud. Although their strength was lacking, primarily evading each other's assaults, their fervor was palpable, causing the surrounding leaves to tremble ever so slightly. These 2 were none other than Yuwen Qingfeng and Yuwen Lingyin. Haha, our skills have improved. I wonder if Father will commend us upon his return, Yuwen Qingfeng exclaimed. He certainly will. Let us continue our training, Yuwen Lingyin replied, as they struck the waterfall with increasing vigor, sending up splashes of water. Yuwen Tianqi gradually resumed his daily life. However, the sense of responsibility and his passion for martial arts compelled him to initiate the training of Tianjin Fan, Yamcha, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta, among others. He aspired to elevate his own mastery through their efforts, preparing for the formidable adversaries that might arise in the future. Each morning, as the first rays of sunlight graced the earth, Yuwen Tianqi would lead Tianjin Fan, Yamcha, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta into the bamboo grove for arduous training. They commenced with a period of Qi-Gong practice to enhance their sensory capabilities. During these exercises, each individual was required to maintain a tranquil mind and attentively perceive their surroundings. Under Yuwen Tianqi's guidance, they gradually learned to regulate their breathing, relax their bodies, and focus their attention. Though such training may seem monotonous, it formed the very foundation of their martial cultivation. After a significant period of fundamental training, Yuwen Tianqi began imparting more advanced techniques. He taught them how to sense their opponent's presence and movements through their heightened awareness, enabling them to react aptly in critical moments. This was an essential combat skill, necessary to prevent enemies from concealing themselves and evading detection. Chapter 61. Special Training. These techniques demand profound concentration and keen intuition. Yet Yuwen Tianqi firmly believes that with dedicated effort, mastery is within reach. Over time, significant progress has been observed in the training of Tianjin Fan, Yamcha, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta. They have gradually learned to better control their breath and accurately perceive each other's every movement. In combat, they have also discovered how to exploit their strengths to defeat their adversaries. However, the path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. On one occasion, Tianjin Fan sustained grave injuries due to overconfidence. Yuwen Tianqi promptly rushed to his side, employing his medical knowledge to tend to his wounds. In the ensuing days, Jiaozi remained steadfastly by Tianjin Fan's side, aiding in his recovery. One day, Yuwen Tianqi initiated specialized training for Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Suddenly, he let out a light chuckle, and a formidable energy erupted from his body, his muscles swelling like balloons, enveloped in a golden radiance. His speed surged to astonishing levels, rendering Vegeta and Sun Wukong nearly incapable of tracking his movements. Zofast, Vegeta, keep up the pace, Kakarot. Transform into a Super Saiyan, Vegeta bellowed, synchronously commencing his transformation with Sun Wukong. Undeterred by Yuwen Tianqi's might, both prepared for battle. Sun Wukong unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, employing all his skills against Yuwen Tianqi, while Vegeta summoned an immense energy, surrounding himself with a protective energy shield to withstand Yuwen Tianqi's onslaught. Without waiting for their counterattack, Yuwen Tianqi swiftly charged at Vegeta and Sun Wukong. His fists moved with the speed of lightning, each strike accompanied by a tempestuous surge of energy. Vegeta and Sun Wukong deftly maneuvered their bodies, evading Yuwen Tianqi's relentless attacks. In mere minutes, the battle escalated into a fierce clash, with Yuwen Tianqi's assaults crashing upon them like an unyielding tide, while Vegeta and Sun Wukong exerted their utmost to resist. Their combat styles, though distinct, were equally formidable. Suddenly, a more potent energy radiated from Yuwen Tianqi, manifesting a golden energy shield around him, crackling with electric brilliance. Ah! Yuwen Tianqi roared, initiating his transformation, a hallmark of the Super Saiyan second stage. This is the Super Saiyan second stage. Sun Wukong and Vegeta gasped in astonishment. The shield, reflecting their attacks like a mirror, rendered their efforts futile. In contrast, the blue light within the shield intensified, amplifying Yuwen Tianqi's power. Realizing they must collaborate to overcome him, they charged at Yuwen Tianqi in unison, launching their most potent assault. The collision of golden radiance with the energy waves of Sun Wukong and Vegeta unleashed a tremendous shockwave, wreaking havoc across the battlefield, engulfing surrounding structures and stones in its wake. The entire world trembles at this moment, as if a cataclysmic storm is on the verge of descending. Yet, Yuwen Tianqi's assault does not relent. His body traverses the shockwave with astonishing swiftness, closing in on Sun Wukong and Vegeta. His fingers, sharp as blades, dart towards them in an instant. Sun Wukong and Vegeta are compelled to evade, and despite exerting every ounce of their strength, they find themselves steadily retreating before Yuwen Tianqi's relentless onslaught. A glance exchanged between them reveals a mutual understanding. Yuwen Tianqi has become an adversary beyond their capacity to confront. Nevertheless, they refuse to succumb or admit defeat. With a fierce roar, a formidable energy surges forth from within them once more. Sun Wukong vanishes in a flash, transforming into a beam of golden light as he charges towards Yuwen Tianqi, wielding his golden staff that radiates a blinding brilliance, as if it seeks to engulf the entire world. Vegeta follows closely, palms pressed together, emanating an azure luminescence. His eyes shimmer with unwavering resolve, as if he intends to seize control of the entire universe. Their speed is remarkable, darting across the battlefield like bolts of lightning. Yuwen Tianqi scoffs dismissively, unperturbed and fearless. With a swift movement, he morphs into a shadow, advancing towards Sun Wukong and Vegeta. His fists strike like cannonballs, crashing towards them with ferocity. Unhesitatingly, Sun Wukong and Vegeta meet his assault. Their techniques unfold with the grace of flowing water, each punch colliding with Yuwen Tianqi's in a fierce exchange. Though their strength is immense, it pales in comparison to Yuwen Tianqi's might. Each brutal clash sends ripples of energy surging through the air, causing the very fabric of space to shudder as if on the brink of rupture. Yet, despite their relentless efforts, Sun Wukong and Vegeta are ultimately vanquished once more. Their bodies tremble, on the verge of disintegration. They comprehend that no matter how hard they strive, they cannot overcome Yuwen Tianqi. All they can do is strive to buy time, awaiting the emergence of an opportunity. In this critical moment, with no retreat left, they must break through the dire predicament before them. Both recognize that this will be an unprecedented challenge. Their breaths quicken, hearts race, muscles tense, as if they concentrate all their strength into this singular moment. The air around them ignites with a scorching heat, reminiscent of the sun's descent, scorching the earth. Golden flames erupt from their bodies, akin to meteors slicing through the dark night sky. Their forms begin to transform, muscles becoming more robust, visages more resolute. Their eyes gleam with a fierce light, as if they have distilled the purest brilliance from the abyss. Their fingers curl slightly, as if grasping an invisible power. Suddenly, they unleash a howl that resonates like a howling tempest, akin to thunder rolling across the heavens. Their hair dances wildly in the wind, as if governed by an unseen force. Their garments billowed with the potent energy emanating from within, rolling like the waves of the sea. Behind them, streaks of lightning pierced the darkened night sky, converging upon their forms. These bolts were not mere arcs of electricity. They shimmered in golden hues, dancing through the air with a joyous spirit akin to that of fairies. With each leap, the surrounding atmosphere trembled, as if in celebration of their awakening. Chapter 62. The third transformation of the Super Saiyan. Transformed, Son Goku and Vegeta had transcended their previous humanoid forms, evolving into the more robust and formidable Super Saiyan second stage. Their physiques were grander, muscles more sinewy, and their visages bore an even greater resolve. Their gazes were sharp, as if capable of piercing through all veils. They strode forward with purpose, each step causing the ground to quake beneath them. The very air around them seemed to recoil in awe, parting to grant them space. As they raised their hands, golden flames erupted forth, embodying a power that could annihilate worlds. Their transformation summoned tremors that echoed throughout the heavens and earth, as if to cheer them on. In that moment, they were no longer mere mortals, but entities that transcended humanity. Their strength, speed, and reflexes had reached unfathomable heights. Ha ha, this prince has attained such a form. I have become even more powerful. Vegeta laughed heartily. He had finally achieved the Super Saiyan second stage, possessing combat prowess far beyond that of ordinary beings. What was Son Goku in the past compared to me? I am now the strongest. Allow me to demonstrate my true power. Vegeta ceased to conceal his might and unleashed it with ferocity. Both Goku and Vegeta were in a constant ascent of strength, their formidable energy altering the very fabric of the world around them. Wherever they tread, mountains crumbled, seas roiled, all succumbing to the magnitude of their power. Is this the strength of the Super Saiyan second stage? Indeed, it is formidable, Goku mused, feeling the surge of his own power, his eyes alight with exhilaration. He had long yearned to transform into the Super Saiyan second stage, yet had been stymied by limitations on his strength, unable to battle in this ultimate form. Now that he could finally transform, how could he not feel elated? Kakarot, are you astonished? We have transformed so swiftly, Vegeta remarked, his gaze betraying an undeniable excitement as he beheld Goku's transformed physique. For the strong, time always slips away in the blink of an eye. Although this battle afforded them a significant boost in power, time raced forward relentlessly. Soon enough, Vegeta and Goku regained their composure from the initial excitement. They gazed up at the sky. Although it remained illuminated, one figure shone with even greater brilliance, Yuwen Tianqi. This battle was nearing its conclusion, and soon they would reveal their true capabilities. A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Goku's eyes. For them, this was a profoundly significant confrontation, intertwined with their beliefs and their journey. Kakarot, let us set forth. Vegeta called out to Son Goku, and the two charged towards Yuwen Tianqi. Goku, be cautious. As they approached, Vegeta's figure loomed larger in their sight. He was acutely aware of Goku's prowess. At this moment, he believed that Goku could indeed overcome Yuwen Tianqi, perhaps even vanquish him. However, that was merely his conjecture, given Yuwen Tianqi's previously demonstrated combat capabilities. In that fleeting instant, an indescribable aura of terror erupted from Yuwen Tianqi. It was a chilling presence, akin to lightning slicing through the darkness of night, provoking unease in the heart. His form suddenly grew towering, exuding an imposing vigor that seemed to siphon the very air from the hall, rendering it difficult to breathe. His skin darkened, reminiscent of bronze kissed by the relentless sun, shimmering with an ancient, enigmatic luster. His eyes, once calm and penetrating, transformed into brilliant gold, deep and filled with an ancient power reminiscent of deities of yore. His long golden hair surged forth with astonishing speed, as if enchanted, cascading down until it brushed against his lower back. The hair billowed in the air like a golden waterfall flowing wildly, radiating an intense brilliance. The lights of the entire hall appeared to dance upon him, the golden strands weaving through the air, creating a breathtaking tableau in harmony with the swirling currents around him. An expression of exhilaration flickered across his face, and his eyes sparkled with a brilliant golden gleam. Ah, Yuwen Tianqi bellowed. He thrust his hands forward, unleashing a bolt of lightning from his palms that tore through the sky. This lightning left a resplendent trail in the air, transforming into a golden halo that gently ascended. As the halo reached mid-air, it suddenly erupted, cascading down towards him. In this blinding radiance, Yuwen Tianqi's form appeared to distort and blur, as if merging with the surrounding atmosphere. His garments rustled without wind, seemingly drawn by some invisible force. Son Goku and Vegeta stood in stunned silence. What is this, Kakarot? I don't know, Vegeta. I've never seen anything like it. Both Goku and Vegeta found themselves momentarily entranced, their eyes reflecting a dazed wonderment as if ensnared in a dream. Within that ethereal golden glow, Yuwen Tianqi's body exuded an intoxicating aura that rendered the air thick with tension. Vegeta and Goku exchanged glances, instinctively retreating a few steps before raising their gazes towards Yuwen Tianqi. A primal fear surged from the depths of their souls, causing them to tremble involuntarily. It was a tremor of excitement. What on earth is this? Could this person truly be the fabled Super Saiyan God? Impossible, Vegeta, that cannot be. Compared to Vegeta, Goku appeared even more astonished, recalling the legends surrounding the Super Saiyan God they had heard before. Because he understood that the legendary Super Saiyan God is an existence that emerges only in the realm of the divine. The figure before him, Yuwen Tianqi, did not quite resemble the mythic Super Saiyan God. Is this truly your strength, Brother Tianqi? Son Wukong inquired with palpable excitement. Indeed, this is my current power. Son Wukong and Vegeta. Yuwen Tianqi replied with a smile, advancing towards them. Vegeta, Son Wukong, do you feel it? This is the power of the legendary Super Saiyan's third transformation. Vegeta and Son Wukong took a few steps back, then simultaneously gazed up at Yuwen Tianqi. A tremor, emanating from the depths of their souls, caused them both to shudder involuntarily. Yuwen Tianqi's silhouette appeared even more imposing and enigmatic under the moonlight. His eyes sparkled with a unique brilliance, a testament to the resolve and confidence of a true warrior. With a mischievous smile revealing his pearly white teeth, he resembled a cunning fox in the dark of night. This is the third stage of the Super Saiyan. His words resonated in the air, each syllable imbued with power, as if awakening an ancient and formidable force. His hands slowly spread before him, and in an instant, the surrounding air seemed to boil, erupting with a fierce wave of energy. He stood before Son Wukong and Vegeta, two warriors endowed with Super Saiyan abilities. They stood side by side, facing Yuwen Tianqi's formidable aura, yet displayed not a trace of fear. Their gazes were resolute and steely, clearly prepared for battle. Are you ready, Vegeta? Let us engage together, Kakarot, Son Wukong declared. Both warriors, surrounded by a golden aura and crackling with electricity, were a sight to behold. Son Wukong's golden hair shimmered alluringly under the sunlight, his physique agile, akin to a swift leopard. Vegeta appeared even more formidable, exuding a towering presence, his eyes reflecting an insatiable thirst for combat, reminiscent of a fierce tiger from the wild. They roared in unison, their bodies erupting with intense energy. Blue arcs of lightning intertwined with red flames, forming a stark contrast against Yuwen Tianqi's dark aura. The impending clash among the three was palpable, the atmosphere thick with tension and foreboding. The outcome of this confrontation was uncertain, yet one thing was undeniable. It would be a fierce contest, rivaling any natural catastrophe between heaven and earth. However, Yuwen Tianqi seemed unfazed by the prospect of battle. His devilish smile grew ever brighter, reflecting his passion and anticipation for the fight. Come forth, Son Wukong and Vegeta. Face me together, he beckoned with audacity. Fueled by his arrogance, Son Wukong and Vegeta, infuriated by Yuwen Tianqi's bravado, charged forward without hesitation. Their movements were as swift as lightning, and they quickly closed the distance to Yuwen Tianqi. Yet, they had underestimated his prowess. With a cold laugh, Yuwen Tianqi unleashed a punch that sent Son Wukong and Vegeta flying backward. They crashed to the ground, groaning in pain. How could this man be so formidable? Son Wukong exclaimed in fury, feeling a sharp pain in his nose. Vegeta, equally enraged, responded, Indeed, we must unite. Otherwise, we stand no chance against them. With that, Son Wukong and Vegeta unleashed their Super Saiyan second stage transformations, their bodies instantly becoming towering and muscular, their strength surging dramatically. Their hair transformed into a brilliant golden hue, and their pupils shifted to a deep blue. With a mighty roar, they charged towards Yuwen Tianqi. This time, Yuwen Tianqi did not underestimate them. He swiftly met their advance, delivering powerful punches to Son Wukong and Vegeta. The battle escalated fiercely, each blow landing with brutal intensity. However, Yuwen Tianqi's strength appeared boundless. Every strike inflicted excruciating pain upon Son Wukong and Vegeta. Is this the power of the Super Saiyan third stage? Son Wukong gasped in astonishment. Indeed, Yuwen Tianqi's might had surpassed the realm of Super Saiyan second stage. Each of his assaults left Son Wukong and Vegeta utterly defenseless. In desperation, Son Wukong and Vegeta could only strive to withstand Yuwen Tianqi's relentless attacks, biding their time for a chance to retaliate. Yuwen Tianqi smiled, extending his hands toward Vegeta and Son Wukong before suddenly clenching his fists. At that moment, his power surged forth like a torrential flood, crashing directly into them. They were struck by this force, soaring through the air like kites severed from their strings, landing several meters away. Son Wukong and Vegeta lay on the ground, groaning in agony, their bodies feeling as though they had been crushed by an unseen force. Each breath became a monumental struggle. They could not fathom how Yuwen Tianqi possessed such overwhelming strength. They were left with no choice but to acknowledge their defeat, utterly vanquished. Yuwen Tianqi regarded them in silence, his gaze seemingly conveying that his power and status were rightfully earned. As Sun Wukong and Vegeta looked up at him, their eyes brimmed with admiration and reverence. They understood they had encountered a true Super Saiyan, an entity beyond their reach. They could only silently concede their failure while expressing their respect for Yuwen Tianqi. "You have won," Vegeta murmured, his voice laced with a sense of defeat, yet tinged with relief. Yuwen Tianqi showed no inclination to deliver further punishment. He simply stood there, watching them, his eyes implying, "Do you yield now?" "I concede," Vegeta admitted, a look of resignation on his face. "Huh, so do I. I admit defeat," Sun Wukong added, scratching the back of his head with a wry smile. Yuwen Tianqi was simply too powerful. Even their combined efforts were futile. "All right, you two may go train," Yuwen Tianqi stated, not wishing to waste any more time. He casually dismissed the pair, returning to his opulent residence. Within this mansion, nestled in the heart of the city, Yuwen Tianqi shared a tranquil dinner with his three wives, Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Lanchi. The indoor atmosphere exudes a harmonious tranquility, punctuated only by the occasional clink of glasses and the crisp notes of dishes meeting one another, which slightly disrupts this serenity. At the center of the dining table, meticulously prepared delicacies release an enticing aroma that tantalizes the senses. The elegant demeanor and eloquence of the three ladies, Bulma, Kichelin, and Chi, reflect a profound intimacy and trust. As they sit on either side of Yuwen Tianqi, casting glances of admiration and reverence towards him, within those gazes lies a deep respect and admiration, intertwined with boundless gratitude. In one corner of the table, two children, Yuwen Qingfeng and Yuwen Lingyin, are savoring the dessert with great delight. Their eyes sparkle with bright curiosity and innocent joy. Qingfeng, a clever and vivacious little boy, chews his food while stealing glances at his father, his face radiating admiration and affection. Lingyin, a quiet and shy little girl, sits beside her brother. She gently scoops a piece of dessert with her small spoon and carefully places it in her mouth, her face blooming with a smile of satisfaction and happiness. The table is adorned with an array of culinary delights, and every individual present is deeply captivated by the warm atmosphere. Chapter 63, Babidi. Everything here appears so harmonious and serene. Whether it be the sumptuous dishes in the bowls or the exquisite wine in the glasses, all exuding a captivating aroma that enchants the heart. In the scene, the laughter and lively conversation of the Yuwen family further enliven the tableau. Yuwen Tianqi first raises his glass in a toast, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, my beloved, my children. With you, I'm blessed to have all of this." His gaze lingers on each person momentarily before he continues. "May our love remain unchanging, and may our family always be harmonious." The atmosphere at the dining table instantly transforms into one of warmth, as each person is touched by Yuwen Tianqi's blessing. They exchange glances and then raise their glasses in unison, proclaiming, "May our love remain unchanging." Dinner commences, with an array of delectable dishes being served one after another, while Yuwen Tianqi, along with his three wives and children, engages in delightful conversation. At this moment, Yuwen Qingfeng exclaims, "Dad, I have a question for you." Go ahead." Yuwen Tianqi replies with a smile. "Dad, how can your spaceship soar through the universe?" Yuwen Qingfeng asks, blinking his eyes in curiosity. "That is because my spaceship has a spaceship core, which allows me to navigate freely through the cosmos," Yuwen Tianqi answers proudly. "Spaceship core?" Yuwen Qingfeng inquires, puzzled. "Yes, the spaceship core is my treasure. You must not tell anyone else," Yuwen Tianqi cautions. "What's the spaceship core?" Yuwen Qingfeng continues to ask. At this moment, Bulma, Kichelin, and Chi approach, casting stern looks at Yuwen Qingfeng. Upon seeing the synchronized gaze of his wives, Yuwen Tianqi realizes that his words have sparked confusion in the children, and thus he swiftly explains, "The spaceship core is a type of energy crystal possessing immense power, which we can utilize for many purposes. For instance, we can utilize it as an energy source to provide our spacecraft with a continuous supply of power. Furthermore, we could employ it as an energy weapon to strike our adversaries. Naturally, the primary function of the spacecraft's core is to serve as the vessel's propulsion system. The cosmos is replete with natural energy crystal cores that we can gather, and through specialized processing, transform them into energy to power our ship. Since the spacecraft is capable of soaring through the universe, wouldn't it be possible for us to traverse the stars at will during our journeys?" Yuwen Qingfeng inquired with curiosity, blinking his eyes. "Certainly," responded Bulma. "The spacecraft's ability to navigate the interstellar expanse is due to the presence of crystal core energy. The magnitude of this energy directly influences the size of the ship's core. As we traverse the cosmos, whenever we encounter suitable energy crystal cores, we can absorb them into the core, providing our vessel with an unending source of power. Given the formidable capabilities of our ship, why should we remain tethered to Earth? Yuwen Tianqi continued to question. At that moment, a smile graced Bulma's face. Since our ship can glide through the stars, why should we linger on Earth? Why not venture into the universe to live? Isn't that redundant? Yuwen Tianqi approached Bulma, grasping one of her hands, and then raised his gaze, earnestly asking, Mother, why must we invent various modes of transportation? Bulma did not respond to Yuwen Tianqi's inquiry, but instead regarded Yuwen Tianqi with a serious expression. Dear, could you demonstrate something for the children? She requested. Yuwen Tianqi nodded and then moved toward his wives. Standing before them, he earnestly proclaimed, Now, I shall illustrate how the spacecraft provides us with propulsion. He commenced an array of explanations, while Yuwen Tianqi, captivated, could hardly contain his excitement, exclaiming, Father, is that spacecraft core your ship? Indeed, Yuwen Tianqi affirmed. Then, Father, let us quickly absorb that spacecraft core into our own vessel. Yuwen Tianqi urged. Very well. My spacecraft core resides within the children, Yuwen Tianqi replied. He then bent down and gently pressed his fingers on the bellies of several children. A miracle unfolded. Under Yuwen Tianqi's guidance, the children's bodies began to float upwards, their bellies emitting a soft blue glow that intensified. The brilliant azure light enveloped the children, and from a distance, they appeared as stars twinkling in the night sky. Witnessing this wondrous spectacle, Yuwen Tianqi's wives gasped in astonishment. As Yuwen Lingyin beheld this extraordinary scene for the first time, she gazed at her father in astonishment and exclaimed, Father, I wish to witness the performance. Very well, my dear, I shall perform for you at once, Yuwen Tianqi responded. He then bent down and began to showcase a myriad of spells and magical feats for Yuwen Lingyin. Yuwen Tianqi, witnessing this miraculous display, was filled with astonishment. He had not anticipated that his father could manipulate several children's bodies, compelling them to execute a variety of movements simultaneously. It was truly wondrous. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, he glanced once more at Bulma, his gaze now brimming with fervor. At that moment, Bulma was observing Yuwen Tianqi with a serious expression, fully aware that she had noticed Yuwen Tianqi's reaction. Approaching him, she said, Tianqi, you two have now learned how to control your body. Why not perform for your mother? Nodding in agreement, Yuwen Tianqi bent down and gently pressed on his abdomen. Once again, a miracle unfolded. The intense blue light vanished, and the children's bodies simultaneously ceased to float, returning to the ground. Witnessing this astonishing sight, Yuwen Lingyin gasped, her mouth agape in wonder, stammering, How incredible! Truly marvelous! Do not be surprised, Lingyin. All of this is taught to you by your father, Yuwen Tianqi remarked. Father, could you demonstrate to me the extraordinary sensation of controlling one's body? Yuwen Lingyin blinked her large, innocent eyes as she inquired. With a smile, Yuwen Tianqi replied, Very well, I shall now illustrate how I control my body. He bent down, and under the watchful eyes of his family, extended his right hand. A slight tap, and his entire body soared into the air. Wow! Exclaimed Yuwen Tianqi and Yuwen Lingyin in delight, clapping their hands in exhilaration. Yuwen Tianqi extended his right hand, and with a swift motion, a radiant light burst forth. He then waved his hand vigorously, sending forth a beam of golden light that struck a massive boulder 100 meters away with tremendous force. Boom! With a resounding crash, the boulder shattered into fragments. The spectacle left Yuwen Lingyin and Yuwen Tianqi in awe, their eyes wide with wonder. Children, did you witness that? Regardless of the challenges, with diligence, you too can become formidable cosmic warriors like your father, Yuwen Tianqi encouraged, smiling at the children. Yes, father, we shall certainly strive to do our best. Yuwen Tianqi and Yuwen Lingyin chorused enthusiastically. Father, shall we commence our training now? Yuwen Lingyin inquired, her adorable eyes sparkling with anticipation. Indeed, my children. We shall begin our training at once, Yuwen Tianqi affirmed, and then he seated himself cross-legged, embarking on the journey of cultivation. Upon hearing the words of Yuwen Tianqi, both Yuwen Tianqi and Yuwen Lingyin began their cultivation. Under the guidance of Yuwen Tianqi, they entered a state of focused training. Meanwhile, Bulma approached the children, offering her assistance in their practice. As time passed, a melodious bird song suddenly echoed through the sky. Upon hearing this sweet melody, Yuwen Tianqi ceased his cultivation, and the children followed suit. Looking up at the sky, Yuwen inquired, "Father, will birds come to our home tonight?" "Indeed, they shall," Yuwen Tianqi replied with a smile. "And tonight, a particularly beautiful bird will join us for the night." "Really? Father, could you coax it down? I wish to see just how lovely this bird truly is." Yuwen Lingyin pouted, her eyes wide with innocent curiosity. "Very well, Lingyin, I shall summon it now," he responded, ascending into the sky. Shortly after Yuwen Tianqi took flight, Bulma approached his side and said, "Children, shall we commence our training as well?" "Of course, Mother," Yuwen Lingyin replied obediently. Thus, Yuwen Tianqi resumed his practice while Yuwen Lingyin and Yuwen Qingfeng engaged in one-on-one instruction. As time slipped away, nightfall soon enveloped the world. The sun had vanished, replaced by a tapestry of twinkling stars. At that moment, Yuwen Tianqi returned, leading a magnificent bird before the children. With a flourish, he released a golden aura from his right hand. The bird flapped its wings and gracefully perched upon his arm. "Father, this bird is called the Falling Star Divine Bird." "What a lovely name," Yuwen Lingyin exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed, this bird is my companion, the Falling Star Divine Bird, and it serves as my invaluable aid." Yuwen Tianqi replied with a grin. "Thank you, Father. I promise to train it well from now on," Yuwen Lingyin said excitedly. "Very well. I believe in you," Yuwen Tianqi responded with encouragement. "Father, can you teach me how to fly? I want to soar through the skies, just like you." Yuwen Lingyin said, her large, adorable eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Certainly, Lingyin. Tonight, I shall teach you how to fly," Yuwen Tianqi assured her with a smile. "That's wonderful. Thank you, Father," Yuwen Lingyin exclaimed joyfully. At this moment, Bulma interjected with a smile, "Children, the time has come. We should prepare for bed." Yuwen Tianqi watched the children as they headed off to sleep. He exchanged a knowing glance with Bulma and Chi, understanding the unspoken sentiment. Another laborious night lay ahead. Yuwen Tianqi sighed inwardly, resigned to the burdens of his fate. After several years of tranquility, the time for the emergence of the demon Majin Buu had finally arrived. Within the grand estate of Yuwen Tianqi, he is currently conducting a conference with Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Krillin, Tianjin, and others. Majin Buu, a creation of the sorcerer Babidi, is the subject of discussion. Teacher Yuwen Tianqi strikes the blackboard and addresses the others. "Is this the rotund figure?" Sun Wukong inquires, gazing at the peculiar Majin Buu displayed on the screen. Vegeta, seemingly indifferent, fixates his gaze on Majin Buu. Having learned from Yuwen Tianqi that he is not a match for this formidable foe, despite his immense pride, Vegeta holds Yuwen Tianqi's words in high regard, leading him to contemplate his training regimen as he feels the need to achieve another breakthrough. Indeed, Babidi is the creator of Majin Buu and the father of the current sorcerer Babidi, who ultimately fell to the East Kaishin. Yuwen Tianqi nods, offering Sun Wukong a small token of acknowledgement. The others exchange glances, bemused by the implication that they are being treated as children. Majin Buu has already vanquished 4 of the 5 Kaishins and absorbed 2 of them. "Majin Buu is exceedingly powerful. You must exercise utmost caution," Yuwen Tianqi advises earnestly. "Are you not going?" Krillin queries, puzzled. "As the ace in the hole, I cannot afford to enter the fray prematurely. Yula will engage first, and when your numbers dwindle, I shall intervene," Yuwen Tianqi retorts, a smirk creeping onto his lips. The gravity of his words leaves everyone momentarily speechless, astonished by his audacity. Meanwhile, in the boundless desert, the sorcerer Babidi and his Dark Lord Dubra prepare to unseal Majin Buu. Babidi stands at the center of the arid expanse, his eyes glimmering with a sinister light as his fingers trace the air, seemingly in search of something elusive. He is a haughty figure, characterized by disheveled black hair and a cold, unyielding gaze that exudes an irresistible authority. Dubra, though entirely under Babidi's control, retains an aura of darkness, his form melding into the shadows, save for his pair of green eyes that flicker with malevolence. Chapter 64, Majin Buu. At this moment, a forgotten sorcerer, Babidi, clutches an ancient rune, the very key to unbinding Majin Buu's seal. The air around him begins to ripple, as if an invisible force is gathering. A glint of cunning flashes in Babidi's eyes. He has finally located the ancient seal. He extends a hand, palm upward, and softly recites an archaic incantation. As his voice resonates, a black magic circle materializes in the desert, emanating an eerie glow. Dubra silently observes, his heart brimming with anticipation. He knows that once this seal is lifted, chaos will engulf the entire world. Yet, he is acutely aware of his inability to resist Babidi-'s dominion. His gaze shifts toward the magic circle, eagerly awaiting the impending moment. Suddenly, a surge of intense energy erupts from the magic circle. The entire desert trembles, as if even the air is igniting. A blinding light ascends from the magic circle, soaring into the heavens. Amidst the radiance, a colossal shadow began to materialize. That of the fiend Majin Buu. Babidi, with a satisfied grin, turned his gaze towards Dabura and proclaimed, "Remember, this is your glory, as well as your demise." Dabura remained silent, standing resolutely as he awaited the inevitable moment. However, at that very instant, a brilliant beam of light descended from the heavens, striking Babidi directly. This luminescence harbored formidable power, abruptly interrupting Babidi's incantation. Staggering back in astonishment, Babidi witnessed the runes dimming in an instant. Who dares? He seethed, his anger palpable. Had Majin Buu emerged? It was none other than Son Goku, Vegeta, and their companions. They stood firm, the air around them seemingly frozen in time, enveloped in an eerie silence. Opposite them, Babidi and Dabura, with cruel smiles, fixated upon them, evaluating their prey. A cunning glint sparkled in Babidi's eyes as he slowly spoke, his voice dripping with malevolence. "Do you truly believe you can escape my clutches? I shall awaken Majin Buu, and you misguided fools will be mere playthings in my grasp." Son Goku and his allies sensed the encroaching threat, yet they did not falter. Goku stepped forward, challenging Babidi. "Bring it on. We shall not submit." His tone was resolute, eyes gleaming with unwavering defiance. Babidi cackled wickedly, his fingers dancing through the air as an ominous force emanated from his hands, a dark and sinister power that seemed poised to engulf the very world. He lunged towards Goku and his friends, the pressure radiating from him intensifying. Goku and his comrades braced themselves, unwilling to yield in the slightest. The atmosphere grew taut with tension, a cataclysmic battle on the brink of eruption. Each heart understood that this confrontation would determine the fate of the universe. They must summon all their strength, for the consequences of failure would be dire. Vegeta's eyes shimmered with the light of battle, ready to unleash his full might. Goku prepared himself, channeling his energy to execute his ultimate technique, the Kaioken. Vegeta, too, transformed, ready to confront Babidi and Dabura. "Come fort, Majin Buu." Suddenly, the air quivered as the surrounding lights flickered erratically, as if space itself was twisted by an unseen, malevolent force. Babidi's eyes blazed with intensity, his voice booming with authority, resonating through the very soul. "Hasten forth, Majin Buu." As Babidi's call echoed, a tremendous darkness coalesced in the air. The atmosphere seemed to be drawn into a vast, invisible vortex converging upon a singular point. From this confluence emerged a presence both familiar and alien, Majin Buu. Buu materialized from the dark rift at an almost imperceptible speed, his eyes glinting with cunning and malice. His form appeared to be composed of a translucent black substance, flowing with the essence of wickedness. He extended a hand, which seemed to embody all that is evil and terrifying, akin to a claw reaching forth from the depths of hell. Babidi stood resolutely before the ominous figure of the demon, a determined smile gracing his face. In this moment, he realized he had finally fulfilled his mission. He spread his arms wide, and a surge of pure energy emanated from his palms, a stark contrast to the malevolent power of Majin Buu. "This is your challenge, Majin Buu." Babidi's voice reverberated throughout the space. "Use your strength to annihilate these beings." Majin Buu responded with a thunderous roar, a sound brimming with rage and ferocity. Soon, the rotund figure of Majin Buu emerged. However, unexpectedly, Majin Buu did not launch an immediate assault. Instead, he confronted the Demon King, Dabura. The atmosphere between them grew increasingly tense, as if the entire world had come to a standstill in their standoff. Dabura's gaze was filled with caution and uncertainty. He attempted to penetrate Buu's thoughts, but his telepathy seemed ineffective in this confrontation. Buu's mind was a chaotic whirl, shrouded in a thick fog. After a prolonged standoff, the two finally commenced their battle. Their movements were swift and graceful, the offense and defense unfolding like a meticulously choreographed dance. Dabura brandished his wand, unleashing spheres of dark magical energy that hurtled toward Buu, slicing through the air with piercing shrieks. In response, Buu conjured mysterious barriers of magic to deflect Dabura's attacks. These shields radiated a profound purple hue, suffused with a potent aura of magic. Each collision of the barriers generated violent energy shockwaves, as if attempting to rend the very fabric of the world. As their combat escalated, each strike provoked breathtaking ripples of energy. The scenes of their battle grew increasingly harrowing and perilous, causing the entire world to tremble in the wake of their conflict. Yet, this struggle did not persist for long. Ultimately, Buu manifested a colossal energy sphere, launching it directly at Dabura. Dabura endeavored to withstand the assault with his own magic, but he lacked the strength to do so. The massive energy sphere struck Dabura's body, instantly reducing him to a blur of blood and flesh. Gory remnants scattered, limbs severed, and the scene descended into chaos. Even the Demon King, seasoned by countless battles, could not endure such an onslaught. Transforming into the Candy Majin, Buu unleashed a laser that transfigured Dabura into a piece of candy. With a crunch, Majin Buu devoured him whole. He had indeed consumed a person. Goku and Vegeta, drenched in sweat, were utterly astonished. Majin Buu had transformed an individual into candy and consumed him. What immense power! It was no wonder Dabura had been vanquished, even being turned into candy after his defeat. Yet, for Majin Buu, this seemed a trivial feat. Just moments ago, he slowly extended his right hand, and a gentle force instantaneously froze the space around him. Dabura's body abruptly ceased its trembling, transforming into a colossal confection, gently suspended in the air. At that moment, however, the malevolent Majin Buu infused his dark energy into the sugary form. With a delicate squeeze, the candy was crushed into syrup. A wondrous power surged from his hand, swiftly solidifying the syrup into blocks of candy. Following this, Majin Buu consumed the candy in a single bite. The entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. Thus, Dabura was vanquished in an instant by Majin Buu. How could this be possible? Goku and Vegeta stood in stunned silence, their faces etched with disbelief. Dabura, the king of the demon realm, was a paramount force, the sovereign and leader of his domain. Yet, he had been effortlessly obliterated by Majin Buu. This was simply unfathomable. Behold my power. Have you witnessed it? Majin Buu cast a glance at the astonished duo. Do you wish to possess such strength? He extended his right hand, a swirling mass of purple mist coiling in his palm. With a gentle grasp, he molded this energy into pieces of candy, casually discarding them into a trash bin. My friends, welcome to my world. Become my allies. I shall lead you in conquering the entire globe. Are you prepared, my companions? Let us unite and fill our world with laughter and joy. The candy battle begins. As Majin Buu's excitement radiated, Goku and Vegeta exchanged looks, their hearts overwhelmed with astonishment. Goku's mouth watered in shock. Buu, who are you? How did you achieve this? Majin Buu, did you hear that? They are referring to you as Majin Buu. Vegeta's eyes mirrored his shock. The denizens of the demon realm called him by that title. It was utterly incredible. My world. A sly smile curled at the corners of Majin Buu's lips, clearly relishing the moniker. Let us embark on this conquest together. The candy battle awaits. Goku and Vegeta stood frozen, their minds reeling from the impact of Majin Buu's presence. Majin Buu, who are you? Babiti's voice trembled as he inquired. I am Majin Buu, he declared with an imposing presence. Quickly, eliminate them. They are malevolent. They are invaders. Go, annihilate them. Babidi, draped in his black cloak, stood beneath the moonlight, his eyes glinting with cunning. He shouted into the darkened sky, destroy them for me. Majin Buu. His voice echoed through the air, laden with malevolence and authority. Yet, Majin Buu remained silent, standing motionless. Babidi, growing impatient, called out again, Do you hear me, Majin Buu? Obliterate them now. At that moment, Majin Buu slowly turned his head, his hollow eyes fixed on Babidi. A surge of potent energy emanated from his body, causing the surrounding air to feel as though it had solidified. Suddenly, he extended a colossal arm, pointing menacingly at Babidi. In an instant, Babidi was engulfed by an overwhelming force, his eyes widening in terror as his body became paralyzed. In the blink of an eye, he was transformed into a piece of candy, floating in the air before landing in the vast palm of Majin Buu. With a disdainful chuckle, Majin Buu tossed Babidi's sugary form into his mouth, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his lips as he vanished into the shadows. All that remained was the candy and Babidi's echo. How dare you turn me into candy? Majin Buu, with an indescribable malevolence, lifted the corners of his mouth in a sneer. He resembled an abyss, devouring all light and hope, leaving only boundless darkness. His eyes burned with a wild delight, as if he reveled in the impending feast. He cast a glance at the colorful, shimmering candy that was Babidi, reminiscent of a forgotten sweet dream. Babidi's echo reverberated through the air, How dare you turn me into candy? The voice grew fainter, ultimately dissolving into the darkness. Majin Buu's body quivered slightly, as if savoring the wicked pleasure of the moment. His eyes glimmered with evil intent, anticipating his next move. Without a trace of concern, he consumed the candy form, indulging in an ominous banquet, a chilling act of malevolence. Goku and Vegeta stood vigilant, their eyes fixed ahead. Before them, Majin Buu raised his head slowly. A sinister grin plastered across his face. His grotesque visage and the terrifying aura he radiated sent shivers down their spines. Though this was not their first encounter with Majin Buu, each meeting with this fearsome adversary compelled them to remind themselves to remain composed. They understood well that Majin Buu's power was formidable, adept at employing various cunning tactics and schemes. A moment's lapse could lead them into a snare. Quietly, they steeled their resolve, gradually awakening the energy within them. Goku shimmered with a golden glow, while Vegeta was enveloped in a brilliant blue radiance. They knew that the impending battle would be extraordinarily fierce. Majin Buu seemed to sense the determination of Goku and Vegeta, erupting into maniacal laughter as the atmosphere around him grew increasingly terrifying. Suddenly, with a monstrous shriek, Majin Buu launched a ferocious assault on the two warriors. Chapter 65. Elisha and Bidili. Goku and Vegeta were fully prepared. They evaded Majin Buu's attacks while mounting their counteroffensive. However, Majin Buu appeared to be even more powerful than before, with each strike forcing them to narrowly escape. The battle was intensely fierce, as if the very fabric of space was on the verge of being torn asunder. Goku and Vegeta's garments became drenched in sweat, and they felt their stamina gradually deplete. Sun Wukong and Vegeta's roars reverberated through the air, followed by a surge of formidable energy emanating from their beings, distorting the surrounding atmosphere. Their hair elongated instantaneously, transforming from a deep brown to a dazzling gold. Surrounding their bodies, blue lightning flickered, reminiscent of a miracle descending from the heavens. Majin Buu observed the two before him, his eyes glinting with fear. He was acutely aware of the power possessed by these two Super Saiyans, especially the strength they wielded after their transformation into the second stage. He began to gather energy, preparing to counter the impending assault. Exchanging a glance and a nod, Sun Wukong and Vegeta charged forward simultaneously, with blue lightning dancing beneath their feet, accompanying their advance. Majin Buu, not idle, unleashed a powerful energy wave, propelling it forward. The energy wave collided with the second stage Super Saiyan attack, igniting a violent explosion. The ground trembled as though a catastrophic disaster were unfolding. Yet, Sun Wukong and Vegeta pressed on, undeterred by Buu's onslaught. The battle raged on. Meanwhile, Yuwen Tianqi was indulging in a delightful life. Elisha, it has been a while. How have you been? Yuwen Tianqi inquired with a charming smile, addressing the young lady across from him. They were seated in an upscale CAF in the capital, savoring their coffee in leisure. I'm doing well, brother Yuwen Tianqi, Elisha replied graciously. She was a beautiful girl with flowing golden hair, adorned in a green strapless top and blue jeans. Her fair skin radiated a youthful vibrancy. You truly are a delightful young lady, Elisha, Yuwen Tianqi complimented. In a corner of the bustling CAF, Elisha and Yuwen Tianqi sat facing each other. The air was infused with the subtle aroma of coffee and the sweetness of matcha lattes, enhancing their conversation with a sense of relaxation and tranquility. Elisha's golden locks cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, the softly curled ends brushing against her fair neck, captivating all who beheld her. The smile gracing Yuwen Tianqi's lips added an alluring charm to his features. Dressed in a traditional Han robe, the dark fabric embroidered with silver cloud patterns resembled a meteor streaking through the night sky. Their voices intertwined with the background music of the CAF, creating a harmonious symphony that resonated beautifully. Elisha's smile shone like the sun on a spring day, warming the hearts of those around her. Yuwen Tianqi, with his unique sense of humor, elicited laughter from Elisha, her melodic giggles echoing through the CAF like the most exquisite melody. Their conversation flowed effortlessly, touching upon their lives while delving into discussions about art and the essence of existence. Elisha expressed curiosity about Yuwen Tianqi's Eastern culture, while he was equally enchanted by her vivid descriptions of distant lands. Their dialogue resembled pebbles tumbling through a brook, creating ripples that spread ever outward. At that moment, they seemed to forget the passage of time and the tumult of the world around them. Their world seemed to consist solely of that unfinished cup of coffee, the exquisite plate of delicacies, and the warmth of each other's smiles and words. In this unique moment, their conversations flowed poetically, weaving a beautiful tapestry. However, as night fell, the CAF's lights began to dim, and the dialogue between Elisha and Yuwen Tianqi approached its conclusion. They spoke of future plans and mutual expectations, their hopeful gazes seemingly foreshadowing future encounters and reunions. By the way, did Bidilai not come to school today? Yuwen Tianqi asked, seemingly recalling something. Brother Tianqi, do you perhaps have feelings for Bidilai? Elisha teased, playfully covering her cherry lips with a smile. 2 hours later, their CAF sojourn came to an end. Yuwen Tianqi and Elisha strolled side by side along the nighttime streets, the moonlight illuminating Elisha's delicate features, enhancing her beauty. She smiled, her eyes sparkling with happiness, evidently filled with anticipation for this unexpected rendezvous. Yuwen Tianqi gazed at Elisha. A torrent of indescribable emotions surged within him. He adored the girl's smile, a true essence of youth. Unable to resist, he took her hand, her small fingers slightly cool yet sending a shiver of warmth through him. They traversed the bustling streets and arrived at a tranquil residential area. Yuwen Tianqi led Elisha to his private residence, opened the door, and turned on the lights. The warm glow enveloped them, imparting a gentle comfort. The interior was simply yet warmly decorated, evidently arranged with care. Elisha looked around, her eyes reflecting surprise and delight. She had not anticipated that Yuwen Tianqi would possess such a cozy home. Yuwen Tianqi guided Elisha to the living room, where he ignited the fireplace, its flames dancing and infusing the room with warmth. Elisha settled onto the sofa, watching Yuwen Tianqi with a heart brimming with happiness. He uncorked a bottle of red wine, pouring a glass for Elisha and then one for himself. They raised their glasses in celebration, their eyes sparkling with affection. At that moment, music began to play perfectly, a selection thoughtfully curated by Yuwen Tianqi. He approached Elisha and gently invited her to dance. With a smile, she accepted his invitation, and they began to sway in the center of the living room. Their movements were harmonious and elegant, like two roses blooming in the night sky, entwined and complementing each other. Their bodies pressed closely together, every motion revealing their mutual affection. Their breaths intertwined, as if time stood still in that instant. As the music drew to a close, they halted their dance, gazing deeply into one another's eyes. Elisha, I will cherish you, Yuwen Tianqi whispered, enveloping her soft form in his embrace. Brother Tianqi, I believe you, Elisha replied, her face alight with excitement. A faint blush gracing her cheeks as she nestled against his chest. Yuwen Tianqi, elated by her response, could no longer contain himself and swept Elisha into his arms, carrying her toward the bedroom. Before long, the bed in the bedroom began to sway gently. A day later, Sun Wukong and Vegeta are still engaged in a fierce battle against Majin Buu. Vegeta, we must hold on, Sun Wukong said, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Kakarot, you could transform into Super Saiyan at the 3rd level, yet you still choose to conceal it. Did you think I was unaware? Vegeta scoffed. What? How did you know? Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. Yuwen Tianqi informed me long ago. How dare you underestimate me? Thinking I wouldn't know? Vegeta roared. Sun Wukong awkwardly scratched his head. Oh dear, Vegeta, Majin Buu is attacking again. Let's go. Elisha, my dear, do you think Bidilai will join us for the event today? Yuwen Tianqi asked, wrapping his arm around Elisha's waist. Yes, Bidilai will be here shortly. You mustn't let her slip away, Elisha replied with a cheerful smile, her delicate, fair arms encircling Yuwen Tianqi's. Ding, ding, ding. Elisha's phone rang, and she answered it. I understand, Mom. With a sigh, she hung up. Tianqi, I must leave now. Mom wants me home. Once you've dealt with Bidilai, I will accompany her back to you. Elisha gave Yuwen Tianqi a deep kiss before swaying away. Yuwen Tianqi smiled faintly and turned toward the direction of Bidilai. As he traversed through the dimly lit streets, he became lost in the winding paths of the ancient town. His heartbeat quickened like the fine grains of sand in an hourglass, accelerating with the passage of time. The city's clamor seemed to fade behind him, leaving only the sound of his heavy breaths and footsteps in his world. He wandered through street after street, like a solitary boat adrift in a vast sea of humanity, perpetually searching for the one who occupied his thoughts. In the shadowy alley, he wandered alone, loneliness clinging to him like a shadow. Just as despair began to settle in, a slender figure emerged in his line of sight. It was a young girl, her hair as dark as ink, pure and unblemished. Her eyebrows, delicately shaped like willows, seemed to be crafted by a master's hand, exuding elegance and grace. Her light blue irises shimmered under the moonlight, sparkling with a translucent brilliance that captivated the heart. Dressed in playful denim shorts, her long legs and fair skin resembled a beauty stepped out from the pages of a comic book. Her twin ponytails enhanced her charm, evoking an image from his dreams. As Yuwen Tianqi gazed at the girl, an indescribable feeling surged within him. In the darkness, she was a beacon of light, his redemption, his hope. He approached her, and the girl looked back, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. At last, he had found the one he had been searching for, bitterly. In that moment, their gazes locked, and it felt as though the entire world had frozen. It was just the two of them, standing still, gazing into each other's eyes. Their distance closed, and he felt as if he could hear the rhythm of her heartbeat. "You have finally arrived." Biddy Lee's voice was soft and melodious, like a flowing spring that nourished his soul. Yuwen Tianqi gazed at her, a wave of tenderness and emotion surging within him. "Indeed, I am here by Dilly." His deep voice resonated with conviction and reassurance. "Are you truly here to attend the comic convention?" By Dilly tilted her head playfully as she inquired. "Of course not. I am here to, protect you." Yuwen Tianqi instinctively reached out his hand, yearning to caress her, but halted abruptly, fearing he might startle her. "By Dilly, please trust me. I will safeguard you." "All right, then you must promise to protect me always." The young girl by Dilly responded with a mischievous grin, and then, like a rabbit, she hopped over to Yuwen Tianqi's side. He lowered his gaze upon the beautiful girl before him, his heart brimming with affection and excitement. Gently resting his hand on by Dilly's shoulder, he murmured, "From this day forth, you shall be my girlfriend." "Do you remember the first time we met at the comic convention, by Dilly?" Yuwen Tianqi leaned closer to her ear, guiding her towards the event. What, boyfriend?" By Dilly exclaimed in surprise, her eyes wide with curiosity as she scrutinized the boy before her. Yuwen Tianqi beamed with happiness as he observed the girl. He bent down, whispering softly in her ear, "By Dilly, please believe me, I will always protect you." Unable to contain herself any longer, By Dilly embraced Yuwen Tianqi tightly, planting a gentle kiss on his lips. His heart swelled with joy. Finding her and fulfilling their promise was truly a blessing. "All right, let us hurry to the queue." Yuwen Tianqi gently pushed the girl away, speaking earnestly. Bidili shyly nodded, following in his footsteps towards the entrance of the convention. The sky gradually brightened, and dawn's light streamed through the clouds, illuminating the earth. A steady stream of people arrived at the exhibition center, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the comic convention. At this moment, Bidili bashfully held Yuwen Tianqi's hand. Walking beside him, her cheeks flushed, her heart racing like that of an innocent girl. The entrance to the convention was not far from the exhibition hall, and soon they arrived at the doorway. Bidili wrapped her arms around Yuwen Tianqi's, her braids bouncing playfully as she glanced around shyly, her eyes fluttering with unspoken thoughts. Unable to resist the charm of the adorable girl, Yuwen Tianqi playfully nudged her nose and smiled. Bidili, would you like to see if there are any anime characters that you fancy? Perhaps you might come across someone you adore. Absolutely. I want to see the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Bidili exclaimed with excitement, her eyes lighting up as she spotted a poster on the wall featuring several individuals clad in green bodysuits, wielding weapons, accompanied by a green robot. Wow, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. They're my favorite characters from the anime. With a sense of surprise, Bidili exclaimed, her gaze fixated on the poster. Oblivious to whether the character depicted was male or female. Let us go take a look, Yuwen said with a smile. Chapter 66. A date with Bidili. Bidili nodded, and like a little bird, she nestled against Yuwen, who wrapped his arms around her waist, holding her tightly, as if fearing she might fall. Together, they ventured into the exhibition hall, where they encountered numerous characters from films, including Spider-Man, Iron Man, the Hulk, Captain America, and Superman. Overwhelmed with excitement at the sight of these heroic figures, Bidili longed to rush forward to embrace them for a photograph, yet she restrained herself. Hand in hand, they strolled through the comic exhibition. After a while, they left the stage of the comic exhibition and approached the counter. The attendant at the counter was a young man who greeted them warmly as they approached, saying, "What would you like to see?" "Excuse me, I would like to see if there are any ninjas I like," Bidili replied enthusiastically, as her favorite anime was Naruto, prompting her to express her desires without hesitation. The attendant smiled and said, "Certainly, please follow me." Thus, they departed from the counter and arrived at a table where the attendant picked up a magnifying glass to examine a poster on the table. He then smiled at Bidili and Yuwen, saying, "Yes, which ninja would you two like?" "What ninjas are available?" Yuwen inquired. The attendant began listing. "There are Kakashi Hatake, Shikamaru Nara, Ino Yamanaka, Hinata Hyuga, and Shino Aburame. Despite the long list of ninjas he provided, he still failed to mention the one Bidelai desired. All right, I understand. Thank you, Bidelai said with a smile. You're welcome, the attendant responded cheerfully. Which ninja do you wish for? The attendant asked again. I want Sakura, Bidelai said excitedly. As Sakura was her most coveted character from Naruto. Very well, please follow me, the attendant smiled. They left the counter and soon arrived at the entrance of the comic exhibition, where large posters of Sasuke, Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno hung on either side. Wow, this is the ninja I've wanted the most, Bidelai exclaimed, her eyes glued to the poster. Oblivious to the gender of the characters depicted. Are you certain you want this ninja? The attendant inquired with a smile. Yes, I want it very much, she affirmed. All right, please follow me, the attendant replied with a grin. The two exited the main entrance of the exhibition, and soon they reached a stand. Yuwen looked at Bidelai and said with a smile, Bidelai, look over there, there's a poster of a ninja. Is there? She responded. Bidelai followed Yuwen Tianqi's gaze and looked in the direction he indicated. In the center of the display, she spotted a poster of Naruto, with Uchiha Sasuke on the left and Haruno Sakura on the right. Tianqi, I desire that ninja. Thank you, Bidelai exclaimed, her hands animatedly waving in delight. Certainly. Please follow me, the attendant responded with a smile. Thus, the two departed from the display and soon arrived at the counter, where the attendant cheerfully inquired. Which ninja would you like? I want Sakura, Bidelai replied excitedly, her eyes fixed on the figurines behind the counter. Afterward, they left the counter and entered a room where the attendant opened a wooden cabinet and retrieved a figurine, saying, This is Sakura. She is truly adorable. Please take a look and see if you like her. Wow, Sakura is my favorite ninja, Bidelai joyfully exclaimed, snatching the figurine and cradling it in her arms. She then planted a kiss on Yuwen Tianqi's cheek, saying, Tianqi, thank you for this gift. I love it. I'm delighted as well. Yuwen Tianqi responded with a smile. You two are quite amusing. Farewell, the attendant said with a grin. Goodbye. They waved as they exited the room. Where shall we go now? Yuwen Tianqi inquired, glancing at Bidelai after leaving the display of ninja figurines. Let us go out for a meal. I know a restaurant with exquisite cuisine, Bidelai replied enthusiastically. Sounds great, Yuwen Tianqi smiled. Wonderful. Let's hurry, Bidelai joyfully urged. All right, Yuwen Tianqi replied, grinning. Tianqi, look, there's a ninja. How adorable. Bidelai gleefully pointed ahead, her voice startling Yuwen Tianqi from his contemplative state. He lifted his head to see Bidelai pointing at a poster displayed on the glass entrance of the comic shop, featuring Uchiha Sasuke on the left and Haruno Sakura on the right. Is that so? Yuwen Tianqi chuckled, his gaze lingering on Bidelai's face. With her lustrous black hair, large expressive eyes, a delicate nose, and a charming smile, she appeared strikingly beautiful. Yuwen Tianqi thought to himself, Bidelai truly is a lovely girl. A subtle smile graced his lips at this realization. As Bidelai and Yuwen Tianqi stepped into the characteristic Chinese restaurant, they were enveloped by an atmosphere rich in traditional Chinese elegance. The walls were adorned with exquisite Chinese paintings, embellished with red knots and symbols of good fortune, evoking a sense of warmth and tranquility. Following the attendant deeper into the restaurant, they were greeted by a spacious interior filled with round tables draped in pristine white linens, complemented by elegant tableware. They settled at one of the tables as the attendant presented the menu. Bidelai and Yuwen Tianqi glanced at the menu, which featured a variety of traditional Chinese dishes. After a brief discussion, they decided on several popular selections, including spicy hot pot, roasted duck, and fried rice. As they awaited their meal, they surveyed the restaurant, observing the diverse array of patrons, both Chinese and foreign, immersed in the delightful realm of gastronomy. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted within the establishment as a man burst in, brandishing a cleaver with wild eyes and a menacing glare. The guests were taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events, shrieking and fleeing in all directions. Bidelai and Yuwen Tianqi were equally terrified, clutching one another tightly in a state of confusion. The man wielded the knife, pursuing the terrified diners with a ferocious intent. In that instant, the entire restaurant was shrouded in a veil of bloodthirsty violence. Yuwen Tianqi, witnessing the chaos, instinctively considered rushing forward, but halted upon noticing Bidelai's determined demeanor. How dare he cause such turmoil? Bidelai exclaimed angrily, swiftly delivering a kick that sent the man sprawling to the ground, unconscious. The room erupted in applause for Bidelai's bravery. Wow, it's Miss Bidelai, daughter of Mr. Satan. They cheered. Bidelai, my idol. Bidelai graciously waved a hand, smiling as she returned to Yuwen Tianqi sighed. You were incredible, he said, giving her a thumbs up. Hee, it's because my father is Satan, the world champion, the strongest man on earth, Deely replied, her admiration for her father evident. Yuwen Tianqi chuckled in agreement, acknowledging that while Satan might not be the most formidable, he was a commendable person. Seated across from one another, their conversation wove through the air as Deely reminisced about the World Martial Arts Championship and the passionate, sweat-drenched days of her past. I remember participating in the Children S division of the championship, she said, her eyes sparkling with nostalgia. That was one of the most exhilarating moments of my life. Even at the age of 8, I recall every detail vividly. Yuwen Tianqi listened intently, allowing her to share her memories uninterrupted. I wore the battle suit my father crafted for me, and he encouraged me to bravely step onto the stage and challenge opponents stronger than myself. Deely's voice was imbued with fondness for her father. Intrigued by the figure of Deely's father, Yuwen Tianqi sensed the depth of her affection and admiration. His name is Satan, Deely smiled, pride radiating from her expression. He is my pride and my role model. Yuwen Tianqi nodded, signaling for her to continue. Satan is not only my father, but also my martial arts mentor. He taught me how to fight, how to protect myself, and most importantly, how to become a strong individual. A resolute light shone in Deely's eyes. Yuwen Tianqi felt the strength in her words, as if he could envision the scene of Biddy Lee bravely fighting on stage. Unfortunately, Biddy Lee sighed softly, mentioning that her father was currently immersed in filming various advertisements. Observing Biddy Lee, Yuwen Tianqi understood the helplessness that lay beneath the surface of this seemingly strong girl. He remained silent, quietly standing beside her, offering his support and comfort. After a moment of silence, a glimmer of contemplation sparkled in his eyes. Then, he turned to Biddy Lee, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Let us embark on a different journey, he proposed. Let us pay a visit to your father, Mr. Satan, the esteemed world champion. Imagine us stepping into his home, filled with glory, where everything is both perfect and shrouded in mystery. Yuwen Tianqi's words flowed like a painter's brush, vividly portraying scenes before the two of them. Their destination, the legendary Mr. Satan, his magnificent achievements as a world champion, and the unique atmosphere of his home came alive in Yuwen Tianqi's descriptions. Picture us crossing that grand bridge, over which clear streams flow, with small fish swimming joyfully. The trees are lush and flowers bloom exuberantly. Everything is so beautiful. And Mr. Satan's residence is nestled within this exquisite panorama. Yuwen Tianqi spoke gently, his voice seemingly imbued with magic, transporting them into a world full of yearning. He then stole a glance at Biddy Lee, observing her entranced expression, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. He knew he had successfully piqued her curiosity. With a secret smile, Yuwen Tianqi continued his narration. Mr. Satan's home resembles a magnificent castle, guarded by uniformed sentinels who warmly welcome our arrival. There, the pinnacle of the world awaits us. Are you not, Biddy Lee, also looking forward to the meeting between your father, Mr. Satan, and me? Indeed, I am, Biddy Lee nodded affirmatively. The grand estate, situated on the outskirts of the city, claimed its own domain, showcasing its opulence and grandeur. The estate's backyard resembled a private training ground, where the world champion, Mr. Satan, engaged in rigorous training. His figure stood tall and powerful in every corner of the garden. The sun had tanned Mr. Satan's skin, and his muscles appeared as if forged from iron, instilling a sense of awe. At that moment, a young man, Yuwen Tianqi, walked towards the garden, arm in arm with the enchanting Biddy Lee. Biddy Lee's home was within this luxurious estate, and Yuwen Tianqi was her close companion. Their presence brought a splash of color to this powerful training ground. Upon noticing them, Mr. Satan halted his training and approached. His strides were firm and commanding, as if every inch of the ground trembled beneath his feet. He looked at Biddy Lee, his eyes reflecting love and pride. Then, he turned his gaze to Yuwen Tianqi, a flicker of caution flashing in his sharp eyes. Yuwen Tianqi smiled at Biddy Lee before subtly acknowledging her father's identity. His face bore a warm smile, yet the unwavering determination and resoluteness in his eyes could not be concealed. At that moment, the atmosphere was taut, as if the very air had solidified. Mr. Satan fixed his gaze upon Yuwen Tianqi, his eyes gleaming with a fierce intensity. Then, he chuckled, a smile brimming with cunning and inscrutable meaning. He addressed Biddy Lee, saying, Biddy Lee, have you brought a friend home? Is he your boyfriend? How delightful. His words, lacking excessive enthusiasm, nonetheless resonated with a profound paternal affection for his daughter. Subsequently, he turned and strode back to the training grounds, his silhouette appearing even more imposing under the sunlight, akin to a moving mountain. His voice echoed throughout the garden, let the training commence. With that command, the entire arena seemed to come alive, pulsating with fervor and a mingling of fervent blood and intense sweat. Chapter 67. Satan. Bidalai gazed at her father's retreating figure, her eyes filled with admiration and gratitude. She then turned to Yuwen Tianqi, smiling at him, a smile rich with invitation and warmth. Yuwen Tianqi reciprocated with a smile, one imbued with profound determination. In that instant, their gazes intertwined, silently affirming each other's presence and their bond. You are Yuwen Tianqi? I intend to train earnestly with you. Let us begin. The two ascended the combat stage, surrounded by maids and attendants who erupted in cheers and shouts. Satan cast a glance at Yuwen Tianqi, observing him helplessly glance at Bidalai. Bidalai was a strikingly beautiful girl, with bright, expressive eyes and a sweet smile. She encouraged Yuwen Tianqi, saying, "Go for it, Tianqi." Upon hearing her words, Yuwen Tianqi was instantaneously infused with vigor, preparing to hold back slightly to preserve the dignity of his future father-in-law. He assumed his stance and launched an attack against Satan. Satan quickly reacted, blocking Yuwen Tianqi's assault while simultaneously retaliating. Their contest was fiercely intense, a display of their martial prowess as they showcased their respective skills. Yuwen Tianqi exercised utmost caution, fearful of inadvertently inflicting serious injury upon Satan. Although Satan was a demon, he refrained from employing any dark magic, wishing instead for a fair contest against Yuwen Tianqi. Time passed swiftly, and before long, evening approached, signaling the nearing conclusion of their duel. In a moment of carelessness, Yuwen Tianqi nearly found himself toppled by Satan's strike. At that juncture, Bidalai shouted encouragement from the sidelines. "Tianqi, you can do it." Her motivating voice revitalized Yuwen Tianqi, who promptly regained his stance and continued to engage in combat with Satan. Ultimately, through Yuwen Tianqi's perseverance, the match concluded in a stalemate. Satan's eyes sparkled with expectation and acknowledgement as he approached Yuwen Tianqi, the sweeping fabric of his grand black garb trailing behind, stirring a warm breeze. With a tone imbued with paternal pride, he declared, "Yuwen Tianqi, you have done well. To stand on equal footing with me, I entrust my daughter Bidalai to you." Upon hearing these words, Bidalai resembled a bashful young deer, her cheeks flushed as she hurried away. Her figure paused at a distance, casting a furtive glance back at Yuwen Tianqi, her eyes alight with youthful longing and shyness. Yuwen Tianqi chuckled softly, his smile brimming with pride and tranquility. He mischievously winked at the retreating figure of Bidalai before turning his head to flash a grin at Satan. "I shall undoubtedly protect Bidalai," he declared. Satan regarded Yuwen Tianqi with a nod of solemn acknowledgement. His formidable stature cast a shadow in the air, yet his gaze radiated warmth. He understood that this young man had already earned his respect and trust. In this contest, there were no true victors or vanquished. Each individual discovered their own worth. The lives of Satan, Bidalai, and Yuwen Tianqi were enriched and enlivened by this encounter. The three of them sat together in an opulent dining room, where the air was suffused with the tantalizing aroma of exquisite cuisine and the gentle warmth of the hearth. Clad in an elegant evening gown, Bidalai's graceful demeanor exuded an air of sophistication, her beauty akin to a luminous pearl, shining brilliantly amidst her surroundings. Satan, as ever, bore his distinct devilish aura. The darkness he emanated starkly contrasting with the grandeur of the mansion. Upon the dining table, exquisite cutlery and the glow of lavish candlesticks reflected upon each face, creating a breathtaking tableau. Bidalai and Yuwen Tianqi sat across from one another, her eyes sparkling with warmth and admiration for him. Yuwen Tianqi, with his handsome visage adorned by a subtle smile, conveyed a sense of anticipation and contentment regarding the evening's festivities. A delightful array of dishes was presented on the table, including games selected by Satan himself and culinary masterpieces crafted by his own hand. Bidalai, with poise and grace befitting a lady of high birth, was the first to serve Yuwen Tianqi, deftly picking up a piece of roasted goose and placing it into his dish with a radiant smile, reminiscent of the sun's warmth in spring. Observing Bidalai's attentiveness, a flicker of mischief danced in Satan's eyes. His deep, resonant voice carried a hint of amusement as he remarked, "Bidalai, our esteemed guest, Mr. Yuwen, is truly fortunate to dine with you. I trust you will treat him well." His tone, imbued with authority and command, also revealed a tender affection for his daughter. Bidalai playfully shot a glance at Satan before turning to Yuwen Tianqi, saying, "Tianqi, I am absolutely delighted that you could join us for dinner. This is my small token of appreciation. I hope you enjoy it." Her voice flowed like a melodious stream, her unique charm impossible to overlook. Yuwen Tianqi was taken aback by such gracious hospitality. He felt pleasantly surprised by Bidalai's warmth and responded politely. "Thank you for your kind hospitality, Bidalai. I am thrilled to share this meal with you." His expression was infused with sincerity and gratitude. The moon hung high in the night sky, casting a silvery glow that illuminated the gardens of Yuwen Tianqi and Bidalai. Within the garden, a kaleidoscope of lights shimmered, and flowers vied for attention as the dappled shadows of trees danced across the gravel path. Yuwen Tianqi donned his favorite light blue shirt paired with black casual trousers. His hair meticulously groomed, exuding a subtle fragrance. His gaze held an abundance of tenderness and affection. In the moonlight, Bidalai adorned in her charming red dress and black shoes. Her golden locks shimmered with an enchanting glow. Her eyes brimmed with trust and affection for Yuwen Tianqi. They settled on a stone bench in the garden, embracing each other as they gazed at the resplendent night sky. The stars twinkled like brilliant pearls, embellishing the vast darkness, while the boundless sea of stars reflected the depth and mystery of their emotions. Yuwen Tianqi gently caressed Bidalai's shoulder, his gaze infused with anticipation for the future and nostalgia for the past. Bidalai leaned quietly against his chest, her eyes sparkling with profound love and admiration for him. They sat there in silence, simply gazing at the night sky, savoring this tranquil and beautiful moment. Their heartbeats resonated like the most exquisite symphony, harmonious and powerful. The night breeze whispered softly, carrying a hint of coolness, yet it could not rival the fervent feelings that burned within them. They were entranced in this romantic ambience, as if the entire world had faded away, leaving only the two of them in their steadfast pursuit of love. Yuwen Tianqi took Bidalai's hand and led her towards the bed, which seemed to witness their love, ready to embrace a pair of hearts in perfect unison. Their heartbeats danced rhythmically, drawing them closer together, as if they were the only souls in existence. Their bodies tenderly intertwined on the bed. The sheets whispered tales of their delicate and sincere affection. The mingling of Yuwen Tianqi's breath, Bidalai's fragrance, and their shared warmth created a beautiful and moving tableau. Yuwen Tianqi gently stroked Bidalai's hair, his fingers reminiscent of a musician crafting melodies of love. Bidalai closed her eyes, basking in the baptism of their love, her heartbeat harmonizing flawlessly with his. Their breaths echoed in the stillness of the night, a sound of tranquil harmony and beauty. As the sun rose high in the sky, Yuwen Tianqi and Bidalai awoke. He had wished to linger in their tender embrace a while longer, but his phone buzzed incessantly. "Tianqi, we can't hold on any longer. Come quickly. We need assistance." Vegeta and Goku had been overwhelmed by Majin Buu. With a sigh, Yuwen Tianqi reluctantly hung up the phone. The younger generation truly lacked understanding for their elders. At that moment, Bidalai picked up a light blue jacket and draped it over Yuwen Tianqi's shoulders. "Tianqi, your clothes are soaked. You'll catch a cold." Yuwen Tianqi chuckled. "How could that be? Look, I feel perfectly fine." Bidalai then extended her right index finger and gently tapped his forehead. He blinked in surprise, grasped her hand, and pulled her into his embrace. "Bidalai? Yes. Your lips are beautiful." Yuwen Tianqi chuckled softly. "Really?" "Indeed. One day, I shall paint you a more exquisite portrait." "Hee hee. Thank you, Tianqi." Beneath the soft glow of the lights, Yuwen Tianqi and Bidalai nestled closely together, gazing silently into each other's eyes. The warmth they shared had risen to a level capable of igniting their very souls. Sighing helplessly, Yuwen Tianqi remarked, "You young ones are truly incorrigible." "What is it, Tianqi?" Bidalai inquired, her eyes fixed upon him. Yuwen Tianqi glanced at the clock hanging on the wall and replied, "It is nearly 7 o'clock. Your rendezvous with Wukong approaches, and I must bid them farewell." "All right, Brother Tianqi, goodbye." Junbi walked over to Yuwen Tianqi's side and asked, "Will you join us?" "Indeed, but you must heed Bidalai's advice and avoid any trouble." "I understand, Brother Tianqi. You need not worry." Bidalai smiled, waved her hand, and added, "I shall go find Sister Bulma. I will have her speak with you." "Very well, off you go. Farewell." Bidalai waved at Yuwen Tianqi and turned to leave. Yuwen Tianqi watched her depart, letting out a gentle sigh. He pondered whether Bidalai would manage to get along with Bulma and the others. With a sudden whoosh, Yuwen Tianqi transformed into a beam of violet light, racing with unparalleled speed towards the location of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. "That girl Bidalai is still so reckless. What can I do with her?" He mused with a resigned sigh, hoping that by the time he arrived, she would have conveyed everything clearly. At last, he reached the battlefield. Yuwen Tianqi stepped forward, his gaze imbued with a playful challenge. Tianqi, this Majin Buu is formidable. Son Wukong and Vegeta awkwardly turned their faces away. Yuwen Tianqi caught sight of the battered son Wukong and Vegeta, who were strenuously preparing for the impending battle. He raised an eyebrow, filled with admiration for their efforts. These two have certainly put in their share of work, he thought. He then turned his attention to the reckless Majin Buu. What a being he was, possessing nearly boundless magical power and reveling in destruction. Buu's threat was undeniable. Yet, Yuwen Tianqi felt no fear. On the contrary, his eyes sparkled with the flames of battle. Is this truly your strength? Yuwen Tianqi provocatively addressed Buu, his tone dripping with challenge. Majin Buu looked at Yuwen Tianqi, his cunning eyes reflecting a hint of surprise. He had not anticipated that this ordinary individual from Earth would possess such courage and determination. With a smile, he remarked, "You seem quite different." Facing Majin Buu, Yuwen Tianqi smirked disdainfully. His eyes conveyed not fear, but unwavering resolve and bravery. He understood clearly that although Majin Buu was powerful, in his eyes, he was nothing more than a paper tiger, unworthy of concern. He clenched his fists tightly, the bones cracking audibly, as if to pledge his unwavering resolve. His body was taut, akin to a leopard poised to pounce, and his heart brimmed with an insatiable desire for victory. One should never underestimate anyone. Yuwen Tianqi's voice flowed like a brisk, clear spring, his words resonating with an awakening clarity. He harbored no fear of the menace posed by Majin Buu, for he understood that only through confrontation could one truly comprehend oneself. Majin Buu's eyes sparkled with a mischievous glimmer, seemingly stirred by Yuwen Tianqi's assertions. He had not anticipated the steadfastness of this earthling. His determination appeared to surpass Buu's expectations. With an arched brow, he erupted into laughter. "Very well, Yuwen Tianqi, I acknowledge your bravery. But are you prepared to embrace my challenge?" Before his words could dissipate, Buu launched his assault with lightning speed, his form slicing through the air towards Yuwen Tianqi. Yet, the latter did not flinch, his fists firmly clenched as he faced the impending onslaught. Unyielding, he remained rooted in place, his eyes glinting with a fierce light. The cold aura emanating from his clenched fists palpable. Fearlessly, he braced himself for Buu's attack. The atmosphere erupted violently, the collision of searing heat and biting cold distorting the surrounding space. The clash sent dust and debris spiraling, the winds howling in response. This singular strike reverberated throughout the mountain range, causing the very earth to tremble, rocks cascading from the heights as the entire peak shuddered violently. In quick succession, a thunderous roar echoed through the night sky. Sparks flew, potent energy scattering and tinting the landscape in a vivid crimson hue. The blood-red glow flickered ominously against the night, as if heralding an impending calamity. Yuwen Tianqi's punch had sent Buu reeling, his form resembling a shadow racing across the night, propelled far into the distance. As Buu writhed in the air, emitting a chilling howl, a glint of fierce determination flashed in Yuwen Tianqi's gaze. Veins pulsed slightly on his clenched fists, a manifestation of suppressed murderous intent. Gradually, he raised his head, fixing his sight on the distant figure of Buu. His hands remained tightly balled, veins subtly protruding as if stifling a surge of unleashed fury. His body was taut, poised in anticipation. He slowly lifted his gaze towards the monstrous Buu, who writhed several hundred meters away, resembling a colossal mass of flesh, seemingly mocking his impotence. A wave of intense anger and helplessness surged within Yuwen Tianqi. Yet he understood that he must maintain his composure, lest he commit an irreparable blunder. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to quell his emotions. He began to closely observe Majin Buu's movements, striving to discern its vulnerabilities. He recognized the necessity of focusing his mind and exerting his utmost effort. Failure to do so could spell his defeat against this formidable adversary. Yuwen Tianqi commenced his approach towards Majin Buu, his steps light yet resolute. He knew that to maximize his offensive potential, he must draw as close to this adversary as possible. He hesitated to act impulsively, yet he was acutely aware that if he did not take swift action, he would be unable to secure victory in this battle. As Yuwen Tianqi drew closer, the malevolent creature Majin Buu began to exhibit increasing excitement. It opened its gaping maw and launched a ferocious assault towards Yuwen Tianqi. In a flurry, Yuwen Tianqi evaded the attack while delivering a powerful punch to the creature's body. Although this strike did not inflict significant harm upon Majin Buu, it effectively provoked the monster's ire. In response, Majin Buu intensified its onslaught, yet each of its ferocious attacks was deftly dodged or parried by Yuwen Tianqi. He understood that he must persistently attack this foe to survive its relentless strikes. Fearlessly, he swung his fists, pouring all his strength into each blow, as if seeking to unleash his pent-up fury and despair upon the monster. Provoked by Yuwen Tianqi, Majin Buu's eyes glimmered with a blood-red hue, and in an instant, its form vanished from sight. Yuwen Tianqi, taken aback but composed, leapt back a step, narrowly evading Buu's assault. Instantly, Bu reappeared before him, delivering a fierce blow aimed at his head. Yuwen Tianqi raised his arms in defense, veins bulging, a sign of the impending release of power. A terrifying aura erupted from him, akin to a nuclear explosion, surging towards Majin Buu. Between his fists, a dark energy pulsated, expanding ominously. He roared, charging at Majin Buu with wild abandon. His fists, resembling missiles imbued with formidable energy, struck down upon Majin Buu with tremendous force. This punch seemed to carry the devastating might of a nuclear bomb, crashing towards the creature. Majin Buu sensed Yuwen Tianqi's wrath, its eyes reopening, now ablaze with a crimson glow that flickered like a malevolent flame. The battle between Yuwen Tianqi and Majin Buu had reached a fever pitch, their figures intertwining in the air, each collision generating violent waves of energy capable of tearing the very fabric of space apart. Yuwen Tianqi's strength was inexhaustible. He darted like a dragon, weaving through Buu's attacks. His hands formed intricate seals at a rapid pace, and ancient incantations flowed from his lips. Suddenly, a powerful energy surged from his body, manifesting as a resplendent golden beam shooting into the heavens. This beam crashed upon Majin Buu like a colossal wave in a tempestuous sea. With a wild roar, Majin Buu unleashed dark energy that collided with Yuwen Tianqi's radiant beam. In an instant, shockwaves radiated outward, toppling everything in their vicinity. The ground trembled violently, as if it were on the brink of being torn apart by this unparalleled clash of power. Yuwen Tianqi swiftly vanished, reappearing behind Majin Buu. His hands instantaneously coalesced into a resplendent golden sword of light, cutting through the air with a fierce momentum aimed at the fiendish Majin Buu. The luminous blade collided with Buu's back, producing a thunderous sound. Waves of force erupted from the impact, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Majin Buu let out a chilling roar, his form retreating in an instant, leaving behind a deep and bloody wound on his back. He glared malevolently at Yuwen Tianqi, his eyes glinting with venomous rage. Yuwen Tianqi responded with a cold smile, once again charging towards Majin Buu. Their figures intertwined in the air, unleashing a barrage of laser shockwaves from their relentless clashes. The intensity of this battle had reached unfathomable heights, with each strike potent enough to obliterate a mountain. Yet, Yuwen Tianqi displayed no hint of fear. A steadfast light flickered in his eyes, as if no assault could ever vanquish him. His hands swiftly traced complex trajectories in the void, gathering the energy that surrounded him. Powerful forces surged from his palms, hurling towards Majin Buu. Remarkably, Yuwen Tianqi refrained from transforming into a Super Saiyan at the 3rd level, instead confronting Bu solely with his physical prowess, which raised eyebrows. Nevertheless, he appeared unaffected, showcasing an even greater strength. His body seemed forged from the hardest metal, as the harm inflicted by Buu's assaults was negligible. Each time, he dodged with astonishing speed, countering with retaliatory strikes that pushed Bu back with his formidable might. The sinewy definition of Yuwen Tianqi's arms was evident, veins bulging as if brimming with immeasurable power. When he threw a punch, the air resonated with a deafening hum. This force was terrifying, as though he had transcended the bounds of human comprehension. His movements were agile and unpredictable. He seemed devoid of any fixed attack pattern, always executing the most suitable strike at any moment. Each action was imbued with strength and confidence, as if he had complete mastery over the battle. Despite Majin Buu's formidable power and malicious schemes, he appeared to stand no chance against Yuwen Tianqi. Every assault was effortlessly neutralized, and every counterattack was met with Yuwen Tianqi's even more ferocious retaliation. A resolute light shimmered in Yuwen Tianqi's gaze, suggesting that nothing could shake his conviction. His countenance was cold and determined, as if he had entirely seized control of this confrontation. Throughout the skirmish, Yuwen Tianqi uttered not a single word. His silence was eerie, yet his actions spoke volumes. Engaging Bu with his physicality, he dominated the exchange, revealing extraordinary strength and unwavering willpower. Ultimately, Yuwen Tianqi delivered a powerful blow that sent Bu crashing to the ground. Standing there, he regarded Bu with a frigid stare, remaining silent. A gaping wound marred Buu's chest, slowly mending, indicating Yuwen Tianqi's absolute superiority in their recent clash. Observing the somewhat disheveled Majin Buu before him, Yuwen Tianqi's face broke into a smile. He gently stretched his limbs, feeling the full power coursing through him. Is that all you've got, Majin Buu? Your actions evoke nothing but disgust and disdain in me. However, in my eyes, you are nothing more than an insignificant insect. Even so, I shall not allow you to escape so easily. Yuwen Tianqi spoke with a confident smile, as if mocking Buu's audacity. You must be curious about the source of my strength, am I right? In truth, my ultimate form is not this flesh, but rather the culmination of countless battles. An amalgamation of struggle and the agony of pushing my limits, which has led to my ever-increasing power. During combat, I continually grow stronger, transcending my own limits. His tone remained calm, yet his gaze was icy. Yet, the words he spoke were mere fabrications. Who exactly are you? Majin Buu gaped at Yuwen Tianqi. Disbelief etched on his face. He had initially believed he had defeated Yuwen Tianqi, but the reality was starkly different. Yuwen Tianqi's ultimate form was not confined to this physical body. It evolved and strengthened through relentless combat and the continuous surpassing of limits, a truth that even Buu had only recently come to comprehend. My affairs need not concern you. Your continued existence is a result of my mercy. Should you dare to provoke me again, you shall pay dearly for your foolishness, Yuwen Tianqi warned coldly, a glint of menace flashing in his eyes. He had no intention of killing Majin Buu, yet the creature's incessant chatter was exceedingly irksome, causing a growing agitation within him. How insolent you are! Majin Buu seethed in anger, erupting with a dense cloud of smoke. Yuwen Tianqi's eyes sparkled with intrigue at this display. As he watched in astonishment, a thin, seemingly malnourished version of Majin Buu emerged from the center of the smoke. Were you? Yuwen Tianqi inquired, astonished. Could it be that the original Majin Buu had reemerged? This was his first instinct. Nevertheless, his expression remained composed, devoid of any panic, in this brutal world of survival. A weakling like Majin Buu was hardly worthy of his concern. I am Majin Buu. Who are you to show me such disrespect? Buu's expression darkened upon hearing Yuwen Tianqi's words. He roared in fury, the smoke around him thickening as he began to undergo a transformation. With a thunderous explosion, a cacophony erupted from Buu as countless tendrils of smoke burst forth from his body, coalescing into a swirling mass of darkness. His body was completely enveloped by dense smoke, concealing his true condition, yet his eyes shimmered with a fierce anger as they fixated on Yuwen Tianqi, as if he intended to devour him. Intriguing. Witnessing this scene, Yuwen Tianqi's expression shifted, internally acknowledging the fascination of the moment. Initially, he had presumed that this first appearing demon would starkly contrast with the previous formidable demon, Buu. However, it now seemed that this so-called demon Buu bore a striking resemblance to the earlier entity. The demon Buu before him appeared to be an emaciated youth, frail and malnourished, as if a gentle breeze could whisk him away. Boom! 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 A series of explosions resonated from afar. Another demon emerged from within Buu's form. This new demon, however, was significantly different from the previous one. Towering at 3 meters, he bore a resemblance to a bear, yet his face was marred with grotesque spots, lending him a menacing appearance. Bloodstains adorned his body, and his crimson eyes fixated intently on Yuwen Tianqi, emitting a hissing sound as if to challenge him. Could there be such a mutated variety? A look of surprise crossed Yuwen Tianqi's face. He took a cautious step back, granting himself some space. He felt no overwhelming fear towards this newly manifested demon Buu. In this ruthless world of hunters, numerous powerful species existed. Even if this demon Buu seemed formidable, he was not invincible. With a muffled bang, yet another explosion erupted. Once again, a demon appeared from within Buu, but this one was markedly different from the previous. He was diminutive, barely reaching 2 meters, appearing quite petite. His body bore black spots that resembled patterns, yet he appeared exceedingly frail, as if a mere whisper of wind could carry him away. What is this? Observing the newly emerged demon, Yuwen Tianqi's expression shifted, revealing a look of confusion. Chapter 69. The Final Demon Buu. He retreated a step, allowing space for this new demon, sensing that it was significantly weaker than the prior demon Buu. This newly appeared demon was astonishingly frail. Boom! Perhaps sensing Yuwen Tianqi's disdain, the new demon roared in fury, his body inflating abruptly, transforming into a massive orb of flesh that pushed aside the feeble demon beside him. Subsequently, Another demon emerged from within him, distinctly different from the previous petite demon Buu. How could this be possible? The astonishment that enveloped Yuwen Tianqi was beyond verbal expression. The scene before him surpassed all imagination. The multitude of Majin Buu was inconsistent with the original narrative. Could it be that some form of mutation had occurred? Yuwen Tianqi pondered, stroking his chin, contemplating the extraordinary deviation from the original Dragon Ball universe. Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought as overly complicated. It would suffice to eliminate all the Majin Buus, leaving only the final, rotund Majin Buu. Yuwen Tianqi murmured to himself, having reached a resolution. In the original tale, the plump Majin Buu was somewhat tolerable, while the other malevolent Buus were to be vanquished. He stood quietly in the shadows, his gaze profound and tempestuous, shimmering with rare determination. A faint beam of light cascaded down his pallid visage, casting a delicate glow upon his figure. He whispered, "Enough of this. It is too troublesome. I shall eradicate all the other Majin Buus, leaving only this final, corpulent Majin Buu." His words reverberated through the air, stirring invisible ripples within the confined space. Each syllable imbued with unwavering resolve and a chilling ruthlessness, as if his heart were bleeding. His gaze grew increasingly steely, akin to the coldest star in the night sky. Devoid of any emotion, Yuwen Tianqi emerged from the shadows, his stride unwavering and potent, reminiscent of ancient stones weathered by the passage of time, impervious to the elements. A fierce aura radiated from him, the scent of slaughter mingling with that of blood. His eyes pierced the horizon, as if seeking to unveil all illusions and confront the essence of existence itself. He swung the sword in his grasp, its blade glinting with a frigid light under the illumination. Each stroke seemed intent on cleaving through the dark expanse of night, each descent poised to rend the world asunder. His swordplay accelerated, a cathartic outpouring of his resolve, fury, and sorrow. The blade pierced the first Majin Buu, the weakest adversary he faced, gliding through flesh as effortlessly as a skater upon ice. Blood erupted in a vivid, horrifying torrent, saturating the air with its metallic scent. In that moment, the entire space was engulfed in the stench of carnage. Yet Yuwen Tianqi remained impassive, quietly observing the downfall of his erstwhile foe. He did not falter, nor did he extend compassion. His sword, akin to the Grim Reaper's scythe, relentlessly harvested lives. His steps were unwavering, as if executing a sacred mission. Each Majin Buu he eliminated was a catharsis for his past anguish, a testament to his unwavering resolve for the future. A cacophony of anguish cries erupted from several Majin Buus, yet they were utterly powerless to resist. This was the true power of Yuwen Tianqi. Vegeta trembled, disbelief coursing through him, his pupils dilated in shock. He was overwhelmingly strong, an unimaginable strength. Just moments ago, the Majin Buu that had rendered him and Goku defenseless was obliterated by Yuwen Tianqi in an instant, reduced to mere remnants. In merely a few minutes, only the final Majin Buu remained, the most primal and rotund form of Majin Buu. Yuwen Tianqi stood silently, his gaze profound as the ocean. He fixated on the plump Majin Buu, his eyes seemingly glimmering with an ineffable emotion. A subtle smile graced the corners of his lips. He then turned his head towards Son Wukong and Vegeta. "It is all over," he spoke softly. His tone was calm and indifferent, as if he were remarking on a trivial matter. Yet, his words rippled through the stillness like a stone cast into a tranquil lake. Son Wukong and Vegeta exchanged glances, a nameless feeling welling up within them. They understood that Yuwen Tianqi was right. Indeed, everything had come to an end. They regarded Yuwen Tianqi with profound respect and gratitude. This man, with his wisdom and courage, had faced the formidable Majin Buu alone. He did not falter. Rather, he chose to take the initiative. His bravery and resolve instilled a sense of pride in them. Now he stood there, smiling at them, his eyes brimming with confidence and determination, as if to convey, "What I can achieve, so can you." His figure, illuminated by the setting sun, appeared grand and steadfast. Then they too smiled, their expressions filled with relief and contentment. It was truly over. They had triumphed, safeguarding all that they held dear. They exchanged glances once more, then turned towards Yuwen Tianqi. They recognized that this chapter had genuinely concluded. They also believed that under Yuwen Tianqi's guidance, their future would shine even brighter. The darkness would ultimately dissipate, and light would soon emerge. "Only one remains," Yuwen Tianqi murmured, gazing at the plump Majin Buu. His voice was serene and detached, akin to a soliloquy. Yet, it was this very tranquility that resonated with all present. Everyone gasped in astonishment, their mouths agape, their pupils widening with shock. Only one remains. There's truly but a single plump Majin Buu left. Suddenly, an individual dashed forth. Yuwen Tianqi stumbled, nearly losing his balance. It was he, Satan, the one fond of wearing a tight red suit. Hey, what are you saying? Yuwen Tianqi stared at Satan, bewilderment etched across his face. While internally pondering, how did this guy arrive here? Satan did not respond to Yuwen Tianqi's inquiry, but instead chuckled and staggered towards the rotund Majin Buu. Kid, you're called Majin Buu, right? Did you see that? That Yuwen Tianqi is my son-in-law. You are no match for him. Come, train with me. Satan seized Majin Buu. With a thunderous bang, sand and stones were sent flying, and at that moment, a figure darted from the ground, swiftly capturing Majin Buu and vanishing from sight. Vegeta and Sun Wukong were left dumbfounded. They recognized that figure. It was Satan. However, just moments ago, Satan proclaimed that Yuwen Tianqi is his son-in-law. Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Lan Chi cough. What are you staring at? The workday is over. Yuwen Tianqi coughed lightly, clenched his fist, and immediately teleported away from the scene. Well, Goku, it seems we're now left with just the two of us. Vegeta gazed in astonishment at the direction in which Yuwen Tianqi and Satan had departed. What? Only the two of us remain? Goku inquired, puzzled. Yes, only one person would say something like that, and that is Satan. Vegeta, equally bewildered, contemplated why Satan would make such a statement. For indeed, all of this had already transpired. Goku and Vegeta exchanged glances, and then looked at one another. Suddenly, both broke into a chuckle, pointing at each other and grinning foolishly. Are you implying that the reason we are left behind is due to your earlier remarks? It seems so. Then let us train, Kakarot. I believe my strength can still be enhanced. Vegeta said with a smile. Very well, let us depart, Goku replied, equally cheerful. The two of them instantly teleported away, as though they had never been there. Yet, their smiles lingered on their faces. They had rekindled their fighting spirit. No longer would they be dictated by others. They sought to seize their own destinies, no longer to be pawns, but to become the sovereigns of this world. And all of this would commence from the training ground. After Vegeta and Goku left, those remaining stood in a daze. The recent battle had been so exhilarating that they were yet to fully comprehend it. Who were those two? Why did Lord Yuwen Tianqi assist them? I do not know. Something significant must be on the horizon, but to have Lord Yuwen Tianqi's aid is indeed our honor. Yes, indeed. The remaining individuals whispered among themselves, their eyes betraying an unmistakable excitement and joy. Meanwhile, on the other side, Satan returned home with Majin Buu, tossing him into the training room while cheerfully stating, Majin Buu, that will be all for today. Practice on your own for now, and I will guide you if you encounter any difficulties. With that, Satan departed, leaving Majin Buu alone. Ugh, my head hurts. Majin Buu pressed his hand against his forehead, confused about what had transpired. Yet, the man named Satan was rather amusing. Cough, Tianqi, you have done well. You have found me such a promising pupil. I shall train him diligently to become a world champion. Ha ha ha. Satan laughed heartily, while the nearby Videl awkwardly chuckled along. Yuwen Tianqi, with a furrowed brow, lowered his head. The following morning, Yuwen Tianqi found Majin Buu basking in the morning sunlight. It was an extraordinary moment. He stood alone in a vast field like a solitary mountain. Majin Buu is no longer the frenzied demon of yesteryear, but rather a gentle being, his eyes shimmering with a soft light. Yuwen Tianqi approached Buu slowly, his emotions a complex tapestry of solemnity and reflection. As he gazed into Buu's clear eyes, a surge of ineffable sentiments welled up within him. He extended his hand and gently rested it upon Buu's shoulder. In that moment, the air around them seemed to freeze. Only a gentle breeze wafted above the fields, carrying the fragrance of lush grass. Yuwen Tianqi could distinctly sense Buu's aura, an essence both unfamiliar yet familiar, imbued with kindness and gentleness. A faint smile graced Yuwen Tianqi's lips as he recognized the goodness and innocence residing in Buu's heart. Taking a deep breath, he softly spoke, You have shed your malevolent intentions. I believe you can become a benevolent being, living alongside us in this land. Buu listened quietly, gratitude gleaming in his eyes. He felt the warmth of Yuwen Tianqi's kindness and acceptance, a profound sense of appreciation swelling within him. Observing Buu's docile demeanor, Yuwen Tianqi was overcome by an inexplicable emotion. He understood that this former demon had transformed into a harmless creature, one in need of acceptance and compassion from human society. In that moment, Yuwen Tianqi's heart brimmed with hope and anticipation. He recognized that the world craved more kindness and tolerance. Only then could true harmony be achieved. He grasped Buu's hand firmly and began to walk towards the horizon. He understood that this would herald the beginning of a new chapter. On a vast, open skyline, the sun cast its golden rays, and Satan stood there, his gaze filled with expectation for the future. His voice reverberated through the air, carrying an unbearable resonance as he shouted, "Majin Buu!" This name carved an invisible mark in the atmosphere, its echo seemingly resonating from all directions. Not far away, Yuwen Tianqi quietly observed this scene, a profound sense of satisfaction reflected in his eyes, a long-held anticipation finally fulfilled. He witnessed the interaction between Satan and Majin Buu, their essences intertwining to form a vast energy field, as if threatening to tear the very sky apart. Although they existed in disparate realms, in that instant, they appeared to have forged a deep friendship. Their connection seemed to unveil to Yuwen Tianqi a newly conceived power he had never encountered before. This power was so formidable, so exquisite, that it felt as if it embodied the very essence of the universe. Yuwen Tianqi stood there, a warm smile illuminating his face. His eyes sparkled with hope for the future and deep admiration for Satan and Majin Buu. He beheld them as if they were his children, his friends, his aspirations. In that moment, the entire world fell silent, with only their breaths and heartbeats resonating in the air. The mingling energies of Satan and Majin Buu coalesced into a potent current, as if poised to overturn the entire cosmos. Chapter 70. The Kaishin. Yuwen Tianqi stood there, gazing at the two before him, a placid smile lingering on his face. He understood that this was the answer he had sought, the future he had envisioned. Looking at them, he felt as though he beheld the hope of the entire universe. Suddenly, a sensation of being watched washed over him. After a moment of astonishment, he vanished in an instant. In the realm of the King of Worlds, a diminutive man with a tuft of white hair stared in disbelief at the sudden appearance of Yuwen Tianqi. "Ah, greetings, King of Worlds Saiyan, and to you as well," Yuwen Tianqi said, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. "Are you harboring any thoughts from your clandestine observations?" King of Worlds Saiyan, taken aback, incredulously questioned, "How could you possibly be here? You are Yuwen Tianqi." Beside him, Jebite shared the same disbelief. After all, this was the realm of the King of Worlds, where entrance was not easily granted. Yuwen Tianqi smirked enigmatically and replied to King Xian, "My power surpasses your wildest imaginations. But tell me, Xian, as the King of Worlds, do you still indulge in the same penchant for spying as your predecessor?" His voice was low, yet fear was etched across Xian's face, for he could hardly fathom that Yuwen Tianqi had ascended to such heights of power. At that moment, Yuwen Tianqi exuded an aura that was both formidable and awe-inspiring, as though he had transformed into an entirely different being. "Your power exceeds even that of King Jebite," he declared, leaving no doubt that Yuwen Tianqi's presence now eclipsed that of a King of Worlds. Not merely King Xian, but even the likes of Majin Buu would stand no chance against me. Yuwen Tianqi dismissed with a casual shrug. A condescending smile graced his lips, his eyes shimmering with profound intensity as he fixed his gaze upon Xian, the King of Worlds. His tone carried an ineffable confidence and might, making it palpable to those present that he possessed immense strength. "Xian, you have consistently underestimated me. My power transcends your comprehension, surpassing the limits of this universe. You, along with all your deities, have gravely misjudged my capabilities." As Yuwen Tianqi's words resonated in the air, a palpable tension enveloped the surroundings. His gaze, sharp as a blade, seemed capable of piercing through illusions, directly revealing the essence of all things. He raised his eyes slightly, casting a frigid glance at Xian, whose countenance shifted ever so slightly, betraying his discomfort. Yuwen Tianqi's words struck like a keen sword, burrowing deep into Xian's psyche. Instinctively, Xian averted his gaze, a tide of inexplicable fear surging within him. Yuwen Tianqi's voice echoed through the atmosphere, conjuring an image of him standing at the pinnacle of existence, surveying all living beings below. His air of arrogance and pride rendered his presence utterly undeniable, with a sly smile that seemed to harbor all manner of wickedness and cunning. Yuwen Tianqi reveled in the moment, a testament to his unassailable power. He cast another glance at Xian, a hint of provocation gleaming in his eyes. Xian gritted his teeth, but remained silent, acutely aware that the chasm between him and Yuwen Tianqi was widening infinitely. The current Yuwen Tianqi was the sovereign of this universe. His words were irrefutable. "Yuwen Tianqi scoffed, turning his head away in disdain. Xian exhaled softly, the echo of Yuwen Tianqi's previous statement involuntarily reverberating in his mind. Oomph. Yuwen Tianqi let out another scoff, shifting his gaze towards Jibit. At that moment, Jibit was also observing Yuwen Tianqi with a curious expression, a question escaping his lips. Is this truly the legendary Yuwen Tianqi? How domineering he is! Xian whispered to Jibit. Jibit nodded, averting his gaze. He felt unworthy to comprehend Yuwen Tianqi just yet. And what the King God Sword? Yuwen Tianqi inquired with keen interest. In the eastern part of this world lies a mysterious valley known as the Valley of the Gods. The air here is imbued with enigmatic energy, granting the beings that dwell within unique abilities. Deep within the Valley of the Gods stands a magnificent palace, the abode of King God Xian, a symbol of his power. Yuwen Tianqi's eyes narrowed, an indescribable impulse surging within him. Clenching his fists, he felt the formidable power of the King God Sword coursing through his veins. He advanced towards King God Xian, each step akin to traversing a historical epic, a journey through the ages. The King God Sword, in my grasp, shall be named Tianqi. With my strength, I shall sever the void and reshape order. Yuwen Tianqi's voice resonated like thunder, his words seemingly infused with boundless magic. King God Xian gazed at Yuwen Tianqi, their eyes colliding in the void, igniting a spark. The steadfast gaze of Yuwen Tianqi shone like brilliant stars, rendering King God Xian unable to divert his attention. He felt the intense aura emanating from Yuwen Tianqi, a blend of confidence and unwavering strength, akin to a blazing fire and surging tidal waves. Yuwen Tianqi's form moved ceaselessly, his fingers gliding over the hilt of the King God Sword. The cold metallic sensation seemed to transcend the confines of time and space, piercing directly into his heart. He could sense the immense power harbored within the King God Sword, a force potent enough to shatter the void and sever the chains of fate. Tianqi, have you made your decision? A profound resignation resonated in King God Xian's voice. Yes, I have made my decision, Yuwen Tianqi replied, his voice as crisp and resolute as frost in the dawnlight. King God Xian regarded Yuwen Tianqi intently, then slowly released his grip on the sword. His hand tightened around the hilt one last time before twisting forcefully, causing the sword to seemingly come alive, transforming into a streak of light that soared directly into Yuwen Tianqi's grasp. The moment Yuwen Tianqi held the hilt, he felt a surge of formidable power emanating from the sword, a power of destruction and rebirth. Within him, there seemed to exist a wondrous connection with the sword, allowing him to distinctly perceive the boundless energy contained within. He raised the King of Worlds sword high above his head, causing the void to shatter like a mirror at that moment. A crisp crack echoed, leaving both King of Worlds Xian and Jebite frozen in place. The King of Worlds sword in Yuwen Tianqi's hand had fractured. How could such a sword be so fragile? Xian and Jebite stood utterly paralyzed. What have you done? The King of Worlds sword is shattered? Xian's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. The blade shimmered with a faint silver glow, as if whispering untold secrets. Yet, as his gaze fell upon the tip of the sword, he detected a peculiar trembling in that silver light. Yuwen Tianqi furrowed his brow, gripping the hilt tightly and twisting it forcefully. Suddenly, a strange power surged forth from the sword, causing him to instinctively step back. He stared in astonishment at the weapon. Cracks had begun to appear along its length. Shortly thereafter, a subtle sound of breaking resonated, and the blade split from its center, resembling a blossoming silver flower. He scrutinized the fissure, sensing that it concealed some hidden, unspeakable truth. At that moment, a figure tumbled forth from the crack, a ragged old man with a disheveled appearance. The instant he appeared, the entire space seemed to freeze. An aura of chilling dread emanated from him, as if he devoured all light around him. Yuwen Tianqi's eyes widened. This old man exuded an exceptionally eerie presence. He instinctively felt that the old man was far from ordinary, and the sword's fracture seemed intricately linked to him. The old man lifted his dull, lifeless eyes to meet Yuwen Tianqi's gaze, then grinned wickedly, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. He trembled as he extended a hand, seemingly attempting to grasp something, yet found nothing but emptiness surrounding him. King of World Sword, the old man murmured, his voice laced with insatiable greed and madness. A chill ran down Yuwen Tianqi's spine as the old man's gaze sent shivers through him. He instinctively took a step back, maintaining his distance from the old man. Could this be the old pervert? He recalled the original tale, where the old man was indeed a lecher, uncertain if he had any interest in handsome young man. Are you the old King of Worlds? Jebite inquired. Old king of worlds? That fellow has long since perished, Xian replied, bewildered. What did you say? The old king of worlds barked. Yuwen Tianqi felt the air around him stiffen. Was this old king of worlds the current one, or the former? If it were the latter, he appeared rather unimpressive. You are the current king of worlds? Yuwen Tianqi then realized that the old man was actually standing behind Jebite, which explained why his voice had been completely subdued. How did you know? King of worlds, Xian asked, astonished. How would I not know? The current old king of worlds is said to be a decrepit old fool. And you, are you not just such a decrepit old fool? Yuwen Tianqi cast a sidelong glance at him. This scoundrel, to dare call him an old fool. You are the true old fool. Your entire family consists of old fools. How could you possibly know these things? The king of the universe, Xian, inquired with great difficulty. Is it truly so? Why is he not a complete old fool, but rather a living lecher? How could I know such things? Is it not evident? How did you come to this knowledge? Is it truly so difficult? Did you not know this already? Yuwen Tianqi rolled his eyes, pondering who had so early in the day proclaimed the king of the universe to be an old fool, emphasizing it repeatedly. Were it not for my pressing matters, I would surely admonish him. You're already dead. After a prolonged silence, the king of the universe, Xian, finally spoke. Yes, I am indeed dead. The old king of the universe nodded. You scoundrel. I once thought you a commendable junior. How foolish I was. You're nothing but a rascal. Your entire family consists of rascals. How is it that? No need for such astonishment. My soul has long since perished. I now exist merely as a spiritual entity. The old king of the universe lamented. Thus, in the midst of a serene atmosphere, the king of the universe, Xian, and Jebit exchanged glances filled with disbelief. Before them stood what appeared to be an ordinary old man. Yet this man was, in fact, the king of the universe from 15 generations prior. His gaze was as profound as the ocean, seemingly transcending the boundaries of time and space. Though his face bore the marks of age, it exuded an ineffable authority and solemnity. The aura he emanated, though calm, instilled a sense of reverence. Jebit widened his eyes, gazing at this old man, his heart brimming with confusion and wonder. Unable to contain himself, he ventured to ask, Are you truly the king of the universe from 15 generations ago? The old man smiled faintly and nodded, his gaze lingering on Jebit for a moment, as if recalling something, before turning to the king of the universe, Xian. Seen, how long has it been since we last met? The old man's voice carried a hint of desolation, yet was imbued with warmth. The king of the universe, Xian paused, then slowly replied. It has likely been around 15 generations. The old man chuckled lightly. Time passes swiftly, in the blink of an eye. We have been apart for so long. His words were laced with a sense of nostalgia and melancholy. He regarded the king of the universe, Xian, his eyes brimming with complex emotions. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yuwen Tianqi also looked on with curiosity. Seated centrally, his gaze shifted between the two kings of the universe. Their visages, illuminated by starlight, appeared solemn and enigmatic, akin to ancient deities. He first looked towards the old king of the universe, whose wise and profound eyes seemed capable of unraveling the secrets of the cosmos, rendering any deceit and pretense utterly transparent. The old king of the universe's face was etched with wrinkles, each line seemingly narrating tales of his experiences and wisdom. Impossible to overlook. Then, his gaze shifted towards the supreme Kai-Shin, whose youthful and vibrant eyes resembled the rising sun, illuminating the earth and his innermost being. Yuwen Tianqi sighed deeply within, contemplating the two supreme Kais, one a witness of time, the other a beacon of hope for the future. The power and wisdom they possessed were well known to him. He pondered, was this the aspiration he sought? Did he long to become such an entity? Chapter 71. The Restoration of the Divine Sword. His attention returned to the old supreme Kai. This seemingly ordinary elder harbored immense strength within. He recalled the elder's words, which emphasized that the power of the supreme Kai was not meant for conflict and destruction, but rather for guardianship and protection. He reflected on his own vow to become a protector of the cosmos, safeguarding all forms of life. Next, his gaze turned to Supreme Kai-Shin. Despite wielding formidable power, this young Supreme Kai retained a profound love for life and a deep reverence for existence. Memories of his own youthful passion and ideals resurfaced, along with his commitment to become a warrior of the universe, dedicated to the protection of all life. Yuwen Tianqi fell silent for a moment. Lifting the shattered Supreme Kai sword, once a magnificent golden blade, now reduced to mere fragments, emitting a faint glow. His expression was profound and grave, as if he were scrutinizing every crack and imperfection upon the blade. Slowly, He raised his head to meet the gaze of the esteemed Supreme Kai Shin. Their eyes locked, and an unspoken dialogue resonated in the air. I can no longer wield it. Supreme Kai Shin's voice resonated with a somber sorrow. This sword has been shattered. Yuwen Tianqi nodded silently, feeling the weight of that anguish and loss. Yet he understood that they could not surrender. He turned to the old Supreme Kai, whose eyes sparkled with the light of contemplation. They engaged in a silent exchange, where a mere glance or subtle expression conveyed their intentions. Yuwen Tianqi recognized that they were in search of a way, a potential method to restore the divine sword. At last, their conversation drew to a close. The old Supreme Kai regarded Yuwen Tianqi, his gaze seeming to penetrate the depths of his soul. You must find a special mineral. Only it can reforge the divine sword. Yuwen Tianqi inhaled deeply, aware that this task would present the most formidable challenge he had ever faced. Yet he did not flinch, for he understood this was their sole glimmer of hope. He accepted the mineral sample handed to him by the old Supreme Kai, an amber-hued crystal radiating a warm glow. He felt its essence, as if the energy of this mineral were beckoning him. He knew that his journey was just beginning. With this hope in his heart, he would seek the path to restore the shattered divine sword. The old Supreme Kai looked at him, a flicker of enlightenment crossing his eyes. To restore the divine sword, you must discover new energy sources and materials. Only then can a powerful divine sword be reforged. But the sword has been shattered. How shall we proceed with its restoration? Supreme Kai Shin inquired. Yuwen Tianqi was equally proud and curious. The old king god spoke in a deep voice, saying, "The first method is to find a spiritual object made of the same material as the king god sword. This spiritual object must originate from a sea of laws of equal caliber to repair the divine sword. However, even I have not fully mastered the sea of laws." Yuwen Tianqi nodded slightly. This method was indeed feasible, but the sea of laws was not something one could easily access. The old king god seemed to perceive Yuwen Tianqi's doubts and continued. The second method is to locate a divine artifact imbued with the power of the heavenly laws. While this artifact may not compare to the sea of laws, acquiring its law power could also facilitate the repair. A glimmer of hope flashed in Yuwen Tianqi's eyes. Though this method was inferior to the first, it still offered a sliver of possibility. The old king god sighed gently, stating, "The third method is that after you attain sanctity, you could lend your own law power to the divine sword, allowing it to absorb your power for self-repair." Yuwen Tianqi's expression grew somewhat impassive. None of these three methods were within his immediate reach. The old king god looked at Yuwen Tianqi and said, "Do not be disheartened. Having received the legacy of the king god sword, you are already more fortunate than many." Yuwen Tianqi shook his head slightly. Achieving sanctity was an inevitable path for him, but none of these methods allowed for rapid success. The old king god offered his counsel. Yuwen Tianqi bowed respectfully to the old king god, and then turned to depart. Since it was he who had shattered the king god sword, it was only natural that he would seek to restore it. Watching Yuwen Tianqi's figure recede into the distance, the old king god sighed deeply. He is still too young. Yuwen Tianqi's form flickered, traversing the vast sea of stars, arriving at a peculiar planet. This planet was teeming with bizarre creatures and vegetation, overwhelming him with an unprecedented sense of pressure. He understood that he needed to find a treasure made of material equivalent to that of the king god sword to mend the shattered divine blade. He explored the planet with utmost caution, searching every conceivable nook for hidden treasures. Suddenly, he spotted a valley enveloped in mysterious radiance and felt a stirring in his heart. He immediately soared toward that direction. The closer he approached the valley, the more he sensed a powerful force emanating from within. He could distinctly perceive that it was a mysterious energy he had never encountered before. Perhaps it was the very treasure he had been seeking. As he slowly entered the valley, the sight before him left him in awe. A mysterious plant radiating a purple glow grew within this valley. The leaves of this plant exhibited an extraordinary metallic sheen, as if forged from the very material of the king god sword. Yuwen Tianqi's heart leaped with joy, and he swiftly darted toward the plant. However, before he could draw near, he was repelled by a surge of formidable power. It turned out that this enigmatic plant was surrounded by a powerful energy shield, protecting it from external intrusion. Undeterred, Yuwen Tianqi took a deep breath, adjusting his strength to its optimal state. Then, he launched another assault on the plant. This time, he refrained from the recklessness he had previously displayed. Instead, he first utilized his own strength to probe the strength and position of the protective barrier. After several attempts, Yuwen Tianqi identified a vulnerable point. With a swift motion, he penetrated through that weak spot, finally drawing closer to the enigmatic plant. Cautiously, he extended his hand toward the blossom of the plant, silently reciting his mental incantation. A formidable force surged forth from his palm, gradually enveloping the bloom. Initially, it thrashed and resisted violently. Yet as Yuwen Tianqi continued to channel his power, that immense force gradually subdued the vitality of the flower. Unfortunately, the process of restoration proved to be fraught with a high failure rate. Yuwen Tianqi furrowed his brow and sighed. On another planet adorned with diamonds, a unique material known as star sand was rumored to possess miraculous powers. This star sand was said to have the capability to mend any fractured object, even capable of restoring entire planets. However, star sand was exceedingly rare on this planet and concealed in perilous locales. Determined to repair the King of World's sword, Yuwen Tianqi resolved to seek out this star sand. He departed from his home planet, traversing countless star systems, and arrived at an unfamiliar world. This planet was teeming with bizarre creatures and treacherous obstacles. Upon his arrival, Yuwen Tianqi stumbled upon an ancient temple, which was said to harbor the secrets of the star sand. Bravely, he ventured into the temple, enduring a series of trials. He battled colossal stone statues, deciphered intricate puzzles, and ultimately discovered the star sand deep within the temple's recesses. Yuwen Tianqi returned to his original planet, wielding the star sand to mend the King of World's sword. As he brought the star sand close to the sword, it began to emit a dazzling radiance. With the light dissipating, the fractures in the sword vanished, restoring it to its pristine condition. It appeared that while its form had been restored, its power remained insufficient and required further enhancement. Yuwen Tianqi contemplated the sword's hardness, muttering to himself. Through this restoration, Yuwen Tianqi gleaned an important truth. To fully restore the King of World's sword, he must employ the same materials and methods as before. Little did he know that this endeavor would yield an unparalleled divine sword. Gazing intently at the King of World's sword before him, he silently vowed to seek out more star sand to restore the sword and return to his home planet. Subsequently, he shifted his focus to other weapons. Yuwen Tianqi exited the Grand Hall, venturing deeper into the temple. Along the way, flickers of white light danced around him. These were the luminous emanations of the star sand, which had repaired the King of World's sword, enabling it to continue its battle. Within the realm of the King of Worlds, Yuwen Tianqi grasped the sword firmly. Taking a deep breath, he began to concentrate his divine power to restore the sword. The fragments of the sword began to levitate slowly, gathering in the air. Radiant beams of light emanated from Yuwen Tianqi's hands, seemingly alive, guiding each shard as they gradually coalesced into a new divine sword. As the sword began to take shape, Yuwen Tianqi's expression grew grave. He continuously infused his divine power into the divine sword, gradually enhancing its strength. After several hours, the sword was finally restored to its full glory. Yuwen Tianqi gazed at the magnificent sword in his hand, which radiated a brilliant light, seemingly expressing gratitude towards him. Suddenly, the entire realm of gods trembled. A formidable force surged from all directions, overwhelming Yuwen Tianqi with intense pressure. Startled, he swiftly retracted the sword into his grasp and hastened towards the source of the disturbance. It was the king of the gods, Shin, the elder king of gods, and Jebet. In a secluded corner of the king of God's realm, Yuwen Tianqi stood silently before King Shin, wielding a sword that shone with resplendent brilliance, the king of God's sword. In his grasp, the sword appeared to possess a life of its own, its light flickering through the night like falling stars. Yuwen Tianqi fixed his gaze upon King Shin, his eyes brimming with determination. He raised the sword high above his head and thrust it forcefully into the ground. The sword's tip pierced the air, leaving a dazzling trail that reverberated throughout the surroundings. As the King of God's sword embedded itself into the earth, a shockwave rippled outward, lifting the surrounding dust into the air. In that moment, it felt as though the entire universe trembled in response to the sword's arrival. King Shin was profoundly shaken by the spectacle, staring at Yuwen Tianqi, his astonishment beyond words. Slowly, he approached Yuwen Tianqi, his steps trembling, yet his gaze unwavering. Bowing his head, he humbly prostrated himself before Yuwen Tianqi, his voice filled with reverence and gratitude. Yuwen Tianqi, I thank you for entrusting me with the King of God's sword. I shall wield it to protect this universe and honor your expectations. Yuwen Tianqi smiled gently, his eyes reflecting trust as he regarded King Shin. He extended his hand, tenderly patting King Shin's head, as if comforting a frightened child. I believe in you, Shin. You are the most suitable guardian. King Shin felt a pang of embarrassment. Realizing that despite his inability to match Yuwen Tianqi's strength, he was being underestimated as the king of gods. He offered an awkward smile. In that instant, they exchanged knowing glances, filled with anticipation for the future and mutual trust. Their laughter echoed in the king of gods' realm, embodying an indescribable bond of friendship and responsibility. Then, Yuwen Tianqi turned to depart, his silhouette appearing grand and resolute beneath the starlight. His journey was far from over. He still needed to seek clues that could lead him to the entity capable of thwarting the destruction of the universe. After Yuwen Tianqi's departure, King Shin stood alone beside the sword, bowing his head to gaze at the king of gods' sword embedded in the ground, a symbol of strength, hope, and guardianship. He sensed the power it contained, a force that emanated from the very essence of the universe, both potent and enigmatic. King Shin sat face to face with the elder king of gods. Their existence seemed to transcend time and space, eternal and mysterious. A fervent light sparkled in Shin's eyes, as if harboring boundless wisdom and strength. He slowly spoke, "Esteemed elder, I believe our understanding of the king of gods' sword must reach even greater heights, does it not?" The old Kaioshin fell silent for a moment, his gaze seemingly traversing the boundless expanse of the cosmos, uncovering ancient secrets. His tone was profound and solemn as he spoke. The Kaioshin sword, it is the emblem of our kind and the wellspring of our strength. Its history is vast and enduring, accompanying our race through countless triumphs and tribulations. A flicker of anticipation crossed Xian's face, prompting him to inquire, "So, do you know all its secrets?" The old Kaioshin shook his head, replying, "The secrets concealed within that sword are unfathomable. While I possess some understanding, I cannot grasp them all. It is said that only a true Kaioshin can wield the sword's complete power." Determination flashed in Xian's eyes as he responded, "I understand. I shall seek the true secrets of the Kaioshin sword and master its power." The old Kaioshin regarded Xian with a glimmer of satisfaction, aware that this young Kaioshin had matured and was ready to shoulder that great responsibility. He nodded and said, "Very well, go seek it. I believe you shall uncover the true secrets of the Kaioshin sword." Chapter 72, Super Saiyan God. In the next moment, a figure returned. Both Kaioshin Xian and the old Kaioshin were taken aback. "Yuwen Tianqi, why have you returned?" "Hee, I came to ask you a few questions," Yuwen Tianqi said, scratching the back of his head with a smile. "Could you elaborate on the secrets between the Kaioshin and the God of Destruction?" "What? You actually know about the God of Destruction?" Kaioshin Xian and the old Kaioshin were astounded. How could Yuwen Tianqi be aware of such secrets? "Not only do I know, but I'm also aware of multiple universes, angels, and—" Yuwen Tianqi grinned mischievously, the Grand Minister. With piercing eyes, he fixed his gaze upon Kaioshin Xian and the old Kaioshin. With a thud, both Kaioshin Xian and the old Kaioshin collapsed to the ground in shock. He continued, "I shall interject briefly. By the way, I seem to have heard some news." "Why the Grand Minister?" "The Grand Minister is a figure standing at the pinnacle of the multiverse, their power having reached an eternal level, making them the strongest in the multiverse. Yet, to the entirety of the multiverse, they remain mere legends, elusive and untouchable. It is said that they have attained a higher dimensional existence, surpassing the confines of time and space. Only the true strongest may possess knowledge of their whereabouts." "Ahem, I cannot disclose more," the old Kaioshin admitted, a hint of embarrassment crossing his features. "Cannot disclose?" Yuwen Tianqi frowned. "I can, but I dare not." The old Kaioshin's expression shifted. "Why?" Yuwen Tianqi queried, perplexed. "Because the Grand Minister, they are the true masters of the multiverse. In this world, they are the genuine sovereigns. We are but inferior beings, and the true secrets are beyond our reach. Thus, we must refrain from speaking further." Upon hearing the words of the Supreme Kaioshin, Yuwen Tianqi began to comprehend the situation. Indeed, this world belonged to them. They were the true sovereigns. Even the Supreme Kaioshin and the old Supreme Kai were merely subordinates in their employ, their status insignificant in comparison. "Very well. I shall not intrude upon your enjoyment. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave," Yuwen Tianqi remarked nonchalantly. He had gleaned considerable knowledge about the Omni King and the Grand Minister from the narratives of his past life. Although he remained unaware of the deepest secrets, it mattered little. With a swift movement, Yuwen Tianqi teleported away from the Supreme Kai realm. Both Supreme Kaioshin and the old Supreme Kai sighed in relief. This troublesome entity had finally departed. Predecessor, Yuwen Tianqi inquired about the Omni King and the Grand Minister, to which Supreme Kaioshin hesitated to respond. Matters of this nature are beyond our involvement. Though Yuwen Tianqi is formidable, he pales in comparison to the Omni King and the Grand Minister. much like the sun compared to a firefly, not to mention the presence of the god of destruction, whom Yuwen Tianqi could never hope to defeat. The old Supreme Kai turned and departed. Meanwhile, on Earth, upon his return, Yuwen Tianqi engaged in profound conversations with Bidalai and Erasa, followed by offering comfort to Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Launch, and then took the two children to enjoy the amusement park. Subsequently, he seized moments to instruct Goku and Vegeta in their training. Life was indeed vibrant and fulfilling. Nevertheless, Yuwen Tianqi did not neglect his own cultivation, rapidly enhancing his strength through the system's augmentation and his own extraordinary talents. On one particular day, Yuwen Tianqi was training alongside Goku and Vegeta. Remarkably, Goku and Vegeta had successfully fused. They had adopted the name Vegeto for their combined form. A deep-voiced figure stood before him, exuding overwhelming power. Vegeto clenched his fists and unleashed a mighty roar, enveloped in crackling energy, his golden aura flaring as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. This aura is impressive. At your current state, defeating the Majin Buu of yours should be a relatively effortless task, Yuwen Tianqi mused, stroking his chin in contemplation. Vegeto's eyes widened, and before his laughter could subside, a surge of formidable energy erupted from him. Like a bolt of lightning, he charged at Yuwen Tianqi. However, Yuwen Tianqi displayed no fear, his body shifting as he transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. His hair turned to deep azure, radiating an imposing aura, clearly much stronger than before. Upon witnessing Yuwen Tianqi's transformation, Vegeto was momentarily taken aback, sensing that this form possessed a strength even greater than he had anticipated. Yet Vegeto did not falter. He continued to launch fierce attacks against Yuwen Tianqi, though a hint of seriousness now graced his features. Nonetheless, Yuwen Tianqi offered Vegeto no opportunity. He deftly evaded Vegeto's assault with a swift motion. Subsequently, he delivered a punch that sent Vegeto staggering several paces back. The astonishment on Vegeto's face was palpable. He had never expected Yuwen Tianqi to become this powerful. Yuwen Tianqi did not relent. He charged once more toward Vegeta, delivering a flurry of punches. Vegeta could only retreat repeatedly, acutely aware that his strength was no match for Yuwen Tianqi's prowess. Observing Yuwen's azure hair, a flicker of resignation crossed Vegeta's eyes. The outcome of this battle was unmistakable, as Yuwen Tianqi claimed victory with absolute dominance. Standing there, Vegeta's face was etched with admiration. He finally comprehended the chasm that separated them. This battle ignited an exhilarating thrill within him, and he eagerly anticipated their next encounter. Gazing at Yuwen Tianqi's elegant silhouette, a yearning expression emerged on Vegeta's face. Yuwen, feeling a twinge of headache, noted the audacity of this challenger. Had he not concealed the full extent of his power, Vegeta would have already been vanquished. As Vegeta regarded Yuwen's retreating figure, he murmured, having grown so strong, "Are you truly still yourself?" Without turning back, Yuwen replied coolly, "Am I? A different version of myself." Vegeta sighed softly, having heard tales of Yuwen Tianqi before, yet only now grasping the reality of his transformation. The Yuwen of yore had indeed been weak, but the present Yuwen was beyond his capacity to confront. A bittersweet smile crossed Vegeta's face as he realized this was the true Yuwen Tianqi. However, he felt the weight of age upon him, knowing he could never ascend to such heights again, leaving him with an unsettling feeling. With his hair reverting to its natural black, Vegeta gently stated, "The title of Super Saiyan God rightfully belongs to you." Upon uttering this, his form split, becoming Son Goku and Vegeta. Super Saiyan God? Yuwen Tianqi chuckled, his previously calm aura swelling dramatically. With a powerful shout, a crimson flame enveloped him, and his hair transformed into a vibrant red. This was the state of the Super Saiyan God. Son Goku and Vegeta were taken aback. Super Saiyan God? Indeed. You two have a considerable journey ahead to master Super Saiyan Blue, yet the Super Saiyan God state may prove more accessible for you, Yuwen explained to them. Goku and Vegeta exchanged determined glances, clearly prepared for the challenge ahead. Standing beside them, Yuwen pressed his palms together and began to chant an enigmatic incantation. Vegeta's eyes sparkled with resolve as his body began to transform. He grew several inches taller, his muscles becoming more defined. His hair shifted from gold to red, and he felt a surge of power striving to break free. Goku, sensing Vegeta's transformation, was inwardly astonished. Concurrently, he felt his own body strengthening, his stature increasing as well. His hair transitioned from gold to red, and as both of them embraced the Super Saiyan God form, a crimson aura enveloped them. The aura surrounding them resembled flames, fervent and intense. They felt their strength continuously augmenting, their bodies growing increasingly agile. A shared glance revealed the transformation within each of them. They sensed they had evolved into entirely new beings, poised to confront any challenge that lay ahead. After a period of time, they ultimately triumphed. Their metamorphosis was complete, and their combat prowess had surged dramatically. They felt an unprecedented strength coursing through them. At that moment, Yuwen Tianqi concluded his incantation. With a wave of his hand directed at Sun Wukong and Vegeta, a radiant beam emanated forth, enveloping them in its embrace. Their forms were swathed in light, akin to being consumed by a gentle, crimson flame. Soon after, Sun Wukong and Vegeta experienced a warm surge rising from the depths of their beings, flooding through their limbs and bones. Their skin began to glisten, as if coated with a layer of golden sheen. At this juncture, Yuwen Tianqi's voice resonated in their ears. You have successfully transformed into Super Saiyan gods. Now, you may unleash your powers at will. Under Yuwen Tianqi's rigorous training, Sun Wukong and Vegeta transcended their limits, achieving the transformation into Super Saiyan gods. They felt an overwhelming surge of power, as if capable of obliterating everything in their path. Positioned at the center of the arena, they readied themselves to challenge Yuwen Tianqi once more. With a smile, Yuwen Tianqi accepted their challenge. In an instant, he transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, radiating a cerulean aura. His countenance deepened with an enigmatic quality, as though it contained boundless power. The battle commenced, with Sun Wukong and Vegeta launching fierce assaults at Yuwen Tianqi. Their fists struck like hammers against him, yet he remained unfazed. With a mere smile, Yuwen Tianqi evaded their strikes with lightning speed, then countered with a sweeping motion, unleashing a tremendous energy wave towards them. Sun Wukong and Vegeta felt the force of this energy wave and were taken aback. They hastily summoned all their strength. Vegeta extended his hands and claws, while Sun Wukong brandished his golden staff high. However, the energy wave seemed insurmountable, effortlessly breaching their defenses and crashing them to the ground. Struggling to rise, Sun Wukong and Vegeta sensed their strength rapidly depleting, while Yuwen Tianqi stood steadfast, his blue aura intensifying. He approached them, a cruel smile etched upon his face. You are still too weak, Yuwen Tianqi remarked coldly, delivering a powerful punch that struck Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong let out a pained cry, his body soaring away like a kite severed from its string. Vegeta, consumed by fury, attempted to charge at Yuwen Tianqi in desperate retaliation, yet was restrained by an unseen force, rendered immobile. Yuwen Tianqi's mocking laughter echoed once more before he vanished from sight, reappearing behind Vegeta. A chill crept up Vegeta's spine as he prepared to turn and defend himself, only to be struck squarely in the back by Yuwen Tianqi's fist. He collapsed to the ground, unable to continue the fight. Vegeta felt an excruciating pain coursing through his body, letting out a scream before collapsing to the ground. Upon witnessing Vegeta's agonized fall, Goku roared and charged towards Yuwen Tianqi. However, at that moment, Yuwen Tianqi vanished, only for Vegeta to reappear behind him, delivering a powerful punch that sent him sprawling to the ground. Yuwen Tianqi sneered. You are too naive to believe that transforming would enable you to defeat me. You both still require further training, without transforming into Super Saiyan Blue. You're no match for me. Well, we understand. Goku and Vegeta exchanged glances, each reflecting a sense of helplessness. Satisfied, Yuwen Tianqi departed. For several years thereafter, Goku and Vegeta, having consistently fallen before Yuwen Tianqi, engaged in relentless training. Meanwhile, Yuwen Tianqi embarked on a new journey, setting his sights on other universes, particularly the war-torn realm of the god of destruction Beerus, the angel Whis, and the other gods and angels of various universes. He also contemplated the omnipotent Zeno and the Grand Minister, whose presence loomed over all. Countless formidable beings flashed through Yuwen Tianqi's mind, yet they served merely as stepping stones on his path forward. Clenching his fists firmly, he murmured to himself, "My ambition is the cosmos, every single universe. I shall become the strongest across all realms, surpassing Zeno and the Grand Minister." Seated quietly upon a rocky outcrop of a distant planet, Yuwen Tianqi recognized that he was destined to transcend all universes, eclipsing even the highest authorities. His gaze was profound and resolute, as if capable of piercing through all barriers to glimpse the very edge of existence. Chapter 73. The Angel of the Sixth Universe. Yuwen Tianqi suddenly bellowed, unleashing the power he had amassed over the years in a torrent, manifesting a brilliant golden pillar of light behind him. This luminous column seemed to possess the might to reshape the cosmos, soaring skyward and shattering the heavy cosmic barriers. With a single forceful strike, the cosmic barrier fractured like glass, revealing the enigmatic sixth universe. The starlit expanse here differed subtly from the universe Yuwen Tianqi was accustomed to. Stars twinkled and shimmered, seemingly narrating the tales of this realm. He felt as if he had entered an entirely new world, where the atmosphere, the celestial panorama, and every detail felt both foreign and exhilarating. He understood that he had left behind the familiar cosmos and stepped into an uncharted domain. Gathering his focus, he surveyed his surroundings. The beauty and mystery of the starry sky captivated him, evoking a sensation that this universe was vaster and more profound than his previous one. Yuwen Tianqi slowly set foot on this new land, each step feeling like an exploration of the unknown. He realized that this new universe would present him with endless challenges and opportunities. He paused, quietly absorbing the essence of this new realm, aware that his new journey was commencing at this very moment. Yuwen Tianqi traversed the vast expanse of the cosmos, landing upon a planet strikingly similar to Earth. His gaze was immediately captivated by the breathtaking scenery. A vast meadow stretched before him, with tall grass swaying gently in the breeze, reminiscent of undulating ocean waves. Standing amidst the verdant blades, he looked up to behold a sky of such brilliant blue and crystalline clarity, akin to a painter's palette. Yet this was a masterpiece of nature itself. Crouching down, he scooped a handful of soil, its texture familiar and comforting. Closing his eyes, he inhaled deeply, savoring the earthy aroma, a scent imbued with the essence of life. In that moment, he felt an inexplicable connection to the vitality of this planet, resonating with its very being. Rising to his feet, he strode forward, the sights unfolding before him, evoking memories of Earth's familiar landscapes. As he ventured through a forest, the leaves of the towering trees shimmered in the sunlight, as if adorned with a golden edge. Crossing a babbling brook, he admired the crystal-clear water where fish danced playfully, seemingly welcoming him to this new realm. This is the sixth universe, Yuwen Tianqi murmured to himself, a smile inexplicably gracing his lips at the mention of the name Bados, an angel of the sixth universe. The name echoed in his mind, refusing to fade away. Perhaps this was destiny. Here I come, he chuckled softly. Before him lay a vibrant forest, with towering trees and lush foliage, creating a verdant curtain that shielded the sun. Above, a mighty river surged, its flowing waters harmonizing with the melodies of nature, a symphony exquisite to the senses. A flock of birds perched upon the branches, curiously observing Yuwen Tianqi as he made his way beneath them. The grass exuded a delicate fragrance, uplifting his spirit, and he inhaled deeply, relishing the freshness of the air he had long been deprived of. He stood still, absorbing the essence of this place. Everything felt so familiar, yet so alien. What indeed was this place? He pondered the question, surrounded by the invigorating air, the lush green fields, and the cheerful chirping of birds. Everything was so enchanting, so intoxicating. Yet what exactly was this place? Turning his gaze toward the setting sun, he recalled the direction he had come from. A glance into the distance revealed an endless expanse of desert. What lay beyond was a mystery. Hesitation gripped him as he deliberated whether to press onward toward the illuminated horizon. Yet uncertainty clouded his thoughts about the path ahead. Even if there are mountains of blades and seas of fire, I shall forge ahead, he resolved within, battling the turmoil of indecision. Ultimately, his inner conviction prevailed, and he chose to stride toward the light. He lifted his foot and continued onward. Time lost all meaning as he walked, unaware of how long he had journeyed or how far he had traveled, until he arrived at the entrance of a mysterious palace, veiled in a shroud of mist. The palace eluded clarity, revealing only its grand silhouette. Suddenly, a voice resonated, a melodious tone responding, "Welcome, my master." Yuwen Tianqi was taken aback, instinctively stepping back a pace. "Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm," the clear voice echoed once more. Yuwen Tianqi cautiously retreated, his heart a tumult of uncertainty as he pondered whether to proceed. At that moment, the enigmatic palace began to shift, advancing towards him until it stood magnificently before him. The edifice was colossal, grandiose in its stature. Before it loomed a great door, adorned with a plaque inscribed with the name Bardos. "This is Bardos's palace?" Yuwen Tianqi queried, astonished. "Indeed, I am Bardos," the clear voice affirmed. You are the angel of the sixth universe?" Yuwen Tianqi exclaimed, astonished at the existence of angels in this world. Yes, I am Bardos of the Sixth Universe. How should I address you? He asked, exhilaration bubbling within him as he yearned for a meaningful conversation with this celestial being, yet uncertain of how to refer to her. You may call me Bardos, came the reply. Very well, Lady Bardos, Yuwen Tianqi smiled. My master, please enter, Bardos urged again. With a determined step, Yuwen Tianqi approached the threshold of the mysterious palace. He and Bardos stood in quiet opposition, their dialogue lingering in the air. A spark of excitement flickered in Yuwen Tianqi's eyes as he felt an unprecedented power surging from within, transforming him from the inside out. Suddenly, his body quivered, his skin shifting from black to a brilliant blue, a metamorphosis into the legendary Super Saiyan blue form. His hair elongated, and his azure eyes brimmed with boundless courage and resolve. Instantly, his aura intensified, a surge of strength coursing through him as if limitless. His heart raced, each beat infused with monumental power. Drawing a deep breath, he challenged Bardos. Now, let us engage in a contest of strength. Bardos calmly accepted his challenge, remaining poised and immovable, her presence overshadowing Yuwen Tianqi entirely. Without hesitation, he launched his assault, his fists striking like lightning, blue light tracing arcs through the air. Yet, Bardos remained unperturbed, merely waving her hand, an invisible force effortlessly neutralizing his attack. Yuwen Tianqi felt as though he had struck an unseen barrier, sent sprawling through the air, tumbling before crashing heavily to the ground. Struggling to rise, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, the realization dawning on him that his power seemed minuscule in Bardos's presence. Rising once more, his gaze hardened with newfound determination. He understood that his strength was still insufficient and that he needed to continue his journey of empowerment. Bardos gazed at Yuwen Tianqi, her eyes shimmering with brilliance. Gradually, she approached him, gently caressing his cheek before softly placing a kiss upon his lips. This kiss seemed to embody the essence of the heavens and the earth, instigating a wondrous transformation within Yuwen Tianqi's being. He felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him, a sensation that stirred deep within his heart. Come, Bardos whispered. Let us engage in profound communication, and I shall guide you in your cultivation. In the serene confines of the meditation chamber, illuminated by gentle lights that painted the surroundings in a poetic glow, Bardos stood tall and elegant, her beauty imbued with an air of mystery. Her emerald eyes sparkled with wisdom, as if concealing infinite secrets and enigmas. With a subtle smile that bloomed like a flower, she extended a hand towards Yuwen Tianqi, a radiant light blossoming from her fair palm. Come, she urged softly, let us delve deeper into our exchange, and I shall teach you the ways of cultivation. A tremor coursed through Yuwen Tianqi's heart, as if an invisible force beckoned him forward, compelling him to take a step closer. He sensed his heartbeat quicken, his blood boiling with fervor. His gaze was fixed intently on Bardos, his deep-set eyes reflecting a longing and anticipation. Bardos caressed the light, a warm energy flooding into Yuwen Tianqi's being. He felt as if every cell in his body vibrated with an indescribable marvel. Their exchange commenced. Bardos, with her unique language and graceful demeanor, guided Yuwen Tianqi into the realm of cultivation. Her voice resonated like a beautiful melody, drifting enchantingly into his ears. Her narrative was akin to the sunlight of dawn, both warm and radiant. Immersed in this exquisite sensation, Yuwen Tianqi continuously grasped and explored the depths of understanding. Their interaction transcended mere words, evolving into a communion of souls. Each gesture, each glance conveyed profound emotions and aspirations. Time flowed serenely within the meditation chamber, their dialogue deepening with every passing moment. With her wisdom and experience, Bardos led Yuwen Tianqi to surpass his limits, unveiling the mysteries of cultivation. In that instant, Yuwen Tianqi felt as though he existed within a wondrous universe, where he could sense the vastness of the cosmos and the boundless possibilities of life. Days passed in sweet intimacy between Yuwen Tianqi and Bardos, the angel of the sixth universe, as they reveled in each other's affection, savoring this extraordinary emotional connection. Their closeness transcended mere physical union. It was a harmonious convergence of spirit and soul, allowing Yuwen Tianqi to temporarily forget his mission, enveloped entirely in this river of love. Yet, he knew he could not remain in this enchanting haven forever. He had his own mission to fulfill. Summoning his courage, he bid farewell to Bardos. preparing to leave this intoxicating place and continue his journey of cultivation. Bardos, perceiving the resolve and determination in his gaze, felt a pang of reluctance, but ultimately respected his decision. She understood that Yuwen Tianqi bore a more significant mission, and all she could do was support him in fulfilling that purpose. Accompanied by Bardos, Yuwen Tianqi embarked on his journey of cultivation. They traversed the farthest reaches of the cosmos, exploring various extraordinary places of enlightenment. Together, they faced challenges, mutually supporting one another, and each success deepened their bond. With Bardos' assistance, Yuwen Tianqi not only made remarkable progress in his cultivation, but also expanded his understanding of the universe. Their feelings for each other grew ever stronger during their travels, and every parting only intensified their longing. However, the journey of cultivation was fraught with obstacles. Yuwen Tianqi suffered a grievous injury during one session, the wound deep enough to reveal bone. Witnessing his agony brought tears to Bardos' eyes. Yet, Yuwen Tianqi bore the pain with fortitude, smiling to reassure Bardos not to worry. In the process of tending to Yuwen Tianqi's wound, their souls once again harmonized. Within the celestial realm of the universe, numerous angels exist, each possessing their own dominions and powers. Among them is Bardos, the sister of Angel Vis, renowned as the most formidable of all angels, hailing from the seventh universe. Bardos possesses a uniquely striking presence, tall and exquisitely beautiful. She seems to be the creation of a master artisan. Her skin shimmers in shades of turquoise, complemented by cascading white hair. In her right hand, she wields an elongated staff that enables her to traverse and observe the universe swiftly, its central hues alternating between crimson and deep blue. A large, pale blue halo encircles her neck. Her gaze is profound and luminous, seemingly capable of penetrating all illusions. Clad in garments that are both elegant and mysterious, she dons an ensemble made of countless special fabrics, which appear to possess a life of their own, dancing in harmony with her movements. Bardos' strength is celebrated as unparalleled among all celestial angels, a claim not devoid of merit. In the realm of angels, every skirmish and battle is brutally fierce and sanguinary. Yet, Bardos stands as an invincible general in these conflicts, able to vanquish even the mightiest of foes single-handedly. Her power resembles an endless abyss, perpetually insatiable. Chapter 74, Bardos in Love. In a battle against demons from alternate universes, Bardos unveiled her astonishing prowess. The demon she confronted wielded formidable magic and strength. Yet Bardos remained undaunted. She unfurled her wings and charged at the demon. Amidst flames and explosions, Bardos' might shattered the demon into fragments, ultimately dispersing it into a wisp of black smoke. Despite her formidable capabilities, Bardos does not revel in arrogance. Rather, she possesses a keen sense of balance and treats her companions and subordinates with kindness. Under her leadership, the angels of the seventh universe stand united, repeatedly resisting threats from other realms. However, despite the formidable strength of Bardos, she grapples with her own troubles and anguish. Deep within her soul, she perpetually feels the absence of something essential, a sentiment known as love. Although endowed with immense power and boundless wisdom, she remains unable to comprehend the significance and value of this emotion. This longing has transformed into an insatiable desire within her heart. The angel Bardos of the sixth universe floats serenely amidst the resplendent void of stars. Her mind, akin to a pristine mirror, reflects the infinite mysteries of the cosmos and the ineffable solitude that accompanies them. Yet, when her gaze first falls upon Yuwen Tianqi, a tempest of emotions surges within her, akin to ripples dancing upon a tranquil lake. It is a sensation unlike any other, reminiscent of a familiar melody that unexpectedly resonates in her ears, strange yet known. His presence resembles a distant star, flickering yet illuminating the entirety of the universe. In her eyes, Yuwen Tianqi perceives a reflection of himself, a profound feeling that is both subtle and intense, destined to intertwine their fates. Bardos gazes at him, her emotions surging like a torrent, yet gentle as a lamb. She envisions Yuwen Tianqi wielding his sword against the encroaching darkness across the boundless cosmos, moving gracefully through the sea of stars. Akin to a magnificent poem, she sees the indomitable light gleaming in his eyes, a beacon of a hero and a harbinger of hope for the future. In that moment, Bardos comprehends everything. Her heart pounds within her chest, a long-forgotten sensation awakening. She realizes that this man, Yuwen Tianqi, is destined to alter her fate and the fate of the entire universe. At the same time, Yuwen Tianqi becomes acutely aware of Battos's gaze upon him. He lifts his head, their eyes meeting in an intersection of destinies. He perceives an ocean of stars, an endless and profound expanse that captivates him, as if the entirety of the universe resides within her eyes. He cannot articulate this feeling. He merely knows he is deeply drawn to her. As he gazes into Battos's eyes, he glimpses his own destiny unfolding before him. He understands that this woman, Battos, will transform his fate and the fate of the cosmos. Two hearts collide in the depths of the universe, an ineffable sensation that embodies the power of the cosmos and the force of destiny. They lock eyes, and it seems as though the entire universe spins at the nexus of their gaze. Battos's self-extreme technique and free boundless technique are among the most enigmatic and formidable skills in the universe. These arts possess boundless power, capable of transmuting all energy into what she requires, rendering her foes powerless against her. Battos's eyes are as deep as the sea, shimmering with the light of wisdom. Her visage is ethereal, with a high nose and tightly sealed lips, as if striving to suppress the emotions swirling within her heart. Her form is graceful, akin to willow swaying in the wind, delicate yet resilient. Battos stands poised, like a kingfisher ready to launch into action, anticipating the challenges that lie ahead. Yuwen Tianqi sits quietly at the opposite end of the dojo, his gaze resolute and clear, as if prepared to confront whatever may come. He sensed the formidable aura emanating from Battos, his heart filled with both reverence and excitement. He understood that he was about to confront a daunting challenge. Yet he felt no fear. Rather, he was imbued with anticipation. Battos took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and began to cultivate her ultimate technique. Her form gradually became indistinct, as if shrouded in a mystical halo. Her breath quickened, each inhalation carrying with it a powerful current that billowed her robe. She ascended, soaring like a fluttering leaf above the arena. Suddenly, she released a piercing, melodious cry that resonated like celestial music, reverberating through the souls of all present. With outstretched arms, she thrust forward, unleashing two torrents of potent energy from her palms, surging directly towards Yuwen Tianqi. Yuwen Tianqi felt the overwhelming force wash over him, his heart quickening, yet he remained composed. He activated his own supreme technique, moving like lightning through the fierce winds of the energy currents. His figure swayed precariously under the onslaught, but he managed to stabilize himself at each critical moment. He sensed Battos's power surging like a tidal wave, each impact threatening to engulf him. Yet, he did not falter. Instead, he endeavored to maintain his inner tranquility and clarity. Battos and Yuwen Tianqi found themselves seated upon a floating feather, a realm conjured by Yuwen Tianqi's mental prowess. Surrounding them was an infinite void, speckled with starlight, resembling a vast ocean of stars. Battos, adorned in a white angelic robe, bore a serene and beautiful countenance. Behind her, a pair of translucent wings fluttered gently, each feather shimmering with an enigmatic glow. The journey to becoming an angel was fraught with challenges, Battos began. First, I had to seek a rare substance known as pure tear within the fifth universe. This substance is pivotal for angelic evolution. She paused, her gaze drifting through the void, as if reminiscing about her perilous expedition. I endured countless dangers and trials before discovering the pure tear in the Valley of Tears. Then, I merged it with my own power, initiating the angelic evolution ritual at the cost of my life force. Her tone carried a hint of nostalgia, as if savoring the experience. As the ritual commenced, my body was enveloped in a searing radiance. I felt a tremendous force surging within me, constantly transforming me. I screamed and struggled, but that power intensified, threatening to tear my body apart. A fleeting expression of pain crossed Battos's face, quickly replaced by tranquility. Then, I heard a voice, the voice of the universe. It declared, "You have passed the trial and become the angel of the sixth universe." Subsequently, I felt an unparalleled strength coursing through me, a sensation I had never experienced before. She spread her arms wide, her wings glowing brighter, emanating a sacred light. My body was transformed by that power. I felt lighter, purer. When I opened my eyes, I beheld a new world, so beautiful and so divine. As she spoke, Bardos suddenly broke into a radiant smile, her expression as warm as the sun. "And what about the high priest?" asked Yuwen Tianqi, his eyes glimmering with curiosity. "The high priest," Bardos replied. her eyes shimmering with admiration and respect, is the father of all celestial angels in our universe. His might is beyond description. Even a single finger of his embodies a force that vastly surpasses my own. Yuwen Tianqi found himself entranced, a surge of intense combat desire welling up within him. He could envision the High Priest's power, undoubtedly formidable enough to induce trepidation, far exceeding any portrayal in the original Dragon Ball narrative. His presence resembled an unshakable tower within the cosmos, inspiring a profound inclination to bow in reverence. Bardoss continued, his wisdom and strength make us angels feel profoundly inadequate. Every word and gesture of his exudes an extraordinary elegance and depth. Yuwen Tianqi could sense that Bardoss's reverence for the High Priest emanated from the very depths of her being. This High Priest was not merely her leader, but also her mentor and friend. His existence held immeasurable influence, not only among celestial angels, but throughout the entire universe. As Bardoss's words flowed, Yuwen Tianqi found himself sinking deeper into contemplation. He envisioned the enigmatic High Priest, imagining his power, wisdom, and elegance. He realized that the tale of this High Priest would become a part of his own creative work, serving as a character archetype in his writings. At that moment, alongside his admiration and respect, a powerful urge to create surged within him. He aspired to depict the essence of this High Priest through his words, allowing more people to grasp his greatness and allure. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes, already commencing the conceptualization of the High Priest's story in his mind. "Ah, you're quite clever," Bardoss remarked with a smile. "Very well, let me teach you the self-extremity technique. This martial art is one of the pinnacle practices in our universe. Arduous to cultivate, yet yielding a terrifying power. Its uniqueness lies in its ability to completely merge consciousness with the physical body, unleashing the body's potential to its fullest extent. Moreover, it possesses a remarkable capacity that enables one to remain alert at all times, unaffected by external disturbances." Bardoss cleared her throat and continued, of course. "Reaching such a realm is not easily achieved. You must continually practice, adjusting your consciousness and physicality until they gradually fuse together. Throughout this process, you must also challenge yourself relentlessly, pushing your limits. Only then can you truly grasp the essence of the self-extremity technique." "I see," Yuwen Tianqi nodded. "Lady Bardoss, could you demonstrate the cultivation method of the self-extremity technique for me?" "Certainly," Bardoss replied with a slight smile. "I will now demonstrate it for you. Observe my movements and follow along." With that, Bardoss began to illustrate the cultivation method of the self-extremity technique. Her movements appeared deceptively simple, yet they demanded a profound emphasis on bodily coordination and balance. Each gesture required Yuwen Tianqi to observe and emulate with meticulous attention. "Now perform alongside me," Bardoss instructed as she demonstrated. Yuwen Tianqi nodded, earnestly imitating Bardoss's motions. Although his body did not fully integrate into each action as Bardoss's did, he could nonetheless perceive the profound effects each movement had on his own physique. "Excellent." Just like that, Bardoss observed as Yuwen Tianqi's execution grew, increasingly adept. A satisfied smile gracing her features. "As long as you persist in your practice, continually refining your body and consciousness, you will gradually grasp the essence of the self-extreme intent technique." Seated cross-legged on the bed, Yuwen Tianqi felt an overwhelming tranquility enveloping him. He had been immersed in the practice of the self-extreme intent technique for quite some time. In this state, his thoughts soared like brilliant meteors streaking across the dark night sky, in search of his inner self. His physical form seemed to dissolve, leaving behind a potent will that governed his actions. This will resembled an invisible hand, guiding every inch of his skin and every organ, allowing him to navigate through the void. It was as though a window had opened within his spirit, granting him clarity to perceive the world around him. He heard the distant chirping of birds, inhaled the freshness of the air, and even sensed the pulsation of the earth beneath his feet. Suddenly, a surge of immense power erupted from his dantian, an ineffable force that felt like the primal energy of the cosmos. This power instantly radiated throughout his entire being, invigorating every part of him with vibrant life. His skin became as translucent as crystal, revealing the flow of blood beneath. His eyes sparkled like stars, seemingly capable of discerning the essence of a universe. His hair cascaded like a waterfall, dancing in accordance with his will. The force within his dantian continued to surge and expand. It seemed as though his body was no longer bound by any limitations, as if he could traverse time and space at will. His mind became increasingly lucid, able to perceive the myriad secrets of existence. He felt the tremors of the He felt as though he had transcended into a divine being, capable of commanding all that existed. An overwhelming aura erupted from his body. His eyes gleamed with a golden light, penetrating the veil of illusion. His hair flowed in the wind like flames. Chapter 6. He extended his palm, gently pressing towards the distant peaks. And in that moment, the colossal mountain crumbled into a cloud of dust. His figure gradually became indistinct. His mouth, and a searing golden radiance burst forth, seemingly embodying all of Yuwen Tianqi's power and will. This beam of light soared into the distance, leaving destruction in its wake. Instant, Yuwen Tianqi suddenly sensed a tumultuous change within himself. His momentum faltered. This was dire. Just as he teetered on the brink, Beidos intervened, saving him from catastrophe. Yuwen Tianqi obediently rose to his feet, following Beidos as they exited the chamber designed for cultivation. Their steps were light, as if they feared to disturb the surrounding tranquility. Beidos's shadow elongated in the dim corridor, while Yuwen Tianqi silently trailed behind, feeling an emptiness within him, a void left by the interruption of his practice. After a short while, they arrived at a brightly lit dining hall, the only place in the entire monastery brimming with the essence of life, where the aroma of food and the sounds of laughter filled the air. Beidos arranged a seat for Yuwen Tianqi and gently said, "Please sit for a moment. I will fetch you something to eat." Yuwen Tianqi numbly nodded, his gaze lingering on a distant corner of the monastery, a place that had once been his sanctuary for cultivation. Before long, Beidos returned, bearing 2 plates laden with food. She placed the dishes before Yuwen Tianqi and softly urged, "Eat, this is your favorite." Only then did he slowly regain his focus, beginning to eat with chopsticks. Beidos watched him quietly, her eyes reflecting a tender affection. A peculiar warmth surged within Yuwen Tianqi as he realized how wonderful it felt to be cared for. He could not help but set down his chopsticks, gazing intently at Beidos. "What is it?" Beidos inquired with concern. A satisfied smile illuminated Yuwen Tianqi's face. Suddenly, a piercing voice echoed nearby. "Oh, isn't this our little Tianqi? What brings you here?" A frivolous tone drifted from a distance. Yuwen Tianqi's expression darkened instantly. He would never forget that voice. He recognized its owner, the god of destruction from the sixth universe, Kampa. The thought of the bullying he had endured at the hands of this individual clenched his fists involuntarily. Just then, a gentle voice interjected, "Little Tianqi, what troubles you? Why the anger?" A beautiful figure appeared before Yuwen Tianqi's gaze. He looked up to see Boruto's, the very embodiment of beauty and gentleness. A warmth surged within him at the sight of her. Suddenly, Yuwen Tianqi's gaze deepened. His body seemed enveloped in a radiant aura, a manifestation of power, intertwined with mysterious runes. He realized he had finally unlocked the legendary self-ultimate technique. In that moment, his heart brimmed with determination and conviction. His being felt as though it had transformed into an unfathomable black hole, ceaselessly absorbing the energy surrounding him. This extraordinary sensation, this ineffable power, made him feel as if he could command everything. Simultaneously, a voice resonated within him, akin to a symphony of myriad sounds. Like the first rays of dawn, it was the voice of the self-ultimate technique. In that moment, he seemed to grasp the essence of life, wielding an unprecedented force. His body trembled gently, as if releasing even greater energy through its quaking. At this moment, his power surged forth like a cascading waterfall, an unstoppable force, an unpredictable energy. Just then, the god of destruction, Saiyan, appeared before him with a chilling smile. His gaze was filled with mockery and cruelty. Prepared to confront the challenge posed by Yuwen Tianqi and annihilate this insignificant human. However, upon witnessing the powerful light in Yuwen Tianqi's eyes, his smile vanished. This human, whom he had deemed easily destroyable, radiated a strength that matched his own. Saiyan was taken aback, unable to fathom the extent of this human's power. Yet, Yuwen Tianqi merely smiled serenely, unperturbed by Saiyan's destructive might, for he had already awakened his ultimate self-intent and free self-intent. The clash of their powers in the air was akin to silent fireworks, profoundly stirring. The battle between the god of destruction, Saiyan, and Yuwen Tianqi unfolded in this realm, surprising all with the realization that this human could stand against the deity. In that instant, Yuwen Tianqi transcended his former self, embodying an extraordinary warrior, challenging Saiyan with indomitable will and formidable strength. Bardoss dismissed Saiyan, then turned to Yuwen Tianqi. Smiling as she said, "You harbor doubts, fears, and expectations within you. These are grave impediments on the path of cultivation. You must first learn to relinquish these futile emotions to focus on your practice." Yuwen Tianqi nodded silently, acutely aware of the confusion and fear that filled his heart. Yet, he also recognized that these feelings would serve him no purpose. Thus, he took a deep breath, striving to calm his mind. Master Bardoss gazed at him with a gentle smile, extending her hand. A soft aura emanated from her palm, tenderly caressing Yuwen Tianqi's body. It was an unfamiliar warmth, reminiscent of a mother's touch, akin to the sun's rays enveloping him. "What you must cultivate first is your heart," Bardoss declared. "Only when your spirit is truly serene can you receive the power of cultivation I impart to you. Now, your task is to relax your body and mind, allowing me to help you open your heart." Her voice possessed a magical quality that Yuwen Tianqi found irresistible. He closed his eyes, emptying his thoughts, surrendering to the gentle energy flowing through him. Gradually, he became immersed in this unparalleled sensation. Not far away, a meadow came into view, a sun-drenched expanse adorned with vibrant blossoms. Butterflies danced among the flowers, while birds joyfully sang from the branches above. In the distance, a brook flowed quietly, reflecting the brilliance of the sunlight. "Here," Bardoss halted in the center of the meadow, "is our place of cultivation." Yuwen Tianqi lifted his gaze to behold the stunning landscape. He could feel the essence of nature and the pulsating vitality of the grass beneath him. This experience was entirely distinct from the theoretical teachings he had encountered in books. It was a novel awakening. Unable to resist, he stepped forward, yearning to touch the blossoms, only to be met by an invisible force that held him back. He was momentarily taken aback, as the blossoms seemed so near, yet also infinitely distant. Just as his hand was about to touch the petals, an unseen force abruptly repelled him, leaving him astonished. He stood there in disbelief. The flowers appeared to be within arm's reach, yet felt as if separated by vast mountains and rivers, tantalizingly out of reach. Yuwen Tianqi turned to Bobodas, his eyes filled with bewilderment. At that moment, Bobodas wore a sly smile, reminiscent of a mischievous girl reveling in her prank. She playfully winked at Yuwen Tianqi, yet chose to remain silent. Yuwen Tianqi felt a sense of helplessness, He was acutely aware that this was yet another trap set by Bobotas. He silently vowed to exercise greater caution in the future, determined not to be toyed with in her hands again. However, upon turning back, he was astounded by the sight before him. The once delicate blossoms had transformed into fiery red roses, each radiating a fervent glow. Stunned, Yuwen Tianqi could hardly fathom what had transpired. Bobotas approached him with an air of triumph and softly remarked, "Do you understand now? These flowers are not so easily touched." Yuwen Tianqi shook his head in resignation. This enigmatic woman never ceased to astonish him. He resolved to remain vigilant, knowing he must tread carefully to avoid being ensnared by her charm once more. As the angel of the sixth universe, Bobotas possessed immense power, nearly unrivaled among all celestial beings. Despite being ensnared in a whirlwind romance with her, Yuwen Tianqi remained cautious. He understood that this radiant angel, endowed with unparalleled strength akin to the brilliance of 1,000 stars, was not someone he could easily contend with. Each encounter, each embrace, felt like a brush with an unknown realm, an existence brimming with vitality and strength. Bobotas, reigning like a queen in this universe, exuded elegance and power that was utterly irresistible. In his gaze, there was a blend of admiration and reverence for Bobotas. He recognized that, even amidst their passionate romance, her formidable prowess was not to be overlooked. He knew he must navigate their relationship with care, lest a moment's negligence plunge him into irreparable circumstances. Their love was akin to a splendid symphony, rich with fervor and intensity. Yet, amidst this exquisite melody, Yuwen Tianqi remained ever watchful, aware that even the slightest misstep could yield unforeseen consequences. Bobotas regarded Yuwen Tianqi, noting the determination and resolve in his eyes. She understood that this man was not easily swayed by emotion. He knew how to love, yet also how to maintain his individuality within that love. This maturity and rationality only deepened Bobotas' admiration for him. Yuwen Tianqi's affection for Bobotas resembled a profound poem, both beautiful and deep. He recognized that her strength transcended mere physical power. It was a profound inner fortitude that commanded his awe. Simultaneously, he comprehended that only through relentless effort and self-improvement could he be worthy of such a formidable angel. Enveloped in the throes of romance, they found themselves irresistibly drawn to one another, while maintaining an appropriate distance. Their relationship was founded upon mutual respect and understanding. Yuwen Tianqi was acutely aware that only in this manner could they progress more effectively and confront the challenges that lay ahead. Upon reflecting on this, a faint smile graced his lips. He gently remarked, "Bardas, do you know? In truth, I, like you, eagerly anticipate our next rendezvous. You ought to understand that I am not one to easily agree to a date." Bardas replied with serene composure, "Because my time is exceedingly precious." Chapter 76, The 10th Universe Guess. Yuwen Tianqi was momentarily taken aback, but soon chuckled. "Ah, is that so? It seems I have misjudged the situation. If you persist in this belief, I find myself at an impasse." Bardas gazed at him, her expression still tranquil. "However, I shan't let this trouble me." "That is not necessarily the case." Yuwen Tianqi smiled. "I firmly believe that one day I will make you my woman." "That is still a long way off." Bardas replied alluringly. "My feelings for you at present are merely superficial, far from sufficient. I shall strive for it." He responded with a subtle smile. "Trust me, I will ensure that you become my woman." "I shall await that day." Bardas replied with a glimmer in her eyes. "Very well, it is getting late. Let us set off together," Yuwen Tianqi suggested. "Indeed," Bardas nodded, as they departed towards the horizon. Bardas, as the angel of the sixth universe, possessed beauty and wisdom that transcended the ordinary. Her eyes sparkled with the light of intellect, and her smile radiated warmth akin to the morning sun. Yet, such perfection met an extraordinary man on an ordinary evening, altering the course of her life forever. Indeed, Bardas had overestimated herself, swiftly succumbing to the depths of love. From that moment on, her world revolved around two pursuits: teasing little Tianqi and becoming enamored with Yuwen Tianqi. For him, she would willingly relinquish her angelic identity, even forsaking the caress of her wings. One can only imagine the sensation of a woman who willingly forsakes everything, content to remain by a man's side. Once, Yuwen Tianqi uttered a phrase that encapsulated his sentiments regarding Bardas, reflecting the aspirations of all angels. "What a captivating enchantress she is. I can feel the warmth of her heart, a warmth that only I can provide." Yuwen Tianqi declared with deep affection, "If love truly exists in this world, then this woman shall indubitably be mine." At the sight of him, A hint of shyness flickered across Bardas's face, and she nodded in agreement. In the next moment, Yuwen Tianqi revealed all that he was. Noble and elegant, these two exquisite descriptors were tailor-made for him. He radiated like a flame, perpetually exuding his brilliance. As she beheld the scene, a delicate blush graced Bados's face, reminiscent of a young girl whose heart had been whimsically ensnared. "I knew you would like it." With a subtle smile, Yuwen Tianqi remarked, "Let us proceed." With that, he stepped outside. Bados replied softly, trailing closely behind him. Along their journey, they exchanged glances and laughter, their bond growing ever more intimate. Perhaps this is the essence of a beautiful love. When love arrives, everything transforms. By the time Yuwen Tianqi and Bados reached their destination, dusk had begun to envelop the sky. The sixth universe, the very core of this realm, served as the axis around which all things revolved. "Where are we?" Yuwen Tianqi inquired in astonishment. "This is the center of the sixth universe. From here, one could traverse to other universes," Bados elucidated. "Oh, and where are we headed?" "To meet my sister, the eldest," Bados said, wrapping her arms around Yuwen Tianqi. With a gasp from him, they traversed the fabric of time and space. In that fleeting moment, a brilliant radiance enveloped Bados and Yuwen Tianqi. They felt the surrounding space twist as if an unseen hand tightened its grip upon them. Their vision blurred, sounds dissipated, leaving only the suffocating brilliance of light. Then, they found themselves in an unfamiliar realm. It was a magnificent palace, its architectural style unlike anything they had ever encountered. Each stone of the palace shimmered with a vivacious glow, as though imbued with life itself. A refreshing fragrance pervaded the air, invigorating their spirits. "Is this the 10th universe?" Yuwen Tianqi asked in astonishment. Bados nodded, her expression mirroring his surprise. She recognized this universe as their destination, yet she had not anticipated its breathtaking beauty. "Will Keisai be here?" Yuwen Tianqi queried. Bados nodded once more and advanced forward. The beings of this universe reverently parted to grant her passage, a testament to her status as an archangel within the cosmos. In their quest, they discovered Keisai. She was an adorable young girl, her features delicate and her eyes sparkling with wisdom. Upon seeing Bados and Yuwen Tianqi, she broke into a radiant smile. "Bados, Yuwen Tianqi, you have arrived." Keisai's voice was as melodious as a babbling brook. She was an exceptionally beautiful girl, her silvery hair cascading like a waterfall, her pale eyes resembling exquisite emeralds, and her skin as soft as a ripe peach. She wore a long dress of deep blue and black, adorned with mysterious symbols. "Are you the angel of the 10th universe, Keisai?" Yuwen Tianqi asked in surprise. Keisai was far more enchanting than he had imagined. With a playful grin, she turned to Bados and said, "Is this Yuwen Tianqi, your little boyfriend? He truly is quite charming." Her tone brimmed with envy and curiosity, revealing her fascination with the couple's affection. Upon hearing Keisai's words, a faint blush crept across Bados's cheeks. She shyly lowered her head and softly uttered, "Yes, he is indeed my boyfriend." Kes continued to inquire, "How did you two meet?" In this vast universe, Yuwen Tianqi journeyed through the stars alongside two celestial beings, Bados and Kes. They traversed countless galaxies, marveling at the wondrous astronomical phenomena. One day, they stumbled upon a vibrant planet, adorned with lush forests, bustling cities, and a myriad of diverse creatures. Intrigued by this planet, Yuwen Tianqi resolved to explore its civilization with Bados and Kes. They arrived in a lively city, where a kaleidoscope of colorful beings filled the streets. As they navigated through the crowd, they could feel the vitality of this world. Suddenly, an enticing aroma wafted towards them from a nearby restaurant. Yuwen Tianqi eagerly pulled Bados and Kes into the establishment. The restaurant was exquisitely decorated, with each table laden with an array of delectable dishes. Yuwen Tianqi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he beheld the culinary delights, saliva pooling at the corners of his mouth. Unable to contain his enthusiasm, he seated himself and began to order. He selected an assortment of delicacies, including roasted meat, pizza, hamburgers, sushi, grilled fish, and fried rice. With each dish that arrived, he joyfully picked up his chopsticks or cutlery, savoring every bite with delight. His endearing eating habits elicited laughter from both Bados and Kes. After the meal, Yuwen Tianqi contentedly let out a satisfied burp, feeling invigorated and ready to face any forthcoming challenges. Bados and Kes shared in his joy, relishing the delightful experience alongside him. They continued their exploration of the planet, immersing themselves in the essence of its civilization and discovering that its inhabitants possessed an infinite charm and wisdom akin to that of humanity. Kess, petite in stature, gently swayed as she took a seat on a chair in a manner, locking eyes with Bados, while Yuwen Tianqi settled beside Bados. The trio began to indulge in a variety of culinary delights. Yuwen Tianqi gazed at Kess, who, despite her small frame, exuded a resolute spirit, prompting him to reflect inwardly. The enticing aromas lingered in the air, and before Kess lay an exquisite serving of foie gras, its golden hue appearing especially alluring on the silver plate. She tenderly caressed the rim of her glass, the ruby wine within sparkling like gemstones. Meanwhile, Yuwen Tianqi savored a rich cheese, while Bados elegantly nibbled on her lemon cake. On the manicured lawn of the manor, several attendants busily prepared for the upcoming festivities. Cheerful music began to flow through the atmosphere, and Kess lifted her gaze towards the sky, where the fluffy white clouds seemed to dance in harmony with the melody. A splendid banquet was about to commence, and Kess, Bados, and Yuwen Tianqi reveled in this fleeting moment of tranquility. Kess gently set down her utensils, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. Rising to her feet, Yuwen Tianqi and Bados followed suit. She gracefully approached them, a look of perplexity crossing her face as she asked, "How can you still find the time to eat here?" Yuwen Tianqi and Bados exchanged a glance before turning their attention to Kashi, sharing an awkward smile as they struggled to find a response to her inquiry. Kashi's gaze shifted to the bottle of red wine resting on the table. She gently grasped it, giving it a slight shake, and with an expression of curiosity, she inquired, "What kind of wine is this? Its aroma is quite peculiar. Where did you procure it?" "This is a bottle we brought back from that planet. Would you like some?" Yuwen Tianqi offered. "It's merely a bottle of wine. There's no need for such elaborate efforts in bringing back so much," Kashi remarked with a hint of perplexity. "It is precisely because this wine is exceptional that we chose to bring some back," Yuwen Tianqi replied with a smile. "Is that so?" Kashi's expression shifted to one of surprise, and she curiously asked, "If this wine is so special, why not consume it yourselves instead of bringing it back?" "Because I aspire to surpass both angels and destroyers," Yuwen Tianqi stated with a calm demeanor. "Surpass angels and destroyers?" Kashi's face reflected confusion, which quickly transformed into realization as she clapped her hands lightly, exclaiming, "I see. You must be aiming to become the new destroyer." "No," Yuwen Tianqi shook his head. "I seek to transcend angels and become a true deity." "A true deity?" Kashi's astonishment was palpable, soon replaced by a look of disdain as she clapped her hands lightly, asserting, "I wager it is utterly impossible for anyone to surpass angels." Yuwen Tianqi regarded Kashi for a moment before saying, "Let's make a wager." Kashi gently set down her utensils, smiling as she asked, "What shall we wager on?" Yuwen Tianqi met her gaze, stating calmly, "I bet that I will ultimately surpass the angels." Kashi, still smiling, replied, "I too wish to place a bet. You cannot defeat the angels." "Very well. Let us await the outcome." Yuwen Tianqi responded with a grin, internally urging system, "Grant me a boost." The voice of the system resonated in Yuwen Tianqi's mind. "This time, I must prevail over the angels," he declared firmly, looking at Kashi. "Then I shall wait for you to become a true deity before we wager again," Kashi said, setting down her utensils once more, her smile unwavering. "I bet you will never surpass me. I will certainly triumph over you. You cannot escape my grasp." With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Yuwen Tianqi engaged in light-hearted conversation with Bados and Kashi. At the edge of this universe, Yuwen Tianqi hovered in the void, his eyes brimming with determination and fervor. The recent training had awakened within him an unprecedented strength, as if an invisible hand were propelling him forward. Suddenly, a figure gradually materialized. It was Bados, her deep, star-like eyes shimmering with anticipation. She extended her slender fingers, reminiscent of jade, pointing towards Yuwen Tianqi. "Yuwen, the forthcoming trials will be even more arduous. Are you prepared?" Bados inquired with a serene tone. Without uttering a word, Yuwen Tianqi simply nodded resolutely. He comprehended that this was the necessary path to becoming a true powerhouse, and he must resolutely forge ahead. Under the guidance of Bados, Yuwen Tianqi resumed his cultivation of the ultimate self-intent and the free ultimate intent. His body danced through the void, each movement imbued with strength and elegance. Within his heart, a formidable force began to coalesce gradually. Throughout his training, Yuwen Tianqi continually relied on the system's enhancements to transcend his limits. Each breakthrough felt like a daunting challenge, yet he persevered time and again. As he practiced, Yuwen Tianqi seemed to enter a wholly new realm. He could sense every particle in the surrounding void, could hear the distant stars calling out to him. His heart brimmed with joy and tranquility. Time flew by in his cultivation. Yuwen Tianqi felt as if his body were on the verge of being consumed by the void. Yet his resolve grew ever stronger. He understood that this was an essential phase on his journey toward greater strength. At last, during a moment of explosive effort, Yuwen Tianqi transcended himself once more. He felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him. It was as if an invisible halo enveloped his body, radiating from the depths of his inner strength. After his breakthrough, Yuwen Tianqi's heart became as clear as still water, enabling him to perceive the truths of the world. He recognized this as the fruit of his cultivation, a step toward higher realms. Chapter 77. Continue training, conquer Kess. On that stormy night, Yuwen Tianqi's system finally breached the threshold. His heart raced, echoing like the drums of thunder within his chest. A torrent of power surged within him, threatening to burst forth. Clenching his fists, he felt the energy coursing through his fingertips, as if he could rend the very air and inspire awe. His body quivered gently, not from fear, but because the power surging within had surpassed his control. A fleeting image of Badoz flashed in his mind, the beautiful angel who fought by his side, the woman who always stood proudly beside him. In their encounters, the elegance of Badoz intertwined with the resolute determination of Yuwen Tianqi, creating a breathtaking tableau. Her golden hair danced in the wind, like waves under the moonlight, while his gaze shone with unwavering brilliance, as if it contained the entirety of the starry ocean. Each clash between them was as intense as a meteor colliding with the earth. Blood and sweat wove a resplendent tapestry, filling the space with an overwhelming fervor. Yuwen Tianqi's power surged forth like a raging flood, countering Badoz's graceful strength. A month later, subtle changes began to unfold. Badoz's expression grew increasingly grave. She was no longer the ever-composed goddess, but had transformed into a warrior willing to sacrifice everything for victory. Yet, even with all her effort, she could not contain the unfathomable depth of Yuwen Tianqi's power. Each of his strikes crashed upon her like titanic waves, pushing her to her limits. This could not continue. A wave of anxiety surged within her, rendering her somewhat disoriented by the force she faced. The power of Yuwen Tianqi continues to ascend relentlessly, showing no signs of abating. Sensing this, Bajuosi suddenly entertained a wild thought. She absolutely could not allow herself to be bested by this man. Never. With this resolve, her gaze solidified into one of determination. Since you wish to see me falter, today I shall break the mold and allow you to taste the bitterness of despair. With this notion, a confident smile graced Bajuosi's lips. She slowly closed her eyes, inhaled deeply, and raised her empowered right hand high before bringing it crashing down upon Yuwen Tianqi's shoulder. The sound echoed like a strike against a sturdy wall, causing him to stagger back a few steps. He felt as though his shoulder might burst, and as he braced himself, he glanced back, only to find Bajuosi standing still, her eyes fixed upon him with an amused glint. Her azure eyes sparkled with mirth as her lips curled upward, seemingly mocking Yuwen Tianqi's overconfidence. Overcome by a sudden surge of anger, Yuwen Tianqi bellowed, disregarding the pain in his shoulder, and charged forward with clenched fists. His heavy footsteps echoed, moving with such speed that only a blur remained in his wake. His fist connected with Bajuosi's chest, delivering an unexpected softness. A chuckle escaped Yuwen Tianqi, while Bajuosi's indignation swelled, her spirit rising fiercely. Yet, just as he imagined victory, Bajuosi effortlessly evaded his determined punch, her body twisting gracefully like a nimble butterfly. She circled behind him, her delicate hand grasping his arm, twisting at the waist. In response, Yuwen Tianqi instinctively pulled her closer, and she tumbled into his embrace. Her heart raced with fervor, a rush of warmth coloring her cheeks. Passion sparkled in Yuwen Tianqi's eyes as he held her tightly, rendering her immobile. His hands encircled her waist, fingertips brushing against her skin, eliciting a tremor that coursed through Bajuosi, as though she had been struck by lightning, leaving her powerless to resist. Yuwen Tianqi buried his head in her shoulder, his lips slightly parted, softly exhaling warmth against her ear. This teasing provocation sent shivers down Bajuosi's spine, igniting a struggle within her, yet his grip only tightened around her form. There was a wild beauty in his gaze that rendered her utterly defenseless. A mischievous smile danced upon his lips as he held her firmly, their heartbeats synchronizing in a rhythm that seemed to compose the most exquisite symphony in existence. Bajuosi closed her eyes, surrendering to the fervent kisses that fell upon her shoulder. She felt ensnared by an overwhelming force, unable to move freely. "You little rascal. How dare you do this to an angel? She murmured softly. He, Bajuosi, soon you shall understand. With a playful smile, Yuwen Tianqi scooped up Bados and dashed into the room. 3 days later, Bados and Yuwen Tianqi sat embraced opposite Keisai. Keisai's expression was one of astonishment, her disbelief evident. Bados, you're actually with him? Indeed, Keisai. Tianqi is no ordinary individual. He possesses extraordinary abilities. When I merged with him, he even acquired the powers of an angel, Bados exclaimed, a mixture of surprise and delight in her voice. Yuwen Tianqi smiled gently. I too am astonished. As I bestowed energy upon you, you also gained pure power. Thus, we both grew stronger together, though your inherent strength limited your increase. Keisai swallowed hard, inquiring, what exactly is this power? Yuwen Tianqi chuckled, his gaze playfully fixed upon the little girl Keisai. He seemed to penetrate her curiosity and doubt, deciding to indulge her inquisitiveness. Keisai, are you curious? He teased, his laughter imbued with a peculiar charm that compelled Keisai to turn her attention toward him. Then I shall let you experience it as well. Before he finished speaking, Keisai felt an invisible force envelop her, and soon she found herself in an unfamiliar room. What is this place? Did you just use the powers of an angel? The little girl Keisai exclaimed in astonishment. Yuwen Tianqi approached, taking Keisai's delicate hand, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. You will enjoy this. Keisai's eyes widened in surprise as she embraced him. 5 days later, Keisai, Bados, and Yuwen Tianqi were having breakfast together. Bados, this time Tianqi should accompany me, Keisai pouted. If I was here first, how can you monopolize him for so long? Bados replied, somewhat disgruntled. All right. My strength has increased after absorbing Keisai's energy, so handling both of you at once is not a challenge. Yuwen Tianqi said with a grin. Keisai and Bados exchanged glances, their eyes communicating complex emotions. A subtle tension filled the air, as if it could erupt into a fierce conflict at any moment. Yuwen Tianqi, clad in a traditional Eastern robe, with a sword embedded with mysterious runes at his waist, evoked a subtle shift in the hearts of the two angels. Despite their maintained haughty demeanor, their lively eyes betrayed their curiosity, drawn to him. This is the new power I have acquired, created through angelic abilities, Yuwen Tianqi said, stroking the hilt of his sword. Just as he finished, a ripple in the space nearby caught their attention. Makalita, what brings you here? Keisai and Bados exclaimed in surprise. Makalita, the angel of Universe 11? Yuwen Tianqi looked over, astonished. She is a captivating figure, embodying a blend of mature elegance and youthful charm, characterized by her distinctive twin ponytails and statuesque stature. Despite her somewhat jester-like appearance, her demeanor is remarkably courteous and refined. Ah, Kessin Bardos, greetings to you, Margarita said with a graceful bow, before turning her gaze to Yuwen Tianqi. I sense the changes in the two of you through the celestial powers within me. As you know, we were once the three sisters. I am quite attuned to your transformations. A mysterious smile graced Margarita's face. Kessin Bardos stood before Margarita, their delicate faces tinged with a hint of crimson, their eyes flashing with indignation. Clenching their fists, they appeared to be struggling to contain their ire. Yet the accusations slipped from their lips uncontrollably. What nonsense! You are merely here to steal our man, aren't you? Kessa's voice trembled slightly as her piercing gaze bore into Margarita, as if attempting to see through her very soul. Margarita was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment, rendered speechless by the unexpected accusation. She found herself at a loss for words, her gaze darting between Kess and Bardos, pondering, why would they think such a thing? Turning her attention to Yuwen Tianqi, a thought struck her. Could it truly be him? Margarita's suggestion ignited a spark of excitement in Yuwen Tianqi's eyes. Really? That would be wonderful. Thank you, Margarita, he exclaimed, brimming with anticipation as he followed her toward their encampment. Meanwhile, Kess and Bardos remained rooted in place, their faces etched with disappointment and discontent. Honestly, that Yuwen Tianqi is utterly useless, Bardos lamented, exasperated that he had been so easily swayed by Margarita. It's truly disappointing. Indeed, I did not anticipate he would be so readily deceived, Kess remarked, furrowing her brow. However, I doubt Margarita harbors any ill intentions. Ill intentions? She simply has a penchant for handsome men, Bardos replied, and the two continued their conversation, though their spirits were no longer as buoyant. An unsettling feeling began to envelop them, a sense that something ominous was on the horizon. Within the camp, Margarita led Yuwen Tianqi to a secluded spot, smiling as she said, Now, allow me to guide you in harnessing the divine power. You must first meditate and awaken the strength within your heart. Yuwen Tianqi listened intently to Margarita's words and began his meditation. Before long, a brilliant radiance emanated from his being, signaling the awakening of his soul's power. Witnessing this, Margarita couldn't help but smile, realizing that her plan had succeeded halfway. She mused to herself, "This young man possesses remarkable potential. If he can master the divine power, endless possibilities await him." On the other side of the camp, Kes and Bardos observed the scene, their faces reflecting astonishment. Is this the divine power? Has Yuwen Tianqi truly awakened? Bardos found it difficult to believe her eyes. It appeared to be true. Kex also expressed uncertainty, yet remarked, "I still find it somewhat peculiar. Shouldn't we also awaken the divine powers? Why is it that only Yuwen Tianqi possesses them? Perhaps he possesses a greater divine strength than we do." Bardos mused lightly. "Let us give it a try," she added, closing her eyes and entering a meditative state. For reasons unknown, an unusual force seemed to stir within her, igniting a sense of inexplicable exhilaration. She felt immensely powerful, capable of effortlessly obliterating everything. Could it be due to Yuwen Tianqi? Makalita pondered. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at Yuwen Tianqi, her surprise immeasurable. This man possessed the power of angels, something she had never envisioned. His gaze was as profound as the ocean, a blend of endless tenderness and serene tranquility, exuding an extraordinary aura that quickened Makalita's heart and warmed her cheeks. Within Yuwen Tianqi's luminous eyes, a formidable power seemed to radiate, one that could illuminate the darkness and dispel shadows. When his gaze fell upon Makalita, she felt irresistibly drawn to his penetrating stare, unable to divert her eyes. Yuwen Tianqi's fingers gently caressed Makalita's hand, warm and reassuring. A marvelous sensation surged within her, akin to being safeguarded by a mighty angel, enveloping her in an overwhelming sense of comfort and warmth. Emotions blossomed within Makalita, deepening her curiosity and admiration for this man. She yearned to know him more intimately, to uncover the thoughts and feelings that lay deep within his heart. She wished to be with him eternally. Yuwen Tianqi seemed to sense her sentiments, offering a gentle smile that radiated warmth like sunlight, illuminating the earth. He reached out, softly brushing his fingers against Makalita's cheek, the touch feather-light, causing her skin to tingle. Chapter 78, captivating Makalita again. Their eyes met, and the air was imbued with the sweet essence of love. The rhythm of their heartbeats echoed in the quiet room, narrating the depths of their affection and emotion. Makalita experienced an unprecedented sensation, as if fate were guiding her step by step towards Yuwen Tianqi. He opened his arms wide, enveloping her in a tight embrace. Their bodies pressed closely together, their heartbeats synchronizing into a single cadence. Makalita stood by the window, her hand resting on the sill, her gaze deeply immersed in the view outside. A sense of confusion filled her heart, the extraordinary feeling leaving her somewhat at a loss for words. "Makalita?" Yuwen Tianqi's voice interrupted her reverie, his eyes filled with tenderness and concern. "What a remarkable sensation this is," Margarita murmured softly, her voice imbued with confusion yet tinged with a hint of joy. "Is it love?" Yuwen Tianqi smiled and shook his head, suggesting that it is not merely love, but a tapestry of even more wondrous experiences. His voice, deep and magnetic, sent a shiver through Margarita. She lifted her gaze to meet Yuwen Tianqi's eyes, her heart racing, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. The atmosphere between them grew increasingly subtle, a peculiar harmony weaving itself into the air. Yuwen Tianqi leaned closer to Margarita, his eyes sparkling with an enchanting glow, hinting at a more extraordinary sensation awaiting her, one that would unveil even greater beauty. Margarita's heart brimmed with anticipation and curiosity. She was unaware of the marvelous feeling he spoke of. Nevertheless, she was eager to explore and experience it. They exchanged smiles, the air thick with the fragrance of happiness. The distance between them diminished, as if their heartbeats synchronized, resonating for one another. In that exquisite moment, time seemed to stand still, their gazes intertwined, forming a captivating tableau. "There are even more extraordinary things awaiting us," Yuwen Tianqi whispered, his voice laced with tenderness and resolve. Margarita's heart swelled with hope and expectation. She understood that regardless of what the future held, as long as Yuwen Tianqi stood by her side, she would possess the courage to confront any challenge, for he was the harbinger of her dreams. In the next instant, Yuwen Tianqi embraced Margarita, the moment unfolding with an effortless grace, a transcendence of life, a continuation, and a transmission of love. 7 days later, Margarita reclined languidly on her bed, her cat-like eyes gently closed as if savoring the world's most exquisite tranquility. Her body was enveloped in a soft quilt, the sensation akin to the touch of the finest silk. Beside her, Yuwen Tianqi sat quietly, his gaze brimming with adoration and reverence for Margarita. He whispered sweet nothings, his voice flowing like a crystalline brook, evoking a profound sense of peace and affection. His words resembled a melodious poem, each syllable infused with passion and warmth, cascading into Margarita's ears. He caressed her hand, enveloping it in his warmth, as if soothing a heart with delicate silk. As Yuwen Tianqi's tender words enveloped her, a smile gradually blossomed on Margarita's face, a smile that emerged from the depths of her heart, embodying happiness and the sensation of being cherished. Her eyes fluttered open, sparkling with the light of bliss. Her hand gently clasped Yuwen Tianqi's, their silent understanding and acceptance painting a beautiful picture. His words radiated like warm sunlight, illuminating the chambers of Margarita's heart. Her heartbeat quickened in response to his declarations, the emotions swelling within her like a splendid melody. Their gazes intertwined, the depth of their affection manifesting as a precious gift shared solely between the two of them. This scene seemed to freeze in time, their smiles, their glances, their joy, all indelibly etched into the fabric of that languid afternoon. In this world, it seemed as though only the two of them existed, with all worries and troubles dissipating in the warmth of their love. This was their realm, a sanctuary brimming with affection and joy, until the arrival of Kess and Bados. You two have remained indoors for a full week, indulging in this behavior daily. Hurry up, Margarita. Return to your universe at once. Kess and Bados expressed their ire. Margarita, with a sly smile, provocatively leaned against Yuwen Tianqi's chest, inciting the fury of Kess and Bados to near explosion. Tianqi, I can't shake the feeling that your power surpasses ours as angels, Bados remarked in sudden astonishment, while Kess quickly caught on as well. Margarita had already discerned this fact days prior, and now merely smiled in silence. Yuwen Tianqi explained, my strength derives from the amalgamation of the powers of the three of you angels, resulting in an extraordinary evolution. I sense an unimaginable force within me, poised to burst forth and permeate this universe. This power has transcended anything I previously possessed. I must challenge the High Priest. A resolute glimmer sparked in Yuwen Tianqi's eyes as he acknowledged the potential cost of this endeavor, perhaps even his life. Yet, he recognized it as his destiny. He felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, each cell pulsating with exhilaration. It was as if his body no longer belonged to him, but to this boundless force. Slowly, he rose, the energy within him seemingly on the verge of eruption. Yet he understood the necessity of mastery over it. I shall enhance myself through battle. Standing firm, Yuwen Tianqi wore an expression of unwavering determination, akin to an indomitable mountain. His eyes shimmered with fervor, as if ready to transform every challenge into possibility. This steadfast resolve illuminated his spirit and the surroundings alike. Let the three of you come at me together. No sooner had he spoken than Kess, Bados, and Margarita, three formidable angels, materialized before him, their presence instantly saturating the previously tranquil air with palpable tension. Very well, let us see to what extent you have grown after absorbing our celestial powers, Bados declared, as Kess and Margarita exchanged glances and charged forth with explosive energy. They exuded a formidable aura, as if ready to tear the very fabric of space apart. Yuwen Tianqi stood resolute, unafraid. With a mighty roar, he swiftly moved, his hands weaving through the air, unleashing torrents of potent energy from his palms, which coalesced into three immense beams of light, hurtling toward Bados, Kess, and Margarita. The atmosphere erupted with thunderous booms as trees, stones, and soil were swept up by the powerful shock waves, forming a colossal vortex. Badoskis and Margarita, undeterred, unleashed waves of formidable energy from their hands, charging towards Yuwen Tianqi's onslaught. The explosive sounds resonated like thunder, as the surrounding scenery morphed incessantly, as if experiencing countless cycles of life and death in an instant. Yuwen Tianqi's body was propelled backward by an overwhelming force, yet his gaze burned with an even greater intensity, as if he sought to consume everything. With a misstep, he surged forward once more, this time with even greater ferocity. Badoskis and Margarita reciprocated without hesitation, their bodies aglow with powerful energy as they advanced towards Yuwen Tianqi. Yuwen Tianqi moved like the wind, appearing alternately on the left and right, each strike accompanied by a fierce gale that obscured visibility. Badowski's and Makarita, equally agile, evaded with grace. Their attacks fell like thunder, creating massive craters in the earth beneath them. The atmosphere was charged with the sounds of fierce combat and the splatter of energy. Suddenly, Yuwen Tianqi's figure sliced through the air like a bolt of lightning. His hands clenched tightly, searching for a breach. His gaze was fixed intently on Badowski's, Makarita, and Keisai. The air seemed to freeze, and time appeared to pause at that moment. Then, Yuwen Tianqi flickered, sweeping towards the trio like a tornado. His fist struck like lightning against them. The resounding thuds echoed simultaneously as Badowski's and Makarita were flung away, their bodies akin to rubber balls launched by immense force, crashing violently against a distant wall. In disbelief, they exclaimed, "You actually defeated us." Yet, in an instant, Keisai, Badowski's, and Makarita regained their composure and approached Yuwen Tianqi, their expressions filled with astonishment. "This is not even a fraction of my true power. After harnessing the strength of an angel, my enhancement is beyond mere magnitude." Yuwen Tianqi stood serenely, his eyes gleaming with the light of triumph. After this intense competition, Yuwen Tianqi, along with Keisai, Makarita, and Badowski's, floated in a weightless environment, venturing towards an undiscovered planet in the 10th universe. A surge of exhilaration coursed through Yuwen Tianqi. It was his first departure from his own universe, stepping into this vast realm of the unknown. At last, they arrived at the first planet, which boasted extraordinary celestial phenomena. The atmosphere shimmered with peculiar hues, ever-changing. As they descended onto an expansive meadow, they found themselves enveloped by a sea of radiant colors. The wildflowers on the prairie sparkled like stars in the night sky, gleaming brilliantly under the sunlight. Yuwen Tianqi and his companions reveled in the picturesque scenery, strolling along a small hill where a brook babbled gently at its base, producing a melodious sound. A flock of butterflies, adorned with transparent wings, danced in the air, their wings glistening with a kaleidoscope of colors. They arrived at the brook at the foot of the mountain, where a school of small fish frolicked joyfully in the water. Yuwen Tianqi gazed at the scene before him, marveling inwardly at the unique beauty of each universe, and the 10th universe was indeed enchanting. Kusi and Ma Kali Ta, meanwhile, engaged in an attempt to communicate in a new language. Despite hailing from different universes, the barriers of language had been surmounted, allowing them to understand each other effortlessly. They laughed and discussed the myriad wonders of the 10th universe, their faces alight with excitement and curiosity. Standing apart, Badowski observed her surroundings with her bright eyes, seemingly taking in every subtle detail. She felt the allure of the 10th universe, where everything appeared novel and intriguing. Yuwen Tianqi glanced around, his brow furrowing slightly, before turning to Buma, Chi-Chi, and Lan Chi, and remarked, "There seems to be something unusual about this place. Don't you think?" Buma smiled back at him, saying, "Indeed, the atmosphere here is somewhat familiar, yet strangely foreign." Chi-Chi and Lan Chi nodded in agreement. "Let us proceed inside," suggested Yuwen Tianqi. The group echoed his sentiments and made their way toward the castle. As they entered the castle, a wave of familiarity enveloped them, leaving them all astonished. "This aura is perplexing," Buma remarked. "It is the essence of Chi-Chi and Lan Chi." They responded in unison. Yuwen Tianqi's expression grew serious as he stated, "This aura is connected to the Dragon Balls." As soon as the words left his lips, all eyes turned to Buma. Taking a deep breath, she confirmed, "Indeed, this aura is intricately linked to the Dragon Balls," and she hesitated, seemingly weighing whether to continue. Yuwen Tianqi raised an eyebrow and urged, "Buma, please speak your mind." After a moment of contemplation, she finally confessed, "I sense that the aura of the Dragon Ball seems even stronger than before." Badowski stroked her smooth chin and remarked, "It must be the power of the Super Shenron that has enhanced the other Dragon Balls." "Yes, precisely," agreed Badowski. Both Kusi and Ma Ka-Li Ta nodded in affirmation, just as everyone was enveloped in confusion. Pondering why Yuwen Tianqi was present and what his intentions might be, he began to elucidate. "Super Dragon Balls," he explained succinctly. Everyone was taken aback. "Super Dragon Balls? What are those? How have we never heard of them?" Noting the puzzled expressions on their faces, Yuwen Tianqi elaborated. "Super Dragon Balls are a phenomenon that transcends ordinary Dragon Balls, possessing unimaginable power. It is said that gathering all 7 Super Dragon Balls allows one to summon a dragon and grant a wish." A collective gasp escaped their lips, realizing that Yuwen Tianqi was well informed about the Super Dragon Balls. Is it possible that such extraordinary Dragon Balls exist? Chapter 79, I Am the System. How do you know about the Super Dragon Balls? Sun Wukong, who who had remained silent until now, suddenly inquired with a perplexed expression. Yuwen Tianqi cast a glance at Sun Wukong, contemplated for a moment, and then spoke. I stumbled upon it in an ancient tome. It contains everything about the Super Dragon Balls. Is that so? Upon hearing this explanation, Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged knowing glances, their expressions illuminating with sudden realization. Surely you do not believe that Dragon Balls exist solely in the 7th universe? Yuwen Tianqi inquired, observing their reactions. Are they not? The others gasped in astonishment. Sighing, Yuwen Tianqi shook his head in resignation. Dragon Balls do not merely exist in the 7th universe. Even the 8th, 9th, 10th, and indeed the 11th universe, along with others, may harbor Dragon Balls. Naturally, the likelihood of their occurrence increases with the power of the universe. Dragon Balls possess extraordinary powers. After elucidating this to the group, Yuwen Tianqi took a year's respite on Earth. During this time, he engaged in daily meditation and physical training, honing his condition to an admirable state. At last, Yuwen Tianqi resolved to challenge the Grand Minister. Accompanied by Beerus and others, he journeyed to the Grand Minister's abode, where the presence of the Omni King loomed. With a determined gaze, Yuwen Tianqi approached. The Grand Minister was regarded as the mightiest among all universes. With unwavering resolve, he traversed the cosmic seas and stars, moving towards the palace that shimmered with an enigmatic glow. Each step felt like crossing a century, imbued with his determination and courage. The Grand Minister's palace seemed to gather all light and mysterious forces within its walls. Upon entering the palace, Yuwen Tianqi sensed the intertwining of infinite time and space, the breath of all life, and the rhythm of the universe. The Grand Minister sat upon a lofty throne, a smile gracing his features as he regarded Yuwen Tianqi. His eyes were as deep as the ocean, seemingly capable of perceiving all of Yuwen Tianqi's thoughts and emotions. Yuwen Tianqi did not shy away, but met the Grand Minister's gaze, his eyes brimming with challenge and resolve. Why you seek to challenge me, Yuwen Tianqi? The Grand Minister inquired, his voice echoing as if transcending time and space. For freedom, for truth, and for the peace of all universes, Yuwen Tianqi replied succinctly yet firmly. The Grand Minister smiled faintly, and with a gentle wave of his hand, the atmosphere within the palace shifted dramatically, becoming charged with tension. Countless stars began to whirl around the hall, forming a colossal galaxy with Yuwen Tianqi at its core. Understanding that this was the Grand Minister's challenge, Yuwen Tianqi dared not exhibit any slackness. He immediately entered a state of combat. His hands moved gracefully, conjuring a massive sphere of energy. Each rotation of the energy sphere embodied Yuwen Tianqi's strength and wisdom. The Grand Minister observed Yuwen Tianqi's display with a perpetual smile. Then, rising from his seat, he waved his staff, causing the stars to revolve around Yuwen Tianqi. Surrounded by the might of innumerable celestial bodies, Yuwen Tianqi felt no fear, only unwavering determination. He understood that this was his battle, his challenge. With all his might, he endeavored to break through the encircling force formed by the power of the stars. The confrontation between the High Priest and Yuwen Tianqi resembled a violent earthquake shaking the heavens and the earth, an invisible force resonating through the air, stirring the elemental energies of the world. Their figures collided like two towering mountains amidst a sea of clouds, akin to two majestic eagles soaring through the sky. For a moment, the entire space seemed to plunge into chaos. The enigmatic system armor donned by Yuwen Tianqi radiated a dazzling brilliance, as if it were a star's light drawn from the profound cosmos, coalescing into the massive luminous sword in his grasp. His form danced within the light, reminiscent of a phoenix in flight. Each swing of his sword echoed the majestic wings of the mythical bird unfurling. Conversely, the High Priest manifested lethal strikes, his silhouette akin to a specter gliding through the shadows, each flourish of his scepter reminiscent of the grim Reaper's decree. Their battle was fierce and frenzied, akin to two maddened behemoths vying for supremacy. Each attack and defense declared their respective might. Their movements were too swift to be captured. Only flashing rays of light pierced the darkness, accompanied by thunderous booms reverberating in their ears. This clash transcended mere rivalry. It was a collision of two formidable forces, the power of the system against the essence of darkness. Each strike probed the other's limits, while every defense gathered strength for a counterattack. The entire space trembled, as if on the brink of an unprecedented explosion. The King of All smiled, his eyes shimmering with recognition and admiration as he clapped his hands together, exclaiming, "Wonderful, splendid. You are truly remarkable." His voice resonated with delight. Yuwen Tianqi resembled a colossal volcano, erupting in silence, a tremendous force surging forth from within him, instantly rending the void around him. His eyes glimmered with a fervent light, capable of melting anything in their path. His hands stood like towering peaks in the darkness, continuously absorbing that power, transforming it into pure energy to be unleashed. The king of all gazed at Yuwen Tianqi in astonishment, a look of surprise gracing his features for the first time. This was the power of the system. Before he could finish his thought, Yuwen Tianqi had already commenced his onslaught. Each of his strikes bore the might of the system, a strength beyond ordinary comprehension. A punch erupted forth like the wrath of a thunder deity, the ferocious energy carving a brilliant arc through the void, aimed directly at the high priest. The high priest's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He had felt a genuine threat for the first time. He clasped his hands together, a formidable force surging from within, embodying his essence, his spirit, his power. He resisted Yuwen Tianqi's assault with all his strength, yet that force was so overpowering that he struggled to withstand it. I never anticipated such a wondrous force known as the system, the high priest remarked in awe. No, it is not merely the system. Yuwen Tianqi replied with a faint smile, retracting his overwhelming aura. From our battle, I have come to realize that my strength does not stem from the system, but rather from within myself. Both the High Priest and the Omni King displayed expressions of astonishment upon hearing this revelation. It turns out that Yuwen Tianqi gradually raised his hands, his countenance imbued with a sense of sanctity. The system is me, I am the system.